Shout out to my man Toast 187 on the beat. Bars 95 shit, huh?
We the streets, man. That's what we do.
Yes, sir. Check. Machetes and swords, glove from Freddie. Eddie, I'm raw, I'm petty. Legends tell me I'm ready. Heavy rapport and dready. Keep my hand on this desi, let me explore. God body, wide body, the Chevy 74. Rapping better than half this era. The big black Beretta, flip you, that's capoeira. Just me on the track, nobody can match the terror. My reflection talk back, the pussy I crack the mirror. What sucker testing get cut in sections? First attack, I have niggas rubbernecking and stutter stepping. I don't need no gun, I'm a knuckle legend. Take a couple seconds to punch your chest and no fucking guessing. Woo! R-rated, my scars faded, y'all hate it. I'm still raising the bar. My car payments, God nice. Fucking
Is that you? Yeah. That's really good. That's really good. Now do the ones for me, right? All on this line here. Just do all the ones, nice and neat. Okay.
They're gonna be so easy.
That's gonna be easy, but you did the O's so good. Okay. Just make sure that see here. Make sure that it's connecting from one point to the other. Okay.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look like a 9 or a 6. All right, go on then. Get these ones. Mama. Make sure the ones bums is on the line, yeah? Yeah. All right. Welcome, family tree. It's your boy, Homeschooling Jeds, aka JEDI for Trilluminati, REDPILLTRILL, JEDI Online, Trilluminati Clips. Like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live, and please put the number of the like in the chat. You know.
Incarnated, your favorites ain't fucking with pain. It's hard, ain't it? Yeah. I deliver intelligence with the hotness. Ghostwriter, I got they skeletons in my closet. Black Thought, I mix the melanin with the logic.
Here we go. What did you do? You put them next to them. You have to put them underneath, please. And you've not done the ones like I do them. You've just done lines. See the ones? See these ones? Can you do that? Try and copy that.
I did one saying.
Oh, come here. Let me see. Oh, wow. You did that one. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize. I thought that was my one. Give me the pen.
Okay.
Right. So we've got the young man in the building doing his letters and his numbers this morning with Daddy. He's got a documentary to watch as well. And he's got to do some counting backwards. Right?
Yeah.
Can you count backwards from 10?
10.
Yeah.
8.
No, what's next? What's this?
9.
Then?
10. 8. 7. 6.
Yeah, keep
5,
going.
4, 3, 2, 1.
What? Come like an astronaut. All right, come here. Do this line of ones for me, please, yeah? And then you do the line of threes. All right?
Yeah.
All right, Daddy's going to start his show now, so be quiet. All right? All right, let's go.
Educated ignorance, felons done went to college. Greatest living, food for thought. Thanks for giving. These bars nourish his soul. It feel like I'm baking chicken. I'm cooking. All my secret ingredients make a difference. I got several different herbs and spices. Take a listen. This was supposed to happen. The go to rapping, explosive action. It's that Coca-Cola you known for capping. It's over capping. Thought you was shining? I'm overcasting, overlaxing. Nigga, my aura bright as the whole Manhattan. Cannibal with skill, gift. Hannibal the chills, top dollar rock while a cocker spaniels to get killed. I'm flammable with will. My niggas got the light. Baby Eminem was right. I'm an animal for real. Hold up. I'm nothing like a rapper. I'm a chiropractor. I put these niggas back in place to read the Bible after. Friday the 13th. This the final chapter. Rifle master. Turn you albino. Make you spiral backwards. Pure dopamine. Every bar wrote is mean. Smoking green. Writing. Working out. That's my go-between. I'm out for that Oprah cream or the closest thing. I'm taking off. I'm feeling like an angel with a broken wing. I testify to let this heckler fly. Get your pepper fried till you electrify. No, get your pepper fried till you electric slide. Step aside or get laid down when that weapon rise. One of the most talked about. Black thought can vouch. One man version of slaughterhouse eating a porterhouse. Who better? Yeah, fucking right. I call him out. The dog is out. Killed your favorite mumble rapper to his blouse. I'm back writing. This is Black Lightning. Grown men backbiting and they can't fight. See, I've been on the track hiking like a black Viking. Talk tough like your favorite rappers and get smacked like him. I mean, I'm not your average rap nigga. Get out of pocket, it's a rap nigga. Your mouth big, but my gat bigger. My shot terrific, they call me Mr. Apocalyptic. It rain black rivers. Sickest living, this is tradition. All praise to the God, my nigga, this is a religion. Right. Now listen close and you gon' witness the wisdom. Kill the king, take the throne, my nigga, this is the position. Bang!
Pain! It's pain. You lot don't know about RJ Payne. Go check him out, man. That's my gym buddy right there. What? Oh my god, these are amazing. These are good. Okay, you got two that's off the line. I'm gonna act like I don't see them. Okay, we're getting there. You didn't do the top of this one. All right, give me the freeze now.
Okay, then.
Make sure they're the best that I've ever seen. So take your time. Don't rush them. Okay. In fact, what I want you to do, I want you to do two lines of them. So you do them here, yeah. And then I want you to do them here, right? And then sign your name on your work, please. Don't kick my Hoover.
No.
All right, where we going with this? Where we going? We got to warm up the masses, son. We going to play some music, son. What we going to play? All right, let's do this one.
Content over everything.
Because it's here. Do you know what? It's not even the vibe. I clicked it, but it's not the vibe. It's kind of more a bit... You know what I mean? I clicked it, but it's not the vibe that I wanted, man. Let me go for this for now. I feel like I've got to do the intro again properly as well.
Y'all can do anything y'all.
It's your boy, JEDI, online, Trilluminati, live, REDPILLTRILL, Trilluminati, clips, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live. And please, 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 put your number of the like in the chat. You know, that felt better. Let's go.
Don't just sit there and talk about it. Y'all can do anything y'all want to do.
Anything.
If you want it, if you don't want it, then it ain't gonna come.
Come on.
You gotta put in work to go get it.
Big up, everyone. All right, let's get the link out there.
If you want something, you go get it. You feel what I'm saying? You want
Hey,
it.
hey, hey, hey.
Go get that shit.
Whoa.
I believe in you.
Sound self. Oh, well. Hey, hey, hey.
I know that I can. I just want freedom to get it from my
Man, it's on.
I just want the freedom to live it. That's why they dream when I build it. Back in 05, I sat in jail scheming to lick it. Like as soon as they free me out here, I was so blind. Trapped by the greed in the image. Now I'm exceeding the limits.
Man, it's so high.
Smoking the premium spinach.
Bitch slap. Hey.
I was looking for God and I
Found me.
grateful to the throne of crown.
Me.
I got all the tools that I need to succeed.
Hey.
I don't need to do the things with the
Hey.
I just want to be all I can be.
2 + 1, I just want to be free.
NEGUSKIMG. It's all about empowering
Yourself.
mind, body, soul. That's real wisdom. Watch the company you keep and the
Fuck you eat.
and the bed that he's sleeping. That's real wisdom. Still keep a big gun by the piss
Yourself.
loaded with shit out, living in his house. I was out looking for God and I
Found self. I found myself.
Stop chasing money, I found
Stop chasing.
no double guessing, I know who I am.
Hey.
Manifesting, I know that I
Hey.
can. I just want freedom to get it from
Myself.
I was out looking for God and I
Found self.
as soon as I stop chasing money,
I found wealth. No double guessing, I know who I am. Self-manifesting, I know that I can. I just want freedom to get it for myself. Hey. Yeah, myself. Boom. Whoop. Myself. Yeah, man. Fucking hell. All right, mate. All right, mate. We in the building. We're not going to do a long intro. We're not going to do a long ass intro because we can't. Right? And I just want to get the show well underway and started. Right? So I've not gone gym today. Right? Because understandably, I've got other responsibilities. But hopefully in the afternoon, I'll be able to, you know, get off to the gym, you know, because health is wealth. You know, health is you know, health is wealth, don't you? Right, man. Yesterday, big up the sniper team, the FTK team. Big up Deacon MJ, Snipes, all of them over them sides there. Yeah, nice little entertaining evening, listening and participating in the review of the live stream of the podcast with Issa Bilal and Stephen Yaxley. Oh, I'm not happy with these frees, you know. And why have you gone up there to do the free? Why have you done them up there when I told you to do them down here and you had a whole... Why have you done it over the ones and that? No. Listen, young man, give me the pen. Hurry up. Quick. But you can take a break after this. Give me this pen. That's not what I asked you to do at all. So come and look at this. Look. Free. Okay. Where do their bums need to be?
The floor.
On the floor. All the letters, all the numbers, their bums need to be on the floor, on the line, okay? Right? I don't want their heads. Come and look at what I'm doing. I don't want their heads to be out of the ceiling either, out of the roof. Right? So that's the floor and that's the roof. You understand? That's the roof and that's the floor. And everyone has to be inside of that. All right? So when you do these frees, I want you to do the frees right under here. Keep them in the lines. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, but there's too much stuff. Daddy.
You did it. I didn't do you did it. You did all that stuff. Okay? Keep the frees, please. Yeah. And remember, look, you start here. Look, I put a dot there for where you start, and I put a dot for where you finish, and I put a dot for the middle. Okay? I'm gonna do that for you like a couple times. So just follow those dots, and then
You win.
And then do it yourself. So the dots. Look, let me show you what this dot means. Look, you start here, you go around, you go in, and you go around, and you go in like that. Yeah.
But you missed the dot.
No, I never miss. Oh, okay. All right, smarty pants, go on then. Right, man, like Cajun in the building, you know. In my chat about Jamachia on Monday morning. Jamachia.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
big up.
Big up. That's a
Big
dope.
up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Hey, that picture's
like
dope. Is he what's he sitting on the moon? Yeah.
On the earth.
That's Earth. No. That's flat Earth. Flat Earth, baby. Flat Earth, baby.
yeah. I have newfound respect for you, Jedi.
Why is that?
Year. Why? Because I see you're trying to be like a good father. Like you're actually trying to put in. I see you're trying to like actually try and shit. You're trying to be like a good leader.
For
your family.
I do try.
For your family, for your youth and shit. You know what I mean? So
it's not even you don't get praise for being there for your youth. You don't get praise for that, cuz. But thank you, I appreciate it.
No, but that's automatic. But I think you're going a little bit.
I'm doing the bare minimum. Don't let it get.
No. I think you're trying to instill some real shit into them.
Yeah, I am. But like I said, don't let the.
I see like a little more human Jedi. You know what I mean? So I understand that.
I'm always human. But you act that if you open your eyes, you can see that my humanity is not something that's hidden, or I don't get it. Like it's not like I act like a robot. I'm always a human to you lot. I'm always showing you my vulnerable side. So I don't really get why, because you hear a little brat in the background, you feel, oh my god. Like, nah, man. Now that, man. This
what do you mean a little brat? That's supposed to be your son. What are you talking about?
You're not a brat.
I mean, you're not playing the fucking song that I put in the background.
Young man, are you not a brat? Sit down. Why are you racing to do the... Take your time.
Bro, if you really want to get deep into it, you're probably still in the...
To my listen. All right.
You're still in Pampers, bro. Enough.
Take your time, please. Okay? Don't try and rush. If you try and rush them, I'll make you do them over and over and over and over again. Take your time and get it right.
You can't make me do anything. I'll make you do something.
This is a lesson in life. Yeah? Are you listening? Are you listening to me? The lesson in life is take your time to do it properly. Because when you rush, you may have to do it over and over and over again. So it's best to just do it slowly, quality, you know? Do it slowly, man. Take your time. That's what your mum said.
Pussy.
Yeah, big up, Cage. Yeah, man, your plants look gorgeous, man. Seriously.
Yeah, I'm about to flip them. So they flip. So now they're gonna double in size and width within the next 10 days.
Okay.
I'll come under 10 days from now. You're gonna see the entire thing completely filled up to the point where it's gonna be too many of them.
Cage, I reckon we should try it. Listen.
Yes, there's a way to do things, right? And it doesn't have to be the wrong way, right? But why does it have to be the wrong way? You can do the thing, you can do it the right way multiple times, over and over and over again, make it a habit.
Cage, man. You're on level 10 already, Cage.
My bad, I'll tone it down, bro. My bad.
All right, cool, man. Relax, man. Relax. So, I was going to say something to you. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. My P.O. box is scrolling under the bottom of the screen, Cage.
I already knew what you're going to fucking say. Enough of that. You're not in the same country as me, okay? So you cannot say publicly that that's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen.
There's different ways to do that. You don't have to do it like this.
All right, I'll do another line. I'm not happy. Do another line. You get in there. I can see you're struggling with this. What? You've done an O there, so you're not thinking. Give me the pen. Quick. Don't rush this time, okay?
He's got it. The issues with the threes and the sixes are the issue.
They're a bit difficult, right? Okay.
Because I can't go
out of the line, yeah. You've got to stay in the line. That's why.
You've got it. You've got it.
Yeah.
You have to reinforce it. Tell me he has it. You're gonna nail it, 100%. He's your flesh. It's your DNA. Obviously, you're gonna go in between the line with the threes and the nines and the sixes.
Shut up, Cage. Shut up, Cage.
Oh, that's rude.
Yes. This is exactly what I wanted to hear. Perfect. Perfect. Yes.
That's rude. Why is he saying shut up, Cage? No. That's naughty.
No, that's awesome. Perfect.
We don't talk to uncles like that.
That's absolutely magnificent. That's what I can tell it's your offspring. Shut up, Cage.
Shut up, Cage.
That's so sick. Yes, continue.
He loves being up. He's not allowed. He's not allowed.
Every cage you see, you have to tell it to shut up. Every cage, okay? In your whole life.
Yeah.
Multiple cages.
Big up, Cage.
Even Lickle Jed knows this shit.
Oh, wait, hold on.
This guy's just start running down mans on the block and shit early.
No. None of that. He'll have no legs to be running down. I'm telling you. None of that. Yeah.
What kind of voice changer are you fucking using? What game are you playing, bro? Yo, can we not play the song I put on in the backstage? You know what I mean? One song. Before a bunch of people hop on here and it gets convoluted and shit. You know what I mean? We're supposed to look into some proper knowledge and shit last time.
Bro, like, yeah, not everyday proper knowledge, but I'm sure that we will be breaking something down. But let's just take our time.
All right, so let's play the track. One track. Jedi, can we not put it in the queue, please?
I probably could, but just relax a bit. I will.
I will, but I'm not going to be here for too long. And when
you got things to do, yeah? You busy, yeah? You got things to do. You got a life, yeah?
Oh, I always have things to do. I'm always doing things. I never sit here and just twiddle my thumbs. Ooh, I'm online. No, I'm always doing something, obviously.
All right, crazy, man. You know, always trying to take shots at us lot that are on the internet. You know, I noticed that. Everyone's on the internet, but no one's an internet guy. I don't.
No, but I'm saying you gotta multitask with it. I should definitely not be on the internet, though. To be honest with you.
One sec. Let me look for something for you, man.
All right, hurry up, man. Play the song after that.
You're doing particularly well and you want to pat yourself on the back. Markets have a way of turning around and making you realize that you shouldn't get overly confident or cocky and that you always still have more learning to do.
Agreed.
Hear that, unique? Don't get cocky.
No, I agree with that. But yeah. There's like it's a very fine line between confidence and then being an idiot.
Fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, Johnny flavor them, way too much heat in my cranium. Like a hot boy push up geranium. Make the lava splash like I'm capable. Or the block out the sun boy. Jedi, I'm not entertaining them. I got prison raining them. I'm a hot boy from Monday to Sunday. Run up your skin like the sun rays. So my man's gang, one sun gaze. True to see the heat, I'm projected. I'm medium selected. You know that I have a deeper connection.
Take your time.
For my cheese a weapon.
The heat I projected.
I got the fire. I got the fire.
Take your time. Are you struggling? Why?
No, I'm liking the lyrics. The lyrics are deep.
What's wrong?
It's proper.
Cause what?
What do you mean? Cause what? I said I like the lyrics.
Come.
You're talking to your child. Okay.
Don't get worried, man. Don't get worried. It's okay. It's all right, man. I'm gonna be angry. That's a good attempt. That's a really good free there. You could do freeze. That's a good one. You're doing that one backwards now.
Your son must master the 3. Backwards is the same thing. It's a funny thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just take your time. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do them like that again. And then I'm going to do the dots, right? So here's one dot. That's the start. You go around. You go to this bit. You go around. And you go to this bit, right? Okay? So come do that one for me here while I'm watching.
Little Jedi is a boss. He's a little boss of the bacon.
Around, in.
Little Jedi.
Now, in. That's all right. Yeah, you want to try again? In. So
you should be making legacies with their name. You know what I mean?
Like that, to that. So you go like that. Yeah? And then just keep doing the freeze all along this line. Keep practicing. Take your time. Take your time, young man. Mama used to say, live your life.
Tell the you believe it when you know you'll.
Man, I tell him.
He's Jedi. You are.
Tell him again.
I'm gonna tell your son right now. Listen, listen, little
Cage.
You are your son. You are
Cage.
your father's
You know what? You're
son.
messing up my Cage.
You're gonna be excellent in every facet of reality. You're gonna be an excellent individual.
He can take rap music in the background. He can take me in the background, making all kinds of noise. He can even have the live stream in the background. But he can't concentrate with your voice, bro. You get me? Your voice is just a different frequency.
You are going to be an excellent individual in every facet of reality. Okay?
Gematria.
It might be a bit different. Gematria. 1,
Gematria.
2, 3. We can do the ABCs.
The man is strange, I'm trying to live righteous, but not like Mike, cause even nothing the same. Do not run with vipers. The one to your snipers, quick to put one in your brain. We real ill, revolutionary, but
Cage, I can't play your song because Doughboy's Cash Out will put
my friends. You're allowed to play.
No. The Biolog World compilation album is registered and it will flag up if I play it.
Okay. What if I find? Okay, I'm gonna find you something different.
That's better. This is better. You're getting there. Keep going. Do more. Finish the line, man. Finish the line. Do like 4 more for me.
But you did but you did a 4-2.
Yeah, I know what I did, but I said carry on and do the whole line. In fact, because you've been a clever clogs, do a whole line, a whole new line of threes now. So trying to be a smarty pants.
Okay.
All right, cool. Right, man. So where's my family at? Where are you at? Like what? You just watching, man. Jump on, family. Hit that like button. Please like up the show. I need to see the likes in the chat representing or reflecting the amount of people that's listening. You know, before we go anywhere, before we start on anything, man. Please.
But still deal. Red pill, chill, will kill. Aim, I got the fire. I got the fire.
Hey.
I got the fire. I got the flame.
I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire.
I got the flame.
I got the fire.
I got the fire. I got the flame. Way too much heat in
My cranium. Push up geranium. I'm Capleton. With a black out to some wine.
I'm not entertaining them. I got bruised on my fire for.
You never had these musics in your class. You never had your teacher playing these.
What about this class? What about I put another one?
Deeper connection.
E for my chi is a weapon.
I can melt concrete when I'm stepping.
I got the
Chi is
fire.
my weapon.
And I got the brain.
The man of my liars, the man are not riders.
Hey,
The man of my
hey,
shit,
hey.
but not like Mike, cause even nothing the same. Do not run with vipers.
No up your snipers, quick to put one in your brain.
The master used that she as your weapon.
Red pill, chill, will kill. If I shoot, it won't be no nil-nil.
You know what the real chi is, bro?
Real kill. Shoot, it won't be no nil-nil. I get 2 for 1 like a meal deal. I got the fire.
I got the fire.
I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire.
Think about it. You can't have the fire without the wind. You can't have the other element. You have to have all the other elements in order to have the fire. Play the fucking video I put in the private, bro.
What?
The fire, blah, blah. Enough of that. I put in the private. This one's not going to be fucking
Oh man, I don't
waffled.
know.
It's not going to be waffled, bro. Play it.
Bro, why you want me to play a 9-year-old song like cuz?
It's 9 years old on purpose. What do you mean? It's real shit, bro. You think it gets old? It's always there.
Again, Doughboys Cash Out. We Run the City, Volume 2, Flood Zone will not be able to be played by me.
No,
Song-
you're clicking the same link. Click the next link, and it's not.
No. You're incorrect.
on there.
No, you're incorrect. This cannot be played.
Oh, for God.
Yeah, it's official. Like, big up to them. They're getting their money, man. It's official. You just can't play it. You know what I mean? They want to check. Yeah, man, it's official. Credit to them.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna put one of my friends.
Allow it, man.
Unfortunately, your shot is fucking melon.
Allow it, man. Let me play my tune. My tune.
Jamaican completely. It's just kind of. It sounds like crap. I sound like a damn idiot when I say it. Just fuck. It doesn't even sound like you can't make that Jamaican honest love voiceless. Sound like a douche.
Hey. Yo.
Scumbag in the building. Randy there, it's a Flagerian. Jamaica link up, check Harvey.
What's this?
Walking slowly, looking bossy in a dose.
That's cool.
I thought she
That's
didn't
cool.
know
That's
from
cool.
the way
That's
that she
cool.
approached me. I
What's
said,
this?
my name
Alright,
is
you're gonna
Jedi.
take a break.
She said her name's Fiona.
When you come
I
back, you're
called her
gonna
up
do
from
more
London.
freeze.
She said she
Okay?
came with OG.
Go take
She's
a break.
looking for
Go
a
do your
OG.
thing.
He's both clean to hold squeeze. Big
Don't make a
breasts,
mess.
can feel up in your ovaries. Make your bust eye water and
Sweat at you. Alright, he's out. He's gone now.
Make your go scream. Do you give me
Gone.
the pussy and the pussy got murder? The pussy funeral.
He's gone now, and daddy's alone. What you say, ladies? You're saying, yeah? He's out the room now. I see the way he's looking at me, biting your lip and that. You know what I mean?
All right, Jez, this is just you and I on here. Can you please play this song? It's the last one. It's a UK Toronto link up, and you're definitely allowed. You're allowed to play this, guaranteed.
Cause I don't. Are you going crazy? You think I'm allowed to play Smoke Dog and Skepta? What? What's your mind?
Yeah, we own it. We own it.
Mind, cuz like I can't
We
play.
own it. Shut up. We own it.
Shush, man. Shut up, man, dickhead. I can't play this, man. Don't annoy me, you know.
Yeah, you can. You just started to. You obviously can.
You can't play this. So, yeah, I don't know what you're thinking. It's like you're trying to get me in trouble. So saying I can play stuff that I can't.
How is that trying to get you in trouble?
Because it's like you're trying to get me to play copyrighted music, and then that fucks up my stream. Like, are you on Crocodile or something? Like, what's happening there? What kind of bath salts are you smoking?
Cage it on the crocodile.
You on Crocodile?
Yeah, my limbs are being eaten, flesh-eating disease.
You know what it is, because it sounds like something to get into.
You're allowed to play that, you fucking waffle. Stop waffling.
No fucking man. I can't play it, man. I think I'm gonna lie for. Let me play tune anyway, man. Shush. Yo, family, can someone jump on so I can talk to someone other than Cage? Like one.
No, they may not.
Please help me.
You have to play one. Okay, I'm gonna find another track. You have to play one track, and then everyone's gonna jump on it.
Cool. Find a track that we can play, cuz.
Okay, I'm gonna find one we can actually play, for God's sake. Hold on.
I don't even know what this on Jamaican completely. It's just kind of. It sounds like crap. I sound like a damn idiot when I say it. Fuck. It doesn't even sound like you can't make that Jamaican honest love voiceless. Sound like a douche.
Scumbag in the girl. Randy there, it's a Nigerian. Jamaica link up.
Yeah.
Walking slowly, looking bossy in a
Nosy.
She didn't know me
From the way that she approached me.
I said my name is Jedi.
She said that is the only.
I told her I'm from London.
She said she grew with OG.
Looking for an OG who's both clean to hold swing.
Hey.
Big black sun you can feel up in your ovaries. Make your bust eye water and sweat out your whole weed.
I'll feel it, I make your soul scream.
So you gave me piece of pussy and the
Pussy got murder. They can't for dig it up further.
The Kama Sutra.
Ain't even heard of. Square up for the fire. When I force him, I look, the whole chimney collapse.
I still won't let the kidneys relax.
Get a blackberry ping me for that. Dopey maker. The dopey maker.
From
Nigeria and Jamaica. That's when you're the prettiest a pussy figure. Hey. Make the pussy swell, Ricky Lake up. How you think I got the dopey maker? What a rascal disaster. Me and the cocky master. In a plaster. So me back it up in the corner. After. Hey, full of water. No, sir. Bigger.
Alright, put one in the private, bro. There's no way this one's copy, bro.
Make the pussy do the Macarena. Hey, Kate.
Make it to the back arena.
Hey.
Make the funny do the things. The funny do the things.
Hey, Kate. You ever made the pussy do the Macarena? You ever
Yeah,
made the pussy do the
pussy can
Macarena?
make a-
Hey,
Macarena.
Hey,
Yo,
Macarena.
Yeah, you do it the Macarena, you do it the egg, bro.
Funny can make a man do crazy things. Funny can make a man do crazy things.
Whichever way you'd like.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, big up.
Play the fucking track. This one is not fucking copyrighted. There's no way Young Wiggy Goozy copyright, bro. Play that.
Yo, Cage, hold up. What's
Cage,
up, bro?
You're proper trying to rape us into
Young Wiggy Goozy, not copyrighted.
Cage, brother.
You're trying to rape us into playing music we don't want to play because it's mad.
Just play one track and I'm gonna fuck off. Shut up.
Cage.
No means no. No means no.
Cage, don't be rude, man.
Bro,
Cage, don't be rude.
I will shut the fuck up, bro.
Cage, you shut up, man.
That's what I'm saying. I will shut up. I'm gonna shut up. Just play.
Yeah, everyone's cool, man. Cage, everyone's cool. No need for the rudeness. No need for the rudeness, fam.
It's all love, brother. Don't rude.
Not love, man. We're gonna play
your. To be disrespectful.
Jedi's a rapper. Jedi, go on. Bust another line.
Let me go.
Play some young Wiggy Gucci.
Yo, I'm a rapper. I'm not a capper. Yo, I'm not a slapper. Yo, I just rapper. Yo.
Yeah, no.
Continue.
I don't know what he's on about. Cage, do you understand what he's saying?
I like fish with batter. Put it on the platter with some haggis. I am the baddest. Woo! Yeah.
Jedi, listen to this one, yeah? We're the meanest, cleanest, biggest penis, fattest penis. English girl, them love big dick. Let's put the 12-inch in there. Meanest, cleanest, biggest penis in the house.
Wait, did you say meanest, cleanest? You say meanest, cleanest, biggest penis. Wait, sorry, Cage. I need to hear this lyric. What?
Yeah, you want me to say it again?
Yeah.
Okay. We are the meanest, cleanest, biggest penis, fattest penis. English girl, them love big dick. Let's
You're
put
a fucking all I heard. I'm a waffle. I'm an English waffle. You're an English muffin.
Meanest, cleanest. Yeah, I mean, I'm English born. You can't help me. I'm born.
You're a whole like English muffin.
Yeah, we're English. Hey, even Jedi must probably is from England, man. We're English. So what? What's the big deal?
I don't know.
Meanest, cleanest, biggest penis, fattest penis. Hey, they're laughing. Who's laughing there, man?
What's it?
English muffin.
First of all,
Continue the song.
First of all, you started the song with we. Then you said we have the. So you're saying a group of you.
Yeah, I'm talking about English. I'm
and the cleanest.
Me and my man them from my own.
The meanest and the cleanest, biggest penis.
And fattest penis.
Batsy boy, bro. You guys.
Oh, who's a batsy? Cage, shut up.
Play the fucking song, you fucking coward. Play the song.
Yeah, hey, listen, I'm from born in the roughly North London, and that's that, man. And me and my man them from Northwest London, that's it. Man.
Yeah. No. Hold on.
Hey, Jedi, why you? Hey, Jedi's laughing so much.
I'm laughing, bro. Hey, you give me a joke. But
meanest, cleanest, biggest penis. Hey, come on, Jedi. Come on, bro.
We have the meanest. What? The meanest? What? The meanest?
We have the meanest, cleanest, biggest
penis.
Meanest, cleanest, biggest penis, fattest penis. English girl, them love big dick. Let's put the 12-inch in there. Meanest, cleanest.
When was the last time you saw a live pussy?
Oh, Cage, just Cage, you're Cage. Come on.
Trilluminati Live has nothing to do with that song.
No, it's me. It's MC Anthony's song. It's my song. Yeah.
We'll give you the best pussy possible. You know.
We're doing your pussy. Cage, keep your pussy.
How are you offering him pussy? You tell him to come Canada, you're gonna give him pussy.
No, I don't want Canadians. Yes, I don't want to touch them, man.
The women, the network I have, they respect here. So yeah, we get them.
Yeah, but no
what
one
the
wants
hell is going on out here?
Okay.
Someone's got the biggest, fattest, cleanest, meanest penis.
I heard it. What's that?
This guy's offering Canadian pussy. I don't know.
That's true.
Both of you calm down,
listen, I'll tell you something for nothing.
Find a bitch that can handle that for you. Don't worry.
Cage, I'll tell you something for nothing. No one wants to.
This is right.
So don't get it twisted, man. Don't get it twisted, my brother.
Play the track.
It's what Motion says before he jumps on the horse. You know what I mean? Penis.
Biggest penis, fattest penis, English girl, them love big dick. Let's put the 12-inch in there.
What thing is that, man? You need to fix that, man.
Oh, is that Mako? Hey, Mako, yo, what's happening? What's happening?
What's up, man? Happy New Day, man.
Hey, happy new. Hey, every day is a weekend for me. Every day is a Sunday for me, man. Oh, good, brother. How are you?
I'm good, man.
Every day you sound like I feel like
every day is a Sunday night. Sunday. You get
I can hear you spearfishing with notes of sex. Like
fucking
you can't.
Cage, listen,
starve on the island.
Let your cage keep
spearfishing.
Don't come out of your cage. Stay in your cage, man.
Shut the fuck up. I'll put your money.
Oh shit.
Yo, shut up. No one cares about money, man. Money is just paper, man. Who cares?
You look crazy, man. Big up the chat, man. Come on, man. Big up everybody.
Yo, Mako, spit some bars. I like Mako. Hey, Mako and Jedi, I forgot to tell you, I like the way you guys roasted that, what's his name? That,
sorry for disrespecting you guys. Can you please play
that
the
Arab
song?
guy, what's his name? Menace. Jedi, Mako, I watch that video all the time, man. You know,
I'm sorry for
Menace is trying to
disrespecting.
talk
Can you
shit.
please, out of respect, can we play the
No,
song?
I'm lost. I'm lost. I can't.
Nah, Menace, I remember Menace from Speakers Corner.
Gematria is in the middle of the conversation. It's kind of
Yeah, Mako, Menace from Speakers Corner. Ding dong, ring a bell, ding dong.
Menace. Who's that?
Yeah, Menace. Yeah, that
is that
guy
a guy
from
with the
Arabic looking.
Yeah, with
I'm
the
also
dollar.
Arabic looking, but Menace is the one who's trying to call you.
Menace.
Yeah, Jedi should remember.
Oh, the weirdo guy.
The guy with the money, with the money in it, with the burning the dollars.
Yeah, the guy who says, yo, 2 2s on my farm's like the craze out here. His fam is the craze ass. That's what his fam is.
He's crazy, man. He's crazy.
He's crazy, man. Big him up, like he's a fucking.
Yeah, but that video is funny though. Mecca says, "What you saying? Who you saying? You walking too much or walking too far or something?"
No, take a walk, man. Walk, man. Take a
yeah, he's an idiot anyway. He's an idiot. He's an idiot from Edgware Road. They eat too much kebabs or those fucking shawarmas. That's all. Man. Yeah, man. Anyway, big up, lads. Happy Monday.
All right, big up, man. Let me play this song before Cage does my fucking head in.
Okay, go on, Jeds. Go
better
on.
be good, Cage. I swear to God.
Go on.
So why you lying? You ain't never sold no bricks, no. It's young, wicked, goosey, I got the brick flow. Many men wanna kill.
Sorry. Pause, please, Jets. Sorry. I swear I saw a guy with his mum's fucked up house coat on.
I don't know what's going on.
But I think we're gonna move forward anyway.
Yeah, I'm actually getting angry. I'm getting a bit pissed off now, bro.
Is that Cage in the background? No.
Yeah,
Sorry.
what we doing, man? What we doing? Talk to me. I don't get it.
This guy's gonna kick you.
Why is it you want me to play this? What for what?
It's not copyright. It's not
No,
copyrighted.
Jeds.
Yeah, but it's shit though.
Bro, come
Hey,
on.
guys, come on. Let
Give it a
man-
chance. Give it a chance. It gets good after.
Let him flow, guys. Give him a chance, man. Give him a chance to flow. Go on.
Why is man
Go
wearing
on,
his
bro.
mum's coat though?
Fucking hell.
Nah, man. Yeah, tell me, like, come on. Like, they just want us to look past all of this shit. But guess what? In the end, it'll be us.
Taking the blame.
You never even let it play for fucking over.
They play it. They got that to lose.
Okay, Jedi, can you finish it?
Fuck up your stream and leave.
Oh, hello, knock. Jedi, is it possible to play what you're playing, bro?
Yeah, I will, man.
Early tap.
In your own time. Yeah, go on.
I am doing it in my own time.
Yeah, sorry, I just saw the fucked up house coat.
Yeah,
so
why I'm saying your
My
own time
bad.
is because some people butted in and that's all.
Yeah, yeah. If you see a guy wearing his mum's coat, you're gonna say something. You're gonna say, pause, please.
Oh, you started. Hey, don't start that, mom.
Man, looks like Django in the hood and shit. Headshots.
I'm gonna say, is your mum okay?
Who's mom? Whose mom are you asking about? Whose mom?
The youth, because he's wearing his coat. He's wearing a coat.
That's a Burberry jacket, bro.
Cage, is your mom alright? Is your mom alright?
And it's the fucked up house coat.
She blessed.
Anthony, it's the guy who is wearing his mum's jacket. If you're wearing your mum's jacket, yeah.
Bro, these guys will fucking.
You're wearing your mum's jacket.
Yeah, but no. Listen, why I'm laughing? Hey,
Wow.
Hey, listen.
Can we get some order, please? It's too early, man, for you lot's bullshit.
The guy that's wearing his mum's jacket. If I saw him, I think, bruh, that's his mum's jacket.
That girl makes you go to work. You're a
Yo, Cage, I'm gonna kick you off.
All right.
I'm gonna be like, yo, why is he wearing his mum's jacket? Then I'm gonna think, fuck, is his mum okay? Because his mum ain't got right? And I'm gonna think, if I see you in your mum's jacket, straight away I'm gonna be like, where's your mum? Is she okay?
Yeah.
Because how come you're out in her jacket? Where is she then?
Yeah.
What have you done?
It's Canada, you know.
It's
Canada.
You can't do wicked
Anything's
music
possible.
like that, bro. Come on.
Possible. Have you killed her? Like, where's your
You know
mum?
about connections, bro.
Don't make us rewind it and see the coat again, you know, cuz it's like you're not paying attention.
Yeah, like man trying to act like we didn't just see a man in a house coat. Dressing
Fucked
gown.
up house though.
Bro,
Yeah.
he talks about it in the song if you give it a chance. He
Oh,
You know the
great.
one that-
Can't wait for him to chat about it in the song. Woo! Oh, that's
Get
gonna
me.
be
That parents' evening coat. Man came with the parents' evening coat.
I'm trying to reheat, yeah. I'm trying to reheat some patties that I bought last night in the air fryer. Right? Let's see how this goes. I'm gonna set it to reheat. Yeah. Let's go. Go then.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's see how this works out.
It should work still.
I used to put them in the toaster, but it's like my toaster broke today.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Abuse. You know, like toasters, they're not making them like they used to. Yeah, we're trying to do different stuff.
This toaster is ancient. It's a massive toaster. It's ancient.
Right.
And yeah, it's about time it died. It's like one of them four toasters, isn't it?
It's give a good service.
Pause. Yeah. I like American look appliances. Hey, man, like Sniper in the building, you know. Fucking. So, how did you feel your review went yesterday, bro?
Oh, it was fucking excellent, bro. Fucking excellent. I loved it. And I loved all your input and everybody's input, man.
I'm trying to shut up.
Play the fucking track.
I know. Then I was like, nope, I ain't saying shit. Then it was like, oh no, everyone. You get me? Let me have my little rant. It was timed perfectly though. It was good, man. You know what I mean?
So Beef is saying that Respect was trying to do his own review.
Right.
To combat the review that you was doing, and then
and he quit.
He said he ended up watching your review or something. I don't know what's going on.
He quit. The numbers weren't sufficient.
I'm gonna review the review. He said, "Oh, I'm gonna let the gossiping men review, and then I'm gonna review the YouTube gossipers because we're not really on this YouTube thing. I'm just here for 15 minutes and I'm out. So I'm gonna let the YouTube. I do shit in real life. This is what he's saying, yeah. I do shit in real life, and these men are just on YouTube. But I'm like, yo, cuz before you had a real life, before YouTube existed, bruv, allow it, man. We can't compare ourselves to you. You are the fucking man, Respect. No one else is on anything. No one else is smart. No one else has lived any life. No one else has got no. Oh, you're a parent. We're parents. This is what he hit us with. We're parents and we work. We ain't got time to be on YouTube all day. And I was like, this guy's a joker, cuz. You're a joker. I was a parent before you could legally get pussy, bro. I was a parent before you could legally get vagina.
Makes no sense.
I will make my son punch you in the fucking face and break your shit up. If you ever bump into him, he's going to fuck you up. And then you can talk about who's a parent, who's not. Dickhead. He's urged you disrespecting his dad, isn't it? Let's be real. I can't stop him. I can't stop him.
We'll see how the
when you see a little Jedi and he's got his little fucking hands around your neck.
Little Jedi. Little Jedi is a
save it, like save all that stuff. Allow it, man. Trying to paint anyone else like that they ain't got a life. I got so much of a life. I could take some years off so you can catch up and actually get out there. When you learn how to wash every day and clean your fucking dry skin,
bro, I can take the rest of my life.
Listen. Hold on, shut up, Cage.
I'll still be fucking.
Shut up, Cage. Yeah, because certain men are tramps. Yeah, you're a tramp in real life, cuz you about rare. Like your yard is disgusting. Multiple sources told us your yard is disgusting. You can't even look after your fucking youth. Them other people coming to brush their hair and fucking make them look clean, right? Yeah. This is what other people are saying. So address them before you come and chat shit about we're parents and we work and da. You tramp. You sensations eating tramp. Yeah, busy drinking sensations. Shut up, man.
You made that choice in order for the, you make your bed.
I just don't like the assumption. I just don't like the assumption.
You make your bed, you gotta lay in it, bro.
We ain't got lives. We're the ones with no lives, and you're the one with the life, dickhead. This is your life. All of this gang and forever family and podcasts and interview and rapping at people's funerals and going to people's gravesides to shoot videos so that you can that's your life. That is what you do. That's all you do. If it wasn't for this YouTube, Instagram, forever family, I'm a community. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't have shit go on in. There'd be nothing you did. There's nothing that you would be doing in your life. So let's not pretend like you're not trying to fill your life with things because you ain't got shit going in. Fucking empty little vessel. Get me? Trying to convince people, yeah, we work and we got kids. After you just got kids the other day, pussy old. You just got custody of your kids the other day. Now you wanna throw the fact that you're a father in our face. You see the kind of tramp you are? Like you're just a tramp, bruv. You literally just got your youth. And now you're trying to go on like no one else don't have youth.
I know, you're muted, Cage, you know.
Shut up, man.
Now you're trying to act like no one else ain't got kids. Come on, man. That when I heard that statement, we got kids, we work, we got kids, we ain't got time to be on YouTube. I was like, oh my fucking God. Look at this, brother. What's wrong with you, man? Stop trying to make other people look lesser than you. Because the truth is, everyone's more than you. You trying to make other people look lesser than you. For what reason, cuz? Because we're reviewing content on YouTube. That's what we do. We're YouTubers. We don't have to pretend that we don't do YouTube to look like we're cooler and we're too cool for YouTube and we're too bad. But then every 5 minutes, we're running back to YouTube. We don't care what no one's opinion is, but every 5 minutes you're talking about, I'm gonna let them talk, I'm gonna let them gossip, I'm gonna let them diss, I'm gonna let them say what they got to say, and then I'm gonna review them. But you don't care what man says, but you still got a review, man. It's burning you. This is why I didn't want to be part of no fucking review anyway. I didn't even want to review your fucking shit content. I didn't, because I knew you were gonna make yourself look like a dickhead anyway. Let's just be real. I didn't want to review it. Because the first thing you try to draw for is, you say, hey, no, it's media. Pussy. Media. Anyway. Cage, I don't know what you're on, Cage. Relax yourself, man. Like, all that noise you're making when I'm chatting, that get kicked out.
Mimicking and stuff. Like.
Yeah, don't ever do that again, Cage. I don't know what you're doing. Somehow you feel like everyone's talking to you or whatever. I let you on last time. You make up noise. You do anything. You annoy me, and you're gone. Sorry, Cage. I like having you on there, but you need to have some self-control. That's some fucking manners. Yeah? If I come to Toronto, I'll punch you straight in your jaw and smoke your weed. Right. Yeah, no, we can't microwave patties. You're not talking about warming up patties. No. I refuse, bro.
Yeah, oven.
Yeah, the microwave has just become like a symbol of oppression to me, man. Like anytime I've got to use the microwave, I'm pissed. New Year's Eve. Yeah, when we got the food.
Yeah, that was mad. Yeah, that was mad. Yeah.
I was fucking upset, cuz. I can't lie to you. And I was saying to them before that, like, what are we gonna do? We're gonna warm up in the oven. What are we gonna do? And they was like, no, we need to get a microwave. I'm like, microwave? I hate a microwave, man.
I'm trying to be nice, Jets. You know. I say you play like 15 seconds. All he says, "Oh, his mom is drunk." Why do
you have to try to be nice?
Because I have to. Because what do you mean? You ask yourself that question. Why do you have to try to be nice?
Because man's Canadian. That's why.
Anyway, Judge, can I ask one question? Yeah.
Yes, King. Yes.
Yeah, I've been on the Next Man Respect and all that from before. I've been on most panels. Valley. I like Valley actually. He's all right.
Yeah.
I saw Respect's interview on the weekend. I'm not going to say where and when. I just saw it on the weekend.
Yeah.
I think my personal take on that.
The one with Tommy Robinson, right? You're talking, right?
Yeah. With Tommy.
Tommy Robinson. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I don't like Tommy. Yeah, he's a cunt. I think he's a cunt. And Respect just kept being real. He should listen more instead of butting in and cutting people off on them. Because there's a girl on there chatting, and I think she was respectful as well. And he just kept butting in. And even the geezer who was hosting the show, he wasn't too bad. You know what I mean? So, I mean, It is what it is, yeah. People don't have to shake hands. Yeah, if someone doesn't like each other, hey, fair enough. They don't like each other. It's not a racist thing or anything. If you don't like someone, you don't like them. So, I mean...
So you feel like Respect should have shook Tommy Robinson's hand?
No, it's his choice, bro.
Choice, man. I agree. I think
it's his choice. No. It's like me. If I don't shake anybody's hand, doesn't matter what color you are, I don't have to shake your hand.
Yeah, but we got to be real. You know what I mean? The reasoning is one-sided, it seems. You know what I mean? That's why it makes him look a bit wonky. You know what I mean? Because like no matter what, yeah, you're supposed to be able to be a gentleman and you know what I mean, shake each other's hand and yeah. All right.
Well,
But
grab man's hand while you're shaking it and say, you know what, me and you's gonna have to debate in our car.
Yeah, no, but
Can't be done like,
on
you know
a
what I mean?
realistic note, Mako, you can't force somebody to shake someone's hand.
Squeeze it as well. If you're a man, you squeeze the next man's hand.
But then they
squeeze
say,
that motherfucker.
They say, oh, look, it goes back to violence and all that shit.
Oh, please, man.
All right, one second, brother. Shircactus.
You did that. You did that. Big up, everybody.
Big up, Cactus.
Big up
my Nigerians.
Whoa. What's all this about?
Hey, I'm Portuguese. Big up Nigerians and Portuguese.
Nah.
Portuguese and Nigerians.
No,
big up the Portuguese and the Nigerians.
You knew what would happen.
Is that what she jumped on to do? Is that your whole plan, to jump on and call man Nigerians?
But that's not going to work, is it? You're going to go back in the audience and get cut.
Sister, come on. Man. That's sister, try harder, man. Come on, don't do that, man. Try harder. Yeah. Big up the Nigerians and the Portuguese. I've got Portuguese in me. So what? And what? Yeah. It is.
That's like me. That's like me calling you a gollywog Muslim. Mad thing. Yeah. Don't start catfishing, man. Leave Nigeria out to your goddamn mouth.
Yeah. Big up Cristiano Ronaldo, Portugal. You get me? Yeah. We all good. Yeah, man. But yeah, anyway, it is what it is. Respect did what he had to do. If he wants to shake anyone's hand, no one can force anyone to shake anyone's hand. It's up to you, man. But I mean, myself, I don't like Tommy. Personally, I think he's a little dickhead. I think he's trying to rinse money off people. He's just getting money and living off fucking handouts. That's all I think.
Who?
Tommy Robinson.
Tommy.
They go, Tommy. Tommy's fucking Irish. He's not even fully English. He's Irish. He's got Irish in him. Yeah. So,
all right, well, Cactus is back. Big up, Cactus. What was you going to say?
Big up. The only reason why I said the only reason I want to first of all apologize.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. We don't even know what the reasoning for it.
I'm not humble. I want to firstly apologize. You little fucker.
Really? You know what? It's because your song, you say fly deer, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I was like, actually, let me not. Yeah, I was just hating.
Tried to.
That's what it was. You're hating.
I was just hating, yeah. We got the Flygerian. The Flygerian man, them. Yeah.
No, I sounded like fly.
Oh, what fly? Like you trying to say like we're like flies?
Like we
like landing strip.
What?
Yeah, landing strip. Like the fly landing strip.
I don't think I like this girl anyway, man.
We're not going back there, MJ.
Nah, I don't think I like it, man. I feel like you're starting racial tensions for no reason. Do you know what I mean? It's gonna end with this. Right. So,
where are you from?
Wait. Sorry. So, Shani, you wanted to tell us something, didn't you? I just feel like you did.
I just came on. I liked the review. The review was good.
Oh.
Yeah, give us your review. Give us your review then.
So the review was good. The interview was shit. It was 3 hours of absolute bullshit, waste of time. Like genuinely. And the funniest thing is Spray at the end.
Was you genuinely angry? Because you looked like you was angry when you was typing. Like, was he genuinely pissed off by it?
I was because I just thought this is a good opportunity, right? Okay, cool. Yeah. Like the only reason why he's getting to speak to Tommy is because Tommy's doing his rounds, like you were saying, right?
Yeah.
And this is a decent platform to do his rounds on. I just feel like you knew, even if you knew 2 hours before, get your shit together. This is your time.
This is your time, man. Like, years in preparation.
This is your time.
Exactly. You lose yourself in that. What's it? His arms is heavy.
The music. Yeah. 8th Mile.
Yeah.
You should have been jogging outside and that. Get me locks.
Do you know what? He got himself looking the part. Do you know what I mean? I just feel like you looked the part, you flopped. And it's not. I don't think it's 100% his fault, right? It was having a shit host, like, sorry, Spray is, he just shouldn't do podcasts.
No, he should.
No, that's serious, or any serious topic. Like, he literally is gifted a rant about, he shouldn't be the podcast host. He should just be a panelist or some sort of addition. Like, he can't be because he's a joke. Like, and he makes everything a mockery. So, well, if I'm talking about this.
No, but I thought it was good. It's one situation where Tommy knows he can get punched up. For real, for real. Mm.
A lot of people like that because he's joking with man, but like, do you know what I mean?
I
don't know.
Supposed to beat you up, man.
I do get it, and
it's an element of the like the gangster jester, the gangster joker. It's like I'm not calling Spray a gangster. I'm just saying there's an element of him joking, but like it's like there's only a little bit that you can joke back with him. Like he's not accepting jokes on the same level. You know what I mean? And I love that. Yeah, I love that. It's like jokes on you lot, like not on him. Jokes on you lot. He's not having it.
But this. So that's why I think he's good. He's good, but just not this. He wasn't the right person for this conversation. Then let me just say that. Actually, we take back saying he's a shit host. I just think for this conversation, it was just not. It was not right. We needed like somebody that was serious. Like the whole thing going into an Islamic debate was just debacle. Is that the word? It was just stupid. It was the. The thing is, I know Respect would have been there. And he would have felt so under pressure when they're talking about Islam. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because like, and he even said, I don't talk about Islam. I talk about black and violence and stuff like that, right? Because he knows, but also it's a male ego, isn't it? So you don't want to be sitting there in front of all these people, the thousands of people that are going to watch it, and be like, yeah, you know what? I'm new to the deen, to be honest with you, and X, Y, and Z. Because we have our egos. So admitting that we don't know what we're talking about sometimes is very hard. Do you know what I mean? Especially when it should be something that you should be on. You should be studying. That should be your full. I don't know if he studies or not, right? So I'm not going to say whether I think he does or not. But I'm going to actually, because I'm just about to do it. I think his concentration perhaps isn't with the deen when it comes to speaking on things, but like, no, that's not denying him being a Muslim or anything. I'm just saying that, like, I think maybe that part of his lifestyle is like a really personal thing to him, and
of course,
he doesn't want to project that out anywhere else. Like, but he kind of said that anyway. But I just feel like,
or you know, your newfound Islam ain't necessarily as harmonious with your Black Power stances and your being respect and all that. So. You're trying to not overdo it. You don't want to over make it a big thing.
Well, exactly, because he also is going to have so many eyes on him.
You know why? The truth is,
for Saudi Arabia.
And this, let me tell you something. The truth is, and this ain't a truth that I'm necessarily proud of or saying is a good thing. The truth is, a lot of his core people are not going to like the fact he's turned Muslim, and he has to just deal with that.
That's a fact.
I'm not gonna lie. I was surprised that the.
How can you be a Muslim? You don't want to talk about Islam, but yet, when we're reviewing this, you want to do your Easter. When we're reviewing this, you want to do your Easter freestyle. He was a person. Like, we sick of that shit. Leave Easter to R.I.P. Why you keep bringing him up?
Yeah, hey, come on, let that Ghanaian brother rest in peace.
Yeah.
You know, I just want to say, love you loads. I'll be back late on Jedi, Maku.
Yeah, man, big up.
And the Wisdom, yeah. But Jedi, before I go, remember, Jedi,
you know what? I don't.
Remember the meanest, cleanest. Yeah, cool, man. Cool.
Wow.
No one wants to remember that. We almost burned it out of our brains. No, see the Easter thing. I don't know whether or not it's. I can't remember if it's. Oh, I think it was March. It might have been February that he passed, you know. So maybe that was why he did it, as like it was like 3 years ago. Yeah, but okay. So
how Muslim do you think he is?
God bless the dead. And I'm saying right now, we trying to chat about a podcast with Young Spray and Tommy Robinson and Respect.
Yeah,
we're about the dead brother that passed. Like you're mixing up things. You've gone from playing your freestyle about. Your freestyle about Brother Issa to talking about Young Spray and internet trolls, and you just shit in the water all the time. Like, if you want to show your love, do that. If you want to talk about your review, do that. But why are you mixing them all, bro? If you're just a fucking attention-seeking whore, you use anyone's name, anyone's death, anyone's life, just to just seem like you're on something. Allow it, man. Allow it.
No, when he drew Grenfell, yesterday, I had to
you
pause.
don't give a fuck about Grenfell.
Like, what? Are you being fucking serious, my brother? Like, don't do that. I was like, don't do that, Ras. Please, please, please. Whatever you're doing, stop right now.
I will do it. This is the same brother that went to the man's graveside to shoot video and look like you're all mournful and remorseful, and then on my podcast call him a pussy, telling everyone how you ran him down with a knife because he tried to fuck your gal. I can't stand these dickheads, man. Go tell the world that you cut your hair for him. Yeah, like you never cut your hair already. Prick, man. I can't take this prick.
So with the talking about the Islamic things as well, it's like what I noticed about like the old Ras when he used to do his live streams is he would talk on Islamic subjects and whatnot and do it with confidence. Do you know what I mean? Like he would be confident about it and say what his knowledge is on it and whatnot, and obviously own up to maybe not knowing certain things or whatever, or asking a Muslim like what it was. But it feels like he's got so many eyes on him at the moment. Like when you the way that it was set up,
Stop. You only have eyes on you, because you told your brethren to hold the camera and film you, dickhead. Do your shit. You want to film everything, right, dickhead?
No, what I'm trying to say is like, so when you, especially if you're in the public eye, right, and you put yourself in the public eye, and you've put it out there that you're Muslim, now you're going to have so many people hanging on to everything you say to see whether or not you make a mistake.
Right,
you see what I'm saying? So that they can refute you. And so many, it's like non-Muslims, a lot of Muslims do it.
And the type of shit he used to do, you mean?
Yeah, so basically, there's gonna be, do you know what I mean? So I feel like
he's in danger of being respected. Is that what you're saying?
You could say that. You could say that, but he should have been more prepared, because it's like you already know the score. You know the score. Like you can't just walk into the lion's den, right?
Pause.
And no, you can't just walk into the lion's den and not be a lion and be a cat, bruv. Like you literally went in there just like with nothing. And you know that Tommy Robinson is gonna have shit because he has been doing it. He's the anti. He's the anti.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That is him. He's gonna obviously have shit. Like I wouldn't want to debate Tommy Robinson. If I was to debate him, I would need to really sit down and go through all his shit and see what he continuously says.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then rebuttal that, because he's now sitting there saying, at the end of the podcast, on the Islamic thing, Creamer said to him, so I just think that you've got an issue with Pakistanis and not Muslims, and you need to know the difference and whatever, blah, blah. And it's not Islam, sorry.
Spray said that to him.
No, Cream said it. And he said, no, it is Islam. So he's saying it's Islam, it's not Pakistanis, it's Islam itself. Bring me a scholar next time, blah, blah, blah. I'll sit with them, blah, 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 blah. So he wants to debate Islam. And the thing is with Tommy is, it's like, my sum up of Tommy is he's a racist, right? But it's easier to be a bigot than it is to be a racist. Because
all right, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to answer. This week, I'm not going to ask people if I can answer them a question. I'm just going to ask them. Do you think that Tommy is racist to all non-whites? Has he racist views against all non-whites? Has he got prejudice against all non-whites? Or is it a specific group that you think he has prejudice towards?
I think it's against all non-whites, but I think at this moment in time, for him and his agenda, it's a specific group. It's a group that he thinks is the weakest. Because he doesn't see black people as weak. I'm sorry, he doesn't. That's why he tries to... Yeah, that's why he tries to ride with them. Do you know what I'm saying? Get them on my side. Get them to see it's Islam.
I don't think he thinks Muslims are weak. I think he knows they're weak.
No, he thinks Pakistanis are weak. That's the thing.
I don't think he thinks that either.
Right, I'll tell you why I think he thinks that, right? Because he did make a statement saying, well, because Respect went, oh, but what about Christianity does that, or blah, 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 blah. And he's like, yeah, well, these are ideologies that are up for criticism. So he's already told us now that it's okay to criticize an ideology, but you can't criticize somebody's ethnicity, right? So he knows that. So he's not going to go and say, it's Pakistan is this, it's Pakistan is that. Even though at the start of the podcast, he was showing us how he developed it into Muslim issue from his interactions with Pakistanis. Do you know what I'm saying? So he was at the start of the podcast, Tommy's telling us his timeline, and he's talking about Pakistanis did this, Pakistanis did that, Pakistanis did this. And then he went on to, then he realized it was a Muslim problem, or an Islam, it was Islam that was the issue. But it's not Islam that's the issue, it's his issue with non-whites. And at this moment in time, he's going to target the Pakistani community because he thinks they're the weakest.
I ain't heard about his issue with non-whites. Heard about his issue with non-whites, right?
But you're not going to hear you're not going to hear it.
He punched like a black dude somewhere, right? In another country, he punched him. But it's like, is he not allowed to punch a black person? I punched a white person.
No, but my thing is, I don't think. Look, this is the thing. If you're starting an English defense league, right? You've already and he's not even English. You're already like, he knows the kind of people he rolls with. He's already admitted that there's racist women.
Yeah, the black boy with him, and the police not.
It doesn't matter. We all know that literally holds no weight whatsoever. Like literally, your little token black. It's not true. It's the words. It's the words that he says as well. He says blacks and all this kind of stuff. It's the fact that he tries to mimic and mirror. Like it's all like we see him, and he thinks he's smarter. He thinks he's smarter than the general population. He thinks he's smarter than black people. I'm telling you that. Like I genuinely think he thinks that. Like even to use, like he uses everything, and you know what? And Raspek did it as well. He was bringing out all these cliche things, and it was just like, just be honest, just be truthful.
This is what I mean by it. Like it finally dawned on me when I saw the two brothers on the stage. It dawned on me something that I guess I'd kind of come to this conclusion, but I hadn't settled on it. But it dawned on me that Raspek and Tommy Robinson are unfortunately two sides of the same coin. They're social agitators. They're ignorant men with inflated egos that kind of are a bit ruthless and will do anything to keep relevant. And you know what I mean? And even like this meeting in this fashion, Raspek agreeing to meet with him in this fashion and being so unprepared and whatever, just showed his eagerness to just be on camera. Because from you're not prepared, you built up your thing like so much, and then you're not prepared, then don't do it. But no, you know what I mean? He's talking about, oh yeah, I was sitting there and I thought Tommy went to show up, and then I can't lie, when he showed up, I wasn't ready. And
Can I ask
You know what?
Tommy had a big folder and I wasn't ready. Like, what? Why put yourself through that though?
Just on that
point, no, can't.
What I'm saying is, if you know you're not prepared and you got Tommy Robinson on his way to the podcast and you know you're not prepared, why? Why do it? What's the
let me ask you a question. See
yeah,
that whole
I
thing
want
about...
it answered. No, I'm asking the question. Answer that first and then answer.
You know what? Because I think it's because Spray turned around and said, "Oh, I got my man Raspek here because he knows about Islam."
Yeah,
so
Spray
said he brought him
How
for
true
Islam
is that?
only.
Shani, but do you believe that, Shani? How true?
No,
is that?
no, I don't believe it. No.
All right, that was.
I think he just said it.
Do we believe that?
Because Young Spray needs to explain what this setup was about, right? So now the setup was, oh no, I just brought my brethren to like chat to him, but really,
he knew
you come to get this to have.
Yeah, he knew there was beef.
He knew what's gonna happen. Come on, man.
But is he not just covering himself? Because he's already said his brethren didn't want him to get Tommy on, and he's got like people giving. So to balance it out, he thought, all right, well, I'll get Raspek on, and then if we get the flack, I'll blame it all on Ras.
Yeah, but that's all a game, Khan. He don't care what the.
I'm saying, like, do you think that's why he had Raspek on there?
No, he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Horse.
That's exactly what
he knows. Media horse when he sees them. He knows media horse when he sees them. Come on.
We just said why we think he got Raspek on there. Like, did you not hear that?
No, I jumped on when I jumped on.
No, it was after. You were literally sitting there trying to ask me a question while we was telling you why Spray's got man on. Spray has got Respect on because Respect has got a hard on for Tommy Robinson, and Spray knows it and thinks it's going to make a good content. Thinks it's going to make good content, which it did. He got him on for a podcast. All this, because Respect is the Muslim. Where?
The scholar.
Because if
My
you
learned
remember,
brother.
yeah, Respect is even answering Spray. Do I post about Islam? No. So then, what makes you think that Respect is this scholar?
Listen, when Spray has to call up his other Muslim brother,
right.
When he's on the phone to the other Muslim,
exactly.
That was ridiculous. And you know what? Big up that guy that he was speaking to, because that guy said to him, "I don't want to talk to this man. Like, what do I want to speak to him for?"
Yeah, you know why you don't want to text him? Because you're not ready. You're not prepared.
You're not ready for the question.
Ego, man. You're not ready. You're not prepared, and you don't want to get twisted up.
Yes.
That's another question.
Yeah, Mufti.
Exactly.
Mufti Tommy.
Why would
Mufti Tommy Robinson?
What's all this? I don't want to chat to man talk. That's when you're not ready, man.
That's weird.
Yeah,
that was weird.
He's the only one quoting Quran or hadiths. Mad.
Right, but this is what I'm saying. Big up to him because he's saying it how it is. He doesn't want to chat to him because he already knows that this guy is not going to be a simple over the phone.
Yeah. Let me not get
so there's no point. Start.
You don't want to do
Exactly.
yeah. You don't want to have to lie.
So it was just, the Islamic part of the whole thing was just a real mess, because that could have been really interesting for actual facts to be spat at Tommy, because at this moment in time, Islam took an L because there's two Muslims sitting there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, Islam never takes an L. But
Islam can never take an L.
Yeah, never take an L. But I'm saying in the
discussion,
the guise of people looking at what Islam is or what Muslims are, there was a big L there, because there's two Muslims like shouting from the rooftops, Salam alaikum. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, from all of this, right? They're doing all. They're doing all of that. Ramatullah.
I was cracking up.
Ramatullah. But the thing
He
is
was,
that
he was messing up words all over the place, Jed. It was a madness. Yeah. He was freestyling. Stuffallah.
But the thing is,
like, what the fuck?
But the thing is, also, he's actually like, there was mistakes that he made. As a Muslim, you're not supposed to be laughing when people are mocking the deen. And that's what, do you see what I'm saying? And there was things that Tommy was saying, little slide digs, and you're sitting there laughing stuff for a lot. Like,
but Shani, why do you think
but how people do their thing is different.
The Respect of 4 years ago, and instead of like the upgraded, like we're told, he's secretly like away learning his deen. He's being trained by X man and this man and this man and that man. And like, why aren't we seeing that though? Why ain't he coming out there like Rocky once he's been trained by Apollo? Why?
Them, man?
How come you're the old Rocky? You're the Rocky that got trained by Mickey.
Yeah,
you're
they
still
did
the
say
old
that. They
Rocky.
did say that.
Why?
He did say that as well. Yeah.
I didn't know he's been away
Islamic
training.
Like, you're coming with the old patter from 4 years ago.
I just think if you're getting
curious.
Islamic tuntun, it works different. So like a lot of people are saying, yeah, man, he just changed because of this reason and that reason. I'm saying it's because of pussy. And everyone knows it's because of pussy. And now we're all pretending like, oh, he should know this and da-da-da. When you're lying down with the chick, bro, all of that don't matter.
I don't know who that chick was, but she needs to come back.
And daytime.
She needs to come back, bro. Community needs you, man. Come back.
What? Don't pretend that you don't know, Shani, man. What?
I'm so confused. Maybe I just missed the vital part of what you just said, because I'm so confused. Yeah, big up anyway. Let me.
Leave it alone, man. Leave it alone.
When I jump off, I'll rewind back and have a listen. Yeah, I didn't know that he was away in Muslim camp. To be honest with you, I didn't realise that.
Sniper, I actually really didn't know that.
I know.
That's it.
Why is man whispering to man? Do you know what?
Pause on that.
Someone asked, yes. Someone asked who would be a good debater for, like, who do you think would be a good person to debate? Tommy.
I think you'd be good, Shani. I'd be good.
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I'm too emotional.
Emotional. Thank you.
Too emotional.
That is one time Shani will get emotional.
This is the thing. I'll probably try and fly.
But no, your presentation would be on point though. But as I said, it's a one-to-one though.
The fuck out of them, but too emotional.
Yeah, it's a one-to-one as well. When someone's sitting in front of you, that's why you have to have your thing prepared in your mind or whatever, so you don't have to pull out the phone and to explain certain things that are very simple. Do you get what I'm saying? But it was a diversion tactic by Tommy, showing that he done a little research to say, yeah, you only don't like me because you're Muslim. Huh? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
He's never made that apparent in what he's doing.
You know what I found out? You know what I found out from this? I found out from this,
Ain't no Islamic forever family.
That Tommy didn't have that Tommy doesn't know respect, from Adam. And this is my perspective of it, right? He doesn't know respect from Adam. He was told that he's going to go there. So then what he did was he researched respect and then found out a few things. Hence why his friend told him, don't go on the show, don't do it, mate, because this guy's a Muslim and whatever, blah, 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 right? So that in itself just shows that. Huh?
You didn't research respect.
Yeah, he did do a little bit of research and respect.
A little bit. I think.
Research.
What was out there?
Is it like find out who he is?
No. The most is the article.
Hold on, Slacks. What? Tell me, Shani. What is it about Tommy Robinson that made you think that he'd researched respect?
Because he mentioned the uniforms and everything. He mentioned the fact that he was a Muslim.
He commented on that. He made a comment.
That's an article.
Yeah, and couldn't even remember the name of the group.
Yes,
that's
right, guys. Right, sorry. Okay, maybe research not the right word, but what I'm trying to say is, in the I'm talking like maybe the day before, he actually just had a look and see who Respect was. That's what I'm saying. So I don't think he knew who he was.
I don't think he did.
No,
I genuinely don't think he did. I think he knows who Respect is loosely because Respect's. Respect's been calling his name for years. And where the Battle of Trafalgar. No, whoa. Sorry.
Jupiter would have told him.
Sorry, the incident at Trafalgar and stuff like that. Other people have probably brought it to his attention. Oh, this guy, or this is what this dude's saying on social media. He's definitely seen him. I don't think that he researched Respect. Because if he did, he would have been able to like this. Let's be real. Ras done his thing based on the fact that he knows more about Tommy than Tommy knows about him.
Yeah.
If Tommy done his research on Respect, like proper respect, it'd be finished. See the minute that see you start talking about slavery and you say, okay, so first of all, if you get Respect to say, what are you first, black or Muslim? On live, on this thing here, what are you, black or Muslim? That's one. Two, what you would quote it as saying slavery is a test. Because you keep getting away with saying that you're critical of the sub-Saharan slave trade. But from what we remember is, you would say slavery was a test. Right? And people were mad at you. So if you picked up even just on just two small points, we ain't even gone into gang, we ain't even gone into how much you diss Sarah for meeting with me, and now you're with me. Yeah? If I would have even gone on, if I was Tommy, I would have gone on even more about the nudge you gave me when I first walked in.
Yeah.
Trying to do some fake thing for the camera. I would have gone on and on about that. You're faking, bro. I feel like if Tommy was on Respect, it would have been peak for us.
Yeah.
Luckily, Tommy wasn't. Tommy was trying to get Respect on side. And then after that, it was like, well, you're gonna have your opinion. Well, this brother, look, the Tommy Robinson that we know is one that's capable of asking questions like, do you want to convert the black community to Islam? These are powerhouse questions that are going to force you to have to take a stance. But you're trying to straddle the fence or act like there's no fence. I'm black and I'm Muslim and there's no separation. Cool. But your language is one where you're trying to deliberately not have to draw a line between the two. You're deliberately trying to avoid the fact that they may even be a line there. right?
Yeah.
This is why you don't post dawah, because you don't want your Rasta brethrens and your ignorant black auntie or whatever to say, we don't want a fucking Islam. We are fucking, because there's
Yeah, I know.
Be real. There and everything like that. Because guess what? They come up to me and be like, yeah, man. Oh, see that madness you have with them fucking Muslims, man. They think they're bad, you know. Like, we're trying to up that lot, we're not. And I'm like, bro, it's not even that deep. These men are some Asian and Arab dudes that are hiding and using Islam. I'm doing this kind of corrective speech to people so that they don't go away and think that it's Muslims are on our case, because they're not.
Yeah.
Muslims ain't on my case at all. Nowhere, bro. You get one or two, like, bro, you get one or two individuals that were on camera that were using Islam as their reason for having an issue with us. And those people at home that watch, they just soak that all in. And this is
scary.
These are the type of tactics that Tommy could have used had he studied Respect, but he didn't. Respect got a blind.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, he got blind.
No, I completely understand what you're saying. It's different to what I was trying to say, Obviously, he didn't do any sort of research.
You don't know you guys. You don't know you, because if he knew
That's what I said.
Yeah.
He would have so much things to say. It would have been peak. It would have been like, oh, this is awkward, because you would have had to. Because basically, you're trying to keep your stance as a black freedom fighter, yeah. And then and you don't want people to put you into the Muslim box, because you feel like it is a bit of a box.
Yeah.
Because now you're not as freely representing everyone. Even though it was cool for Malcolm X, it's cool for, like, you know, the black community is just, they're mad, cuz. They're mad.
How must it feel for your nemesis to not know you? How must it? Genuine question, like,
it's heartening.
Reality check. You care more about me than I do about you. So
Thank you. And that was always apparent. Like, anyone who didn't know that, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Tommy ain't using sleepover. No one. The only thing that the only people that are, Tommy would think that you're worth it if you're Ali Dawah. Why?
Yeah.
Because Ali Dawah
even Ali Dawah fucked up.
Nah, he mentioned Ali Dawah. Remember, Ras mentioned Ali Dawah. He mentioned Ali, and that left the door open. Ali said you marry 11-year-old. Ah, shit, you're done. You're done. Bow,
no, but what did he do? He did
gunshots. Sorry.
No, because I was annoyed about that, because he mentioned Ali, and he just chucked Ali under the bus for something, and I can't.
No, but that's Ras though. He was name dropping, situation dropping. He was doing all sorts. That's what I'm saying, man.
The game. Like, we keep telling people, Ras is like the game. The artist. You can't do a verse without mentioning no one else's name.
Yeah,
that's just your thing. And now your thing is certain man and certain man and like the haters and the vulture. Everyone's a hater and a vulture. Everybody, everyone with eyes. Anyone that wants to comment. Anyone that thinks, right, you know what? I used to stand in the fucking middle of the street with this fucking dude, and I'm wearing the same uniform and be associated with him. When he's now chatting to somebody like a notorious figure like Tommy Robinson, obviously we're going to discuss it. What kind of pussies do you think we are? Where we're not going to say nothing. Of course we're going to, come on, man. What are you doing this show public for? Why did you do this? For people to watch, no?
Bros, I can pull out endless videos where man's trying to debate, and he's there talking about these same people from 4 years ago, or like 3-4 years ago. Yeah, even Jedi's like, allow it, man. Tell him to allow it, man. Like, you speak your speech, man. Don't listen to this. You know what I mean? But he'd be quoting Jada Franson, this one, that one. What's her name? What's his face? And all of that. You know what I mean? Like,
Ali Dawah made it off Tommy's name.
Yeah,
that's true.
Each other, I suppose. But Ali was trying to get into that circle.
But
lower your gaze when you're looking at Hattoon like that. Some of you that are moving mud.
Yeah, I know.
Ali Dawah was another. You want the punani? Remember that war between the Muslims and the Hindus, and they took to the streets and they were all falling out with each other, and Ali Dawah and Muhammad Hijab went out there to back the Muslims and that. But he's on camera chiefing up the leader of the whole the street gang, telling them, we don't care about your lot's beliefs and what your lot are on and this street thing. Like, we're here doing our thing. And he's saying, yeah, but we're the ones that's on the street fighting these people. It's our town. At least I was going like this to him. We don't care about your town. We don't care about Luton. It ain't about Luton or wherever they were from. It's bigger than that. Islam's bigger than that. I was like, this guy's an idiot.
What I remember from that was Ali wasn't the one speaking. Ali wasn't one the speaking. Ali wasn't the one speaking. It was Hijab doing the speaking. Ali was kind of like, Hijab, shut up.
Listen, boy.
We had. That's what.
Shani,
you know,
Shani, as a leader, how are you going to cut yourself off from your base? You're up there as a leader. You're supposed to be at the front, waving the flag, pulling out the fucking katana and waving it like Osman the Great, just going like a madman. But instead, he's gone up there, chiefed up the leaders, and tried to railroad them into his own thought pattern, and he's cut himself off from his whole base. So then it's like, why are you even here for then? Why are you even bother coming then?
It's definitely an ego thing. You have to remember this. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The cameras here you came.
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying, is ego. And the male ego is the worst of egos. Like, it literally is. You have to admit that as men. Like, it can just go so crazy. Like, and you go everything against what you believe in just because of your ego sometimes. But anyway, with the Ali thing, I can't remember what he said. If someone can remember what he actually said about Ali, because that was a F up, like, big time. And I was wondering what Ali would say about him actually saying that about him, because it was like.
What did you say, T?
Oh, my prize. At least I went in real life, but
you want prize for?
Honky. The term honky.
No. My friend Don's she's not gonna have it. She's not gonna have it. She's in the audience.
Nah, because she got it wrong. It's not about no minds. It come from after slavery. The white man used to pay to suck the black man's thing. So he used to roll up to the yard and honk the horn. So then the black men used to call them the honkies, innit?
No, that's all
right. That's a new bit. So
once you said after slavery, you fucked up. You know,
you're done.
Yeah, you're done.
My research of the word honky was
it's a bit later though. Yeah, you're right.
It's not that.
It was about Europeans. That mining.
Yeah, it was about coal and thing and honky is coal, man. They were mining gold. They were mining thing. They were suffering. You get it in them times there. So I don't know, whatever shit they were making up. I remember they had 13 colonies, the British, 13 colonies over there in the Americas. So it took time to build up, and those colonies only built up because they wanted to do the get the gold and shit, gold rush.
I tried to look up the etymology of the word last night, and it came across that it was for Europeans that didn't speak English. No, that's what they'd call the Europeans that didn't speak English over in Americas or whatever. Yeah, and then it comes, like, the etymology goes further into meaning something to do with Hungarians or something. But yeah, we'll have to research it again because I can't remember. But yeah, I don't know about the whole pulling up drive-by.
Yeah.
Drive-by.
I don't know. This search engine is a mess right now.
That's drive-by.
That's old knowledge.
Oh shit. Oh man.
I remember seeing videos.
But I don't.
About that.
Who's passing that on? No, that's my. I'm out.
Nah, man.
Yeah.
Well, how did that word get involved to the conversation again?
No, that was Jedi was offering prizes. Jedi was offering prizes yesterday for anyone.
But why? Why that particular word when there's other words?
It's just jokes.
Is it saying what Tommy said?
Was it someone? No. Yeah. It was between Ras and Tommy. Someone was saying about honky and something like that.
Yeah. No. So Tommy tried to make out like
called a honky. That's it. It was
racial abuse as well, and he's like, "Yeah, honky," and it's just like, "Can you stop that?"
Yeah,
no, that's dumb.
From when the Rolling Stones,
sorry, yeah,
from when the Rolling Stones has a song "Honky Tonk Woman," like you cannot be like honky is a racial slur, and then it's not the same as like saying, "Oh well, niggas in Paris." It's not the same thing at all. It's like your song is from 1969. Honky tonk, honky was not. It's not offensive. People weren't offended by the word. Like, you just brought offense onto it because it was used against you. But
right, you're gangster though. You didn't even say N-word from Paris, but it's cool, man. Safe.
It was all for research purposes. I had to
okay.
Just evidence. Evidences. I brought evidences to the table. So
why do I feel uncomfortable about it? I'm joking.
I'm melanated. I'm one drop.
I can't wait for the niggas in Paris. I can't lie. I did see it.
What is wrong with you?
I'm sorry. Listen, I just can't let these things go like these.
It was the hard R, innit?
Yeah, how you said it. I don't know, man.
I've been called the N-word many times in my life. Many times.
I do not believe that. I do not believe that.
You don't believe that. Oh my God.
I really.
You probably had the best day. You probably had the best day.
I know. Dancing through the street. They're dancing through the street, skipping. I got called a nigger today. What the fuck? Yeah, someone called me a gully. Someone called me a gully. And a wog. No, man.
Yeah, a lot of people asking me who is this black guy in the picture. It's Toju, the militant black guy.
Oh, from the
Balls of Steel.
Balls of Steel.
Hey.
Do you know what?
Ain't no one want to hear from that nigga. He looks
the
like
two one looks legit. It looks legit because her legs are crossed, her arms are crossed. Then she's got her tune face.
You changed the narrative. You changed the narrative.
No, do you know? Yeah, because you can't fully see the beret. That's what it is. Because his beret's the thing, innit? It's his signature thing, innit?
Yeah, but it goes with respect. Let me just leave it alone.
Yeah, but anyway, so I think the debate against Tommy. I genuinely think, unbiased, I don't know what you guys think about this. I genuinely think that Jedi would be a good candidate to debate. I'll tell you why. No, listen, but I know you're going to say that because obviously, I'm talking on your channel and I'm right. But the reason why I'm going to say this is because I think it needs to be somebody that is able to debate, first of all, right? I think it's somebody that needs to be not so heavily invested in the outcome and emotion. Exactly. Do you know what I mean? Somebody that knows about X, Y, and Z. So you know about Tommy. Not that you're obsessed with him or whatever. You have knowledge and you've broken down some things previously. And just, I think it just goes back to somebody that can debate. And Jedi, you are up there with people that can debate.
Minimum requirement.
But what's hold on. I think most people, decent people, especially Jeds and others, could debate him. But it's not a debate for me. It's like you would just discuss things that are going on because I haven't got no angst. I don't think anyone's carrying that angst or we know certain things and blah blah blah. And man's even exposed certain things. It's not that. If he doesn't come combatively, which I don't think he will, do you get what I'm saying? Because he's trying to finesse, right? He's trying to gain some acceptance into the I think the discussion will be different. You know what I mean? It'll be like
but the thing is,
things that go on in our country. And
but Jedi not being
get the likes up. Go on, Shani.
So I'm saying because Jedi is not a Muslim, and hasn't displayed being a Muslim outright and whatever, he can't hurt him the same way. Do you know what I'm saying? You can bring Hadith and Quran. Yeah, I think he would, because the thing is, he now is even more open to criticism because he doesn't have to offend anybody. Do you know what I'm saying? So he's thinking he's in a room with other people that might share the same opinion of him because they're not Muslim. Do you know what I'm saying? So he might have even opened it up a bit more for Islamic debate. But then because Jedi knows how to debate, I feel like things that needed to be shut down or stopped or moved along and so on, it would have been done. Do you know what I'm saying?
I think it wouldn't have happened.
No, additionally, I just wanted to say, in comparison to somebody that, this is why I said originally that I thought in Raspek's defense, I felt like he didn't get much of a chance because he had stuff that he wanted to say, but he was getting shut down. He wasn't able to talk sometimes, and because he was getting frustrated. No, he was. That's the thing. He was getting frustrated because he was starting points. You're starting points. You're getting shut off, and then you're not finishing them, and they could have been a banger. Do you know what I mean? It could have been a really good point that you made there. And we said that even with like the fact that the
if he weren't so emotional, he would have kept.
Yeah. But
exactly, Tiza. It needs to be somebody that's just not emotionally invested.
Right. But
you know what? Do you know what the problem is? Yeah. Hello. You know what the problem is? Yeah.
Respect can't debate.
No, you can't put a wise man in with a little boy, bro.
Who's the wise man? Tommy Robinson.
Tony, like in the sense of in the sense of this argument, Tony Robinson looked like 50 years older than Respect. Like Respect,
yeah, he looked like Messi out there, bro.
It was more a case of Tommy Klopp.
And I would like to say
he read the room.
One more.
I would like to say just for the camera, yeah. I'd just like to say for the audience and the camera, even me, someone that don't get along with Respect, I felt so upset for the youth, fam. I'm not gonna lie. Not even I wanted to see that bad. Like, that was worse because if you go back to the show that we done the other day about this, I was saying it's either gonna go either way. I didn't think it was gonna go this bad. I thought Respect was. I had more faith in Respect than he had in himself. I didn't think it was gonna go this bad.
I knew it was gonna go that bad.
No, you didn't, bro. Not even Mystic Meg knew. Not even Mystic Meg knew.
No, I know Respect. I predicted that he would get emotional. I predicted.
I believe.
I mean, there were so many things I predicted that he exercised a thing or didn't exercise. You know what I mean?
And it looked
he
like
knows
Young
better.
Spray was bullying
It's
him.
not even about debating.
To bully him. Young Spray was bullying Respect.
Yeah. I'm just saying. We watched.
But that's the perfect time for Respect to stand up for himself.
We watched those with Magpies.
Rambo's phoning me now to Ross Clark.
Hold on. We got some new folks trying to chime in. You've been chatting about it for hours, Snacks, and me. Let Fire and T and these. I want to hear these fresh perspectives.
He's talking about Rambo.
I'm done, man.
I know.
Done.
One sec, Rambo. Alright, cool. I ain't heard from Rambo. Hold on. Rambo's my dog, dude, boy.
Hold on.
One second. Red Pill, listen to this.
Hold on.
One second.
I don't want to hear that, man. I don't care.
Listen to this. I think Rambo would have destroyed Tony. Let's just put it like that. You was better putting Rambo on that.
No.
100%.
I'm gonna disagree. I'm gonna disagree.
As a man who worked with Rambo,
listen, don't let your dislike for somebody and your like for someone cloud your impartiality.
Yeah, man. Come on, man.
Rambo wouldn't have been able to go on there.
Hold himself way better than
Rambo.
No.
Would have been able to go. Oh, we got Banana Thief. You that hungry? Here, take this one. This one's more ripe. Look at Banana Thief, you know. Take this one. Put that one back.
Yeah, no, Rambo being better than
the accent Somali and that.
Than Respect.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was saying. Yeah, no disrespect to the elder, but he wouldn't be able to go in there and do shit. And if he got there in front of Spray, that first of all, Cream would have backed him. Yeah, in any way, and Cream helped Respect not look as bad, right? Secondly, Spray would have turned Rambo inside out.
No, let's not deal with Rambo. I'm just saying. No, come on, man. In the knowledge, in the sense of knowledge.
Man, what are you talking for, man? Go. Fourthly, Tommy Robinson would have destroyed Rambo. So you to say that Rambo would have done a better job than Respect, that's just because he's your brethren and you're not really feeling Respect. That's not honest.
I could say this. No, but I'm saying, I'm being honest.
He's better placed.
Bro, high priest would have destroyed Tommy.
Nah, you don't understand.
I don't know what's up with you, bro.
Stop it.
You don't know.
Fire.
You don't need to behave.
Can you just keep
I think that
that's some joke thing. You gotta make yourself look silly if you say don't say stuff like that.
Yeah. Fire. That's the thing. It's about fire. It's
Captain Rambo can hardly talk, cuz. Are you taking
that's what I was gonna say. Fire. It's about people being able to be eloquent and debate.
Tommy Robinson was there for the after party.
He would have. Rambo would have just stumbled all over the place and fumbled. And
you lot don't like the Don, so let's not even talk about him. It don't even make sense. Let's talk about the podcast Inclined and what happened.
No. What? You did.
I know. You're the one putting him in place.
Yeah.
And listen, whether I like him or not, Like, I hope people know that I'm not that kind of person because I don't like you. I'm gonna lie about your character, or I'm gonna miss. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna give you your flowers, cuz.
Yeah.
We got
Rambo, and let me just say this because you said this on air. You said it on camera. Right? You said this. You made a point of it. Captain Rambo does not belong on a camera on a podcast anywhere. Yeah, he did his own pod. He was on the hardest. Yeah, and nearly fuck up the whole of the gang. Yeah. On his own, let alone with Young Spray there, rolling suits and on banter, and then Tommy Robinson. Man, that would have been peak. It would have been peak for the black community. Would have just looked.
Man would have been asking for zoots from fucking. Spray. You know there was the hey, Russ, suit me up. Hey, spray.
Let's deal with it.
Let me. Can I give you my example of how Captain Rambo was doing? Bro.
You can't just put people's names out there and think no one ain't gonna give their opinion. We're not doing that.
I'm not taking
No. Listen. I'll be honest, yeah. Let me say, Fire, yeah. Maybe 10, 15 years ago, Captain Rambo, yes. Yeah. Today's Captain Rambo, no.
Forget about it.
No.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Old school Rambo. Yeah.
Hold on. So Toby, you telling me
you telling me, yeah?
You know, and they calling man Toby and that. Like, come on,
No, seriously. Let's let Fire continue.
And High Priest can't be lying down. He can't be lying down on the podcast.
What are we doing?
Liberties. What? But my thing is forget all of that. That's
he wants to move on.
You know.
You fucked up, right? You know you fucked up.
Terrible.
Come on.
Because we're gonna have to vote for respect on this one.
I've been there, man. I've been there, man.
If they give me a poll and they say, "Yo, who do you want to see debating Tommy Robinson? A for Rambo, B for respect, C for High Priest." I'm gonna have to say respect, cuz. What we doing?
Ain't there no one else though, Jedi? Ain't there no young up and coming black Muslim?
There's loads of people. There's loads of intelligent people.
Who's got credibility. Like, ain't there a real respect out there?
Of course, conscious eye. But let's move forward.
Why did I think of conscious too? I thought of conscious too. You know what? Respect is the right candidate, right? No, I'll tell you why. He's the right candidate, but he's somebody that should have.
I'm hearing a Carla
working, and he didn't.
I'm hearing Mohammed Hijab. This is what I'm seeing floating around. Yeah, someone try to throw my name in, but I'll throw my name out because I don't have a debate with Tommy Robinson. If you want to say who would you like to sit down and have a convo with and see where it goes, then I'll smash it. But a debate, what am I debating on you? What am I debating you on?
That's what I'm saying. It has to be a black.
I think it would turn into a debate. I think. Perhaps.
On what? On what?
Okay, so he's going to put out his ideas. You're going to discuss his ideas. Have a discussion, right? As your intention. But then it'll turn into a debate because you'll be able to spit facts on him, and that's what we needed from respect. We needed the facts spit back at him, like, but wait, this and this happened, this and this.
Jedi has no emotional tie to it, does he?
But
Tommy's a one-trick pony, and he's anti-Islam.
Right.
That's all he talks about.
Right.
That's why I don't get when people go, "Oh, why are you always talking about Islam?" It's like, because that's how he's known, isn't it? The only thing he's known for. So everyone always brings it up to him.
Anything other than that, we're going to start talking about the establishment, and I'm going to be in full agreement. We're going to be as soon as we come off Islam, what do we disagree on now?
Well, perhaps the conversation about the grooming gangs and the fact that he's not so far away from grooming gangs and whatever himself, or paedophiles himself.
Nah.
Okay, I hear you. Okay.
I think that's a good topic of conversation. Like, because he's so on.
You know what it's gonna be like? I'll tell you what. Yeah, I hear. You're Shani, right? Yeah. All right. Yeah, I hear you. Right.
Shani.
Right. 3 years ago. Yeah. 3 years ago. Yeah. John Barksley. Yeah. Right. Who was my right hand. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I
personally, a lot of people don't know this, right? So I'm gonna say it here now. I don't care. Yeah, I found out, right, that he was a wrong un, right? And I personally went to his house, right, and told him, look, mate, yeah, right, we're not having this. You're leaving, yeah. So don't tell me, yeah, that I support him, because I don't, because I kick their head in just like anyone. I'm just like you. I grew up with black folk. I like jello fries. Right? Yeah? That's what he's gonna do.
Yeah, that's what he's gonna do, man. Yeah.
I hear you, Tommy.
Yeah.
I hear you, Tommy. Like, he's gonna be like, yeah, I hate him just like you do. So yeah, I mean, and then he's gonna point out a pedo that was in a black organization.
Isn't it?
Does that mean that the whole the organization? Does it mean the whole gang? Right?
No.
That dude in there who was a wrong one. Does it mean the whole? And you're gonna have to say, nah, you're right, Tommy.
And he'd be like, you don't have that respect in there. You don't have that respect. Oh shit.
Right. So based on that, I feel like once we come off his hate or dislike for Islam and the Pakistanis, there's really not much more, because there's not really much more to his message.
Yeah.
Now, I don't even know where he's going now. Like I said, you're gonna see him wilding out, because now he's ending shows talking about, I ain't even got Islam's cool. I'm cool with. He's like cool with Islam now.
Exactly.
Our biggest problem with the elites is what he's on now.
You not understand. He made it clear that he's against radical Muslims. He kept on saying that, and it's like people don't listen. He said, "No, I'm not against Islam or Muslims. I'm against."
He's changed it, bruv. We know the old Tommy.
Fire. This is the thing.
You know why?
He never said that to Piers Morgan.
Gonna tell you, sorry, I ain't got no issue with Islam. Yeah, he can say all of that. I ain't got no issue with Islam, but he's going at Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah,
going at Prophet Muhammad.
No, for real. And I'm not gonna lie. He made them man look stupid when he brought that up. Still,
right?
Like, he made them look like, even me. I was like, oh my god, how, bruv. Oh, it was.
I think Spray made it worse. Spray made it worse. Yeah, it was. Spray made it worse. Respect should have maybe like shut it down. Yeah, be prepared for that.
Respect should have walked off. He should have said, "No, Spray, you're not. This is a joke thing, bruv. You're moving like a."
He probably had to beg him to be there. How's he gonna walk off?
Yeah.
No, but he kept on just saying, like, he kept on saying, like, we'll come back to that, we'll come back to that, we'll come back to that, and he never ever come back to anything. Just kept on pushing everything to the back because there was that much he wanted to talk about.
Yo, could you imagine Red Pill had on Union Jack socks talking about, I wear this for Tony? What the
he was mocking it though.
He was mocking it.
But I think he's just mocking himself, because he's outright saying he's a Muslim, and then he's trying to back somebody that's so anti-Islam. It's just so fucking stupid. So I'm sorry.
I don't know if it's...
This is why I can't debate. I get emotional. Like, no, it's just...
That was his argument, right? That was Spray's argument. Spray's argument was, listen, it's not all Muslims that is doing this thing that you're talking about. Yeah, as long as we're clear on that. And he's like, yeah, I understand. You know what I mean? It's mainly Pakistanis. And then you know what Sway was saying. I mean,
and then he was saying the P word, And then, but it was also throwing Respect under the bus. Who said it last night? I Freaka said, like, if this is your friends, if Spray is your friend, you don't want enemies, because he's just not like. Listen, if him and Respect are genuinely friends, then he did Respect dirty. Sorry. Like, that's that way.
Very dirty, but
he said to Respect, why you wearing that army
military
uniform? You were mad. You were mad, bro.
I said you were mad. Yeah, he did. That was funny.
Respect might have built himself up to be what he can't be, innit?
Yeah.
He might have been like, yeah, go ahead, lad, I'll get him, and that, you know what I mean?
If Respect was smart, he would have pinned Tommy down on his Tommy Robinson racist argument and not even let him get onto Hadiths. You do not want Tommy Robinson getting onto Hadiths, bro. That's when your goose is cooked at that point. They wouldn't.
That's why, lad, if you ever come against Tommy Robinson, just say I don't believe in the Hadith, innit?
No,
you should be proud of your
own. Yeah, but he drew the Quran first. He drew the Quran first.
Beautiful people.
He weren't playing no games. He drew the Quran first, and then he drew Hadith. And I was like, nah.
What goes on in Saudi Arabia? What's that got to do with the streets of London and people getting like butchered on the streets of London? Like, that's what they should be talking about. And how Tommy Robinson's responsible for fucking man driving his van into a mosque and shit. Like, what's that got to do with Saudi Arabia?
And the manifesto.
What's that got to do with
But
the,
bro,
the New Zealand manifesto guy, that guy.
Yeah, but that's what he done. It was a deflection.
Tony Robinson
It was
said,
a
if
good
someone beheads someone, is that all Muslims? Then there's that no. Then he said, so if one of my EDL members do something, is that all of EDL? Then he said, Respect, you're doing exactly the same thing you're saying we do to you, man. You're doing exactly the same thing.
So I'm telling you, media messy, bro. The geezer's just
both of them. Both of them
It's
got
too
the
good
skills,
for them.
but
He's a
Respect's
savage.
new to the game.
Red Pill, you need to get him, bro. You need to save our community and go and debate with this guy.
No debate, man. As I said, like, even if man was to have a discussion with him, it would be more about things that we got in common, you know, in life. Do you know what I mean? Because I'll be like trying to steer away from it.
I don't feel like I tell the community to fuck themselves enough. I don't think they understand. I don't want to do that. I'm not in your community. Fuck you, man.
He's serious about it, man.
Yeah, I'm serious. You're not the reason why you're not the reason why we're shit.
Yeah.
Fuck
it don't
you.
exist, man. It don't exist.
Community. I would never link up with that. With like in that sense. Oh, speak for the community. Anyone that needs me to speak for them, pussies. Pussies. They don't deserve a voice because they ain't got their own.
No, but I was gonna say you're not Muslim, so it don't even make sense. You understand? It will make sense if someone like Bilal done it, or someone who's actually been on their thing for time. You understand?
Yeah,
but
it
you
still
would have been better
don't
off going
matter.
on Ill Mills thing. If you went on the Ill Mills thing, you probably wouldn't come out alive. You understand?
I mean, no.
Yeah, but he hasn't moved.
It needs to be.
It's like
He hasn't moved his position in like 20 years, has he? That's why it's better
You need to be a Muslim, right? Oh, Haven, I'm so sorry. Continue.
Why does everything have to be a debate? Is my argument.
Yeah.
Why does everything
No,
have to be a debate?
If
you haven't got an
Muslim,
argument, hold on. If you're Muslim and you haven't got an argument with Tommy, you got what I'm saying? Why is the reason he's just going to be throwing verses or thing at you? It's not going to happen.
Right.
You shouldn't get to that stage, right? Yeah,
well, that's what I was going to say. Like, if you were going to debate a Muslim, then you'd have to be one that doesn't really know is not invested in Tommy and what Tommy has done.
You know how hurt this dude is. This Respect has gone and leaked one of my songs. You know.
What?
Yeah, I put him on a song with is me, Magical, and Respect, right? The meaning of life, right?
Yeah.
And he's gonna put the verse on his Instagram or whatever. But he knows that he ain't got permission to do that.
What recently? What, out of revenge?
2 hours ago. 2 hours ago.
Yeah, he's pissed with you.
Yo, Batty boy, man. I'm telling you, bro. Like, bro, nothing will stop me anyway, bro. So it's cool. I'm gonna live my life. I'm gonna do my thing. And one day the universe is gonna decide to do the right thing, and it is what it is.
Who moves like that, though?
Like, didn't have a voice.
Yeah, this ain't your song to do, bro. I don't get why you're doing that.
Speak up, man.
Yeah, man. I don't get why. Especially, like, I don't get why would you do that? It's not your song, bro.
That's
different.
Moving mad.
And I'm not gonna message you to take this down either. You know. Yeah.
No, I
Cool,
don't
man.
want to go too into this thing, but to me, it was just embarrassing. And if this is as a black people, I'm saying, if this is the representation for us, we've got another 200 years to go. You understand? If this is what people are looking for to be the voice of the community, that is crazy, bro. Imagine.
It's only one particular place in London, innit? Surely it doesn't speak for the whole of London.
No, but you lot, obviously we know that, but
then his own stuff.
Tom, Dick, and Harry.
No, Tom knows as well. Tom knows as well.
No, bro.
You know what? You know what, Raz? I'm actually gonna. This is what I'm gonna do.
What's the meaning?
I'm gonna copyright this song. I'm gonna copyright my song, and then I'm gonna take you to court for it. Since that's what you're on, innit? Cool. I'm gonna copyright my song. I'm gonna get it done. I'm gonna get it done this week. Yeah.
Me.
And then I'm gonna sue you for playing my music. Yeah. And exposing my concepts. Because you try to accuse man of copying your shit, and then this is what you're doing. Cool. You've uploaded it to IG. Yeah. You don't have permission to upload that to IG, cuz. Like, I don't even know why you're playing this little dumb game. Respect, I'll locate you and I'll fuck you up like within the week, you know. Like, I don't think you think I'm gonna jump online and do a back and forth. I will fucking do you in, bro. I don't even know why you think it's that, because it's not that. Brass, you're a dickhead, man. You're just a fucking plonker, bro. I swear to God, I wish I never met this dude. You know? I wish I never met this fucking dude. This dude is a fucking idiot. What a cancer.
At least he couldn't self-confess he's taken an L then, because you don't do that if you don't feel like you've taken an L.
Yeah.
But what has it got to do with Red Pill, this L? That's his own L, bro.
No, he's just doing, look.
You know when someone's just hurting in their feelings and
when you're not a man, you do like non-man stuff, and that's non-man stuff.
Bro, I spoke to him before this come out, and
women go for character, lad.
I spoke to him before this come out, and from he said to me, "Oh, I weren't prepared for this interview. I knew he lost," because no one would say that. From he said, "I weren't prepared." Why are you saying that to me for? So I knew, oh, bro, you took.
I ain't buying none of that though, because the amount of voice you got for man. And you can't pull out a little something. Like, really? Nothing at all. Nah, I'm sorry. You can't be that hard for man and not have something there to go.
I'm saying a lot of it is past stuff. What is your real angst? Because you're saying man's racist, I can't touch a racist. Nicky, you interact with racists all the time, bro. Yeah? You think you going on the BBC is not fucking racism, bro?
And he wouldn't conduct himself like that on the BBC. He fucked up. Spray should have dragged him off the podcast. And he made Afia look like when Afia said he don't let women speak. He didn't let that chick speak. That's the only time he could speak over someone was the gal. You understand?
But he was better off shutting up because the gal would have made more sense and more points than he was.
He started to stick it on him. If you clock in the middle, she started to say, "Nah, Ras, you're even mad. What's going on?"
Yeah. What's your thing?
Like, I had flashbacks of megaphone. I didn't even want to see him go down like that, bro.
I had flashbacks of megaphone discussions, but no problem, man. You know what I mean?
That's horrible. Like that's horrible, man. That's horrible. I hope he's okay.
Because when we get to the crux of what your argument is, it's very weak. That's what it is. And it's old school. I told him, don't end up like Leo Muhammad, man, drawing 90s facts on people. You know what I mean?
And then he drawed for reparations because he had nothing to hold on to. He started to draw for slavery and all this because he had nothing. He had no source, no substance.
Slavery took.
That's exactly how it came across. Desperate.
It's mad.
Even Spray was like, to get out the country, then, bruv. What you doing?
No, but to be fair, like I said, he kept on putting it to the back. Shall we come back to that? Have you watch it back and see how many times
he was monologuing.
Yeah, but he never once turned around to Spray and went, "Nah, fam, hold on one sec. Let me say what I gotta say." Not one time did he ever turn around and be like, "Nah, I need to make my point. We need to chat about this." Like nothing.
Because it wasn't his time yet.
Respect. If you don't speak up, you should say, "Spray." You should say, "Spray, I can't fuck with you ever again. You buoyed me, bruv. You took the piss. You mocked me."
No, he just held his chest in, innit? He didn't.
I agree with my man. There's no way I'd be going back around that after he did mock him. He fully mocked him.
He got broke.
And man,
but he was telling him, "You took over the show. You ruined the show." He told.
Yeah, but that's more of a man's way of trying to excite him to say something back, innit? You know what I mean? Come on, fucking hell, lad. You're meant to be the opposing voice.
That's a disrespect.
You're meant to be the opposing voice, and you're not saying nothing, lad. So I'm gonna wind you up.
The only positive you can take from this, it can't get any worse, and he can learn a lot from that interview how to conduct himself.
Brother, you don't get it. There's no part 2 to this. This was his shot.
That interview, I'm talking about.
He met Tommy in it. This was his shot, innit?
Yeah, if he was smart, he would have hooked up a part 2 where they sat down proper, because that was nothing. That was like playtime.
Like, there's no part 2 after that, bro.
Why would man do that? It was clear to see man has no relevance to man, other than a situation that he didn't even attend. Yeah,
and Spray was like, Raspberry's like, "Why did you attend?" And Spray like, "Because he's a boss. He's a boss." What the fuck? No, Spray's and you know why Spray can get away with this? Because Spray always said he's smart. I'm a madman. So everyone's just like, Spray's a madman. He can say what he wants. This is why Spray can't get cancelled. He's fucking smart, bro. You understand? Or no one can't say shit to Spray because he says he's not proclaiming to be smart. He's proclaiming to be a madman. So he's good.
Yeah, that's why podcast is perfect for him. Yeah. Because when people get thrown in the bin, they end up doing podcasts. You know what I mean? It seems like even big celebrities start doing drink champs and because they've been ousted from the community of, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but Nori's a legend though. You can't compare Nori and Spray. That's mad. Cuz come on.
No, but I'm saying that like once you're outside the circle, you have to do independent stuff. And because he's a good talker and he chats shit and and there's some wisdom there sometimes, you know what I mean? He's just funny to me. You get me? I got a newfound respect for him. You know what I mean? Watching his
but I don't think podcasts are like bargain basement situations. You got Kanye, you got people on podcasts, bro. Like Tyson,
I'm saying
Eminem.
Yeah, remember, you know, me and Respect had debates about Kanye West. Then he started to look and sound like Kanye West.
Forgetting that he's an artist.
No,
you're not forgetting. Hello, you're not forgetting that he's an artist. He's meant to be making music, right? He's quite good. You know what I mean?
And that's the best thing he done.
This is why
Forever family run the road. You know that we could.
Oh, no. Please, don't do that again.
Please, allow it.
Sounds like your PGL, lad.
Tony liked it. Tony like, that's all right, mate. I fucking like that song.
I fucking use that.
Fucking crazy.
I ain't copyrighted, is it?
Yeah. Wake up in the morning. You wake up in the morning, it's copyrighted by Tommy Robinson.
We got the rest of the remedy. Pray the Most High forgives us for our felonies. We was in the streets when they was watching Sesame. Now it's AOD till they bury me. See, your spirit doesn't go into the cemetery. We just need to try our best to leave a legacy. I ain't got telepathy, but I know how it's meant to be. One God, one aim, one destiny.
Well, you proper playing my song, yeah? You proper uploading my song. All right, cool, man. And it's AOD till they bury you, yeah? You must be dead then. You can't scream AOD. That's my thing. I don't know what you're talking about. Alliance of Defiance.
I played that tune. That was sounding mad still.
Of course it's sounding mad. It's my music. Of course it sounds mad. Of course it sounds mad. It's my music. And you try to play and you uploaded it. Cool, man. Safe, innit? Find out a very strange behavior still.
Innit? After all these years.
I put rest on the tune, James. You're right,
and
bro.
For anyone that's not in the music thing and whatnot, that's like an ultimate path.
I'm a helper. My studio was open to anyone that wanted to like express themselves. Come on, let me.
Rare talks the
studio, and you know, man, that make me shut up, bruv.
What do you mean, shut up?
Yeah, no, shut up, man.
Like free now. You're trying to bully, man.
You're gonna do all this crud. When it's time to chat to Respect, you're gonna turn into a pussy. I find that you're very vocal behind Respect's back.
How? What are you talking about? You're chatting shit. I've done countless lives with Respect and been speaking up. You're talking S now, Red.
All right, cool. You try to do the same.
That is S. Come on.
Can I finish my sentence? If it's S, can I finish it?
Go on.
You try to do the same thing that Spray done to Respect, but I'm not Respect, bruv. So don't try to mock me or try and make me look like a dickhead and think that you're like, I'm not having that, cuz. Yeah? Don't try to use me either. So I'm just saying, beware of that. It's something I'm noticing about the man. I've got love for you. I'm not fucking Respect, cuz. Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about. I think because
you know what I'm saying, you're not gonna mock me when I'm here, and I'm gonna not address it. Like that's what I'm saying. So don't think
mock you. How did I mock you? How did I mock you?
I'm saying what I'm saying to you, cuz. I've said to you, innit, yeah? Don't think that you're gonna mock me like Young Spray mocks Respect. I'm gonna sit there like a dickhead and not saying that, and I'm not that youth, bro. So I'm just letting you know, innit? I don't mind banter and that. But don't try and fucking bread off me, bro. Because I'll switch.
What are you talking about?
Alright, cool. You don't know what I'm chatting about, then cool, then, innit?
I didn't mock you once. What are you talking about?
No problem, then. I'm just saying, please don't attempt to. Especially when it comes to
you're angry, you're trying to
take it. No, I'm saying, innit? Because I noticed when it comes to Respect, yeah, you're very vocal when you're around me on my platforms or whatever. Just make sure you're keeping up your energy on your side, right?
I don't
Make sure when you get your chance.
I've done countless lives with this guy, and
I don't care about the lives. I don't know what you say to him. I heard you have one conversation with him. Listen to me. I heard you have one conversation, so I don't know what you say and how you address him. But I'm saying, innit, yeah, because man thinks it's all banter because man's trying to copyright my man's copyright infringing my material and that, and man's like, yeah, let me play it and all that. And I know what you're like, but don't try to buzz off me, bruv. I'm just saying, it's love.
Don't take it personal what I just said.
I won't.
All I was saying was, like I said, when he makes songs with you, it sounds sick. So I was saying, play the tune because he played on his platform, play on your platform. So
I respect them. I just get that vibe in it. That it's not like
no, bro. I wouldn't be.
Man, love them, bro. My bad.
Come on, man.
Please, innit? Just I know, innit? everyone wants to bust up and make jokes and that, but like,
I know it's your music and it's personal, you get me. But I think the song,
yeah.
I want to hear how you come on that verse on that track as well.
it's true, man. I want to
the whole
hear it.
thing.
I want to hear
I've heard it so many times.
Videos on Jedi Online, you hear how I rap.
What's the meaning of life? Come on.
Oh, it's that one, isn't it?
Everyone's been waiting for that song. Everyone's been waiting for that rhythm. Everyone's been waiting to hear what I want. Man was put out there, almost put the chorus out there and everything. When I see, man, I'll punch through man's whole existence. And I don't want anyone thinking that this is a joke. It's not no fucking joke, cuz that's all I'm saying. Love though, cause I know I'm a bit annoyed by that, and then like I don't want it to spin into anything else. But sometimes I hear the man them trying to, you especially, you do this thing where it's like, bro, you're not laughing at me, cuz. Like, trust me, I'm not a clown. I know I like to clown around, but I'm not a clown.
I know it's just
I feel like
personal at the
sometimes
moment, so I'm not even taking what you're taking personal. You get me?
Yeah, no, please, I appreciate that you don't still. Anyway, yeah. So what we doing now? I'm off of that now. Like I said, man, I'm off of that.
Yeah. So what was the end conclusion that Tommy Robinson said? Islam's his ally now. This is what we're up to. Mad, crazy.
Well, I just feel that this little discussion thing, the youth weren't prepared. He should have been prepared, and even what he had prepared and what he done up was from years ago. And I'm saying, how relevant is it? The most relevant thing is the recent stuff, the Battle of Trafalgar, and you know, like the kind of everybody know the answer to it. You know what I mean?
And even that was embarrassing because him talking about the punching up. He was there's lives with him you could go and see where he's saying he was stopping people from punching up people. Then he was boasting about people punching up people. I don't understand.
Yeah. And the part where he said no one was shook, that was brazy.
Yeah, that was cray. Proper cray, man.
You know, I just hope the brother can learn from his mistakes. That's all it is. You get
no, man. This is a media game, man.
We have bad days, but yeah, I mean, we all
learn your level, man. Learn your level, man. That's what it is. Yeah, stick to whatever you're doing and just leave all of this alone and just be a revolutionary.
Akala would have been the right person for that, though. Because Akala would have come with straight. No, you got to think when Akala catch Tony Robinson on BBC, he destroyed him.
Yeah, that's years ago. And again,
no, but I'm saying because Akala comes with facts like Tony.
Yeah, but they'll probably have a decent conversation.
That's
the difference.
Tony, I keep saying Tony.
Yeah. I'm saying they'll probably have a decent conversation, more along the facts that all three of them, all three of y'all, work for the establishment, the BBC, all of this shit, Panorama.
Yeah, there's no contention there.
It's no contention. You know what I'm saying? You all got the same taskmaster.
Arguing over hadiths at the end of the day.
So it won't be an argument with
you're arguing over hadiths.
Is it Akala Muslim?
Not best place.
Yeah. No, I don't think he is. I don't think he is.
No, he's not Muslim. No way.
I didn't think so myself. He would be better though to speak to him.
I think,
but like I say, like, just never ever come back to anything.
I think it would have been better if it was Sarah.
Even that's when Respect should have clocked Wagwan for the whole how it was all going and just switched up his whole what he was doing. But he just got in his feelings. He got silent and he got buoyed like nothing. No, and Tommy come out there looking the best out of everyone. Because I see people going that spray saying, "Oh, you interrupted too much and you didn't put it on him and whatnot." But Tommy, that's why they got that photo at the end where my man's all smiling and thing. He come out there looking better than anyone else.
Yeah, he met his energy, lad. That's his energy. I've never watched him before. But I'm guessing that sprays that type of energy. Do you know what I mean? But he's just erratic, lad. You know what I mean? And you've got to go along with that. Otherwise, you're just going to be
Exactly. So if that's your boy and you know he's going to be clowning, then you got to bring a bit of banter into it as well.
Exactly. And then when he didn't come up with anything, that's when he was like, "Hey, gonna get the EDL down now." You know what I mean? And he was like winding him up, trying to like get him into like, "Come on, lad, flipping, come out your cave." Like
that was just poor showing, man. I didn't even know what the outcome was in the end.
Tommy Robinson was trying to prove he ain't racist, so his children don't have to live in hiding anymore. They can come out in public and be like Beckham's kids, where they inherit his fame, where he can do like all this elbow rubbing with the people that he's managed to meet because of his racism, because of his activism. He's got himself where he is now, right? He needs to maintain that. Yeah, rub a few elbows, do a few bit of work, sell a few imaginary books, and then his children can and come in the future. His children are going to be influencers. You're going to see his kids on Instagram.
Yeah, calm, but I get that.
But they're going to be in
That's what happens when you go against the establishment, isn't it? They give you the criminal record, and then what the lads do when they've got a criminal record, lads, it's just show hard to get a job, and just show hard. It's the easiest way, isn't it?
But what I'm saying, Heathen,
as soon as you get a criminal record, lads, you basically fucked, aren't you? Like,
listen, man,
it's a certain degree.
Brother, show business is a business. Do you get it? Yeah. Like the future is what? Is it talented people, or is it Will Smith's kids, David Beckham's kids, and all their fucking kids that inherited the limelight?
It's personalities, isn't it? It's anyone who's got a likable personality.
He was not listening, bro. He was not listening. You're not listening, bro.
But that's what people get paid for now, Carl.
To be
personalities, like. So you're saying, well, what's the new thing? The new thing is getting paid to be that personality, isn't it?
I don't know why we're caring about none of this. Can we like stay on point or something?
Tommy Robinson's fighting for a legacy right now, and he don't want it to be. You got run out for being racist. You got run out for being an Islamophobe. Now even the government had to come down on you. You're just torn to pieces on the side. Any of your talking points are now irrelevant, and now you're a nobody.
And that's why you have to use black people to come back.
Yeah, he's touching at the straws, going, "Oh, I was with black people from the beginning. I grew up looking up to Rastas." Like that's why he's coming with that angle, because that's all he's got, isn't it?
I'm saying looting is looting, innit? And looting is not just
get paid for the podcast, isn't
It's a multicultural end still. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
of course it is.
So he's
it's
not
like
running
London,
from
bro.
anything. I'm saying he can just stay in Luton and live his life, right?
Yeah, but he wants his kids to take what he's given them, a name, and basically run with it and come up with something in the future. All they've got to do is do a little Instagram post of them busting arms. Yeah, oh, I got this Louis Vuitton this, and I got this that. Within 2 weeks, they'll be influencers. Or Tommy Robinson's daughter is dating David Beckham's niece. Next thing you know, that's how it is.
Yeah, but it's a possibility. Like, you can't put it on the kids, can you?
What do you mean?
I get yeah, it could happen. It could happen. Yeah, you can't just throw that on the kids.
I'm not saying that
one of his kids suffers every day with like fucking panic attacks and that going out.
It's a business.
Because the way his dad's acted when he's been out before, and he's gone into fights.
It's like a child sacrifice. You have to offer up the sacrifice for it to be accepted. Get me? Man's gonna put his kids on the pedestal to the powers that be and say, look, I'm offering you these potential influencers. Whether they get taken up or not, that's a different story. There's space for them, they'll fit them in. It's a child
this
sacrifice.
Makes a difference as to if they really wanted that to happen. You think all this makes any difference?
What do you mean?
You think that Tommy's doing this to protect his children or not?
Of course, the first thing he said to Respect, have you got children? He said to him, have you got children? Even mentioning his children, trying to say, look, I'm out here doing work, trying to clear my name.
All right, but you're
labeling me as a racist.
If you know how
but really, you're only doing
you
that
think any of
because
this
you're
matters?
a Muslim. I ain't got no problem with black people. Look, I'm doing all these shows with black people now. Yeah, what's the beef? You're a Muslim. That's why you don't like me.
All right, but if we're talking about it being to protect his children, do you think any of this matters?
No,
if they wanted to make his children into
I didn't say protect his
social
children.
Media influencers.
No. Listen.
Why are we here? Why are we here?
He's not protecting his children. His children are living in hiding.
Khan seems to think this is about
my brother. His children at the moment are the ones that are feeling it. He even said it, that his children get attacked at school for their dad being a racist. And he's not going to wear the badge of a racist because he doesn't believe that he's a racist. And his children are the ones wearing the brunt of it.
And you believe that he can't send his children somewhere where they wouldn't be attacked.
Brought on his family. Are you not listening?
You believe that though?
Is there any place?
You're just going to ask me questions without acknowledging my point.
How can I ask you a question about something you just said without acknowledging what you've just said? Come on, man, don't be a dickhead.
Because you're thinking it, innit?
thing in it.
You're doing a Tommy move, just like palming it
mean?
to the side. I'm
You're
saying to
talking
you,
shit.
Tommy Robinson right now could disappear. Yeah, but he would have to take the biggest L going. He's trying to spin it round to a positive, making himself into a media celebrity now, where he's this journalist, yeah, but he's in the media, right? Because if he just keeps it going long enough for people to just forget about his past, then he's got something he can leave his children. Like, think about what this geezer's been through. Gangs threatening to kill him, a whole religion against him. Like, he's just been through so much that he's like, it can't all be for nothing. Whatever I leave my kids, that's just going to be it now, isn't it? It's that scrap gold, bruv. You're going to get the scrap value for it now. But you're still going to get something, innit? You're still going to get something. You're not going to walk out of there with nothing.
So he's on this media tour.
Hold on. Didn't you used to support Tommy though? Go on.
Bro, when you say things like that, I start worrying about you, bro. Are you not having senile dementia or something?
No, I'm asking.
Feeling all right?
Did you not agree with some of the views, like some of the ideas?
Who, me or you?
Tommy Robinson. I don't know.
Me or you? Are you talking about you now?
You.
I'm feeling all right, bro.
Far right. I don't know. What is it? Far right, far left.
Feeling all right. So
were you
into
into politics? Hold on. Were you into politics before?
You can't address the points that I'm making. You're just trying out personal attacks to undermine me.
I'm not.
That's mad.
I'm asking.
You ain't even looked at what I'm saying. What I'm bringing to the table as an intellectual conversation. You ain't even looked at it. And you're going to start talking about Khan's got far right views. That's mad.
You used to go on rallies.
That's
or something.
mad. Crazy.
That's where I've seen pictures of you. That Weren't you good friends with Raj before, right?
Huh? Are you on your meds still?
No, I'm asking questions, man. Either you answer, you don't answer.
But I thought you know me from I come on the channel. You're like, oh, I know him. That's Respect's Khan. That's Khan of Respect's channel. I know him. But I thought you know me. So why you asking me? Am I friends with Raj then?
Yeah, was you friends with Raj?
Well, I thought you know me though. You're saying that you
answer
know
the
me.
question.
You're
People in the
Jess,
chat might
know
not in it.
Khan.
People in
What
the
do you know
chat might
about me
not
then?
know.
Nothing, innit? How am I friends with Raj, bro? Who's roasted Raj more than me on Veli's channel day in, day out?
Why would you do that if you didn't know him?
What do you mean? Because he's Tommy's boy and I'm roasting him.
You're roasting him because he's him, or you're roasting him because he's Tommy's boy?
I just said it.
Well, you can
Well,
always...
I ain't got nothing against Raj personally.
How did we know when did we know he was Tommy's
Who's
boy?
we though? Because you're just one lone
I'm just
person
saying, like,
talking
while
like
you was talking
anyone
online,
agrees with you.
Yeah, but while you was talking online, I saw the guy in real life, right? So I know.
Yeah, so you're his mate. You're the one saying I ain't got no problem with Tommy Robinson.
Saying we attended the
Trying to
same
sell him some land in
corner.
Nigeria. Like, we're gonna
Hold
do with
on.
Tommy.
We attended the same speaker's corner. Yeah. Right? And Hassan's his friend, and this one's his friend, and that one's his friend. There's nothing to say that you can't be his friend or whatever, or you share the same views or values or whatever at a certain point, and then you became vehement enemies and all of that. That's what happens online. I've known that for years. Yeah,
brother, you
and
know
while
me
I've been online
from respect, bro. That's where you know me from. How am I going to be friends with Tommy Robinson and Raj? That's mad.
I don't know what's going on. So did you have political views? That's what I'm saying. Did you like F now, F no now, or whatever? Was you any of that?
No. Brother, am I not the same person that's been rowing with Jupiter while you and whoever was being friends with her? You was getting criticized for how close you was with Auntie Jupiter.
No one got criticized me.
All right. What do you mean? So you're beyond criticism?
Who was criticizing
you're beyond
me?
criticism now, yeah?
No, I'm saying who was criticizing me?
Everyone.
Talking
Jupiter. Everyone.
But
not
how many times have I... Hold on, my brother.
Let's name some names, innit? It's getting awfully general there. Name some names.
Stop that.
Everyone.
Because Jupiter has been on my panels. Hold on. Before I even knew you, yeah, Jupiter's been jumping on my panels. Do you get what I'm saying? And Ralph and all these things, people who ended up on G Block, they definitely frequent these panels from way back, bro. Some of them originated in our panels or in our chats and that. I don't know what you're doing, bro. Yeah.
What am I doing?
So
or what
I'm
are
saying,
you doing?
when we was in the hangouts, yeah, people was posting pictures of people I didn't personally know, but I see certain pictures. I saw a picture of you and and I'm like, what's going on? Because these men are Raj and these other type of people, they're doing whatever they're doing in the hangouts, but we're all in there together. And sometimes you see, I see pictures of certain sucking their own breasts and that. Like, it's mad in the hangouts. Yeah. But we could see from behind the scenes, because remember, a lot of that is to do with the Speaker's Corner crowd and all of that. You know what I mean? So that's how you lot are coming together online and thinking that we're solely part of that, or we only knew certain people at a particular. I don't know what you think. A lot of those people came to meet us where we was at Speaker's Corner. Your Jupiters and all of these type of people. And then Tommy Robinson coming to the park is like years down the line, my brother. But from that, I was telling someone yesterday, yeah, a lot of people got loads of subscribers. I'm talking Muslim and otherwise. Yeah, to their detriment, because even though you got now your subscribership gone from 30,000 to 70, yeah, half of them are far right. You're seeing Union Jacks in your chat and blah 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 and all of that. But I have some natural filtering system where I didn't really jump on the bandwagon, right? Didn't really jump on the bandwagon. I was still at Speaker's Corner doing my thing and and then online I wasn't really that invested like that. Do you get it? I was on other people's
That's all good,
panels
bro.
and that.
That's all
You know
good.
what I mean?
Anyway, bringing it back to Tommy and the situation of today, yeah, there seems to be a problem that, like, these people haven't done anything in the last 4 years, including Respect, that he's not even putting, like, now that this whole Islamophobia thing's over, now this whole war on Islam's over, because England's got what it wants out of Syria, and then now moved on to Ukraine. Yeah, now that everything's moved over to Ukraine and America's withdrawn from Afghanistan, and there's no need for Islamophobia anymore, right? So this whole demonizing Muslim things is out the window. So really,
did it even
Tommy
really exist
Robinson's
then?
run out of.
Hold on. If you could disappear so quickly,
because I know you're not going to address my point. You're going to change it to something else, but at least let me make my point.
No, it's a good point still. But I'm saying, did it really exist? Islamophobia, or did someone make that up and put a label on bad behavior?
My point is, yeah, Tommy Robinson, and you could even say Respect or whoever, for these people to be taken up into positions, they have to posture themselves and position themselves and offer themselves up for someone to take them up. You have to put yourself in the right position. Tommy Robinson did that from a street level. He put himself in a position where he hoped that the powers that be, the higher powers, would take him up, right, into their ranks. But guess what? He fucked up, because really, although he's good at certain things, he's a bit dumb that he didn't realize, yeah, that you going out to Israel and getting a little pat on the back and coming back and certain politicians being cool with you, he didn't realize that in the British establishment, yes, they are cool with Israel and they take a lot of money off Israel. But really, the real British, the ultimate powerful British, ain't letting anyone come into their ranks, right? So they have to, yeah, keep these people close to them, right, where they're benefiting from them, the same way they keep the Saudis close to them to benefit them. But ultimately, in Britain, there's the higher, purely white level leadership in this country that will never get infiltrated by no one, right? Tommy Robinson didn't realize that it's at that level, at a military level, yeah, that war decisions are made, wars happen,
this guy's autonomous?
Strategies happen.
What are you trying to
Tommy
do, man? What are you
Robinson
trying
ain't
to do?
realizing, hold on, Tommy Robinson ain't realizing that the people that he's arguing on the street with, going, oh, you're sending Muslims out to fight in whatever country. He didn't realize that those people are actually agents of the British establishment. He didn't realize that. Because he's just like, oh, you're sending people out from the streets of Luton to fight against our boys in the army. And he would even argue and say, well, I don't really know what the government's plan is. I didn't know that the government had a finger in every pie. I was just backing up our boys. Because at that stage, Tommy Robinson on the street level
you
thing,
believe that
where,
my guy's a puppet, man. He's
part of
I'm
them.
saying
He's part of the establishment.
Well,
You know what I mean? They put him out
at
there.
that particular time, he's working on a street level. He's trying to raise himself up as the man of the people.
No, he
Do you understand?
wasn't. He was trying to be. He had political.
He's more so than
aspirations.
respect. He's got
Sorry.
more backing. Bro,
Sorry,
he's
my
turned
brother.
up to a meeting where there's like 100,000 people turn up. You seen that he filled up the whole West End with people? Was it West
My
End
brother.
when
He
that
had-
Ali Dawah was supposed to speak at that thing? How
My
many people did
brother.
Tommy bring there, bro?
Hello. If you've watched Tommy's career, he had political aspirations. Yeah, he wanted to be a politician. This is why he was jumping on the BBC Question Time and all of that, and trying to talk with Akala and all of this type of stuff. Yeah, Akala is already establishment. That's why he can do Oxford and Cambridge and all these BBC speeches and all of these, top level guys.
But to me,
I mean?
Respect's the same. Respect's not sitting opposite Tommy Robinson and saying to him, it's your British government that's behind sending people over to fight in other countries. And when they come back here, they're doing madnesses. Like we've seen that kid, that Libyan Christian kid that done some murders in fucking up north somewhere. And he turned out that Theresa May knew all about him. That he was their boy that they sent out to Libya or wherever. Like these things go on, but these two clowns want to argue over hadiths. When really, as citizens, we're living amongst people that have been out freedom fighting, terrorizing, militant, whatever the fuck they've been doing out in other countries, shooting up innocent people in deserts and coming back here like butter will melt in their mouth. And now they're standing next to you in the queue at the job centre waiting for work. This is the situation in this country that needs to be addressed. That we're living amongst murderers and terrorists and people who are battle-hardened psychos. And a lot of these ethno-nats, yeah, that's who they are. They're the people that fought in Northern Ireland against the Irish and murdered loads of innocent people. Now they're making these organizations because they can't give it up. They can't give up the fight. They've taken it from the streets where they're murdering to politics. That's who these UDAs and EDAs and all these people that are in league with the Conservative government, that's who these people are. That's who these ethno-nats are. They're all hardcore ex-military Gs, bruv. And some of them's even at Speaker's Corner. This is the country that we're living in, that people don't realise that these far-right, ultra-far-right, have got weapons hoarded away for whenever there's an eventuality. But if they caught some Italian football outfit, some far-right extreme football outfit in Italy with surface-to-air missiles stowed away, what the fuck are you gonna do with
Where did you see that
missiles?
on the TV?
Yeah, but we've had them in Liverpool. What?
Thank you. Before T gets involved the conversation and derails it again. But that's what you're doing. I'm putting a legitimate point forward, and you're scoffing at it. And we've got a guy living in a white guy living in Liverpool agreeing with me. So what we're going round and round in circles, that means?
I asked you a question. I said, where did you see that on the TV?
All right, bro.
Where did you see it then, innit? You're telling me that they found a Turkish guy with surface-to-air missiles, innit? Where did
Italian.
An Italian guy with surface-to-air missiles. Where did you see that, Con?
Brother, it was a horde of weapons.
Where did you see that?
Brother.
Well, I can tell you for sure there was an RPG found in Speak, Liverpool.
Even I'm not thinking. I'm just asking Khan giving us a story, and I want to know the source of the story. We always ask for sources here, but all of a sudden he's got an issue with telling us his source. Strange.
Yeah, because we only ask for sources when something's disputable. It ain't disputable. I've seen it. It's out there. It's happened. It's common knowledge now. Everyone's accepted that it's real. There's no dispute to it, though, is it?
All right, mate. All right.
No, but if two people are disputing something, we go to the book, innit, and we say, all right, what's the hadith?
You can go to the book. I ask you what your source is.
There's a point of law. We go to the law book and say, all right, cool.
Oh my days, you're talking shit now because you don't want to say where you saw it.
Listen, this thing
just
about
say I don't want to say where I saw
it.
This
thing
because
about
it was on
asking
TV.
For Dalil
just
all
say
the
that,
time is a distraction away from the point. It's common knowledge. I don't need to prove something that's accepted.
Don't get in your feelings now. Don't get in your feelings now.
I'm not in my feelings, brother. I'm telling you, like asking someone to.
If you don't want to say where you saw it, that's okay, Carl. We can move on. If you don't want to say where you saw it,
because I know you ain't got nothing.
If you don't want to say what the source is, we can move on.
All right, let's move on then. There is far-right outfits out here with hordes of weaponry, especially in the UK, where the UDA and the Northern Ireland people are active. They're even back in the government. The government that we're living under is called
and the IRA,
Northern Ireland and Conservative Government. It ain't Conservative government anymore because them lot coughed up the money to bail these lot out of their debt that they were in. So they had to bring them into the government. But these people are all killers, affiliated with killers. If they're saying Sinn Féin is affiliated to the IRA, then the Northern Ireland government's affiliated to their side of the argument. So they're all killers too.
Exactly, and Sinn Féin are now crying out for flipping LGBT, trans rights and everything.
Mad.
There's no republic there, like, gone against the republic.
Exactly. This is the situation, bro.
Gone against literally every Catholic.
This is what Tommy Robinson and Raspet should really be talking about how the British government now, are having to withdraw from the Middle East along with America because they fucked up everything for everyone.
Who's fucked it up?
They had to withdraw from Afghanistan. They have to withdraw from Syria. Yeah, Russia's taken over Libya. Like, these lot got nothing going on. France is still out there making their peace out in the Middle East. England and America fucked it, bro. They tried to play one side against the other. They tried to play the Turks against the Kurds. They tried to play the Russians against the Turks. Like, they fucked it.
I think, I think more, Khan. I think they just done it in this day and age. But there's not that many spotlights on it. You can't hide that anymore. Like,
ultimately,
you know what I mean? You've got lads dropping out the army telling you that they were protecting poppy fields and weed plantations and things like this. You know what I mean?
Ultimately speaking, the Germans and the thingies, the Americans, are closely related. They're not that smart. They need England to bring them up to the higher level where they can compete with the French, because these Germans are not that smart, bro. They got the power, they got the farmers, they got the money, right? They got like some strength in that way, but when it comes
that's my problem with the EU.
The smart side of it, they need England, right, to run their thing for them. That's a fact.
That's one of my big problems with the. That's exactly what they wanted out of the EU, but they wanted to basically move what we were used to, which was like London being the centre. Say even you could even say the empire, but moving that to Germany Frankfurt, and saying that we're going to still have the same quality of life in the EU.
Right. That's right.
When they were just going to turn Germany into the capital
and that was the whole
EU.
thing behind Brexit, bro. The whole thing behind Brexit was they didn't want their banks consolidated with the European banks. They didn't want that. They wanted to keep their little offshore, little Cayman Islands and Turks and Caicos and whatever. They wanted to keep all that. Because that's how England, being such a small country, that's how it survives. Because it's got these little, you get me? It's got these little stowaway stockpiles. Exactly.
Raped Europe of gold.
Exactly that.
How many years was Europe at war for? For like 300, 400, 500 years?
They keep siphoning money
from the breakup of the Crusades, lad, from the breakup of the German Empire,
the cost of living up through the roof, and they're still, the 1% is still sucking all the money out of this country, bro. And they're siphoning it off to their little accounts, Turks and Caicos, probably wherever it is they hide their money, right? And then they put the cost of living up for the rest of us. That's what they're doing. Yeah. Any money that they make through wars and through robbing people's petrol, that don't filter down to us, never, ever, anyway. All these people,
well, the religion's just fund war.
Patriotism is all
it doesn't cost to have
it's all bollocks. There's no real patriotism. How can you be patriotic to a fucking business? It's a business. They're making their peas, bro. They don't care about no one.
Yeah, but I'm patriotic to the land, lad. You can call the fucking government what they want.
Exactly that.
The soil is what flipping excites me in this country, lad.
That's right.
Driving around the countryside, seeing it, lad, just makes me emotional, to be fair. Like, going fishing, lad. I'm someone who's gone fishing ever since I was a kid as well, you know what I mean? So I've indulged in everything this land has to offer, and I just love it. I'm lucky enough to go hunting and everything in Scotland, so I'm coming from a mad aspect, to be fair, when I'm speaking to people. But I just love this. United Kingdom, these islands, you know what I mean? But yeah, the government are fucked, lad. I've said it. This is literally what we chopped the king's head off for. What they're doing to us now. Exactly. Maybe it took British people a long time to wake up, but it's well more in the spotlight now. Like, people are actually en masse demanding things, saying things en masse, which has never been seen before. Probably down to technology and things like that. And they're blatantly just putting two fingers up and just carrying on with their agenda. Which is exactly what we chopped a king's head off for.
Exactly.
And invoked the parliament.
This is what I'm saying to you though, even these fucking shiesty governments, right? That are up to all sorts. They're behind everything. They're behind the media. They're behind fucking everything that you're seeing on TV. The brainwashing of the population. The keeping everyone preoccupied while they fucking rob all the
governments
money.
are behind that, yeah.
Of course they are. Of course they are, bro.
Yeah. Even as far as China, like look at China invented TikTok. Look how many people in that lockdown like knew those dances. I just know that song. I could probably sing that. Like, but imagine how many people, if you played that, could just do the dance there and then for you. It's there to see. How many girls are now on Snapchat getting paid mad money? Mad money.
It's just literally
it's a universal
principle.
And lads are going nuts for
as a sacrifice. You have to offer yourself.
Yeah. Offer your soul. You're literally changing your soul. You've got no soul. They're giving you a script that you have to go along with. Like I said, like all the young girls who are pouting on flipping Instagram, pretending like they don't know that let's turning lads on, sticking their ass out and all that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I didn't know. Ooh, I didn't know. Nuts.
You see duck lips.
And then you've got all the young kids obsessed with this, like, what's it called, the manosphere, rating themselves, like, how much am I worth and all that. Fuck. Men don't talk like that. Like, how much am I worth?
Watch when this Andrew Tate comes out, Heathen. They're waiting for the exact right time to bring him out. It's going to be where they need something covered up. Some wars going on somewhere, or America's doing some mad moves now, like sending tanks into Ukraine. And Russia's warned them.
Did you see that spy
defensive weapons, bro? This ain't defensive no more. You lot are going on some next thing now, making it World War now, World War levels.
Wait, Heathen. America has a 800 million plus defense budget, and you think that was a spy balloon, yeah?
They're saying it was a Chinese balloon.
Well, whatever it was, lads, it was there, wasn't it, in the sky. But what's it invoke? It hasn't. Like I always find it interesting when things like that. Like what legislation has that invoked?
It's just a distraction. Exactly.
Lockdown, like, do you know what I mean? So they give up the potentially fabricate a problem to then be able to back it up with legislation and laws to be able to like lock you up if you speak against it or anything like that. It's fucking crazy, lad. It's crazy.
Who's been locked up for speaking against them?
Well, the likes of like fucking Julian Assange and that, innit?
Okay, so
he tried to out him. You could say Epstein, even though he was implicated in the whole thing. Like, he didn't want him to speak.
Faces of the same coin. So all of the people they give you, they're the only ones getting locked
up.
But
sometimes you've got to go for the weak who break, haven't you? On the opposite side, you know what I mean? You can't just write it off always. So Epstein, lad, probably would have dropped how many names in the hat?
Who that is not part of the establishment has been locked up for speaking out against the establishment?
He's just told you, Julian Assange.
He's part of the establishment.
Oh,
yeah. Are so surface level. Carry on.
A lot of small time people will have, won't they? People who are critical of the government and the police then say like, "Oh, you're causing a public nuisance."
Yeah, but
loads of people will have. Loads of little activists and that over the years.
Yeah, but they're all fake. They're all agents. They've all been placed there.
Cool, controlled opposition.
Sometimes like underground roots people.
Oh, thank
you. You do sometimes have some genuine people like.
I didn't know that.
You go down to like court cases or the Crown Hall or something.
I ain't trying to convince anyone what or what not to believe here, but if people want to believe that a Chinese spy balloon managed to get itself onto US soil, to the point where the whole world knew about it, and then they decided the best course of action is to take it down, then I don't even really know what to say to
them. I get your point, lad, but what did they gain from it?
Well,
I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I'm just carrying on the conversation.
What they gained from that, Heathen, what they gained from that now is that they've put it out to the public that there's a credible threat from China, bro. Yeah, China put a balloon onto their property, which is there for what? That's like what? Some could deem that's even an act of war, bro. Yeah.
So what is an act of war nowadays? Like we've got fucking tanks in Ukraine.
Wait, bro. There's no. bruv, this is how it works, yeah? We create a problem, we give you justification, and then we give you solution. Or solution and justification, whatever way you want to put it. But the fact of the matter is, now that that's been seen by the whole world, Fox News, CNN, X, Y, and Z, if America was to do something crazy to China within the next couple months or weeks, the majority of the American people would think that it's justified because they were sending spy balloons over there. Fucking do you see how it works?
Exactly that.
I wouldn't say that's a bad thing, to be fair. Like, but I don't like how it's done. But yeah.
It's just a big game.
Doesn't have Pearl Harbor vibes to you now, where they bombed their own thing and then blamed it on the Japanese.
Look, bruv, even. If you was to go back and look through,
well, they turn the radar off. They didn't bomb their own.
America are notorious, bro. Yeah, notorious for fucking doing shit like attacking their own people and making it look like it was another country.
Oh, lads, they're the worst.
This is documented, bro. This is documented. So if this is documented and they don't mind putting their own people in the line of fire, bro, to accomplish their greater agenda, bro. Like, why do people think that they won't do this shit again?
No, I'm with you. The Rufus. They even had documents when they raided on the D-Day landings. On the D-Day landings, you know, Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah.
You know, that battle, anyway, they were practicing that battle in the north of Scotland, right? And they were meant to be doing live fire, right? And the machine guns were something like 2 foot down. And they just wiped out like fucking 3 entire fucking platoons. Just hit it. Exactly, like, yeah, cannon fodder.
Like I told people before, you have real casualties from fake situations, innit? Just put it that way, innit? Yeah. So when people say, "Oh, well, that person got hurt, that person lost their life," like, yeah.
Even how far do you think Liverpool
just makes it sound more realistic, right?
Yeah, because you get me.
Even how far do you think Liverpool's history goes back? That's why you're so patriotic, because you think that Liverpool is this solid bit of ground that has always eaten hash pot. What's that? That dish you cook with corned beef and potatoes and carrots.
What, Scouts?
Yeah, Scouts.
How fucking thick do you think I am, lad? You can go down to the town hall, lad. You can go down to the town hall.
No, but that's like the Beatles, or like, you know, like the like, it's part of Liverpool's history. I lie. That's true.
What's your point, Fax? Can you get to the point?
Yeah, like what is that?
My point is,
fighting here.
Right, my point is, my question to Heathen is, if you really do the research on the history of the whole of the UK, you'll find out that there was different people living in different locations. So to be so patriotic over something and get, you know, like have these values and opinions, it's based on a false narrative. That's what I wanted to say.
Right, that sounded like something Respect would have said. Long.
What do you mean?
No, it's quite
how long does it take for a narrative to come with people then? Only a couple of generations. Like I'm not from the people in 1207 when Liverpool was founded. And before that, like, we already know there was like 2 farms and then probably nothing. There was an abbey over the water on the Wirral. Like I don't get what your point is, like. Do you think that I've just come from here for dating back to like 0?
Right.
I don't know.
Right. The point is that it's way deeper than that. That you're just a human being and you're just living on Earth.
Yeah, and I feel attachment to this earth and to this ground and to these islands, lad.
No. Like, you should have nothing. You shouldn't have any ties to it. Yeah. You should just have the experience.
Yeah. No. I cannot.
That's why you've got these opinions.
I feel it, like, when I walk around, I enjoy it. You know what I mean? Not to go personal, lad. Not to go personal, but I haven't had a life of drugs. Like what you've gone through, lad. You're ashamed of yourself, and you put that on yourself, lad. I walk around.
No, there's no shame in my game. There's no shame in my game, Playboy.
I like.
There's no shame in my
game. When I go there, like
if
Scotland,
only,
like
if only
Wales.
he was ashamed of his fucking bad conduct. He don't give a shit, bruv.
It's not like I don't give a shit. It's
I like these islands, lad, and I feel attached to them.
You're
Never
giving him
looked
too
into
much
my
credit
heritage.
here, Heathen.
I feel attached to them, lad. So
don't feel ashamed.
Yeah, but Heathen, can't you see the discord you're causing between other people that are having experience on the island too, with your bigoted views?
I'm a bigoted, lad. I'm not stopping anyone from saying the same thing that I am.
You can say the same thing as me.
Yeah, I think you're just as bigoted as him.
You can't tell me what I think and don't think. You said it out loud. I've never claimed nothing.
I said you can think. You can think what I think.
No, sorry, facts. We can definitely tell you what you think. We can definitely tell you what you think, facts. Because you said some wild stuff on there, bro. Don't get.
Yeah, and a lot of it was bigoted.
So yeah, let's just tread
not
like
against my lot, obviously. Like,
whoa. All right, well, this one's not about me today. But anyway, what have I said that's bigoted then? About women.
What have I said that's bigoted?
About women
taking over Lewisham and ruining it for you.
Yeah, well, that's not me saying it. That's the elders of Lewisham. I agree with them, so I would say that as well. But anyway, I'm allowed to say that. Same as Heathen's allowed to say his thing about Liverpool.
So then how are you calling Heathen a bigot then, and you're not? If you're allowed to say the same shit that he's saying,
from saying it though.
This doesn't make sense, facts. Like, it's no sense.
It does. How am I a bigot, lad? What am I saying? That's a bigot.
Oh, Heathen, come on, man. You say loads of things in the chat, and you've said words that are unforgivable.
Like what?
Like what? Like what?
What are you on about, lad?
All right.
You said a lot of fucking mad shit when you're being off your tits. I've never said nothing. I get on with everyone on here.
I mean, man. You're very unprepared.
You don't have any animosity towards anyone on here.
Hold on.
The problem with having
facts. Someone's saying that you forgot that you told all black people that they should leave England, bro. Is this true?
Of course, yes.
No, I said how would you feel if you went back to Africa and it was all white? And I also said, where are your you always keep talking about back home, like whatever origin your genetics DNA is from, whether it be the islands or the motherlands. What is like, you know, but we're here now and you live here, so you won't ever let me finish my sentences. Just have your human experience and stop claiming.
Facts, the floor is all yours. Explain yourself, my brother.
Stop claiming that certain parts of the earth belong to you, right? Because they don't. Mother Earth owns Earth. No one has dominion over Earth other than Mother Earth and your mighty creator. So just enjoy your experience.
So we are facts. Facts. Shut the fuck up, right? Are you a caretaker of the land where you're from, or are you a caretaker of the fucking Amazon forest? What's relevant to you?
Just having an experience.
I bet you walk past rubbish, lad. I bet you're one of them who puts rubbish on the fucking floor, and then you're going to go and talk about, this is all our Earth.
He doesn't put rubbish on the floor. He spits on his floor.
Wearing boohoo or something, lad. You fucking like a hippie. Like what the fuck?
You don't get it. Like, this place is a construct. This isn't like what you think it is. This is like a construct. It's basically been designed for you to have these arguments and views, when if you just got over yourself and got your head out your arse, that goes to Heathen and all the black folk, and enjoyed your human experience and stopped claiming dumb shit, you just be much happier or more content. There ain't no such thing as happy. You'd be more content.
What part of enjoying your human experience involves like shooting up? Seems like you're running from your human experience.
You've had your head in your ass for 40 odd years, and then you want to fucking come and chat shit.
Like, I get I get that you can drop some wisdom, but there needs to be a little bit of self-awareness.
Hang on, James, I'm on the phone.
No, because he's like John Lennon.
Let me explain myself. Let me explain myself. Let me explain myself. I was self-medicating because I was part of the system and thought and said exactly what you folks say, Heathen, everyone on the panel. I was so caught up in it all that I self-medicated, and the backlash of that is, you know, hepatitis, all medical conditions and mental health, as you would say. But it's okay, like the body's self-healing.
You can't be self-medicated on them type of drugs, bro. That's not called medicated. That's called getting high, my brother.
It is. That's what's look, self-medicating. You can do that with porn. You can do it with food. You can do it with heroin, crack, coke, weed, alcohol.
No.
And what were you doing for Mother Gaia while you were doing that, lad? What were you doing for Mother Gaia?
Let's not lie to us.
While you were doing all that shit.
Self-medicating, just like self-medicating, would be using some type of medicinal medicine which is actually helping you. to some extent, or you at least feel like it's helping you.
It stopped me killing people like you, Schiffer, because the system scarred me that badly that I had to medicate on heroin. So, and that's the system that you're all backing with all your dumb talk.
Please, 1 second. 1 second. I'm going to finish my sentence quickly. You may feel like the drugs are helping you, those ones that you're using, but they're actually killing you. They're actually sucking the life and soul out of you. You know, like Shang Tsung in that movie, and the guy he sucks the soul out of him, and the guy looks like a husk. That's what them drugs are doing. They're turning you into the husk. So there's no way
the system was doing to me to make me want to take them drugs.
Them drugs are killing you, bro.
No, the reason I took them drugs, took in the past pretense, was because the system was so vile and disgusting that that's the only way I could be part of.
What system, lad? What system now, Dan? You can't just say the system.
A 9-to-5 job, a relationship. A 9-to-5 job, a relationship with friends, family.
A 9-to-5 job, and
friends, family, and a girlfriend, all poisonous.
So
I can tell you why.
So all those things combined drove you to drugs.
I had to take heroin to be around that environment.
No, you didn't have to take nothing. You chose to. Let's just get that right. You didn't have to take anything.
Exactly.
Look, I would have been on the news as a serial killer if I hadn't.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
Substance on that.
You might have even had a better life. You might have even been a better person.
Facts. Don't give yourself.
How can you be a better person when you're surrounded by shit cunts?
Facts. Those weren't the only two choices you had.
This is what we got to do. Facts. Let me give you a piece of advice. This is a man time now. Yeah, there's man them over here. There ain't no girl them over here right now. Man them conversation. Yeah. Let me be honest with you, brother. You see the happiest time in my life, brother. Yeah. And you know my girl listening to the stream as well. So I'm gonna say this with my chest. Yeah. And I know you're listening as well. Yeah. Now watch this. Yeah, you see, once my woman could accept me as the master of this universe that we live in, and accept me as the man of the house, and I'm the one in control. That's the only time where I find what you might call happiness. Yeah, when I'm now in control of my environment. And I think every man needs to be in control of his environment to some extent to really be able to flourish. But I think your problem is that you're
let me chime in. That's fake, Schiffer. How many girlfriends you had in your life? Lot.
But it don't matter.
So it's okay for the moment, but it doesn't last. Get your head out your ass, man.
My woman now, she calls me the boss, innit? You see the ones before, that's why they're gone, because they didn't understand. I'm the boss, innit? I don't care I don't care what your emotions tell me. I'm the boss.
So you didn't feel like that with the other girls then?
Brother, listen, I always knew I was the boss, but they wouldn't accept it. That's why I ain't there.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not trying to get you in hot water. No, I agree, Schiffer. That's a natural thing that they've twisted by making men like we are and girls like they are and the society like it is. That's why it's a setup and it's all fake. And that's why you realise that, and
that's why you can use that excuse to fuck with your own life.
That's why you've got to be stronger.
You can use it as an excuse.
You are in control of your life. You're in control of your surroundings.
You couldn't get a stronger person than me.
Convenient excuse.
There's a good question. There's a good question here.
Every time you pussy out, Facts, and you decide to take them drugs. Every time you pussy out and you decide to take them drugs, you're now relinquishing your control. You're relinquishing your power as a man.
Right, facts. You know, I get you might have taken it the first time because you felt like there was no choice, but after a while you saw that it wasn't helping you. What made you continue?
No, it was helping me. You're incorrect.
All right, how was it helping you then? Please.
As I've explained, it stopped me murdering people like yourself, probably removing myself from situations that are poisonous and foul and toxic. Yeah.
Didn't help the community, did it, lad? Didn't help the people of this country. Didn't help the land.
Wait. I'm not understanding this. I'm not understanding the people like yourself comment. What do you mean like yourself?
Well, you've probably never had a real friend or done anything kind to anyone in your whole life. I can tell you haven't by the tone of your voice. Yeah, cool. For sure.
But
for sure.
Explain what you mean by people like yourself.
Well, it doesn't matter what colour you are. This has got nothing to do with colour, my friend. This is to do with you being still back in the system.
I'm asking you to.
I am.
You thinking you're higher and mightier
people
than
like yourself that back the system. I just gave you an explanation. People like yourself that back the system and believe in fashion, believe in football, believe in music, believe in all the shit that they present to you. That's all fake, and you think that you're king of the fucking castle, like Schiffer does with his Mrs. blowing smoke up his ass. No disrespect. It's a natural thing which they've taken and twisted and used against us. And you're all very good, fine examples of that.
No, I just wanted that people like yourself clarification. Because
Yeah,
if you just said stop me from murdering
I'm not
people,
that guy, man.
I could
Come on.
understand that.
Like, the first
like,
people
if it
to
stopped
be
you
kind
from
to me
murdering
was-
people, then I could understand. But when you started saying people like yourself, then
Yeah, well, that's you're programmed to react like that. Not every white person's racist.
Basically, what he's saying, yeah, is and facts are this all the time. When somebody asks him a question or grills him on something, yeah, it's like in his answer, he has to get a little jab in there quickly, bro. You get me? Done the same thing with Shift.
You're doing it too. It ain't a jab.
Shut up, man. I'm talking. Shut up. I'm talking. Shut up, bro. Shush, man. I'm talking. He done the same thing with Shift about 5 minutes ago, and he was like, people like yourself. It's like he has to throw that in there to try and I don't know, like justify something or make himself feel a certain way when he's answering the question that he don't want to answer. So
but he's good at it.
No, you want me to give a scripted answer, and the answer I'm going to give is not...
Shush, man. Shush.
All right, I'll mute up.
He thinks he's higher and mightier than people, but you just look at your train track of a fucking life, lad.
I am.
You reckon you have a life, like,
I've come past
how
the
can you
bullshit
how can you even try and
through.
pull people apart, lad? You're fucking nuts.
Listen, you're still caught up in the
and then you
matrix.
want to use it as you want to use the excuse, oh, I would have killed people. What the most extreme, so you try and win people over with your argument. Oh yeah, if it didn't do drunk, I was just going to go on rampage.
Well, look, I'll put it to you like this. In my first job, I spent all my money on drugs, fake tobacco, whores, and counterfeit money.
And you had the higher state of mind, lad. You were onto the system.
I didn't give nothing back to the system. That's how much I hate it.
You used your knowledge of the system to do that to yourself. Nuts. Because drugs aren't part of the system, are they? Hey.
No, I could see how it was hurting other people. I didn't want to be part of it.
So you funded the CIA?
In hindsight, at the time.
Big up, family. Big up.
Yes, Beefy.
I had a few things.
And then you go to the same system that you don't trust for your fucking methadone, lad. The same system that you don't trust. You don't pick up methadone and take their word that it's going to sort out.
Stuff. I don't take none of their stuff. I kind of get where facts is coming from.
Facts.
But not everyone does drugs, but they give us things which keep us distracted. Like he says, football on the weekend, pubs on the weekend. All these things they give us to distract us from what's going on in our lives, the miserable lives we have.
Are you kidding?
They give us
this guy's
not so much the pub, but the football,
Beefy, rather than
finish, man. Let the man finish, man. Go on, Beefy.
I mean, the thing is, we're all addicted to material things. More, like I always say, like the biggest drug killers are prescription drugs. Not even the drugs you take illegally. Prescription drugs are the biggest killers. No one talks about.
Tell them, Beefy, man.
No, I agree, Beefy. But what I'm trying to say is, rather than watch a football match, my man decided to do heroin, innit? So he's saying
it's
like,
either like that. For me, it's the same difference. For me, it's the same difference, Teaser. For me, it's the same difference.
I don't know, man. Watching a football match has never impacted on my family or those around me. Still,
for some people it does, though. For some people it does. You know what I mean? That's the reality of life. Some people go shopping, buy clothes they don't need to wear. Some people eat food they don't need to eat. I mean, but
I don't think you can honestly put them on the same level.
We're not comparing. We're saying that
it is the same level, Caesar. It is the same level.
Well, it's exactly what the Romans done, lad, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Because I do something and then someone else does something, I won't put them down for doing something else. It's the same thing in my eyes. But it's the same thing. Football, it
goes back to your trial, lad. It goes back to your trial.
I understand the premise. But I can't.
We're going to business in the country. Business is a killer. A killer.
Two things, yeah.
Why all this?
But number one, I'm pretty sure everyone's gone through some shit in their life, cause like that they could have turned to down a path that they shouldn't have gone down. And you get me. The majority of people, they don't fucking do that, cause you get me. Yeah, or they find other ways to deal with their situations and find solutions. That's number one. Number two, fam, I definitely get what you're saying about the prescription drugs argument, because I've used that myself before. But what I will say, cause is buying a fucking a wrap of dark, bruv, or someone in a street corner, cause don't get me wrong, it's still fucking hot.
That's just discrimination.
Shut up, man. I ain't finished. Shut up. It's still hard. It's still hard drug, brother. And don't get twisted. The doctors have a license to sell you hard drugs. You get me? But I get that. But at the same time, man shooting up fucking heroin that he bought from fucking Brixton High Road, cuz is not the same as a man going and getting some Oxycontin, even though they both fall under the category of opiates. I'm not going to dispute that. Yeah, but it's
exactly
not the
same.
Thing. It's not.
You can shoot up oxys.
Yeah,
well, I don't understand.
You're right.
I don't understand. What's the difference?
What's the difference between heroin and Oxycontin?
Yeah.
A man that has Oxycontin, a man that has heroin on the block, cause it probably is dashed X, Y, and Z in that shit, bro. Whereas the Oxycontin, although it's just as fucked up, at least I can kind of tell what's in the fucking shit.
Nah, man, they sell fake oxys. They put fentanyl in it. People are dying of it all over America.
Yeah, bruv, you're always gonna find fake medicine, fam. You get me? That's not up for debate. That's not a question. I'm simply saying. I don't know anyone I've never heard about a man going to the doctors, bruv, and getting fake Oxycontin for a minute.
Yeah, but the thing is, either way, an opioid problem is an opioid problem. I don't see an addiction to it as well. I'm not really sure what the big difference is. I'm not sure, man. You know, like these people are strung out, cuz, and they ODing and they're dying from this shit. Like, very rich people dying from Xannies and Oxys and all those pills. That is the main opioid problem. It's not even fentanyl is second to that. All these other drugs.
And they prescribe it like for natural feelings.
Yeah, so
they prescribe it for people who've like lost someone, and then they say, "Oh yeah, you need this." Like you just mourn and like.
I don't know how people are getting hold of these drugs, but they're not all getting prescriptions. So somehow someone is getting hold of big amounts and selling it and shotting it on road, cuz then people are getting it's getting shotted. So I don't know. Like,
let me help you find your tongue. It's the stigma attached to it. You think I'm a bad person because I buy it off the street corner, but that's exactly what the doctor's doing.
No one's associating good or bad with anything.
Exactly.
I think you're a bad person, like, because I can listen to you speak.
You just said it. You just said what you said.
Listen to you speak, lad, and I've seen your attitude, and it's fucking wrong.
I'm allowed to be a little bit pissed off because the system.
You can be whatever you want, lad, and I can make a judgment on your actions.
Yeah, no, 100.
The greater point I was trying to make as well was just like the government has to have all these additions, because without all these things, the people will fucking go mad. Well, the system is fucked up, and they know it.
Yeah, addiction could likely be a symptom of the society that you live in, like one of the symptoms. But not everyone that lives in that society becomes an addict. Yeah, we understand it as well. So it's not just saying, "Oh, you just grew up here and that's why you're nitty." Yeah, I mean, it's good to understand the social factors that may have led to your addiction. But ultimately, for some people there's choice. For some people, they're born as addicts, or they're
addictive personality.
They become addicted. That's fuckeries. But everyone else, man, you picked up your 5 or your 10 and you went and bought what you wanted. And this is where you are. I mean, man's got to take that responsibility. But I do think that there's a lot more addicts that go to the doctor to get drugs. You know what I mean? And maybe they're not looked on the same. But I think they're the same, man. And I think that the doctor is just a shotter, man.
With a license to shot.
License to shot, exactly, cuz. Oh, sorry, we got the medication wrong. Imagine somebody said that, what was it they had? They had something. They had some kind of mental thing going on, right? They got put on medication. They took the medication. Medication started to make them hear voices and tell them to kill themselves. And that's supposed to be fixing something else. You gotta take something else to stop the voices. That the medication that's stopping depression is like, it's mad, man. These drugs are crazy.
I remember seeing suicide medicine, and one of the side effects was suicidal thoughts.
At this point, brother.
How you getting suicide medicine and the effects is suicidal thoughts? What is that? What is that?
But that's not fixing the problem. That's what it's called. It's called one substituting one problem for another. And I think with that, like you see the thing
I'm just saying simply, if you got to choose, because you get me, yeah, bruv, it's like saying going to find going to find a fucking needle that you might find, I don't know, somewhere, and going to go and find a fresh needle, cause they're both gonna fuck you up, because they're doing the same thing. but there's
right.
You might get an element of a safer quote unquote experience. You get what I'm trying to say? Whereas the man on the street corner, bro, we all know about people dash anything in anything. Not saying that's not a prescription medicine, but fam,
No, on that point, people put it rare. But the problem with this one is that when you get the prescription, it's the wrong prescription for you as a human. Yeah. So it's just as it like basically getting prescribed the wrong thing by an official doctor can be just and they've got something that you never expected.
That's right.
Not people take a medicine once. Not people take medicine once.
They die, but they die, man.
100%. If they legalise the right,
people have adverse reactions. 100%.
If they legalise the correct drugs, you wouldn't have to take supplements that don't help you. If they legalise heroin, you wouldn't have to take methadone.
When I was brother, you see what you're doing right now, yeah?
So we're talking legalising heroin now.
One at a time.
You've already gone to the point, yeah, of promoting that you need certain things to medicate with, yeah, like it's a medication, like it's something that's helping you.
Yeah, self-medication.
Brother, this is the thing. We already know there's something wrong with you the moment you say that, and this is why, brother, because you have to understand. You see, although I'll say, you see me as the man, I might be the boss of my household, but I do realize that the women around me, they understand this thing of going too far better than us sometimes.
Are you sure it's me and not the system? Are you sure it's not a healthy reaction to a very unhealthy environment?
For instance, brother, for example, brother, doing things like being the man of the house and you're the provider, you're the boss, but now you start smoking crack. Now you've gone too far.
Right.
Your woman's supposed to tell you that. Yeah,
I wouldn't disagree with that. But let's look at the root cause.
You're the man of the house. You're the man of the house. You set the expectations, and you said, "I expect X, Y, and Z from my kids." But your missus can say, "Well, this one here, they can handle X and Y, but Z's too much for that one." Yeah, and you're supposed to be able to listen and adhere to some of what she's saying because she's in control of certain aspects of life in the household anyway. So what you've got to do then is
first of all, can we break down what you just said? Can we break down what you just said? We've got a household with
some of that attitude.
All right, Schiffer, let him talk. Schiffer, let him talk now. Let him talk.
One second. Facts. Like you know that you was told to stop interrupting. You waited 2 seconds. You started interrupting again. Explain to me.
He keeps changing the subject, Jedi.
It doesn't matter.
All right.
Because all you're doing is added to confusion because you keep making there be multiple people talking. If you keep doing it, then we're gonna think that you're unwilling to like share the platform with everyone. Then I'm gonna have to remove you. I don't want to do that. I enjoy your input, but it doesn't have to be frantic. Just because you're having an input, you don't have to be frantic. Match the energy that you find on the platform, which is one where we're having good conversation. It's not it's not that. Just wait. You're gonna respond. You're gonna respond to Schiffer, but let Schiffer make his point and let him feel like you're actually listening to him.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll stand corrected.
All right, Schiffer, no monologues, please, bro. Just slap him with 2 points so he can respond because he's itching to say something. Schiff, you there? No?
I think that was his point, though. I think that he made his point.
Schiff?
Right, so Schiffer's point was that if you got a family household and you're the man of the house and you start smoking,
man. Fucking hell.
He's gone.
Schiffer, go on.
Schiffer said his thing, man. He said it.
Yeah, but Schiffer's right, man.
Hey, fall back, Gaza, man. Fall back, Gaza.
He's not even here. He's not even here.
Oh, you know, okay, carry on, man. Fucking hell.
All right, cool. So just letting you know, I'm just gonna make quick executive decisions. Yeah, if I feel like you're not fitting in with the convo, unfortunately, I'm just gonna ask you to come back later, like because I just can't. I'm not gonna go back and forth. Every adult knows how to talk, man. Like majority of us are having a great convo. Don't just start shouting stuff out, man. Please, man. It's Monday morning or Monday afternoon, should I say? All right, let's go, man. Can I finish your point, bro?
Can I respond then?
Yeah, please do.
Right, okay. So Schiffer made the point of you've got a family house and you're the man of the house and you start smoking crack and your missus says X, Y, and Z. I'm saying let's look at the root cause of that. That probably the reason you got together was on a fake premises anyway. You've had children under that fake premises. You're living in a fake system and society that judges each other. So yes, medicating on crack is not a good idea. However, the root cause of that problem to get you to self-medicating on whatever it is, whether it be crack, porn, food, gambling, is not addressed. So the person gets the stigma attached to the substance they choose to self-medicate with, and the cycle just keeps continuing.
I don't think you're getting the point, though, Fact. Let me just respond to him real quick, because it's going to be so quick here. Now, brother, listen to the point, Facts, yeah? Listen to the point, yeah? Now, you see, in any life situation with any person, regardless of whether they be man or woman, yeah? There's going to come a point where a person could get in their feelings, yeah? And we've all seen this before. Anyone who says they ain't seen it before, maybe you've been locked away in seclusion for your whole life. But listen, your woman might have done it, or you might have even done it. Well, you're doing that, so I'm just going to do this. Or it might be with a friend. Well, you did that, so I'm going to do this. Yeah? You see, every time you say that, yeah, and you use that emotive reaction, rather than using common sense and knowledge to make sure that your behavior is going to have the correct effect on your environment, you now become the toxic one, brother. And if you're going to keep displaying toxic behavior and then saying but or however or whatever word you're going to use to make the excuse you're going to make, that's the point where we realize we can't tolerate you. We're going to have to do something about you.
Well, can I respond? Right, what I would say to that is two children trying to act as adults, and one of the adults that is acting like a children starts self-medicating. So again, the problem is not being addressed as to how it's got to that point where someone wants to self-medicate, and you say, oh, it's being selfish or toxic, when that person isn't actually. They're being the most unselfish by self-medicating and trying to keep that situation going rather than pouring petrol on it.
Yeah, but
hold on, wait a second. Did that
you are pouring petrol?
When you were speaking of it, really?
Shift, sorry, one sec. Facts, but you're not understanding. You self-medicating is adding to the problem, my brother, because it puts you in a state where you're not conducive and helpful to anyone. It just causes you more problems and more of a downward spiral. So you say that you're self-medicating and trying to sort out half of the problem or some of the problem on your own. You're not really sorting anything out because it causes more problems in the long run, bro. You getting high, bro, is not benefiting your relationship, your family relationship, your work relationship, your house. It's not benefiting anyone.
But this is what he's like, lad. It's everyone else's fault. No. It's the system's fault. That's the end. No, you even take the piss out of it. How can you say it's not natural for two families to come together and bond the blood? All right, marriage might be an institution now.
That's the final straw, the self-medicating. I'm saying nothing's been addressed up until that point. Obviously, you've tried to sort things out, so why can't you just be honest with each other and say we shouldn't be together, we shouldn't have had children, we shouldn't be doing these jobs, we shouldn't be living in this area, and address the root cause of the problem? But people don't do that. I didn't do that, so that's why I know.
Brother, you might as well say you shouldn't be alive. God shouldn't have made you. You should have never existed. And what you might.
But that's why he numbs up, Shiver. That's exactly why he numbs up. This is what you all end up doing when facts comes on.
Make excuses,
just trying to pick through his fucking fishing knot of a brain.
I could just remove myself from the I've just removed myself from the situation now. I don't have to self-medicate anymore. I just remove myself from the situation.
I hear you, but you were still a detriment to the situation. So you can't sit there putting on other people saying, oh, well, because this person was acting like this, I just went and done that. That's a child's behavior, brother. Someone who clearly doesn't have any understanding, or, you know, they still need teaching. They still need to be brought to a level of, you know, humanity where they can live, function, and exist around others without needing the help of the benefit of a parent to guide them all the time. Yeah, but you're clearly not at that stage. Because if you was at that stage, you'd be able to understand.
Not that at all.
One second, brother. You can go after me. If you want to correct me, please feel free to after it. But I'm just saying, like, if you was at that stage, brother, you as a man can't sit here making these ridiculous excuses. Listen, brother, I've heard women throughout my life make ridiculous excuses for things, especially at particular times of the month or when one was. I've even heard men do it when they're over emotive. But brother, at some point, that man or woman would have to realize that, you know what, if that behavior they was displaying was toxic to the environment in any way, then, and it's not conducive to a good environment, then that behavior was not necessary. It needed to be cut out. It needs to, it's a disease. It needs to be cut out of your personality.
Yeah, look, I'm agreeing with you, but what I'm saying is that people in relationships are, most people are adults, but with a child mentality, and that's what leads to the breakdown and someone self-medicating, not in my case on heroin, on other people's case, pornography, gambling, whatever it might be. So what I'm saying is, you're saying,
you know. Do you mean most people you know? Because most people are not
hang on,
adults
Schiffer, let me
with
finish,
mentality.
please. I've come through it now, and I can see that the whole thing's a setup and every road's a dead end. So I remove myself or don't get involved in it in the first place, where you're trying to whistle Dixie and make out everything's okay and that there's not a problem here because you feel like the man of the house when it's fake.
Isn't
you created the dead end because you opted out of society and opted for drugs.
Bit convenient for you there, mate.
Yeah, so
you've opted out of joining society and living on the outskirts of society, and now at like 50 years old, sit around and say, "Oh, all the avenues are closed."
Yeah.
Because you fucked around for 30 years, like.
Right. What do I want to go down the pub for, or football, or watch porn, or get in a relationship that's fake, or take drugs?
Don't do it. You don't have to do it. You don't have to take the crap.
Facts, you ain't got to do none of them, bro. Yeah, you can literally go and find a hobby, bro.
I just said I don't. Every person does that.
Doesn't consist of you doing any of that behavior, bro. Nothing that's going to be detrimental to your health or to your lifestyle. But you're choosing to only focus on the things that you think might get you back into some other sort of addiction or trouble. Bro, listen, you see when you keep talking, you see when you keep saying, "Oh, bro, well, I'm 50 and I'm X, Y, and Z, bro." Bro, that's a bullshit excuse, fam.
That's right.
I've got people in my family, fam, bro, that used to smoke hard food for basically the best part of 30 years, fam. Yeah, literally to the point where they went jail in 2016, bro, and got themselves off this shit. Yeah, to the point where they're doing quite well in life right now, bro. Got a couple cars, got a little business. This is a person that used to
everything's
smoke
a journey,
like
everything's a learning curve, isn't it?
What?
Yeah, but
are they doing well in life?
What's worse, that self-medicating with crack or self-medicating with football?
Once it even can't. Sorry, say that again.
I said everything's
a
journey.
Yeah, bro.
Can I speak to him about his relatives, bro?
Yeah, listen.
Everything's a learning curve.
Yeah, bro. I hear that still, but it gets to a point where, as a human being, you get to an age, bro, where you've been on this earth for enough years, bro, that you should have learned some shit by now, cuz. Yeah?
Exactly.
So the simple fact, here that they've done whatever and sorted out what they need to sort out, bro.
Now I'm agreeing with you.
That was hard. Like, you get me?
Of course, that's the hard road.
Yeah, and to be quite honest, I feel if that person didn't go to prison, they probably wouldn't even have done that. Yeah. So I'm not saying that man's high and mighty, but I'm simply saying, bro, if you really want to change certain things, cuz, you get me, yeah. But there's ways to do it, cuz, but it starts with yourself. Yeah? You can't just be every day looking around at every issue. You're saying it's society done this. But society does shit to everybody, bro. To everybody, fam. Everybody don't end up on hard drugs or alcoholic or doing whatever they do, fam. Yeah. So again, and I'm not saying everyone's built, people are built different. I get that, bro. But like, it comes a point in life, bro, where you have to kind of look at yourself and say, bro, it's me, innit? Yeah, it ain't no. You took food.
Respond to that.
Wait, hold on. You smoked or you done whatever, bro, and you liked the feeling you got of it. Hence why you kept repeating the process. Because if you didn't like it, or you didn't get the feeling that you were looking for off it first time, you wouldn't have done it again, bro.
That's right.
So you enjoyed that, brother. Let's keep it 100, man. You enjoyed it.
Can I just quickly add something before we go back to facts? That is what is known as a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's what that is.
Yeah.
With that mindset that you're using there, facts always leads you back eventually to that same point that you can justify it. You're saying, I have to do this. It's my my pressure release valve, right? But really, your pressure release valve should be something that helps you move forward to where you really want to be. Do you get me? Like,
right, I do get you, Con, and let me respond to both of you real quick. I'll take it a little bit.
Facts, before you go on, I'll just make one quick point. I'm not going against anyone, but I want to put you know that.
Go on, Beefy.
You know, if you take heroin, eat a chocolate, laugh at something, the chemical reaction you have is the same. You know this.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and that's what I was going to say. Like, what's worse,
heroin,
self-medicating through crack or football?
Come on, because now I've got to think about 3 points, four, 5, 6 different points with 3 people.
Eating a chocolate.
No, you don't got to address everything.
Eating a chocolate, eating sweets, smoking crack, smoking weed, they're all involved in the same thing. They release a certain chemical which makes us feel good. That's all. That's it is. So
let me just take it a little bit deeper and answer all 3 of you with this. You're going on the mind. The answer is a mindset. You just change your mindset. You don't, and the way you're coming at it is from the programming that the government or learned behaviour, which is going to be no avail to you. You're just going to find yourself back in the same circumstances. So you have to do it internally and know the root cause of the problem, which I'm trying to get at, which none of you 3 want to address. You want to hide behind the bullshit.
Facts.
Doesn't help you. Let him finish.
Go on. Sorry.
Let him finish.
Right. No, it's the same response to everyone else. Don't even need to listen.
Oi, you 3 have some manners, man.
Hold on, beefy.
Let him finish.
No, let him finish. The man will speak after. Go on.
Let him finish.
Beefy was trying to be.
Let him finish.
Beefy was trying to be calm.
Yeah, you lot are moving mad. And this is something that I pointed out yesterday when we were chatting about the ladies trying to talk. Ladies, pay attention. Bare man on the panel don't want to let each other finish a sentence. Just like, oh, you know what? Oh, Peter's talking. Yeah, I can chat over him. I'll be quiet for John, but Peter, I'll chat over. Oh, oh, let me just quickly say this. Oh, everyone just wants to quickly say something. And then the people talking don't get to chat. Come on, cuzzy. You lot have to have some better self-restraint. Because this ain't even something man can moderate. Because I can't moderate a group of men. Do you know what I mean? That are men's eight. I can't moderate you lot. It's just going to end up sounding like I'm trying to bad you up, which I'm not. I just want the clarity, man. I get man them's got little points to make. If your quick point ain't less than 10 seconds, it's not a quick point. It's a whole point.
And
the whole point. Come on, man.
Respectfully, because I for once, respectfully, the only interjection man just had there quickly is that Facts keep saying the same thing, cuz over there. It's like he had 4 chances to speak and he said the same thing, just in different ways.
Yeah, and a man should be able to interject if you see.
This tells you about this. Go on.
You see, if we're conferring information, like for instance, Facts is now affirming what we've been saying, isn't it? So if he's affirming and during that affirmation he goes clearly down the wrong path, I think there is a point to be sensible here and say, okay,
within reason,
we can interject a bit.
Yeah, we know within reason. I don't want to tell man no interjecting, but within reason. But when we're in the interjecting frenzy, I might say everyone just stop yourself from wanting to say that one thing. Then we all get better. But yeah, anyway, let's move forward. Big up High Priest. High priest.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
peace. What love? How are you guys doing? I'm on the plantation.
Big up. And big up everyone else as well. Big up everyone on the panel.
I left a comment on Respect's page telling him that bro, why are you uploading my music for? Mama blocked me.
No way.
I'm like, yo, cuz.
Wow.
I told him, don't take it out on me because you got bullied on the panel by a spray.
Whoa.
Don't take it out on me.
So he wants your attention, but doesn't want your attention.
You want my attention. You want to play my music, upload my music, and then when I tell you why you uploading my music, you want to block me. Anyway, yeah. So, High Priest, what did you want to say? Anything?
I mean, I think you're talking about the thing, innit? About what happened yesterday or whatever, his interview with Tommy Robinson and that, right?
We were go on.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, no, let's be real. Let's be real now. Yeah? Let's start off what my man was trying to do, Young Spray. He was more or less trying to do like a Sarnetta thing. You get me? Like it was a battle. It was white supremacy versus black supremacy. Yeah? And he was the ref. He was the ref in the thing. Yeah, not fuck all the Islam shit. Like fuck, not as in disrespecting the thing. I'm just saying, like that's not what really what it was about. It was white supremacy versus black supremacy, and out of that battle, I think the black supremacy lost. To be honest, because how he conducted himself, as in respect, because remember he's supposed to be the face, yeah, of Pan Africanism in the UK, yeah, and you're against the face of white extremists or not neo Nazis. And how it looked, how he presented himself, he lost, bro. And I'm disappointed because if I was in his position, no way I'm letting some neo-Nazi like tenant man getting. You get me? No way can he really speak because when there was a question.
You would have lost already because you would have called him. You would have called Tommy Robinson a neo-Nazi, and you would have lost the whole debate.
No. I wouldn't say that. Yeah, you get me? Because man will be politically correct. I would just be like, you're a white supremacist, white supremacist. You get it?
Yeah, that might be a bit better. White supremacist might be, maybe. I never heard him say he's a white supremacist. I'll be honest, bro. Tommy ain't like, unless he says it all behind the scenes, he ain't said that white people are better than black people.
Never.
White people are the best. He ain't never
Don't
said
catch him doing that.
I don't know.
Even listening on the podcast, Jedi, he called out Rasmus because he said Rasmus. I don't think white is better than black, but I don't want to be convert to what I'm thinking. But you want all black people to be Muslim, right? That's what I said. Yeah. You see what I mean?
That's a crack door, though. You get me? You can't say
Rashford
that.
never said yeah to that. Don't lie, Beefy.
He did. Listen up.
He didn't.
He did.
I wish he said yeah, but he didn't.
He did.
Why can't you an Islamic supremacist?
No, but I mean, like, you
I
get
just
it,
think
like,
Islam's good for people.
heavy.
But anyway, we're going on a tangent. Let's get back to the brother that just jumped on.
I wanted to say something about the interview with Tommy and Raspect. I think Raspect was trying to push his own agendas, and he didn't question Tommy about what was actually being discussed in the room.
Well, he didn't say enough to push on any agenda.
Oh, he didn't get a chance, but he kept saying the normal stuff that he says online and stuff like that. That was a long time ago, but he didn't really listen to what was being said.
Yeah, but what was the topic? Like, what was the topic? It was something about Islam. Like, Islam is bad, and that. Like, that was how Tommy was coming on.
Do you know what, lad? I was surprised when I seen the title. You know,
it was supposed to be. Is Tommy racist? Is Tommy a racist?
Yeah, or does Tommy hate everyone or something? Yeah, it was like a title like that.
No, is Tommy a racist or is he patriotic? That was the question.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Because all I heard was just about Islam, and he was just more like, "Oh, Islam is bad," but they preach the things that you should do this, like you should kidnap girls, you should rape people that are infidel, like that's. And he was bringing out surahs, and you get me. He was giving the facts and that. And Respect, you get me, he weren't really saying much. Like, Respect is not really a Muslim. Like, you cannot, like, if man is talking about Islam, like, that's not the guy to be bringing and defending the thing. Because he lost. Exactly. He got knocked out. He got knocked out, bro. He got fully knocked. Like, you know them one, like Mike Tyson punches? He got that still.
Yo, brother, how did we go from black supremacy to Islam, though? I'm a bit confused now.
Because that's what Tommy does. He dance rings around you. Respect should have been honest and said, let me refer you to one of my peoples that can answer your question more thoroughly.
No, you went on to answer them questions, though.
Yeah, they brought Respect on.
That's why he was there. He literally said that to him. He said, this is why I brought Respect on.
Yeah, like
no, he didn't. He started going on about Saudi Arabia and the age of consent, and then they all had their phones out, and that young spray was phoning someone.
Yeah,
that was the whole point. So Respect should have just been more honest and said, "I've got someone that can thoroughly answer your question. Let's get back to the topic of the debate and expose you for the scumbag you are."
But he didn't.
I think the problem
people said that, yeah, he should have been more vocal. That's what you're saying, right? Should have been more vocal. That's what everyone said.
I think the problem was that Respect tried to use religion as a way into racism, but the problem is you cannot say Islam is a race. You just say, well, someone's anti-Islamic, they're racist.
Mm-hmm.
Although it makes sense if you can explain it, but Respect didn't explain it. You know what I mean? You were just saying if if you agree with Tommy, you're against black Muslims, which doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? And black people.
You get me? Like if he had someone like, let's say, Nation of Islam in his corner, yeah, at least them man have some sort of heat. Like they will come with the like with the doctrine. You get me? And then you get it. There'll be something, yeah. But Respect was being quiet, and it was embarrassing. You get me? Like I said, if I was in that situation, I would not bring Islam. It would just be like a black and white thing, white supremacy versus black.
I said that as well, bro. I agree with you on that.
And another thing as well.
And I'm a Muslim, and I'm agreeing with you.
You get me? Like the Muslim thing wasn't really involved like that. Like Tommy Robinson used that as a crutch to kind of justify his thing, and Respect couldn't, shut it down, and it made Tommy look better than Respect in that sense, because he was quoting certain things, but it's like, you get me, like you're supposed to defend the surah, and he couldn't defend it, and it's like he was right in what he was saying.
Or do you think Respect is smart because he doesn't want to offend some of his Muslim supporters by saying what sect he follows? But that can cause problems as well. You start saying he follows a certain sect and does certain things. So Respect, I think, is very smart that way because he wants to share support, he wants to Sunni support when he's doing his rhetoric stuff about anti-Muslims. When Respect is being Respect, you know what I mean? He likes a Ummah support. He wants from the Shia and the Sunnis. But if he starts exposing himself, what state he is, to cause problems for himself as well. So he's being
exactly. He turned up as a Muslim and not as a what was it? Forever is a Forever Family, because he had the Forever Family like chain on. Do you know what I mean? But he didn't turn up as a Forever Family. He turned up as a Muslim instead and got sidetracked.
Can I just say quickly? I know you're all gonna hate me, but big up Respect for showing face and at least trying. So that's from me and me alone.
You call that trying?
Yeah. Nah, bro. You're brainwashed, bro. You're brainwashed.
Well, look, he was there and he rolled up his sleeves and he got involved. That's good enough for me.
You got to
lose or draw, he showed face.
Facts is funny.
Hidden, I'll ask you, what was your opinion on Tommy's performance and Russell's performance? What was your opinion, Hidden?
Self-explanatory, lad, isn't it?
No,
he didn't get tested, lad. He just had a laugh, didn't he?
No, he got tested still. You get me? That was his chance to show that exposed man that he's racist.
I don't think he got pushed.
And he didn't.
I don't think he knows anything about Respect to try and like kill his career or kill his movement or anything like that. I don't think he come on to like annihilate him or anything. I think he just turned up to have a discussion. Like,
here, if you were Respect here, if you're in Respect shoes, what angle would you have taken against Tommy?
Don't know, lad. I think he made a good few points, but he didn't push on it. He just sat back. He made a good few points. Like I don't know, lad. What would you say? I've said before, Tommy's a one-trick pony, and so everyone always gets stuck on Islam because that's what he talked about. So everyone wants to talk about what, like, he's famous because of Islam. So he always has to talk about Islam, doesn't he? I think it would have been better just to have a general conversation and sort of just say, because everyone must understand by now where he comes from.
Well, you finish, yeah?
I'm not his biggest supporter at all, like, but I understand his point, and I could have a conversation with him, lad.
No, yeah. Like, if you start from there, yeah. Oh, sorry, guys. I was at work. Sorry for that.
Go on mute then.
Yeah, sorry. I'll go on mute.
But yeah, I think, don't know, lad. I think Tommy looked like he was having a laugh.
Yeah, it did.
Respect looked like he was sulking like a child, I'll be honest.
No. He wasn't having a laugh, bro. Man was wearing army suit, bro. Man was on the militant thing, bro. How can he be on the laugh thing? He was looking like he wanted to smoke, man, but he got smoked by Tommy Robinson's words, and he had to keep quiet. Even Young Spree had to say, bruv, just keep quiet now. You get me? Like, you embarrassed, man. You get it, man. Look, Young Spray drank man. No, seriously. Young Spray drank my man, Rospect, because he really thought that Rospect was gonna ducky this guy and finish him off. You get me? Like that's what he thought. He was betting on Rospect to win the fight, and it made Tommy Robinson look more respectful. I have more respect for my man because at least he's telling the truth. He's telling it why he hates Islam and why he's on smoke with people, and that he's more gangster than fucking Rospect because he's been jail, yeah, and he had to deal with Muslim people in jail. Remember, because Young Spray asked him, "How did you deal with it?" And he kept it real, but he got mashed up in jail because he was talking about Islam and that he had to hold his own in it. That he didn't back down. You get me? He is a target. You get me? Like he's a target, bro. Like he's not someone that he lives a normal life. Like remember, Young Spirit was like but I'm a target because I've lived that road life.
One question, please, brother. One question, please, brother. Is Tommy Robinson, is he a neo-Nazi or is he Islamophobist, or which one is it you're going with?
Well, I'm going that he's Islamophobist. That's what I'm going with. I'm not saying from that interview that he did yesterday. I don't see him. I don't think he's a racist. I look at him like, yeah, he could bully like black people and that, but he's not really on black people. He's more on like, the Muslim like terrorists, and that he's on that flex. Like he's more patriotic. You get it? He's not.
I think he admitted he has a problem with Pakistani people. He had, remember, in Luton where he lived, they bothered him as young, and that's why there's a problem. There's a problem with Pakistani people, and that's what happens to Muslim in my eyes.
Can I just ask a question to you lot? Obviously, as a non-black person, if Tommy Robinson can convince people that he's not racist, right? Is that a failure on Respect's part?
Yeah.
Question,
in the debate, yes, it will be
100%, bro. 100%.
The debate is this. If the debate is Tommy Robinson racist?
Yeah?
Right.
And if he loses that debate, then obviously it's going to look bad. But the thing is,
go on, Joe.
The thing is, this is what the truth is. You need to debate him on: is Tommy Robinson racist against Asian Muslims?
That's a question.
Right. This is the question. Because you can't ask whether he's racist against black people because it's not washing no more. He's gone all these years without saying nigger, which is what we were waiting for. So, I've no doubt when he's in a pub in the middle of Barnley or Luton or whatever, and it's just him and his mates, and someone says, this black fucking cunt, I think that can fly. But you know what? That might fly when I'm outside and I'm standing with a group of black people. Someone might say that. Not to say it's going to be my brethren or my homie, but someone in the group might say that. And I don't think that the whole group's going to turn on him and flip him on his head. Some of them have got white girlfriends, white family. Some of my friends look black and they're fucking quarter caste or mixed. Do you know what I mean? So, I know one of my friends got a white grandma. You will never know that.
Exactly.
I've got to keep it 100. I know some of the pubs he drinks in, and he hasn't said that. The people that go in them pubs, I don't think he wouldn't get away with it. It's pretty mixed around.
He can definitely run around talking about packy this, packy that in front of his mates. Nothing ain't gonna happen, right? Because, like I told you before, they got this thing of, you look all right, man. No, I've got black mates. No, you look all right. It's the fucking Asians. It's the packies. This is what they'll say. No offense to you lot. I'm just being real with what they would say. Oh, it's the packies. And I'm supposed to sit there and be like, oh, okay then. But I'm like, when this happened to me in the past, I'm like, bro, why are you using that word? Why are you using that word? Oh, nah, man. No, I'm just saying it. This is what we say, innit? It just means Pakistani. I'm like, yeah, but cuz I ain't feeling it. I know you looked at me and you thought, oh, this guy's cool. And I'm going to win him over with the man them are cool. I get on with the man them. Oh, do you know Leroy and all that? Don't try and do that. That feels racist, right? When people try to, do you know Leroy and that? But genuinely, how do these men relate to you if they've never been with you? If they never hung around an authentic version of you, just a Luton version or whatever, how do they relate to you? They try all these little tactics. Yeah, man, like, look, I love jollof rice, and they're trying their hardest. Looks like if I'm around a bag of white man, my accent's going to go, well, yeah, right, mate. Yeah, mate, I'm going to start doing all that. I don't even mean to.
but it ain't gonna make no sense.
Can I just say something?
I ain't gonna say it for me, like blah, 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 blah. It's like you try to relate and use the language and tones that relate. I think that's all Tommy Robinson's trying to do. He's trying to relate to the black community. It's up to the black community on whether they care that he's trying to relate to them. I don't think we should care that he's trying to relate to us.
Yeah, of course.
And what's he got? What? Tommy, allow it.
Okay, Khan, part of the black community.
No, but Jets, he's been called out for being racist against black people when he probably hasn't, if the truth be told.
He's a big fan of Jedi and Maku and the man them, and he's a big Trilluminati. Leroy, it's not your fault your name's Leroy. This is the reason why I never pick you up, yeah? I know. It just sounds wrong, innit? Yeah. But big him up, bro.
Big up, Leroy.
Big up Leroy. Big up.
Man like Lee, man. Big up. Rasta.
Dread.
Yeah, and not everyone called Leroy is black. There's a French spelling of the word Leroy, and my white friends called Leroy.
Okay, thanks.
You can't even have fucking Leroy. First you take Egypt, now it's Leroy.
Might as well throw Lewisham into the mix as well.
The Lou.
Oh, you lot know I'm being serious, innit? I'm not fucking about. I'm Bridget Leroy. You know him, innit? Rasta Leroy. You know him, yeah? He listens to the show all day at work. I know he's at work right now, thumping out Trilluminati.
Hey, Khan,
you're a joker.
What is he doing?
I've been on my mother's life. On my mother's life.
He knows a rapper called Leroy that listens to the show. Okay, big up Leroy, man.
Big up Leroy.
What you want to say? Big up Leroy, man. Keep tuning in. Hit up that PayPal cash app, Leroy.
In the morning, Leroy. Khan, you ask me what he's doing at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Maybe that's where he got it from. Maybe that's where he got it from.
I've never seen him at the yard at 5 o'clock in the morning.
One of my things is this, Amon.
He's too smart for that.
Amon Ra. I don't know whether you would have been critical of Respect before you had your beef with him and before he made threats to knock you out on a live stream. I don't know whether you would have.
You man are on man, yeah? Are you man on to me now, yeah? No, okay, let me defend myself. Let me defend myself now, yeah? Look.
No, listen to me. Listen to me, brother.
Okay, go on.
I'm asking you a question as a host of a show. I'm asking you a question. I'm saying, look, man, we got to clear this up. This is the elephant in the room. I know, apparently, from Fire of Truth, Respect threatened to knock you out or something like that on a live stream. And I know that you was at a Chris Kaba demonstration where Respect and Forever Family approached you. You feel like he was trying to intimidate you. He denied it. You had a back and forth. He tried to call up someone from your radio station, get you cancelled, blah blah blah. So I'm asking, are you being hypercritical of him because of the negative interaction you've had with him, or do you think you're being non-biased when you're analyzing how he did in the podcast?
Oh, okay. You want to know? You want to see my integrity, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. Honestly, yeah. Like, I want to be as impartial as possible. Meaning, I want to be as fair as possible. You get me? So when it comes to like me watching it, yeah. Obviously, I'm gonna watch it as with my third eye open, innit? Yeah, I'm gonna see for what it is, innit? Yeah, and like if I have like obviously I'll be real, like he's not my friend. You get me? So I'm gonna be critical. You get me when I'm pre-ing the thing, but I'll be fair. I wouldn't be biased. I wouldn't lie and say, oh, this is what you said. This no, yeah. I watched it and his position in the community. Yeah, he's supposed to be the Black Messiah. Yeah, he's supposed to be the Black Yahshua Yamashiach. You get me? That's how people are looking at him. Yeah, no, but it's true though. It's not like man is lying. You get me? That like everybody knows who he is in the Black conscious community. You get me? Like he's a superstar. Yeah, in that community, and what he did.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
yeah. Go on.
Okay, you know Sasha Johnston. You get me? Like how the same levels. You get it? The same levels, or you get it anyway. To wrap a long story short, my man, his position, like he's the face, yeah, of black people in UK, as in my generation or young generation, and he failed. He said that, like, because London Fire, he said to me, oh, my man has always said that this guy is a racist. Yeah, but Tommy Robinson, like he's made so many videos that this guy's a racist. This guy is against black people, but he needs to get banned. You get me, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, in his archive, if you go on Facebook, there's bare videos about Tommy Robinson is a racist and all of this shit. And now, when you were put on the stage, when you were put in the ring to fight, yeah, because that's what it was. You get me? My man, Young Spray was the referee, and it was you, him, 1-on-1. Yeah, you get me? No cheating. Yeah, but it's just you do your thing. Yeah, Sarnetta TV right there and then, and my man exposed, like he didn't even like Raspect didn't do anything. He didn't get the job done. If he was supposed to get paid for that job, he's not getting paid for that job because he never exposed man for what he's supposed to be, allegedly supposed to be a racist. What I learned from that video, that Tommy Robinson is just a patriotic guy. He even said that he's not even English, but he's Irish. You get me? He broke it down. I'm not even English, bro. So how can I? Because remember, he was talking about the slavery.
I didn't know he was half Irish, half Scottish.
Yeah, can I play devil's advocate real quick?
I'm half Irish, half Scottish, leader of the EDL, because he was laughing when he
Can I play devil's advocate real quick? And what about if all of this has been taken out of context and Tommy was just exposing 3 groups that he's always said he has that were extremist Muslims that have been convicted of terrorist acts? And that's what I'd ask him. Where's all this other hate for Pakistan Muslims come from, and other sects of the Muslim faith and Islam come from, and the black community? Why do you think that it's come to this, Tommy? That's what I would be playing devil's advocate, and that's because that's all he's ever claimed, that he's exposed 3 terrorist groups, and that's why he started the parties and everything.
Facts. Sorry to cut you, but there's a long list of questions we could think of now and say, why didn't Respect ask this and why didn't Respect ask that? Trust me, the list will be as long as your arm. Like, there's no point, bro. There's no point. Man, flop the mission, bro. That's it. Khalas.
Exactly, bro.
At least he tried. I'm not going to disrespect someone for losing.
Do you reckon you could achieve it in one podcast, Khan? I don't.
Do you know how I would have dealt with it? I would have dealt with it like how Spray did. I would have kept my mouth shut, let him talk and fuck himself up, and then just throw in a few digs here and there. And I would have fucked him up like that. Minimal effort.
But do you reckon you could discuss all the sort of
grandstand speeches, getting my phone out, none of that. It wouldn't even be required.
I know how it's got to this because I know how it's got to this because he doesn't have an understanding of the Muslim community that he claims he lived in all his life, well, the majority of his life, which he did.
His rhetoric.
No. He's lived in this community where I live for a very long time, so he should know what is and what isn't. And he's claiming the 3 terrorist groups. How's it got blown out of all proportion? In his words, not mine. That's that's what I'd be sort of saying to him.
I think Tommy was smart. He knew a trigger for Respect, so he knew how to get Respect talking about him being a racist. Let's mention Islam. When Respect found, but if you followed Tommy for so long, you should know Tommy's triggers. Then you should play on that. If you claim to know Tommy so well, you should know his triggers. Everyone has got triggers, and you play on those triggers, and you expose them, and just go that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, poke, yeah.
Was when Rasmus talk about black, he said that shut up about the black Islam, then the whole thing went into Islam, the rest of the show. You understand?
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. The way it's gone this way is because he's with all his white football friends, and he doesn't like the way the area's changed and sorry, hang on.
No one likes the way their areas change. What
is this, man?
You keep hearing this repeated thing.
That's the Brexit argument.
This is where
no, but he went to school here, Jedi, and things like that. And I
know, but like it's like almost like you can afford to be an ignorant white guy and not pay attention to your country's foreign policy. And then when you
exactly,
then you get up. Then when everyone gets over here, you start looking at the brown faces and thinking, you're taking our jobs. That is bullshit, man. It's absolute bullshit. Just ignorance.
Right.
Even Jedi.
You're right. Thank you. That's what I left the comment the other day. It's a lack of knowledge, ignorance.
Even when I say you say you're anti
policy, innit?
You say you're anti-establishment, but you back the army. Please explain that for us. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. You know, watching.
Oh no, but what he's he's explained it though. It's not hard. He's explained it though. He said, "Oh, look, man, I don't support the war and blah blah blah, but I support our boys, right?
But
our boys are the soldiers that don't want to go to war. They just happen to be in the army, and then you know what I mean. So it's like, yo, from there, our boys, we support them, right? And we got loads of patriots, right? Loads of patriots, loads of vets, right? That support me. They message me all the time. I got a mate called John, right? Yeah, big up John BBB. I got a mate called John, man, right? 60 years old, been in the army. He said to me, like, this is what he's ready for all of that chat there.
Yeah, but then I'll ask him. For example, the war in Iraq, when the public was saying don't go to war, did the soldiers listen to the public or listen to the establishment?
No, soldiers know. But what's that got to do with anything, though, bro?
I know.
So, like, he's gonna say to you, the soldiers just love their country. They've joined the army, and the fuckery government have sent them out. He's not
exactly what he said. Exactly.
Right, of course. He's not going to demonize a soldier.
Yeah.
No. And it doesn't make sense for him to. For his politics, he's got to big up the soldiers. Big up the soldiers.
But that's why he's working class, isn't he? That's why he comes across as working class. Because he knows the predicament that these lads.
Yeah, even you're having a bad time with your reception. But yeah, this is what he does. That's why he can tell people come and support, come and protect the war memorials. Whether we should have been at war or not, our boys went and they fought for us, or thinking they were fighting for us, and for that reason, this is part of our culture. This is Britain. This is England.
Yeah.
So, okay. So Tommy, okay.
But that's where he got the name. Sorry, Beefy. That's where he got the name Tommy Robinson from. He's named himself after some ex-British soldier. I don't know what the history of it is.
No. Chinese Whispers. He named himself after a Luton football hooligan.
Oh, is it?
That's right.
Yes.
Undercover.
Oh, so was that bullshit story?
After the mix,
yeah, I don't know where you got that from. The first time I even heard it was named after a soldier. It's named after a British football hooligan, Tommy Robinson, and that's where he took his name from.
Isn't that one of the first things you would have stuck on him, though? His name. I would have called him by his proper name.
Stephen.
So if you're anti-establishment, are you anti the foreign policy, all that stuff? I'll go within that route, see where.
Don't vote for Beefy to trust me. If you thought Beefy versus M-Stacks was bad, Beefy versus Tommy Robinson, nah, you don't know.
Beefy will get us all hanged, bro. We'll be in the gallows if you stand.
But I don't understand. Yeah, how come I say the anti-establishment and pro-army? It don't make sense.
This is what you're gonna do. You're gonna.
What everyone says that the police are establishment, but I'm not establishment. I don't get it.
You're gonna make Tommy sound like he's talking slow beef.
Right. For me, it all.
He's chatting to you, bro.
I don't get it.
Because he talks like a speedy Kraken. Yeah, and you talk faster than him, but you don't sound like a Kraken though. You just sound like Beefy. But you know how he talks, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, stop having digs at white people, Jedi.
Let's have it right.
Especially crackheads.
No, I'm not having a dig at white. It's nothing to do with white.
He's emulating the
things at crackheads, yeah?
Right, yeah.
All right, look, for me, it all goes back to the day of...
Look, let's have it right, yeah? Right?
That's okay.
The Daily Mail.
All right.
Hold on. Let's have it right. Yeah? Look. The Daily Mail. I feel like my Tommy Robinson impression is getting better.
It's right. Yeah? It all goes back to the day of the war memorial and when the EDF was started. What's that got to do with whatever it's called? What's that got to do with the three terrorist parties? The other sections allegedly spitting at the soldiers. That's what I would have been asking Tommy. How did that come about? Why did that occur? Where was you? Was you there?
Who was spitting at the soldiers? His lot.
He was there. I saw him walking through town. I was there with my ladder. And anyway, there was a group of people.
Wait.
Allegedly spat at the soldiers.
You were there.
Let him move on. He doesn't
say man. Yeah, I was at the chicken. I was at the corner shop where the chicken shop is, where all the soldiers marched down, and allegedly they spat at the soldiers, some Muslim brothers, but I didn't see that. And that's why Tommy said after that he'd had enough, and it was the straw that broke the camel's back, and he set it up to protect something along them lines. I'm paraphrasing.
On this very show, on this podcast, Tommy Robinson said that when he set up whatever EDL, it was families, and then he went down there, and the feds were
That's right. Yeah, that's the same thing I'm talking about.
Hold on. Not to do with no soldiers. He went down there. The feds were buoying them, so they said, "All right, then, yeah, this is when young black boy, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, please, yeah." Gonna knock his teeth
no,
out.
look, let me break it down for you, Jed.
Hold on.
Enough for the impressions. It was either 2 different days or 2 different areas.
Because I reminded to his words. I'm almost quoting him word for word.
Yeah,
right?
I was there.
Right? Families, bruv, it's not about whether you was there. You're trying to say that this is what he's saying.
Saw it with my own eyes.
Hold on. You're trying to say this is what Tommy's saying. We're saying we just listened to Tommy just yesterday. That's not what he said. This is what he said. Look, I'm trying to tell you what he said, and you keep interrupting me. I'm trying to tell you what he said yesterday. He said, yeah, right. So we found it.
You just want to do your impressions.
But my impression or not, I'm giving
you so there was 2 different areas. One where there was white people and they got buoyed off.
Nah, you don't get to do that to me, man. You don't get to do that to me, man. I'm literally begging you to let me tell my story, and you're interrupting me. Then you think you're going to tell your story. Or you started by telling us what Tommy says, but this is not what Tommy says because we got recollection too. So we're hearing Tommy's story. I'm trying to remind you of what he said his story is, so you can get it right. You love confusion. This is why I like. This is why. Even though
I got it wrong, Jedi. I didn't get it wrong. I shouldn't have interrupted you.
It's all good. Anyway, regardless, he's saying because they got treated like dickhead, because the black boy got his teeth smashed out by the feds. They said we ain't having it. This is where the hooligan element came into it. They came back down, and there was on grease. It was on gangster shit. This is the story he's trying to put out there. Is that true? Facts? You tell us.
Yes, that's true. Yes, that is more or less true. Yeah.
And his auntie pissed herself as well. Don't let's forget that. That's fucking up.
Say that again, Beef.
His auntie pissed herself as well.
She didn't piss herself. She pissed on the street.
Yeah. The feds kettled them in. Blah blah blah. His auntie had to wee on the street, and like basically just got violated by the feds. And they're like, yo.
Yeah, the Muslims got.
It always cracks me up about white folks. Yeah, you don't have to get directly violated by the feds to learn the fucking lesson that the rest of us and the rest of the working class whites know. I don't know what part of the world you lot get to hide in when you don't know that feds are cunts. But there's a small section of folks like people like Banksy, people like Raj. There's a small section of folks out here, that they just didn't realize that the feds were a problem until the feds wanted to stop them from getting speakers called and being COVID.
Yeah, that was funny.
It's a joke thing, bruv. Same with Steve. Well, if you've got nothing to hide, what's the problem? Next thing you know, this is illegal.
Why are they doing this?
Yeah, well, this is, I can't believe this.
You can say that about
why are they doing this?
Yeah, so you're just gonna arrest me? Unbelievable.
I want to talk to my lawyer.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, you're getting arrested.
That was funny.
That's it. Then they come out, then they're like, okay, now I realize cops are the ops. Yeah, because the privilege shielded you. And once it's basically, it's not you lot, it's them lot. And then you're supposed to be like, yeah, all right. And I think this is the thing with Tommy. It's a bit like that, right? When the Asians and the Muslims are saying this guy is racist, lots of people are like, nah, well, you know what I mean? Like, he ain't said nothing about me and so it's calm. Like, I don't know if he's racist. And then if he does have an issue, if it ever did happen, how would you feel when everyone's gonna be like, I told you so? I just feel like if you've got the propensity for racism, you need to be watched. You need to be like labeled as such for us, so we know. Okay,
outed. You need to be outed.
Yeah, he may be cool. How am I going to be cool with a guy that just hates Chinese people? I fucking hate Chinese. I hate the Chinese. All Chinese, they're all this. They're disgusting. They're rare. Anyone with Chinese, you've got hateful thoughts and rare around them. I can't be with you. I can't be around you like that because you got weird energy. You can't hate all one group of people, cuz.
And you know the wickedest thing, bro? Man will say some shit like that, and then every Friday, man's getting Chinese. Or man's building from his local. Like, it's, you get me? Like the fucking the hypocrisy, cousin. Even in their dumb little hate, it just don't even make sense, man. When you really
someone that's prepared to hate a whole group, they got a lot of weakness in them and a lot of thingy. You don't want that rubbing off on you, man. Can't hate a whole group. Yesterday in the sauna, busting jokes with an Italian Jew. Imagine that. I'm just like, when the guy, he made some joke here, so he was talking to some next woman, he was like, I'm an Italian Jew, you're a Polish Jew, and she got very offended.
Hey, yo, can you hear me now?
Yeah, she's like, I'm not Jewish. Because she's not Jewish, isn't it? She's Polish, but she said, I'm not Jewish. I was laughing in my head thinking, right, imagine this. We were just talking about Italian Jews just the other day. Like, it was so fucking random the way he came out with it, man.
Yo, brother. Yo, you see what you said before, yeah? About Tommy Robinson being racist to Asians, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, brother, I was shouting this down the mic, but obviously no one could hear because my mic was cut out. Like,
thank God.
The same way the Asians are saying, well, Tommy Robinson's a racist, we should all be against racism. When the black people are saying certain people are racist, how come the Asians ain't got our back? And then to make it even worse.
1 minute.
To make it even worse.
You can't say Asians ain't had your
my politics.
Please,
to finish. To make matters even worse, you see, if like your daughter or my daughter, or like I got a friend whose daughter dressed up like an Indian girl, yeah, and put on saris and them thing there. When them Indian people see you in their sari and that thing, they say, you're not Indian, take that off. But we're supposed to back you, yeah? Get the hell out of here.
When Badmarsh comes on and he talks about his elders, and there's that guy, what's the other one that Raj brings on, the knowledgeable one, what's his name? Forget his name, Blue Pindal, whatever. Them man there, when they talk about how they used to fight the BNP and the NF in the streets, and they were there as well, they're not lying, bro.
They're lying. So why when they see a young girl wearing a sari, a young mixed or black or other than Indian girl wearing a sari, why do they say?
Let's keep it one at a time.
When we hear Indian people rapping or singing R&B, we don't say, you're not black. We don't say, we don't say, you're not black. You shouldn't be singing R&B. We don't say, you're not black. You shouldn't be rapping. We don't say, you're not black, so you shouldn't be appropriate in our culture.
That's a bullshit argument, bro.
Hold on, Khan. All right. Go on, Khan.
I'm saying, for us to look at the situation how it is now, where we're more segregated and make out like it's always been like this, is not true. Back in the day, Asians and black people used to stand together against BNP and against NF. My mum with her hijab was out in the streets fighting NFs, bro. What are you on about?
No.
And there was bare Asians turning out to fight NF in the streets. Don't lie.
Listen. Okay, right. Well, listen. Let me just say this, yeah? That's your account. And we're going to ask around. Where's Uncle Tony and these men? We're going to ask around, yeah? From what I've heard, I never heard any of the elders say, me and my Asian brethren would fight the NF. I heard them talking about them as Caribbeans, maybe even some Africans, but I never really heard about the Asian fight. What I heard was the black folks defended the Asians because it seemed like the Asians that was over here didn't have the heart to fight. They've just really got that heart in the last
couple of years.
10 years. Yeah, they've just developed that heart from watching and studying the Black Man Blueprint. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, right? But I don't think that they were as combative as like it's equally as Asian, and I'm sure there was a couple of Asian men that weren't fucking having it. And had to rock it out. I know they were. There's a couple of Asian men that was down with the man them and back and forth. But as a whole, I don't think that community really, and this is from what I've heard anecdotally, I definitely weren't around, but what I heard is that the black immigrants came in and they defended the Asians that were getting racially abused, because the Asians were already here getting racially abused before the influx of the Windrush. And they weren't really successful about rocking it out. In fact, the best thing the Asian could do was just try and assimilate.
Yeah, I've heard similar accounts to that as well. And again, Carl, no one's talking about the individual.
Asian woman in sari punching up B&B.
We're talking about the whole. We're talking about as a whole. You get me? Like, let's all be real. I can speak for black people or as a black person. The way that certain Asian people used to deal with, man, even when man would go into their establishments, man, you just knew what was there. You get what I'm trying to say? And again, it's only until certain events have happened, bro. You get me? And everyone, if they use their head, they know what I'm talking about. But where people want to kind of look at it for a different light because they're now getting certain methods used against them. You get me? That other people have been having for fucking generations, brother, decades. Yeah. Certain people called it, you get me, and certain people can just see it. It's there, so we can't deny that.
How can Asians go around saying they're not racist, bro? Because I could bring you, I could bring you the woman, I could bring you the woman whose child was. Hold on, 1 second, brother. 1 second, brother. 1 second, brother. 1 second, brother. 1 second, brother.
Please, Khan.
What I'm saying is this, yeah, really and truthfully, Asians are just as bad as the white people that they're trying to expose. And the worst thing of it is that I can tell you, I could bring a woman right now whose granddaughter dressed up in a sari. The woman, if you saw her, she's South American, you know, like Guyanese looking, like, you know, they got a bit of an Indian look to them even. So it was even more shocking to me that her granddaughter wants to dress up in a sari, but the Indian girls are like, you're not Indian, you can't wear that. Yeah, even the parents are saying it. And I'm saying, hold on. There's a point to be made here.
I don't see what's up, Stephen.
I'm not joking. Let me tell you something. Look at everyone wanted to fucking dig up the Mac 10 when Adele wore a little Jamaica top in Jamaica. They wanted to dig up the Mac 10 and go find her and lick her down. It's like she's not allowed to. What's she doing wearing a Jamaica top? I bet she's got bad in her hair.
I hear you. But brother, you see what you're saying, yeah? You see what you're saying, yeah? But if I hear that what's the you that sings, I got the Jumanji tune or whatever, let me hear you sing them song, innit? You best sing some Indian thing then, innit? Same way you want to say
do you accept
I'll be
that
saying
Jedi just nullified your whole
with your things, them, innit? Don't culturally appropriate. Don't culturally appropriate people that you don't want to appropriate you.
Brother, your point doesn't stand, yeah? Let me just quickly make a point, Jedi. Let me just quickly make a point. If white people are happy to breed up their stray daughters that are running around the streets and tell your children, their grandchildren, you ain't black, you ain't Jamaican, you're British, like what Jupiter does. If you pick them people over Asians who are telling you, no, we don't want to have sex with you, we don't want to have children with you, but we'll fight for your right to have your own community, and we got our community. But the thing is, Schiffer's choosing the white pussy over his rights as a black man, and he's blaming the Asians for that. Crazy.
Get in there, Carl.
Crazy.
You know you fucked up, though.
Crazy.
You know you fucked up, though.
You're playing into the hands of the government, are you?
Can you not do me a favor?
Divide and conquer.
I know it's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult to not go down the personal attacks route. But if we can start on Monday and continue the Monday without making it personal, now I feel like the point you made. Hold on. I feel like the point you made, Khan, was valid. It does border on the edge of personal, but I think we can bring it back. I don't think we've gone too far.
Okay, I apologize. I do think you made a valid point. Personal, I apologize.
If you could word it or structure it in a way where it doesn't come across as a personal attack,
I'll try harder.
We can move on from there.
Yeah. I apologize. I'll take that point. I apologize to Shifa if it come across personal. It wasn't meant to be. It's just coincidental that I'm talking to you about this particular point I'm trying to raise, Shifa, which is like, as black people, how are you choosing one community over another community just because man them got loose women that will sleep with you? Like, is that how you're judging yourself by who will have sex with you?
Low blow still.
Can I answer?
Answer then, innit?
Is it true though?
What are you not doing, man? What are you not doing? You lot are not in the play. You lot are not in the play. No. I'm trying to run a panel. Bro, I'm probably gonna have to step away for a couple of hours. Yeah, car. I'm gonna go gym. Yeah, but I'm saying I'm gonna run the panel. It's no point. I just try to squash the beef and then man is trying to instigate again. Because when it kicks off, I'm gonna leave you lot to deal with it. When it's all and all this madness, and everyone's talking about the vibration, and people don't want to come back to my stream because all of a sudden my stream is the bad vibration stream, right? So I'm trying to rectify that and moderate a bit. I beg the man them help me, because by the time we get to Wednesday, we're gonna be on crud. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. Motivational Monday, Trill Talk Tuesday, World War Wednesday. Right? So let's just keep it from the war right now. Please. I'm trying it. I just want to be noted down as someone that's trying.
Yeah, man. I hear you, man.
Yeah, I'm trying, innit? Because some men are like magnets.
Shots fired, though.
Man, fuck off.
man are
like magnets, though. And as much as you try to separate them, they're doomed to clash again. Anyway, let's get this underway. So you're saying Shifa, because Shifa is enjoying aspects of the white community, he's turning on the Asians. Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is, let's take it away from Shifa and look at it as communities, right? We've got 3 communities here. We've got Asians who are prepared to stand with black people against institutional racism, and then you've got whites who are happy for you to breed up their spare daughters they've got running around, and then they will brainwash your children into not identifying with you and telling your children, no, you're English, right?
Yeah, that's a trick.
They will do that, right? You will choose that over your ability to have a ally in the fight against institutional racism. You're choosing pussy because for you, when a woman spreads her legs and accepts your seed, that's you being completely validated as a man. Now, if that's your
made the point, Khan. You made it well and clear
on this planet, and you don't want to fight for no greater cause than that, then we can see the evidence of that. Because you've got a lot of mixed race people running around. You've got a lot of mixed race people running around, not identifying with your cause right now.
Can I answer back? Can I reply now? No.
Yeah, that's my point, bro. Like, I don't know if you want to be the one to address it or not. If you do, then yeah.
I just would like to respond if that's all right.
All right, cool, brother. I'm on mute, yeah?
Listen to what you said. I think if I had to make a choice, and first and foremost, let me just put this perspective out there, because my missus, none of her parents are British. So when you say British, you made a categoric error if you're talking in reference to me. But secondly, I'd like to say, if I had a choice of living in a society amongst people, I have this choice. Either live with a people who, if my child ended up dating one of their children, they're going to try and kill them. Or, do you know what? If my child ended up dating one of their children, they might be allowed to coexist. In fact, they will be allowed to coexist. They can do whatever the hell they want, you know, and there's laws and guidelines to protect them from that. I would choose the latter. And I think, like, if I look at things in perspective and I said, do you know what? You see, if a black man wanted to dress up in the penguin suit and look like flipping 007 for the day, you're not going to hear all the white people saying, don't do that, you know, like that, and mocking him because of it. Or the black girl wanted to dress up like the white girl or whatever, I don't know. You're not hearing the white people say, you can't do that and don't look like us. You're not hearing that. So, you know, I prefer to be around a people that doesn't mind integrating with me more than I would a people that doesn't want to integrate with me or whatsoever. But you know what? When they've got a problem, all of a sudden we should all be friends now. We should all fight together now. All right, cool. You can do that, but I don't want to be part of that.
I think you misheard Shifa. Khan didn't say that. He said you'd have an ally in your own separate community to do all that other stuff. Is that correct, Khan?
He can't brainwash me with his rhetoric, innit? I'm telling you what I'm seeing.
At the end of the day,
he's saying what he's seeing, innit?
Out of everyone here, Shifa's the one who chose to answer the question, and I respect him for that. But really, I made the question general that anyone can answer it, right? And it seems that no one really wants to grasp the nettle.
No, you aimed at him because you've made the personal by talking about his beard.
Do you
brought his beard?
Do you feel accepted when your dick's accepted, but your children ain't? Like, is that your criteria though? You choosing your dick over your children? Because your children ain't being told.
Brother, you're saying our children ain't accepted, but the Asians don't accept our kids. So why would we accept you? The Asian ain't gonna accept my child with their child. Listen, the Asian man in India, he's not accepting my child with his child. He's gonna try and murder his own picnic over that.
Yeah, bro.
He's gonna try and murder my picnic too. Be real about what you're saying. Stop lying.
Just because a woman's accepting my dick, don't mean that her whole community is accepting me. Right, so I'll give you an example if you allow me to speak for a little bit longer, Shifa, my brother. When the Sikhs, who never let their women marry Muslims ever, like you said, they will go to the death for that reason. But when the Sikhs go marching for Kashmir and the rights of the Kashmiris to be independent and have their own country, because they know that it reflects on their argument to have their own country called Khalistan, and they will stand on a principle. They don't care if our children are fighting in the streets and our gangs are fighting each other for turf over who's selling crack to who. They don't give a shit about none of that. Their main principle is what they stand on. And I'm saying, if you ain't got a principle to stand on, which you ain't, you're going to go with where your dick wants to go. And that's what you're doing, son.
No, I'm going to go with the people who would actually stand up for me. I'm going to stand up for people who will actually stand up for me. And
they're telling your children, you're English.
Brother. No, brother, you had just saying you keep doing this, Khan. Behavior, brother.
Yeah, stop it, please, Khan.
All right, I
Come
apologize.
on, man. Come on, bro.
Continue. All right,
what
bro.
I'm saying to you is this.
Right.
What I'm saying to you
I
is
can't
this.
always be the
What I'm saying to you is this, brother.
Cool,
What I'm saying to you is this, brother. What I'm saying to you is this. The black man does not receive the level of opportunity from the Indian man or the Asian man, whatever you want to call yourselves, that he does from the white man. The white man has heavily invested in us. The Indian man will only invest in himself. He doesn't accept us as part of his community because he's already segregated himself from the rest of the community. He's in his own world. Listen, unless your cousin, he ain't dating you, he ain't messing with you. We'll never be part of the inner circle. So why are we messing with you in the first place? What gives you the right? Sorry, 1 second, let me finish. What gives you the right to tell? 1 second. What gives you the right to say to my daughter or my grandkids and my descendants, you know what? If they want to wear some clothing that looks Indian, you're gonna say, and you're not allowed to do that, and you're gonna address them about it like it's something wrong. Like as if, hold on, when you're in our countries, when you're within our cultures, like you don't dress like us. I do exactly the same thing.
But wait, though, but we're not in their country. That's one thing. We're not in their country.
So I've seen this.
1 second. Two. I'm standing with the sisters, yeah, and certain people walk by, certain attire or certain hairstyles, people gonna say something. Some people they're very happy to see that they're, let's say, African culture is becoming more mainstream. Some people are very threatened by it. Why? Because we got insecurities about our identity because of the nature of our history. So you can find some people become very protective over certain things because they don't really get a lot of love out here.
Fair enough.
If Asian culture was the #1 culture out here and all the slang was Asian and this was Asian and the music was Asian tinged and blah, 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 wearing something that look with a little sari type of look and that ain't gonna be nothing. People are gonna bat an eyelid, but it's because it's not.
I hear you.
Feel protective. I don't know why. Like we see certain people wearing like African clothing, African dashikis, and we're like, allow it.
Yep.
Right.
That's true.
I remember certain men can't even say one without being told he's Jamaican or
I stopped doing that a long time ago.
And that's another issue. But you see, Jedi, you see what you just did there?
One second, Carl. Let you respond, and then like whatever your point is, like bring it up straight after.
Yeah, you pointed out within our different cultures, we all have this problem with cultural appropriation to some extent, but we all do it. Now, the fact of the matter is, you see, the moment you decide to live in an integrated society, a society that is multicultural, you made that decision. As far as I'm concerned, you need to leave that baggage behind you. I don't care if you're Jamaican. I don't care if you're African. I don't care if you're Indian. I don't care if you're from some other part of Europe. I don't care where you're from. Because if we're all going to live here and coexist together, there needs to be some ground rules. And you're not going to make my pick-me feel away. Because otherwise, we're going to make your pick-me feel away. Now we're going to have chaos. And we're going to be at each other's throats for the rest of our time here. So rather than that, I tell you what, listen, leave your baggage at home. If that's how you Indians feel in India, cool. In India, within India, if you want to tell people what they can wear, what they can't wear, cool. But we in multicultural now, brother.
All right, cool. Can I respond to your original statement? Sorry, your one previous statement before I get to this one. You gave a long list of why it would benefit black people or the black community to ally with whites rather than Asians. Based on that argument, I can't argue with that. Any community living in the UK would benefit from allying with the whites, who are the majority, over any other group of people. That's a standard thing, right? Your life would be much easier if you even put your own community aside and fully assimilated to whites. Your life would be much easier.
Yeah, you be
But
a top.
unfortunately, Shifa, sorry, let me round it off quickly, Jed. As an individual, as a human being, yeah, I've got principles that I live by, things that burn my heart, things that I can't put aside. Yeah. And Shifa,
Doesn't
you
have to
don't
be
seem to have
all or
that
nothing,
problem.
does
You're
it?
liberated. You're liberated from that issue, Shifa, and I admire you for that. But unfortunately for me, I can't stand there and see other brothers, no matter what their color is, being oppressed by institutional racism, yeah, and white supremacy. I can't do it. And I'm not fighting them for you or to be cool with you. I'm fighting them because that is my DNA.
Not
And them
on
Sikh
white.
brothers that fight alongside Muslims, they're the same. They ain't got no compatibility with Islam and with Muslims and no friendship with them. But when the beef hits the streets, them Sikhs are out there swinging their kapans, bro, because that's how they are. They're not doing it to be cool with Shifa or to be down with today's hip hop or whatever. They're doing it because that's them. And you don't give no one credit. And it's a shame that you can't see that human beings live by principles and not everyone's like a snake that's going to go where the shade is.
Asians are
And you're maybe, bro, bro, listen, you got your interpretation, but can I ask you this one question? The Asian people make laws to protect black people.
Ooh. Where, in Asia?
Yes, in Asia.
That would imply that black people need protecting.
They do in Asia.
They do.
The cities.
Trust me, they do, man.
Answer the question,
Is the question hard? Is it a hard question?
What do you mean that? You're asking me to comment on the next man's institution? I don't know.
The Most High made me all powerful, Kanye. He made me see through the lies.
Get this kind of like,
He made me see through the lies.
we're always going to protect you. No one agrees with that except for you. No one don't agree with that. No one don't agree with that, bro.
All right, do white people in Europe make laws to protect black people?
Brother, I've already agreed with you. And I previously said no one's done as much for black people as white people have. No one's done as much as. No one has done as much for.
Yes,
listen,
yes, and no. Can I answer them questions?
Yeah, go on, fire away, please.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I would say yes and no. I would say, do Asians in Asia make laws to protect black people? I would say yes and no. Mainly no, but yes, based on the fact that there's probably some kind of thing that they put in place to give like a scholarship or whatever to some cities because the rest of the world's eyes are on them, right? So I would say maybe they've done some gestures, a gesture or two, to try and no. Well, no. The answer is no. The answer is no, bro. The answer is no. White people. So if we say white people, I'm gonna say Europeans, namely the Germanic tribe known as the English.
Yeah.
Do they have laws? Right? Do they have laws to protect black people against them? No, not specifically. All laws of mistreatment and racism are for everyone, but nothing specifically for anyone black. There's no specific pro-black laws or not. There's nothing. But even down to the fact of it's still debatable whether you can.
Yeah, can I ask him a question back though?
It's still debatable about whether you can be prejudiced against my son for the hair that grows out of his head if he doesn't have it in a style that you deemed to be professional or neat.
Just let me ask him back a question for question.
Yeah, that was a big point that I just made there, by the way. But
that was an amazing point, actually.
Can I, 1 second, before you
1 minute, man. Let me ask you a question.
You can't do that, bro.
No.
Please, Shifwa, let him go now, Shif, man.
Here's my question. Right,
I wanted to respond to you, though, but go.
I accept what you said. No one's done as much for black people as white people have. I accept that. But here's the question.
Is that what you were saying?
Everyone else...
Wait. Is that what you're trying to say? Shifwa, yes or no? White people.
No, brother. This is what I'm trying to say.
Cool. Stick a pin. Carry on.
Stick a pin. So here's my point. If white people got this white guilt over how they treated black people, right, and because of that now they're trying to equal out the books and give you rights, does that mean everyone else should also suffer from white guilt? Because as far as I know, Asians, specific groups of Asians ain't got nothing to feel guilty about. To be extending you that level
people
of
just as long, lad.
courtesy.
This is ridiculous.
I
don't know what's going
You said in your own family, lad, that they used to go down the port and see slave ships in like 1920.
What you on about?
From the Ottoman Empire. Don't chat shit on the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago.
The Ottoman Empire, lad, and you want to chat shit that you sidestepping slavery. That's from Istanbul. One of the most oldest traders.
Listen. Forget playing the games you're playing. Here's the question.
What did you call it? Togetherness of two worlds.
Hello. I'm not going to get distracted by you. I'm saying the point is this. I accept that no one is doing as much for black people as white people out of their white guilt. But if other people ain't got that same white guilt, why should they be treating you automatically on that same level? And for you to expect that is a bit mad.
All right, cool.
Indian guilt is
cool. Schiffer, let's get back to So you wasn't making the point that white people look out for make laws to protect black people more than
the point I was making is within the white man society, like you pointed out, the laws are there to protect everyone. And we've now got what we're calling multicultural society, where everyone's rights have to be protected. And you can't victimize a particular group just because of, the color of their skin, X, Y, Z, the language they speak, whatever it may be. You can't do it openly, even though it does happen. And I'm going to say that the law, even if it's not enforced, is clear enough for us to understand that they've put a certain amount of importance towards this way of thinking. Yeah. Now, if I go into Asian communities, there is no such thing. Black people will be the foot and will be the butt of every joke. We will be the foot of society forever around Asians, unfortunately, because they look down upon blackness 100%. And then all of a sudden, when things get peaked for them, because like we said, brother, you see, when I was younger, I grew up in Sydenham. Sydenham was not a black area like that. There was black people there. I'd never seen none of the Asians come out and do nothing. You see, the only Asian people that we knew that we talked to growing up,
South London like that, they're not on the map like that.
Exactly. And then the only ones that was there, you see, when you say like we got some Asian men that run the shop on our estate, and they're the blackety black ones, innit? Like they're the poor ones, so they're cool with us. But once you get outside of those poor ones, they ain't even chatting to us. They look at us like we're scum, and it's like, hold on, I'm supposed to friend with you. Like, where does that work?
Can I ask a question?
Can I just say he's contradicting himself by saying that the blacker Asians were cool with him. So a minute ago, you saying no Asians were cool with you. So you've contradicted yourself.
No Asians are cool.
No, it's just you're separating Asians into the black ones.
The wider majority of the Asian community, the wider majority of the Asian community, the wider majority of the Asian community have a problem with blackness. That doesn't mean all Asians do. That just means the wider community. And the ones who don't have a problem, with blackness, they know who they are. I don't need to
Bro, the thing that you're calling blackness,
could this be religious again, though?
Bro,
I'm gonna say no, even. I mean,
no.
Wait. Oh, I see. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're talking about Muslims and that, right? Because I don't think about the other lot.
I was just trying to think of demographics. Like when Schiffer was talking, I was trying to put it in relevance. Like, is there more Asians than black people in this country now?
I really don't think that
the more Muslims
are reading the Quran and then developing hate for black people. I don't think that's how it goes. A majority of the
I'm not even saying developing hate for black people, but like people say, and I sympathize with it, like that it is a supremacist mindset, isn't it? So if you're black and non-Muslim, you're seen as a kuffar, isn't it? Do you get me?
Yeah.
Yeah, all that behavior there, that's another one. I can't take it. It makes me sick to my stomach.
But anyway. All right. Where was we anyway?
But yeah, I was only trying to put it in relevance through like demographics. Is there more black people than Asian people? Do you know what I mean? Because
you're right, brother. They look down on us,
the scales have tipped, haven't they? Like I've said this before. Like I personally feel, looking outside to inside, that the Asian minority, I mean, the Asian people have actually overstepped black people and left them behind.
But the word
and I could say for numerous reasons. I've said it before, like
people like to look down on black people, innit? And Asians
and you
are
could
no
say
different.
that's through assimilation and things like that. You know, like you got Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister, and things like that. You know what I mean? Where black people don't seem to get be as asked about politics and things like that. So I don't know whether that's kept them behind or what. Like,
what do you mean kept them behind? What are they behind on specifically from your experience?
Well, when you say, like, I mean, I'm talking like representation on the telly and in these sort of.
What do you mean they got whole? They got
I'd say a lot
of movies called Black Panther. Like, what you on about?
I'm talking about politics, lad. Represented on the world stage.
There's black politicians, bro.
We're talking about
There's
films,
conservative black politicians. What you on about?
I think
not many, lad. Not many that represent the people on the street. Just like there's not many. There's no one who really represents Liverpool on the street. Do you get me? All our politicians are busting from London and elsewhere. Like,
I don't really know where the conversation's going, really.
For me, I think, speaking as a black man, I don't know. I don't see no difference between white racism, Asian racism, this racism, all racist to me.
Okay, fair enough. Good point. Good point. But here's the thing, though.
And I know,
brother Beefy.
One second, Khan. And I know as well. We as a black people around the world, we are seen as the bottom of by everyone around the world. But then the Indians, in my eyes, they're the buffer class. They've been put as a buffer class, and they accept that they're raw as a buffer class. Most of them.
Beefy, you're 100% right, and that's why I made the points I made.
There's a massive earthquake in Turkey and Syria.
I know.
1,500 people dead.
I've seen it. It's tragic. I know. Diyarbakir, Adana, Osmanlı, all them areas, they're fucked.
And you know what the thing is, Beefy? You see, even though I was saying that the white man has made laws to protect, different demographics of people, X, Y, Z, we still don't trust them. So if the Asians have done nothing whatsoever, how do we trust them and they done nothing? I don't get that one.
I was going to speak after Beefy, if you don't mind, Shifa.
We don't even trust the
white man.
You
seem to be repeating your personal gripe with Asians, right? But this is not about.
We got the same gripe with the white man, but the white man's done more than you.
Let me just say something. If we take our morals and ethics and our values out of the equation and we say, are we all better off assimilating and getting along with whitey over each other? If that's the argument you're putting, then yeah, we all agree with each other 100%. Like, let it be a battle to see who can be the best chaiwala in town. Yeah, let's do that. If that's what you're purporting, Shifa, which it seems that you are, right? But if people got principles that they stand by, which is, I don't agree with oppression of anyone. I don't agree with racism on anyone. I don't agree with these things. And these are my principles, core principles that I can't separate from my existence. Then I have to stand against certain things, whether I'm down with you or I'm not down with you. I have to stand for that principle. I'm not doing it to be your pal. I'm not doing it to date your sister. I'm not doing it because I want to dress like I'm black and speak like I'm black. I'm doing it because that's what I believe in. And there's white people, Turkish people, Asian people that stand on principles. It seems that Shifa's the only one who doesn't have principles. He's saying, let me get ahead no matter what. And I'm saying this, let me get ahead no matter what ideology. I've not seen that in any other community, Shifa. So I don't know where you're getting this from, that you're some sort of robot with no feelings and no principles. But whatever made you into that, Shifa, let's try and identify what made you into the shell of a human being that you've now become. Let's work that out.
Okay.
Because
so
no one else is on
personal
that.
insults. All right, cool. Now we're going to do personal insults. And I'm not going to listen. I'm not going to keep going back and forth with you. I'm not going to play your childish game. I'm going to say this to you, brother. If you can't handle the information on this channel, it's probably better you go somewhere else and calm down for a little while, then arrive back. No, brother. I'll let you finish. Please, listen. You've had your say. And you know when you've had your say, now it's time to be quiet, brother. Now it's time. You know what? You've listen. If you are gonna degrade the channel further by not even allowing me to finish my sentence, without uninhibited, without you speaking, then you're making it even worse on yourself. And I definitely say you need a timeout. Yeah. Now, what I'm gonna say to you is this, brother. At the end of the day, you can sit here and get as defensive over your people them as you want, innit? Yeah.
That.
Wrong is wrong, right is right. Yeah. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and say that, you know what, the white man is my friend and he's out to protect me. But if the white man has done more than what the Asian man has done, why on earth would I say the Asian man's my friend and he's out here to protect me? Let's get this stuff correct, what we're saying. Let's not do red herrings and throw in information that doesn't exist within the conversation.
All right, look, you're talking about, Shifa, you're a black man and you're talking about racism against you. And I think what you're trying to claim is that Asians and white folks are equally against you.
1000%.
But white folks are making more effort to remedy their racism against you.
This is correct.
Okay, that's an interesting point. I don't know about the equal racism though.
Is it? I was going to say, is it the same? Like, is it the same racism? Is it the same prejudices? Is it what forms does it come in?
Because he's judging how racist they are by how many of their women he compared.
I'd say the Asian one is worse, in my opinion, for this reason. Yeah? You see the moment. You see that. Listen, one second. We know that white people, yeah, when they're racist, they can turn to murder, just like Stephen Lawrence. We know these things can happen. We don't want you with our daughter. We don't want all of these. We get all of that. Yeah, but what we're not going to do is we're not going to turn a blind eye to the Asian man that's doing the same thing. And he's still doing it today quite openly to this day. To this day. You like that one, isn't it?
I like that. All right. But Shifa, you need to be careful what you're saying, bro. Because if you're saying this and you're saying you're at the bottom, then why has anyone got any reason to extend their neck on the line for you?
I'm not saying we're at the bottom. What I'm saying is we're at a crossroads. We're at a point.
You said that Asians are buffers, isn't it?
We're at a point. Now hold on. We're at a point.
No,
where
people
want to join forces with us, innit? They want us to take their side now because they realize we're a force to be reckoned with. Clearly the Asians want us to take their side and defend them against the Tommy Robinson of this world. But you see, the thing is, now you've realized we're a force to be reckoned with. It's time for us to realize we're a force to be reckoned with and not ally ourselves with people who don't really like us. And unless those people can show a credible change to that environment and to that behavior that they're exhibiting towards us, then there's no point for us to integrate with them to that level. We can let them handle their beef, we'll handle ours, B.
I can't as well. I'm just saying, you find that the black community is less integrated in, I'll say, in the UK, where the other communities are allowed to prosper and thrive in business, in politics, and the black people have been held back in my eyes. So,
I'm agreeing with you.
So I don't see how you say the Asians like to keep themselves. They're more integrated.
I never said anything what you're saying. I'm saying I agree with you. Let's all marry white women. Bring up.
I'm not saying we'll marry white women. I'm not saying we'll marry white women.
No one said white woman, lad.
Let's do
no
that.
one's mentioned white pussy or white women or white fanny or.
No, let's do that. Let's fully assimilate. Let's have a race and see who can fully assimilate the quickest and rise to the top of the glass ceiling the quickest, right? Because if you lot are saying, all right, fuck everyone, then all right, cool, let's do that then. No problem. If that's what you want to do, let's do that.
I'm saying the real.
Let's not have any principles that we stand on together. Let's not try to at least put any pressure on the establishment together. Let's not do that then.
We can all do that together. It doesn't have to be a black and Asian thing, does it?
So, can I ask a question? When you say establishment, does that include religion as well?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, Shifa, quickly. Not every Asian person's Muslim, so you're basing your views on every Asian person being Muslim.
You never said Muslim, just said Asian. Don't put words in his mouth.
I said Muslim, didn't I? Shifa, I don't think Shifa said it Muslim. I think Shifa just said Asian. Because what I was talking about was the infrastructure and the institutions that's come with Asian people, because they've come from a royal, like a rich source, like the Middle East. A lot of people, especially when they came over in the first wave from Iraq, doctors, lawyers, things like that. You know, there's a.
When it comes to people's kids, there's a mixture of, I would say, the younger generation, the white children, white youngsters are more embracing of their black friends. Asians are too, but I feel like Asians are still very much more in an Asian group. They stay in an Asian group, even within school.
Yeah, they
There's
get a
other
lot
Asians
more
in the
from their
class, they're definitely
parents.
gonna gravitate. Whereas the black youth is going to generally go with whoever he enjoys spending time with the most. That's generally what he ain't gonna hang around with the black youths in his class if he don't like them.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's what I mean. Does this stem
He
from
don't
religion?
mind being around the white youths or the Asians or the mix. So we know that blacks are the best at integrating, right? Asians usually stick to themselves, yeah, and the white folks, they integrate too, and then they have a section that sticks to themselves. This is how I see it mainly, right? And then I don't know if the Asians are more welcoming. Like for instance, I know that your parents are not going to want me in your yard. I probably could go to a white friend's house. In fact, I can go to a white friend's house more than likely. Yeah.
You know what? It's
And
more.
like, oh,
I
that's my
say
dad,
like,
that's my mum. Oh, you're right. Hi. Oh, hi. Yeah. And we're up in there, and we can stay there till 11 o'clock. No one ain't gonna say shit. You do this, do that, play games, smoke weed in his yard, and do all that. Right? The Asian ain't really inviting you to their house for whatever, because I think that as the generations get older, the racism becomes more prevalent. Whereas the white folks have maybe gone over a kind of hurdle of racism, so now their mom and dad is probably proper cool, right? But the Asians are still got racist parents and that. I'll be real, because you Asians don't want me to meet your parents and that. Come on, tell the truth, man. You're not even attempting, because you know it's gonna.
Like they kind of don't mind you as their friend, but never in their family, kind of thing.
Yeah, you're not gonna go.
Yeah,
to
but 1 minute.
And I say whites have got over that. Some white
wrong
people
with
say this is the issue with whites. They're too accommodating. They're too this. They want to be black. They want to be everything else but themselves. And maybe there's some element of truth to that. Because it's not as cool to be white, is it? I mean, it's cool to benefit from being white, but it's not as cool to be white.
It's not as cool. It's not as comfortable, lad. Yeah.
Or in school and that. Do you know what I mean? If you're black now, you're black. You're the underdog, and you got that coolness on you already, right? As a white person, it's not as cool to be white. And then the Asians, they got their thing going on. So
let's be honest. There's a good amount of black nerds right out there. If you know enough black people, you will know that not every black person's cool. Not every black person's down with culture. Not every black person, brother. I know enough black people to know that there's gay black people, there's nerdy black people, there's geeky black people. That the black people are diverse. They're diverse people. They're not all cool, you know.
But it's cool to be black though. I lie, bruv. I lie, bruv. It's cool to be black. What are we doing? We can't deny it. Black culture is popular culture now, and it has been.
Yeah, but the people that made you popular are the people that can make you unpopular within one generation.
Nah.
Let's not forget who owns all the record labels.
Like what?
Let's not forget that.
No, he's right. He's right, man. The people that made us popular, i.e. the machine, that's you're right on that. Can they make us unpopular? No, because they invested too much to make us popular. They're gonna make us popular and get us to do all the fucked up shit. Get us to do all the fucked up shit that they want in society, and everyone's gonna keep perpetuating it.
You've seen them do it to Muslims. They made them unpopular. They can do it. It can be done.
Muslims are never popular though.
But they made them unpopular.
Yeah, but they never made them popular.
Right, but they never. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Is, if they make you, they can break you. What I'm saying is, they made black culture popular, but they can't undo that.
Why?
Yeah, they can't take it back now.
It's bigger than just. It can't be done in a generation. It needs international brainwashing.
International.
Yeah, we need to brainwash the whole world to make it not cool to be black. It's not gonna.
Hold on, Jedi. Is this guy really gonna act like black people didn't fight for their popularity? Do you remember that guy that sings that song?
Who you talking about, Bob Marley?
When I say fight
Did
for
he
their
fight for his
popularity, I mean in the
You
sense.
talking
I mean
about
in the sense of one
the
second, brother.
Windies
Brother,
cricket
please,
team?
brother, please.
He's gonna explain it, Carl.
Just relax. I'm trying to make a point. Look, I mean in the sense of there was a time where black music was frowned upon. Yeah, and that's probably the most popular thing we've got.
When was that?
When was that? Let's go rewind time back. Let's rewind time back to where it wasn't. You couldn't put a black face on TV. Do you remember they used to have to put a white face on your album cover?
You said black music was frowned upon.
When was that, bro?
He's right. In
When
the rock and roll days,
we're gonna
before
go back,
Elvis.
bro. We're gonna go back. When
He's right.
you know what? I'm gonna put it up for you, and we're
The
gonna do some
blues.
history. We're gonna do some history because we're gonna have
He's
to go
right,
for a lot of
man.
history.
Come, why are we
We're gonna
arguing
have to go
this?
for a lot of history.
When was it?
How was it not popular?
When was it? Little Richard? When was it?
No. You see what we're not going to do? We're not going to play semantics. We're not going to play semantics. We're not going to play semantics. We're not going to listen. We're not going to play semantics. Listen, we're not going to play semantics. Listen, what I'm saying to you is black music, if you listen, black music in a sense of the music itself being popular has never been in question. Yeah, I get where you're going with your questions. Yeah, but let me explain something to you. They couldn't promote it as black music to start off with. That's what I'm saying. And secondly to that, yeah, what we have to understand is black people in a sense of, there's a guy, he sings a song, he goes, if you know what that song is, I can't even remember the name of the song. That's what I'm saying.
We know
have to
that
go
tune,
back.
bro. We know it.
When you see the guy who's performing it, the first time he ever performs it in front of an audience, it's a white audience because it's only white people really got money to go to these big events where they're playing a big latest tune out. And they were shocked to see a black man. All the white women are screwing up their face looking at him funny. There might be one or two that was kind of into it, I'll be honest. But the majority of the crowd, it's like they think they're shocked. They don't want to see no black man out there doing nothing. So as far as I'm concerned, you know what? We're popular because the hard work and the effort we put in shines through. So we had to work for our popularity, which is the same as fighting for it, in my personal opinion. Everything we've got has come from hard work and effort, blood, sweat, and tears. You can't say that it was just handed to us because what you're not going to play the best because what? Nah, that don't make no sense.
I can't take that because
sorry, nah, go on, brother.
I was just gonna say, even as a business move, you're not gonna hire or get a performer in that the crowd don't like. So just by virtue of what you were talking about meant that the music was popular. You might say the artist or black people, as in we're still talking about that today, they like the black stuff, they just don't like the black people. But to say black music wasn't popular, like I've never seen a time when that's been true.
There was a time where
Yeah,
black
brother, you
music
just repeated what I
wasn't
said
popular.
to an
It was
extent.
associated with like nightclubs and like drugs and things like that. We're talking about back before rock and roll, before Elvis, in the blues times, where they had blues clubs, yeah? And the white people didn't want their young daughters going down there, raving it up and having fun, yeah?
That's right.
Then Elvis was the one who made it mainstream, proper popular. Yeah, he was the one. Right, and even then,
who made what mainstream popular?
Black music. Yeah, even then, white people were protesting about Elvis, saying that they didn't want him making this music popular because they didn't want the lifestyle that they associated with it, like clubbing and that, becoming prevalent in their predominantly white Christian parts of America. That you can't say black music was always popular. It wasn't. It was strictly for black people who used to go to their own clubs and have their own parties, and then white people just started coming. That's a fact. That's if you know your music, you know your music.
Everything
history,
you both
you
said,
what I'm saying.
I just agreed with everything I said. There was no point in like just hitting the point. The point is it was our hard work and effort that paid off. If we wasn't good at what we did, so let's say for instance, Indian people were better at making rock and roll than us, then they would have been the ones. If Indian people were better at rapping than us, they would have been the ones in the limelight. But it just so happens that it starts in our community. When you get into certain aspects of life, we just seem to have the lead role in that area. We're better at music. What can I do, bro? Our music's more popular. That's a fact.
Can I just say to you, going back to the earlier conversation we were having, for you to be accepted as a sacrifice and taken up by the higher people, you have to willingly offer yourself as a sacrifice, right? Within the music industry, within popular culture, this is what we're seeing. People are willingly offering themselves and their children up as sacrifices to be taken up by the higher powers, the machine, or what you want to call it, right? That is how it works.
What's that got to do with it, though?
You have to offer yourself as a sacrifice.
What's that got to do with
You're
it, though?
talking about hard work, right? And being recognized, but you're offering yourself up to be used and abused by the music industry, who have used and abused you. And the end result was what we're seeing is what? How the women of your community treating their men right now based off of the back
I get you.
Beyonce.
I get, brother, I get your point. And I'm saying, yeah, Jesse Owens was used and abused by the sports industry, but that does not mean he was not the. That does not mean he was not one of the best of his time, one of the greatest of his time when it comes to Olympic sports. He was just good at it. He was just good at what he did. Brother, listen, this is the thing. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous point to act like, do you know what? The hard work and effort of a man can't be credited to his success. That's ridiculous, brother. Because when we talk about any other people, if we talk about, sorry, brother, let me just finish this on this one sentence, then you can go. If we talk about anything that Asians are good at, if we talk about flipping Bollywood, Nollywood, whatever we talk about, sorry, Bollywood, that's it, not Nollywood, it's Bollywood, whatever you call it, yeah, that what we have to understand is you're going to say that's Asian success, and that's because you're good at what you do. You're not going to accept it because the white man allowed you a room in the house. You're not going to accept that. So as far as I'm concerned, we was making music regardless. We were good at what we did regardless.
All right. Let me just quickly say one point
before we move on.
Wait,
Jay, are you there?
Oh, Mike.
Yeah, greetings, man. Greetings. Welcome aboard.
Oh, Mike.
It's fucking natty, innit?
Soundboard. Sounds like a soundboard.
Yeah.
Anything else to say, lad?
Anyway, quick, let me make my point before I forget, yeah?
You're not going to reply, you're all right, mate, in the same tone twice. I'm not having that. Not fucking having that. All right, mate. All right, mate. No. Right, yeah, so
heavy breathing and that.
Let me quickly point out a contradiction in what Sif is saying. He's saying that black music had to be fronted by white faces, and then at the same time he's arguing that black people through their hard work got themselves accepted. That's a contradictory two different statements, because as we can see, if they didn't want to promote you, they wouldn't. If there wasn't money in it for them, they wouldn't promote you. If you wasn't willingly offering yourself as a sacrifice to them, they would not be accepting you.
Yeah, but all they do, Carl, was contain it.
Let me respond to him.
Jay, do you want to say something?
If there was no talent,
for 1 sec.
Jay.
Yes,
right,
mate.
Man. Yeah, what's up? What do you want to say, bro?
I just joined, mate. Just hearing you lot speak, innit?
Right,
it's natty, bruv. I'm telling you, it's natty.
What the fuck does that mean?
Wait a minute.
Where you calling from, bro?
London, mate.
All right. So have you heard what we've been talking about?
I'm from London, but I live in Newcastle now.
All right. Big up Newcastle crew. Have you heard what we've been talking about, bro?
Nah, I don't know, mate. Sounds like politics, mate.
All right, look, I'm not letting them back on. Sorry about that, Schiffer. I apologize, man.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, it's not about being accepted, Khan. What it's about is people accepting when people are good at what they do. If I can accept that someone's good at what they do, for instance, there was a time where football was quite racist, yeah? And it still is quite racist. Like, do you know what? The team that I support, even though I like the football team Chelsea, I still recognize that it's a bit racist over there. Even the manager seems a bit racist. And more than a bit racist. Same like Liverpool. The manager's he's more than a bit racist. Let's be honest, because every time they get rid of the black players, it's always the best ones. Like, they don't want to see the black players thrive. And I see it at the team that I like. I see it at Liverpool. I see it at all the teams. Man United. It don't matter where you go. Now, what I'm going to say to you is this: the fact of the matter is but I'd say about all the football teams. Now, what I'm going to say to you is this: regardless, there's going to come a time where, regardless, if the guy's too good, he can't go. It don't matter about racism no more. He's got to play because he's too good. And this is the thing with the music, with the black people. The music's too good. They know
Is my brain
it's going to sell out. They know eventually people's going to make money from it, innit?
Himself
So,
from one sentence to the next sentence.
you know what, brother?
He's saying that
we're going to be
black
talking over
people
each other,
are
I'm going
being
to let
not
you
allowed to
finish,
play
and then
because
I'll arrive back with my point.
I'll
Do it's fine. It's fine. Do you know what? Now, I'm going to arrive back with my point because I don't want to start all over again. I'll arrive back with it. Can't fire away, brother.
Brother, in my opinion, you contradicted yourself within a blink of an eye. 1 minute you're saying that clubs are selling off black players because they're black and they don't want to see black people doing well. The next minute you're saying there's no racism in football, so if you're black and you're good, they have to play you. For my brain, I cannot accept that. I cannot sit here and listen to that without highlighting that is a contradiction.
Let me go and finish, please.
He did say that, Heathen.
Now let me finish now. Like I was
That's
saying,
not how I interpret it.
at no point did I say what Khan's saying. What Khan wants to do, as you can clearly hear and see from his behavior, is he wants to speak for people, and he doesn't want us to get our points across because he wants to create confusion because he's embarrassed about his people then. Now, brother, I don't want to take personal shots at you. I just want to get to the root of the problem. So if you're just going to be a hindrance to us having this, life-changing conversation, then at that point, I can't no longer take part. I'll sit on the sidelines and guys, you have your chance to speak now. I'll sit on the
maybe I misheard you. Let's ask everyone else. Did I
Yeah,
mishear
the way
him?
I can't go on. The way I interpreted it was that what Schiffer was saying is that black music and through hard work, like namely blues, you were talking about, right, got to the point where they couldn't contain it. So you're right in saying that the agents come along and they're going to manipulate it and choose who goes and wins and to direct the paths of these people. But the fact is that it couldn't be contained anymore. So these racist record people basically had to contain that by taking them on board, but still limiting them in a way. But they had to actually acknowledge that it can't be contained anymore. And that's what he was saying about the black footballers. He was saying eventually they're going to be too good again that you won't be able to just get rid of them out of your team.
But they do.
Yeah, but he's saying that there's a point in time that they won't.
No, but they do. That's how it works.
No, they don't always, bro.
The best artists and singers ain't the ones that make it to the top or that even make it to mainstream. Just like the best footballers ain't the ones that you see playing.
Yeah, I don't think he's denying that. He's talking about the category of music or football, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's talking about a general thing. It's not like I think he'd agree with you on an individual basis. Some of the best people have always been kept down.
Then we're gonna have to act like we don't know that all the people at the top, they're not there just through hard work and things. There's a lot of other stuff that's gone into it.
100%. My brother, can I just clarify my point? Can I clarify my point, please?
You know it don't run.
Can I clarify my point, please, brother? You see the guy you're talking about that got to the top and it wasn't through hard work and people have put him there. Now, other people have even more control over where his career goes and where it ends and where it starts, yeah? Now, the guy that's just too good, like Samuel Eto'o in his time, yeah, there was all this controversy about his age. I've heard so many controversial stories about Samuel Eto'o, but he's such a good player. Even if he goes, he's got to go for phenomenal money. He's got to go for extreme amounts of money, and he will always be high paid. And wherever he goes, he's just going to end up getting more. Because guess what? He's just too good. It's like Michael Jordan. You can't stop this man from earning money. So the best thing you can do is be the one paying him. You can't stop him earning money, brother. Listen,
yes, you can.
All right, cool. Do you know what? I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from. I'm
physical enough that you're too small. They got loads of excuses to keep you out of the game. It's not about that. And we're gonna what? Are we really acting like we don't know how it's controlled at the top? Like, come on.
I think it's controlled by your behavior and by your actions. Because you as a person, you're in control of your behaviors and your actions. So we've seen a lot of basketball players who fall into the wayside because you know what? They don't fit into the life regime, what they expect from their basketball players and their XYZ. So when you thank you, but that way I agree with you. That way I agree with you. Yes, the industry is controlled.
About hard work and dedication.
One second. I do agree with you to that effect. What I'm trying to get across to you, brother, is it's difficult to say that a man, for instance, now, I can't do what, let's say, Let's think of someone really good then. Like Michael Jackson. I can't do what Michael Jackson could do. I'm not that level of performer. So it would be ridiculous for me to sit here and say that didn't take hard work, time, and effort, and he hasn't perfected what he's doing to some extent. That would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
No one's not saying that there is a level of hard work or talent or whatever it is, dedication that it might take for these people at the top. But again, let's not go there, because half of these singers are mimicking and miming. It don't take that much to learn dance moves and whatnot. You got your stylists, but let's not go on like Joe Bloggs sitting there on the block can get to the higher heights without doing a whole heap of other stuff that's not connected to hard work and talent. Like nobody makes it through, but just via hard work and talent.
You could say that in this day and age, couldn't you?
Thank you.
There's loads of lads making it off. Sorry.
Go on, Heaven.
I was going to say there's loads of lads making it off Instagram and things like that. Isn't it loads of lads just normal?
Once again, you're not going to get somebody that goes viral for more than 5 minutes. That's organic. It's not going to be a sustained thing unless you're part in with the industry and part of the system. There's no way around it.
I get that. Yeah, it's control. It's control.
That's not really what he's saying, though. Heaven. You see what he's saying, Heaven. This is what he's saying. Yeah. For instance, you see when they talk about people like Pele, yeah, and we talk about the achievements of Pele and how great a player he was and the achievements that he made and the additions that he made to the game of football.
And Messi and Ronaldo and Neymar, Ronaldinho.
What he seeks to do is say that everything every addition that man has made is not something he done. He was someone else in making him do it.
Yeah, he was a poster.
As you heard, even that's not what I said.
Brother, that's what you're inadvertently saying. That's what you're inadvertently saying. Because if you're not saying it came from hard work and effort, if you're not saying, one second, I'll explain why. If you're not saying, brother, I'm going to say, brother, you're very clear. You're very clear in the confusion you're creating. So let's make it clear enough for all of us, not just for you. Let's make it clear enough for all of us, not just for you. So let me ask you this question, brother. Did you or did you not say, that what these black people are achieving is not just through hard work and effort, it's through the system giving it to them? Did you or did you not say that?
Anyone that's mainstream and that is famous, yes.
All right. Is Pele mainstream and famous?
Yes.
All right. Argument done. Thank you. So, Heathen, when people try and come with these manipulating conversations, what we got to do, brother, we got to show them what true power looks like. Because true power has no boundaries, my brother. I'm going to go on mute.
Nah.
Yeah, come on, bro. Shifa, are you trying to say that these type of industries ain't controlled by you know who? Like, come off it, bro. It's like the whole premise
what I'm trying to say, bro. And if you want to ask me, I'll answer. But that's not what I'm trying to say, bro. Just to clarify as an answer to your question.
Are you saying hard work is the deciding factor?
I'm saying that if you don't have the hard work and effort to be the finished article that people are looking for, you won't be chosen for the role.
That's bollocks, because we see a hell of a lot of artists and footballers that aren't great. You're gonna tell me, man, like Luke Chadwick was a baller. You're gonna tell me like certain people that have played football or sports that they were the best around, or certain
they were
artists.
better than you. They were better than you. That's why you
can
ain't
take
there.
personal shots. That's great, yeah.
They were better than me. That's why
that's not what we're talking about.
It's not a personal shot. They were better than me. That's why I ain't there. They were better than me. That's why I ain't there.
But
they were better than me. That's why I ain't there. That's the deflection.
Stop it, man.
I think. And then the point where now we're just being facetious because you thought I was taking a shot at you by saying they were better than you. But the fact of the matter is, Michael Jordan was better than everyone, brother. The fact of the matter is, LeBron James is literally better than everyone. It's not just you. It's not just me. He's better than everyone. So if we're going to take away this man's achievements and take away his school, we might as well say, well, Floyd Mayweather weren't the best. He ain't the greatest, because you know what? All his undefeated boxing matches, it was all a flipping fix. Everything's fixed. All right,
this is another thing like Prince and like Michael Jackson. You're getting hurt because you're finding out your idols are controlled opposition.
1 second.
And now we're doing more personals because we realize we fucked up. Do you see what I mean, people? So I think true power has no boundaries. And I don't need to attack no one to really prove my point. All I have to do is prove the point. And now they're going to feel small. It's not my fault you feel inefficient. You have to now attack my character. That's
let Beefy go now. I think.
Come on, man, this is too easy.
I think what she was trying to say, I think like I kind of agree with what she was saying. Like, black people are now getting recognition for what they actually do, because most of the information which were done in the past, black people are not recognized for them. They give it to someone else. But in this day and age, we are getting recognized for the things we're doing, and I kind of agree with you.
When you say recognize, are you talking like Grammys and shit like that?
No, whatever it is, like bare fields. I'm not just talking like like being in football. I'm talking about a lot of things. We're getting recognized for the things we do. Like
that's also the only scale we've got to go on, T. You know what I mean? Like that's the only scale you've got to. At the same time, I understand that it's controlled.
So we're gonna go.
That's the only sort of scale that you can go on, because there's no other scale there. Like, do you get me? So when you see people making them into these positions, the only sort of social scale.
Even we know that the people at the top of these, we know the people that we see that mainstream that get put out there for us to see and whatnot. We know that they're controlled, that other things go on behind the scenes. So are we really
a lot of it is
now at their barometer for what success is and turn around and be like, well, finally they're recognizing black people? Like, I don't see skin folk as kinfolk, innit? So just because their skin's black, it don't mean nothing to me. It's all part of the same shit. But what, we're gonna act like, oh, hard work and dedication got them there, and that's why they're now getting recognized, rather than them getting recognized for
at the same time, guys,
I want to hear his point.
Please. Yeah, finish, man. Yo, let the brother finish, man. Go on, Tiz.
Yeah, so rather than see it as them black people being recognized now as part of an agenda or whatever script that they're willing to push, we're going to see it as, nah, black people just been working real hard for all these years, and now finally these systems are recognizing them. Like, really, that, like, are we that silly or gonna omit all the knowledge that we claim to possess about how this world is kind of run, and go on like, oh yeah, black people are being recognized from the system for hard work and dedication? Like, come on, like let's like, all right, cool. If we want to kid ourselves, then cool, isn't it? But I'm not gonna, I can't roll with that. Don't make no sense.
All I'm saying, like 20 years ago, even 50 years ago, black man could have done something. They'll say the white man done it. That's what I'm saying. But now, the person who's done it gets recognized for doing the job. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we live in a system. No matter whatever we do, it's in the system anyway. But at least people are now getting recognized for what they do within the system.
Beefy, I think that's more just the internet. Now the internet's coming, we can find out who made these things and whatnot. And there's more. It's easier that way. But I don't think it's a case of we're getting more recognition because we're working harder or some shit.
But isn't that controlled? Like,
yeah, it's internet controlled as well. It's internet controlled as well. Caesar, or is the internet free from control?
I think it's a lot freer from control than all other forms of media that we're given.
But is it controlled though?
Well, I say it's a lot freer. I've got a website up that allows you to get passports without having to sign birth certificates and shit like that. So can I say it's controlled? Not really, because anyone can log on and see that. So that's my point. People can put information up. It's not controlled like the other forms of media. I answered the question.
Okay, but do you think they could stop you from logging on if they wanted to?
Well, that's what they're trying to do with the internet free and the third web or whatever they want to call it and stuff like that, or the second internet that they want to bring out, that they do have control like that over, but currently it's not like that.
But when you talk about the dark web, is the web we got now is controlled on the dark web. There's two different things. What's the difference?
I'm not saying that right now. The reason that people might see it as controlled is because the only search engines they know are like Google and shit like that. Like, but if you know how to use the internet or just know how to look for things or just go on a quest, you'll find a lot of stuff. It's not controlled like that. Anyone can put information up there and you can sift through and use your own discernment to find whatever. Now they do want to control it, like in places in other countries. Yes, it is controlled because you can't access certain websites and can't go to certain things. So that's controlled. But the current internet that we have right now is not controlled like that.
Just a quick question. Yeah, sorry.
So you're saying like everything on the internet, what you search is real and it's not they put there by
I never said. When did I say that either? Come
on. I'm asking. I'm asking.
I never said that.
I'm asking you.
I never said that. I'm just saying it's not controlled like that.
With him, bro. You know what he said.
But I'm thinking with the control was if someone can put something for you to see, was they want you to see it, is that control?
Beefy, I already said you can look through all of the things that's out there and use your own discernment. Now, if you like using discernment, that means that you don't blindly believe or just believe everything that you see and read, no matter what it is.
Yeah,
So I've already addressed that.
All right, fair enough. Can I ask one question?
Go on.
Cool. Yeah, cool. Thank you. Beefy, if you got two kids who are light and one who's dark, are you going to treat them different or the same? No, don't laugh. Hey, no, don't laugh. It's a question. Don't laugh.
I got five children. They're not all the same complexions. What's your
I'm
point?
asking you one question.
I love them all the same.
You asked the
I love
question,
them.
the right question to the wrong person.
Kind of question.
I love them all the same. I love them all the same.
Fucking hell. All right, carry on, man. Fucking hell, man. You can't answer that question.
I thought you knew Beefy.
He
Don't you know
answered.
him?
He just answered.
No, I do not. I think I've heard him speak before, but I don't really know him. I know
Beefy's not
I
like
know
that,
you
bro.
lot.
I don't know what impression he's giving you today, but Beefy's not like that at all.
No, I'm just asking a question, bro.
I said I love them all the same.
Yeah, okay. You see, yeah. At least he's fair. He's fair with all his kids. Yeah, fair enough. Cool. Carry on. Hey, Khan, what the fuck are you talking shit for?
B to the bow,
off,
B
man.
to the bow.
Bump to the bow. Into my controller. Here we go. What you on about?
Big up, big up.
Hey, Khan, I've been speaking to you for like 3-4 years. Shut up.
No, don't start.
Shut up, man.
Nah, Khan,
Shut up, you
hey,
scout
listen.
twat.
B to the bow.
Shut up, Andy, you scout twat.
1 2 1 2 1 T. And the mic. Oh, that's another scout. Oh, this is my scouser, brother. That's heathen. Yo, what you saying?
Stop lying.
No, that is a question to Beefy. That's all. Carry on, guys. I'm gonna mute.
Yeah, I think my mic was with Schiffer. He was asking a follow-up question.
No, hey, where's Schiffer? I like Schiffer. Hey, Schiffer.
He's gone.
Khan. I don't know. I don't know whether you want to antagonize Shifa or something, but it's like you.
No, I'm not going to give him an easy time, Beefy.
It's not about giving an easy time.
I'm not trying to antagonize anyone.
It's not about trying to give someone an easy time, but you're trying to go down the personal route with him all the time. So I don't think it's cool. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying he was talking to T, and T replied to him, and I think T gave a very eloquent and good answer.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you trying to go personal with him all the time when you try to approach him. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not like that, bro. It's not like that, man.
The thing is, though, if you're having a conversation with someone and they're using their life experiences and their personal feelings to make an argument, then in order to answer them, you're going to have to address their personal experiences, which means talking about their life. I can't not talk about your life when you're using your life as the evidence for your position. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Con, no one's looking out for arguments. I'm just, hey, Schiffer, where are you, man? Jump on, bro.
He'll jump.
Yeah, but it's also the way you put it across, Khan. You know, I know where you're coming from.
Stop, Sila, jump on. Stop, Sila, jump on. That's how you see the word.
Can be the way you put it across.
I see a very
Schiffer's not a baby. He's not a baby like that. He plays the thingy sometimes, the I'm hurt card, but he's not really. He's just a.
I could see where he was coming from, but
sometimes he's like, oh, you're hurting me.
From as well. Control.
It's a tactic, bro. Schiffer's a big boy, man. Come on, he's not a baby.
I think that's the first time I've agreed with Schiffer on a lot of things. To be fair,
I'd say, like, if this wasn't a kind of channel where the knowledge that we kick back and forward that goes on, that runs on this channel, if it wasn't like that, then cool. I would say fair enough. Yeah, you kind of have a point, but we know too much to dismiss any of that in the conversation of just trying to act like it's pure hard work and talent.
Oh no, get it, like people.
Right, that's all.
People were bringing it up with that spray yesterday when he mentioned that he got acquitted by what was her name? Sherry Blair.
Sherry Blair, innit? Yeah.
Know what I mean?
Exactly.
People, you know what I mean?
It's all linked, innit?
So yeah, so I do get it, lad, yeah.
So the wife of the ex-prime minister is the solicitor for the top guy. Oh man!
Does anyone he was acquitted of?
Telling people, England's a small.
Does anyone know
country.
anybody he was acquitted of?
England is a small
I'm
country.
not sure.
Oh, no. I'm not sure.
So the guy trying to lock you up, his wife is setting you free. Mazza.
No, I do get it because I even say with like Liverpool people, when they put Liverpool people on the telly, it's like I see it as like a token thing, because there's a girl, Thompson Johnson, I think her name is. She's like a hurdler, and I seen it was funny. You can actually watch it. There's like Muller Rice adverts, and at first she had.
Wait a minute. Say hurdler again. Say hurdler again.
So hurdler.
You went hurdler.
Hurdler.
She was a hurdler.
And like in the first advert, she had like say like a couple of lines to say, and then they slowly phased it out because they just know people don't like the accent. I get it, like you know what I mean. They just don't like the accent, so they just got rid of all the lines out of it. And then in the end, now all she does is she has a bit of yogurt on her nose at the end and smiles. You know what I mean? She doesn't even get to say the catchphrase anymore, or not.
But saying that, even Liverpool girls are prettier, I've noticed. They've got pretty girls in Liverpool. I don't know what mixture you've got up there, what tribes mixed together, but you lot got pretty girls, man.
When you say pretty,
do you mean like all of the same? Scotland, Wales, England, Ireland, it's a melting pot, and then the port, whoever come in the
pre
port.
or post makeup.
Both, lads, sometimes, you know, both. But then have you seen some of them makeup videos out there, like on like TikTok and that? I've seen them on the shorts on YouTube where they've got like no teeth.
I'm not gonna lie,
look like a full-on smackhead, and then they do themselves up, lad, and they're like worldies. It's mad.
Yeah, but when I go Liverpool, I see the most amount of makeup on the women there.
Yeah,
that is true. That is true.
Out of anywhere I go,
like the amount of times I've come home from town with like a brown shoulder. Like a beige shoulder. Makeup all over.
I think Liverpool got their own style of
pictures
eyebrows,
of the,
man.
of
Seen
the
eyebrows
black guy in the
in
nightclub, and he looks like he's been hit in the face by a bag of flour.
Oh, we were chatting to some geezer one time. He lives in I think Houston, Texas. He lives, yeah, and his name's Alex Bones, yeah, after Alex Jones. But he's a funny guy. He was with them, you know that group, the Proud Boys.
Yeah,
he was with them, but the group that broke off from them, that they weren't racist ones. They were like disagreeing on that. Anyway, he showed us the video of his house, yeah, and there was like a patch on his. He had a leather sofa. There was like a white patch on it. And I go to him, "What's that white patch?" And he zoomed the camera in, and it was an impression of a girl's face that was pushed up against the sofa. He goes, "Oh shit, that's the girl that was here last night." Just like a side view, you can see like a cheekbone and shit. I was like, nah, this guy's living the life, bro. But they're good, living good in Texas, man. You see, man, Ashley P out there having a good time. But imagine,
my cousin lives in Texas, lad. Should see the hunting he does, honestly.
Yeah, these men,
and he's married into the right family, lad. He married into one of these Jewish families, Khan.
Yeah.
You want to see the ranch they've got, lad? It was like, well, their family. Mad.
Yeah, man. We're mad staying here, bro.
You want to see the videos?
People living large.
No, I like it here, lad. I genuinely do.
I don't know, man. I don't know. For the pros, there's an awful lot of cons for living over there, man. There's an awful lot, like.
It's just the racism I can't tolerate, bro.
Hey, who are the Proud Boys?
I can't live in segregated societies like that.
Who are the Proud Boys? Can I ask?
Proud Boys is just some far right movement in America. They're like some Trump supporters, but then one group of them broke away because they were like not agreeing with the racism, but they still wanted to kind of fight certain political stances where they agreed with the main group, but they were just not on the anti-Jewish, anti-Zionist sort of. They were sort of more aligned with a
bit like Tommy.
A bit like Tommy, where they're saying we're not racist, but they're undercover racist, sort of. It was like that.
Do you know what? I think the fella who started it, there was a thing. I think it was the Jolly Heretic, and that Gavin McGuinness who started it was on there, and he basically compared it, Biffy, to the Masons. He believed that like a lot of people, a lot of men look for these sort of orders, and they basically just be the men's club, and that's what it was called, the Proud Boys. And they do have meetings like every week and things like that. You know what I mean? They have like an order of how things are and things like that.
Go to take a jump on or Latin. I was with the chatting. They're from Mexico. They're Mexicans. The Proud Boys.
Who are?
The Proud Boys.
No,
man. They're white guys.
They wear like I don't think they're just white, but they wear like black polos with like a yellow trim collar. They have like a uniform as well, like.
Yeah, they're white guys from Texas, bro.
Let's see if I can put them up. Oh, look. They sound like an interesting group.
Have a look at them, lad, yeah?
I will do that now.
Those typical like Americans, those typical Yanks, like America, yeah. They always remind me, lad. Have you ever seen Team America, the film?
You're talking about the people with the Confederate flags and that, innit? That's what you're talking about.
They're like anti. Yeah.
The Proud Boys, the American far-right neo-fascist, an exclusively male organization that promotes and engages in political violence in the United States. Gay.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing.
I beefy. Have you heard that, brother? I beefy. Have you heard that Upchurch dude? Have you heard him?
Nah, I don't follow
that Upchurch dude. And the man said, no N-words can't shut him up and them thing there. He's like, yeah, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Some people think it's cool. Some people think it's cool. He's got bare views. I can tell you that much. He's got millions of views. I don't want to give him no more, but yeah.
Well, Shiva, did you give your point of view on the whole Tommy and thing conversation? Did you already say?
Like I said before, I don't know enough about Tommy Robinson. I don't get me wrong, like I've been on Raspec's show and that, but I don't follow what people do like that, innit? So I don't know enough about the ins and outs of people's rhetoric more than you lot to really have a say. I think that you guys say at that point becomes more valid. You know, like that.
Did you watch it?
I didn't really watch it. Like all of the times when it's been on, I didn't actually notice, but I'll cut out and do something else. It's not really something I find that interesting. Like, and not only nothing against Raspect or the people on there, Young Spray, whoever's on there. It's just that the topic didn't grab me like that. It wasn't something that I felt like I really needed to sink my teeth into or pay that much interest to. There's enough people on it already. Do you know like that? We don't all need to fight the same fight in every corner. Do you know, like in the army, you got artillery, you got bombardments, you got ground soldiers, you got freaking jet fighters, like that. They're not all doing the same thing, and I think that sometimes it's good to let someone else fight the fight as well. Not always have to be the person there with an argument or an opinion. We can just listen sometimes. I hope that answers your question anyway, Khan.
Yeah, man, obviously.
But what did you think about it?
Oh, I reviewed it on like 3 different channels now, bro. I'm dining out on Raspect right now.
He's dining out. Pause. I don't know where that came from. So do you think it was a good interview? Do you think it was a bad interview? Do you think it was a waste of his time? What is the end?
I think my shortcut version of it is Tommy Robinson's got a book to sell. He's going around publicizing his book. Same way it's in his interest to now come across as I'm not racist. Like he's just thinking of his legacy that he's going to leave his children, because his children get bullied at school for having Tommy as their dad. So he's trying to correct that. So they'll have a future where they can kind of like utilize the connections that he's got in the celebrity sphere or the political sphere or whatever contacts he's got.
It's the podcast sphere, isn't it? It's fashionable now to have these edgy characters on. Like everyone's having gangsters on, and people are coming out saying that they've killed people on podcasts and things like that. Which, you know what I mean? It's the in thing, isn't it? It's the in thing to have controversial.
From my point of view, just moving on, Heathen, from where Tommy Robinson kind of like disappeared, not disappeared, but like just got pushed to the back burner to now where he's like making his real emergence. Things have moved on so much. Tommy isn't an inflammatory figure that he used to be, and he's utilizing that because like people have forgotten really the things that he's done, like what he said about like all the things what Ras brought up about. Yeah, you said this about Somalis, you said that about Mo Farah, you boxed the African guy, whatever. Like people sort of forgotten all them things a little bit. Do you know what I mean? And he's sort of benefiting from that now because like the dust has sort of settled a little bit. Not only that, Islam's not really a subject anymore. Before we used to be talking about Islam every day. There wasn't a conversation we couldn't have without it going back to Islam. Now it's like things have moved on from that now. And I think now is the time for him to sort of normalize his position, which is what he's trying to do. And you could say the argument could be that people who even want to argue with him or entertain him are giving him that opportunity to do that, to kind of like wipe the slate clean sort of thing.
Completely.
That's my take on the whole thing, which I didn't want to see Tommy Robinson's face. I don't want to hear his name. I don't want to see his face turning red and the little vein popping outside his head. I don't like his dress sense. I don't like his accent. Like, I just don't like the guy in general. Like, even if he wasn't racist, he's just irritating. He's smarmy. He's got this slimy characteristic about him. I just hate him.
Can I ask a final question? Would for me, do you take these characters like Respect, Tommy, and all other people who are always able to reinvent themselves, come back, reinvent themselves, just as character actors for the media?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean,
of course.
Christ actors.
100%. It was a joke thing. Respect took an L and he made Islam take an L. And black people take it. Well, like he was just collecting L's, like for no reason.
The reason why I'm saying was, Tommy just say, yeah, I done those things in the past. I've changed now, but then no one can say you can't change. But even for Respect, because one time he was Rasta, he became Christian, he became Muslim. So people do change. So you cannot put that on Tommy what they did in the past. When you say, yeah, I changed. So what?
Yeah, but he's still got like. It's like when people are brought it up to me. I think it was on this panel. I think it was JEDI, and like on the early days when I think he thought it was like a major Tommy fan, and he was like, you know, he can't take back what he done to us by walking through our area shouting our street. These are our streets, or whatever you know what the chant is. These streets are our streets, or something. And there's nothing you can say back to that, lad, is there? You know what I mean? The damage is done, isn't it? You know what I mean?
But for him to sit there with his arms crossed. And turn around and be like, nah, no one was scared or something like that, when he was there calling for backup, he was calling for help, saying it's a trap. Like, my man had all of that energy and was beefing like with Tommy, and then got the chance to sit down next to him and just got humbled. Like he just like went quiet on a few times. The good points that he did, the very few good points that he made, he let just get overshadowed and talked over without coming back to or like putting his foot down on that, and never said nothing with chest. Like, it was bare laughing and joking with, man. And this is a man that like you made people like put people in danger over and was going on about this thing for a while, and you had nothing out of your back pocket to fling at him. Like,
I even saw a podcast, yeah.
Like, it was weak. It was weak.
Talking about it, yeah. Caesar, I saw a podcast the other day, yeah, of Tommy Robinson on a podcast with another football hooligan, yeah, who was calling out Tommy Robinson for being fake. Tommy Robinson punched up the guy on the podcast, boy. Who's fake? Who's fake now?
I've seen it. The geezer goes to him. I'm more welcome than you at far right events. He goes to him, and then Tommy's going to him. You're not even from here, you little mug. Because that's who you are. You're a little mug. He goes, you little mug. And then he jumped up and started walking towards the geezer. He didn't throw no punches though. I didn't see Tommy raising his hands, but he kept walking towards him. Like, I don't know. It must have been off camera. He was trying to get to him, innit? And then everyone had to rush in.
Why didn't Respect do that? This is my forefathers. This is for my.
But I think Maku said it yesterday. Like, he Respect threw no physical nor intellectual blows. Like, nothing. Nothing.
I agree.
It was
there was one bit where I thought he was gonna like finish him, where he was going to him, yeah, like you're affiliated with all the drug dealers that were supplying the drugs that got the girls high in the first place. Like these people you're talking about, these gangsters that are applying the girls with drugs. Where's the drugs come from? You're lot, innit? Like you're involved with all that.
No. Can't. No, remember he said he was grassing up the Pakistani lot for selling drugs and all this. But Rashford said, but you were taking the drugs. We were like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a separate argument where we were saying to him that the football hooligans and that love a little bit of drugs. And Tommy, even after, was going, oh, there's some cultural Muslims that do a little line. Like, I don't mind them ones.
They are. Spray. Yeah, spray.
Yeah, and then he come in.
It was a mocking. And I don't think anyone but Tommy could come out of that with any type of like...
No, I think as well,
credibility,
which I found
like,
surprising.
No one from like our side's gonna give him credibility, but his people that back him and whatnot are gonna come out looking at that like, like Tommy's all friends and buddy, and that guy was meant to be about Islam. The man that got brought on to duppy Tommy about Islam sat there humbled like nothing.
I don't know. I don't know if it was clocked as well when Spray brought up the thing about the lines. The name he brought a Jama, but people know that Jama and Rashford are quite close.
Yeah, he fucked him up, bro. He fucked him up.
So to tell you, you're older than those lines, and Rashford just kept quiet. Like, wow.
Mad. It was a mad one.
Hey, boy.
So Respect must have come out there with a headache, bro. He must have been sitting down for days thinking about everything and what was said, and like, I feel sorry for Respect in that respect. Like,
he's not that wise.
They worked him over, innit?
Clever,
like,
but like
no, lad, he had a chance and he screwed it, can't he?
You stay off camera.
Come on, lad.
You got to stay off camera on them ones. You stay behind the camera, fling a couple questions and whatnot. Like you can't. If you say you're not prepared. If you're not prepared, what are you doing on camera?
Yeah,
that don't make no sense.
He could have ruined them, lad. He could have ruined them, like if he wanted to. He said he could.
I think what we should do is take a sit back, fall back, reassess the situation. But Rashford won't do that. He's going to find a new enemy to fight and hope people forget about this whole thing. That's how Rashford moves. He just moves on.
The topic was
a new enemy.
And Respect turned it to, oh, you hate Islam. And he's like, well, I hate Islam, but I don't hate Muslims. So it was dead. The whole argument was dead, really.
Yeah.
You're right. I don't like Muslims. I don't like Islam. I don't like Muslims. I don't like Islam. They said, you're right. Yeah. But then when we argue with you about it, you can't defend the thing. That was the madness. You know what I mean?
But didn't Respect even like bring up things like Gambia and then get proved wrong and shit like that.
Bro, talk about Sharia law in Gambia. But Respect likes using people's experience.
These days.
No, Respect likes using people's experiences and people's words as if they're his own. That's the problem.
But thing is, though, Beefy, everyone's
to
got
be
Google
fair
on
as
their
well,
phone
actually
right
proved Tommy Robinson's point, because Tommy Robinson was talking about age of consent. And in Gambia, all right, they don't have full Sharia law or something, but the lad on the phone was saying, man, you know, the marriage sort of aspect of Islam's here, which must mean that the age of consent sort of argument.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean age of consent. That just means the marriage aspect. Because age of consent is different.
So there's no age of consent. So if you get married, if you marry let's go the extreme. If you marry a 6-year-old,
there's no sex
she's legally consenting, sort of thing.
I don't know in that sense, but that's what they're saying for those Sharia law countries. But Gambia, you can't automatically assume that. I'm not saying one way or the other, but you can't just automatically assume that from what we do know that's been said.
No, there was a lad on the phone. I'm only going by what he was saying, and he was saying there's two aspects.
He was talking about the
Gambia.
marriage laws.
One of them is marriage. Yeah,
but marriage has nothing to do with consent, as we saw by the 2019.
Well, in Islam, it does, doesn't it?
No, but by the 2019 ruling, that's when they brought in that.
No, that was
it
has Saudi.
To be that was Saudi. That was Saudi.
Right, cool, but
which was an age limit on marriage, wasn't it? It wasn't an age limit on consent, and that's where MJ was on saying that's where the loophole is, because you can still go to court and sort of argue the truss and say, right, my family's on board, their family's on board, so you've got to let it flow.
You can do what?
Nah, I'm just saying that the marriage thing and consent is separate issues.
Oh boy.
Brother, if that's true, we shouldn't be even saying anything other than that's a disgrace.
What is?
He did, to be fair. He did he did say
what is a
doesn't agree with
disgrace?
it.
Schiffer, what's a disgrace?
Marrying kids.
Even explain it to him, brother, because he weren't listening to you. I listened to you though, even, and you know it's brother. This
Marrying
is the thing.
kids.
I'm just not honest guy, even man. Come on, man. You know that's a disgrace.
Even who's marrying kids?
That's what I said. The example I give was the extreme side of age of consent, wasn't it?
No, what are you talking about? Gambia
If the
or
families
South?
consent to marriage
One minute.
of a
Heathen,
6-year-old and a
who are we talking about?
16-year-old.
1 minute, Heathen. Who are we talking about? Gambia
No,
or Saudi
no,
Arabia?
no country. You're talking about age of
Well,
consent.
I was saying about Gambia, but what?
Big up, Shani.
Big up, Shani.
No.
Big up. No, we need to we need to get this corrected properly. First of all, it's not, you can't marry a 6-year-old, right? You have to, there's like, we go over this all the time, guys. I wish somebody else would have said something instead of allowed it to continue this way. No, you could, that wouldn't happen. Even if your family members wanted you to marry somebody, that doesn't mean that you marry them. The woman has to say that there needs to be consent of marriage. Consent of marriage. Wallah, consent of marriage means consent of sex. Okay? So if you marry your husband, if you marry somebody, you're consenting to sex. So you don't need to, there didn't need to be an age of consent, right? However, the consent of marriage, there's stipulations. So you have to be sound of mind. You have to be of age, meaning like your body needs to be of developed age in the sense of going through puberty or whatever, right?
Yeah, but this is one of these
Wait, let her finish.
Sorry.
There's a list of stipulations, right? Right at this moment, I don't want to say that I'm hitting them all because I know I'm missing something and I'm driving, so I can't look it up, right? So I can't bring you evidences right now. When I get in the house, I will do, if you're still on the topic. But anyway, yeah, so there's stipulations to marriage in the first place. And the woman has to consent to marriage. She can't be forced into marriage. That's against Islam. It happens,
All right,
though.
Shani.
Child marriages happen, though.
He never said
Shani, 1 minute, man.
though.
1
He
minute,
never said
Shani.
that.
That what you said was perfect, right? Tommy's answer to that was, who decides, if the parents have some sort of benefit to marrying their daughter off, right? Can they sort of be trusted to be making a decision that's in the child's best interest, right? Because they've got a bias on who they want the child to marry and what money they're going to get, and
that's still very tribal, Roger.
Like if they're too poor or
100%,
whatever it is, they might want to marry off their daughter if they can't afford to feed her, right? So in Saudi Arabia, what they've done is they've set up what is like we could call like social services, where if someone wants to marry their child under the legal age of marriage, then it goes to that board who will independently decide what is the best interest of the child rather than the parents deciding.
But you know what that is? That's not Islamic law. That's Saudi's law, right?
Right.
The Islamic law is there's no age of consent. There's no age of consent.
There's still no age.
There's still no age of
consent. There's still no age.
You know, but wait, but the Saudi
you're
law,
under
the
this
thing is,
particular age.
the thing is,
Someone clip this.
yeah, and they're saying 18 because the Saudi law is going by, obviously, they don't want to basically, right, around the world, there's been a lot of child marriages. We can't deny that as Muslims.
Right.
There are men that are taking advantage of the Sunnah and the Quran, right? They take advantage of it, they have an ignorance to the actual meaning of it, and they do foul practices. And they will say, oh, this is from Islam or whatever. It happens all over the world for ignorance, right? So we can't deny that there's children being married to grown-ass men, right? Without the child's consent, without the child hitting the stipulations that it needs to hit. With Saudi, however, what they've done is because they're part of, they have so many international ties and they're high up and all this kind of stuff. They put this in place because of what's those regulations, like the human rights regulations, all that kind of stuff, to stay in line with that. Because we can't go to Saudi and look at Saudi as an example for Islam, because that's not Islamic. To put an age on consent.
They haven't.
There's no
though,
age.
Shani.
Do you know what I'm saying?
They haven't put. They haven't
No,
put
but
an
they
age on
have.
consent. But they haven't.
But they have. No, wait. They have. And then if you wanted to.
You're breaking up, Shani.
I think she dropped her phone or something.
Yeah, but a young girl can be intimidated with no age of consent. I'm by the way, I'm not just throwing it on this because everyone used to be like this, didn't they? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, very tribal, like Khan was saying. You know, like the people used to just trade daughters. You know what I mean? Right round the world.
Even Tommy was accepting that.
Yeah.
But it's about how people are living today, right? And I don't agree that Saudi's doing this because anyone's putting any pressure on them. I think they're doing this because they're trying to maintain their position as the example that everyone should look to within the Islamic world. And they've set something in place where they're saying everyone should follow suit on that. So they're saying, like, if due to poverty or whatever, people aren't in a position to give their children the best start in life, including the marriage, right? They're saying that there should be government institutions, like some sort of social services type of a outfit that's making the decisions in the child's best interests. So they don't
I
have
think
to
why
put
people
age
bring
on
up
it still.
Saudi
They're not going
is
against
because
Islam.
the Kaba's there. Am I right, Khan? Is it the Kaaba that is there?
In Saudi, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why people bring up that's why people bring up Saudi Arabia.
Come on,
You
the
know,
whole of your religious
scholarship
thing, your mainstay of your religion, the Kaaba Hajj, the main ritual pilgrimage of the people. It's like Mecca. This is where everyone faces towards to pray. And it's like, okay, it's just a location, but the government that own this thing don't represent Islam. I think that's a fair thing that's a fair comment. You know, it's a fair comment. Everyone cuts their hair to go hard, yeah?
They shave their heads and that.
Yeah, everyone shaves their head to go hard, yeah?
As far as I know. And they get a gold tooth.
I know a lot of
Whose rule is that?
Huh?
Whose rule is that?
Are you asking me? You're asking the right one, ain't you?
I'm just asking out loud for anyone that's listening.
But this is where I've got controversial before, Jedi, by saying about the hijab and that as well. You know, it was a thing. It's not in the Quran. As far as I know, it's not in the Quran. They say dress modestly like the Christians do.
You can see where
but that was actually invented by a man in, say, like the 18th century or the 19th century. It wasn't like.
But what I'm trying to do is, I don't know.
Yeah. I'm
assuming. I'm just gonna guess, and I think I could be wrong on this. I'm gonna guess that the instruction to cut your hair before entering Hajj is not Quranic and is more in the Hadith. I'm gonna guess that. And besides the Hadith, I'm gonna guess that the Saudi authorities kind of enforce that or promote that. I don't know though. So let me find out if I'm right first, and I'll see where I'm going after that.
This is where I piss people off again, Jedi, by saying that's very pagan. You know, you cut your hair and then you circle a stone and kiss a stone. It's very pagan.
Hold on for 1 second. Let him find the information, because I want to ask you something quickly. This whole thing, I'm a bit confused, because it seems like you said to this panel just a moment ago, you said Islam has no age of consent, and I also believe I heard Sister Shani say it. Now, I don't know why that's so shocking to me, and it doesn't seem like it shocks anyone else, or it's not an issue to other people. It doesn't seem like, but it may be. So if it is an issue to anyone else, I'd like to hear from you, because to me that's a massive issue.
All right, cool. Let me answer that quickly. When it comes to age of consent, Shafar, either the person themselves individually is making that decision, their parents are making that decision on their behalf, the social services or whatever the Saudi government set up this particular group to make that decision on the best interest of the child, or like we have in England, the government sets a number arbitrarily for the whole population. Either way you look at it, whatever system you're living by, there is an age where we are agreeing, on an age of consent, but it's about who, like Tommy Robinson said, who's making the decision, on what that is. Is it, like I said, the government? Is it social services? Is it the parents? Or is it the person themselves individually? Either way, every way you look at it, there is a number that we're going by, right?
Well, if you go by Islamic law, there will be no age of consent.
Right. There's no set age.
Yeah.
Right. But that's going hand in hand with who's making the decision.
Accept the Islamic law for that reason.
But you're getting it confused. If it was no age of consent
Must
combined
religion
with...
specify every aspect of life? Can morality not be left down to the people?
Can I just make this one point? Can I just make this one point quickly?
No, but religion can specify something very specific, like there will be no age of consent. And once the religion has specified that there will be no age of consent, then even if we wanted one, it can't be implemented because this religion's against it.
If you say that there's no age of consent,
doesn't it?
1 minute,
No age.
man. Bro, please. If you say that there is no age of consent and you combine that with the person themselves individually decides, then you got anarchy, you got madness. But if we're saying that's what's happening in Islam, that's not what's happening. What's happening in Islam is people have the right to make the decision as the owners of their children, or as the authority over their children. They have the right to make that decision. The government can't supersede them and tell them, well, no, in England the age of consent 16, so at 16 you can't stop your daughter from having sex. They'll be like, nah, that's my child. I'm telling her she can't get married till she finishes uni. She has to be 21 at least. Now you're not making that like it's always going towards people getting married as young as possible.
I don't think they
but
should
that's
be
not
age
true.
of consent.
Sorry, Jez, what?
I don't think there should be an age of consent.
But if there is an age of consent, should the individual be deciding when they have sex?
I would say I don't think there should be a national age of consent where everyone's decided, okay, at 16 our kids can have sex, because I don't want my kid having sex at 16 in this society. I don't want my kid having sex at 16 in this society, right? But say that again.
What do you want it older than? You want the age of consent to be older than? Is that what you're saying?
I don't want there to be an age of consent, because I want the ability to raise my own children and give them my guidelines and then follow what's right for her or his family.
But you want more control. You want more control, basically. You want more control.
I want less control for the state. I want the state to have less of a say in what happens with our children, because I know they don't love our children.
Yeah, and more control for the household. More control for the household.
I know they don't want the best for our children and the best for my child, so they don't get to dictate. They shouldn't get to dictate how and when my child or my you know what I mean, how they grow.
No, I completely get you, lad.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, these men are all fucking, a lot of them are kiddie fiddlers anyway. So I just feel like, no, I might not want my child to have sex before the age of 14, but I don't want you thinking that it's because you said so. They have too much control over our kids, too much say. What's good for my 14-year-old son might be a fucking man mountain and super mature, and for some reason he finds a lady that he's comfortable with, and I don't want him criminalized for exploring his desires. I don't want him criminalized. I don't want my daughter waiting for the day she's 16 so that her and Robert can go off and shag in the fucking in the playground behind the bike shed. Right? You know what I mean? Like, I don't want that either. I just feel like, in general, it doesn't work. I can't tell you, oh, your child's ready for sex now. Well, that's weird.
Weird.
Right? And you can't tell me, oh, my child or my child's not ready for. Like, I think that we should have more control over, like, for instance, a bit like France, you know?
I get that, lad. I think you do have that sort of control as well. If you kept it in house, do you know what I mean? If it was younger than 16, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, we got this over. Let's just save everyone, just in case heathen and Jedi's and children are not ready at this age, right? Rather than make it 15, let's make it 16. Oh, you know what? Let's make it 17, and we're picking random
18, 20, 26.
16. What is that?
Yeah.
We're picking random
maturity
dates
don't
out.
come at a number.
Right.
It's also the times we're living in as well, isn't it? You know, the people used to get married a lot earlier. They died a lot earlier. Do you get me?
Yeah. Half of it is based on that a bit, heathen, because I know that my mum and dad were married early. Well, I don't know. My mum and dad were married, and I think she was around 15, right? So I can't, you know, they had 3 kids before they broke up, right? So
see, like, correct me if I'm wrong, lad, but over in Nigeria, I bet do they still have like sort of like coming of age ceremonies as well? Do you get me? Like
all that kind of, of course, and they're important, right, in marking out the milestones of a child's life. I think in the UK we like our child important. We like our child to stay a child a little too long, right? But this is like a society that kind of emotionally and mentally retards the children, right? Keeps them in this perpetual childhood for way too long. Way too long, man. The kids take too long to mature over here.
Yeah.
And that's because of how we treat them and how we apply our home values and lessons and how we educate them and all that. So I don't know.
And it's also to give them freedom as well, isn't it? It's sort of to mollycoddle them. It's sort of, you don't have to worry about any of that. You know?
Heathen, we like the idea of just be free and be a kid, innit? Yeah. We like that. Because
and that's why it's getting older and older and older. That's why you got 30-year-olds living with the mums and dads. And
is that childhood thing that we got in our mind, is that real? Or is that just in certain parts of Europe where kids are raised without expectation of responsibility? Because we know not long ago we was doing chimney sweeping that over here.
Yeah.
Obviously that kind of went to the extreme, it seems, because they're selling people up a chimney sweep to die and stuff. Seemed like it was slightly extreme, but there's a happy medium that I think we're not found, because we've gone right back to making them be babies for literally 10 years.
Well,
and then we just go throwing loads of sex at them.
Well, you had like 14-year-olds in charge of regiments in the British Army.
Right.
You know what I mean? 14, 15, 16 years old. So they were considered men. You know what I mean? They were carrying the family honour. They were at the front with the sword.
Yeah, but Hebron, 1 second, Hebron. You see what you said? Accurate. My issue with it would be the children that are going to be allowed through that door, they're going to be trained. And there's going to be specific requirements that those children have to meet to be able to join those ranks. And I think that the point JEDI made, I definitely agree with too. And I think that there's a point to be made here in saying, should we not just be sending our kids out into the world to do certain things when they're prepared for it? What life lessons are taught to us other than by our parents? Because we don't go to school and they give us relationship lessons. And once you pass this lesson, once you pass these tests and you know what we know, you can be a healthy person within that type of environment. Now you're allowed to have relationships. And I think that would even be better than an age of consent. Because we know the person prepared for what they're getting themselves into. We know they can display a certain level of understanding, and we know they know the do's and don'ts, the toxics and the non-toxic behaviors. So to that effect, I think, yeah, definitely, if we was going to do it that way, we wouldn't necessarily need a specific age of consent. But I still think I would expect there to be some parameters that you'd have to meet age-wise before you can be eligible. Just like any kind of, you're not going to send a child to be a soldier at 9 years old. You know, he has to be able to, his body has to have developed enough to even be able to perform the physical tasks he's going to have to perform. So we're going to have to set some type of parameters, I think.
Like maturity.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can I just say one thing, please. Sorry to interrupt. JEDI, fuck you for keep butching me off. Fuck off, but big up. Fuck off, but big up.
You're a madman.
I'm off. No. He keeps butching me off. Anyway, big up.
So what if he does? Anyway, Shifa, you've confused me fully. When you say we should have parameters, I'm asking you, who's we? Individuals deciding, the mum and dad deciding for the children, or the government setting an arbitrary number that applies to the whole country?
I think
when you say we, who's setting the we?
I think the government still has to rely upon people to vote on it and its systems. So we are the people within that who live underneath that government that are going to vote and say, you know what, before a kid can be eligible for relationship classes, you know what, we might all agree that they should be at least 14, 15 years of age before they can qualify, or 16, or however age what we've decided on as a society. I think there's a point of, you know, us being able to talk and reason with each other also, not just having to rely upon the government to dictate to us. You know, we could have think tanks, you know, we could go around the schools and we could do polls, we could do all sorts of different things, to ascertain the information. But I think the point I'm making is that it doesn't necessarily have to be an age of consent. It's just it has to be regulated in some way that we know these people are going to be safe. And if that's not going to happen, and, you know, people are going to be left unchecked, then I don't see how we're not going to have, you know, these type of deviant behaviors that's been befalling people in the past.
All right, when you use words like deviant, it means like going astray, deviating from a particular path, yeah? So to deviate away, you must have a set parameter of what you're saying people are deviating from. What are you saying is deviant? What behavior are you referring to?
I'm saying if a grown-up wants to, you know, have any type of sexual interaction with a child, I think there's a deviant behavior going on.
We're not talking about legalizing pedophilia.
I never said you were.
Or
I never said you were.
pedophilism.
No one said you were, so we don't have to do whataboutism.
1 minute, bro, please. Because what you're saying is any relationship, which I agree, any relationship between an adult and a child should be illegal and not sanctified by a state or any religion. And no one's even asking for that. What we're asking for is, at what age does a person become an adult? We're not saying that child marriage should be endorsed by the state. No one's saying that.
I know adults that are still children. I know people in their 30s, they still ain't grown up.
If you're going to take up a point against my point, please try to think of something that's going to nullify
some of those people what I'm saying.
Don't agree with what I'm saying.
You have to chat over each other, man.
Ultimately, some of those people at their big 30 and 40-year-old age probably still shouldn't be in relationships because, unfortunately, they still haven't matured enough and they haven't learned the life lessons that are necessity in keeping a stable environment, a healthy environment.
I beg you repeat that. Say that again. A 30-year-old adult shouldn't be in a relationship.
Because you talk so much here, this is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to repeat myself. I've made my point. Whoever heard it. And yeah, what we got to do is we've got to understand that you're not the finished article until you're the finished article. You can't just go and play for, I don't know, Arsenal Football Club, and you can't even do a 30-minute run. There's going to be certain parameters you have to meet. They might say, do you know what? You have to do 3 hours worth of running a day. If you can only do 1 hour, you can't be in the team. You can't meet the parameters. You got to go.
Like if you're saying that a 30-year-old adult shouldn't be in a relationship, then you're obviously not understanding that the country that you're living in needs people to be born for the country to keep running, right? So it's
that's not what I'm saying, brother. But if you was able to listen, you would know what I'm saying.
I asked you to correct me, but you refused.
No, I'm not going to correct you. You just speak for yourself. But brother, I've just informed you that's not what I'm saying. All right.
What I was going to add, I think 16 is a good threshold, like. But to be fair, they're going to cross the world.
What I find mad, is the same people giving us the age of consent are telling us children can choose what sex they want to be. So it makes sense.
No one's saying children can choose.
But
because no children should be getting married.
Wait. The same people telling you about age of consent should be this are the same people telling us that kids can choose what sex they want to be.
Oh.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if a child can choose what sex they want to be, are they an adult or not?
Obviously,
that's one of the questions blowing out the trans argument now, Beefy. That's what people are saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it makes sense.
Yeah, but
Beefy, like if you can choose whether you're a man or a woman at four, what other big decisions can you make in your life? Like fucking hell.
But Beefy, what was happening? Yeah, people were taking their children to the doctors and saying they want to put their child on gender reassignment, right? But when them children got older, they were suing the doctors and their parents for doing this to them when they were underage. So now what they do is they put you on this medication that stops your growth until you're old enough to legally make the decision yourself. And then you're legally, what's the word? You're the person that's legally, what's it called? Responsible.
In charge. You're yourself.
So they put you on a special medication to stop you growing.
So at what age can you decide, give me this medication? Other than not saying, give me this medication, I'll stop growing. At what age?
I don't know the number, but you got to be like legally able to take responsibility. So
I think it's gone worse, Khan. You know, I think it's even gone into like sort of. You don't even have to tell the parents. They can go to like the fucking psychologist in school or something and go and
you're right,
bypass the parents now.
You're right. At the moment, obviously, because it's their individual decision and legally they're responsible, they don't have to tell their parents nothing. But previously, it was parents taking their children to the doctors and saying, "I want my child to have gender reassignment because he's claiming he's a girl trapped in a man's body or whatever." That was the original how it started. Then they realized that it's the parents that's influencing the child, making them say same things to the child, like, you know, I always wish that you was a girl. I wish that you was a girl. I wanted to have a daughter, but you came out a boy, or whatever nonsense they say to the child, subconsciously made the influence on that child's thinking. So now
some people are doing it politically, lad. Purely politically as well.
Yeah, even that.
Just because they're that obsessed with like left wing sort of trans idea, like
even that
forcing it onto the kids. Just being able to go on these marches and things. Mad.
What I find interesting as well is like you can be adult at 16 for smoking, adult at 21 for drinking, adult at this age. And they change the parameter for being an adult for certain things.
Exactly.
I mean,
what about them 10-year-olds that were tried for murder? Was it Venables or whatever? That kid. He was tried as an adult for murder at 10 years old. So there is no age for anything. It's just an illusion. Oh, we're told that the government's got the intellectual capacity, or they've done the research. They got the scientists telling them that they can make these decisions. The government don't know shit either. There is no number for everything.
It changes.
How they work it out? Beefy, you know about bell-shaped curve? You know the bell-shaped curve, the chart, yeah? What they do, they plot all the information, all the data, all the numbers onto a chart, which is in the shape of a bell, right? So the middle line is the highest number, the average number, right? So for example, if I'm looking at how many people in the United Kingdom are obese, right? I could take the 65% of people and put all their information on this chart, and I'll say, all right, the middle number, in the middle of the bell at the highest point is at what would be the tip of the tip of the tit. It looks like a tit, isn't it? Like the bell, right? The top part, I'm saying that's number 65, right? That's 65% of the population, but that top number is 65. Now, when you come down the side of the things, the bell, underneath where it touches the ground, there's 2% on one side and 2% on the other side. So there'll be 2% that doesn't apply, and then there's 2% that definitely applies. So it's called standard deviation. If you know these bell-shaped curve charts, how they plot them, this is what they use to work out things like, oh, what age should we decide to make it, for example, the age of consent, right? So they will make it where that number that the government set applies to the maximum amount of people. But there'll always be people below that number, and there'll always be people above that number. But the government sets the number where the law will apply to the most amount of people. Do you see what I mean? But Islamically, what they'll do is they'll set the number to say, okay, no one can come under the number that we've set. So if we're saying children become adults at the age of 14, right? There can't be anyone that comes under that number. That means that as soon as we pass that number, right, then it's up to the parents to decide, is my child now reaching adulthood? But no one can come under that number. So they're setting the number like a safety net. It's just when you're looking at statistics and numbers, you can use different statistics and different charts and different ways of expressing things to come up with a number that will suit what the government wants, right? That's how it is. So in a time of, for example, in a time of financial strife, right, where we ain't got much money and we want more people to be born, so we'll have a greater workforce, you'll see the government's encouraging people to have children at a younger age. But when we're in times of plentifulness, where we don't really want immigration, we don't want people coming to this country, we don't want more children to be born, you will see that the government will encourage you to have children much later. And what they will do, they will tell you, oh, your child doesn't become an adult until he's 25 years old. That's when the human brain is fully developed at 25.
I think they're trying to control the human population because it's too important.
Yeah, of course they got to, because it affects the government and the economy. That's what it's all. It's money, but everything's money, bro.
No, it's not about money. It's about control.
It is about money. It is about money, because if there's more people, in a time where you don't want too many people, that's going to put pressure on the government.
What?
That will put pressure on the government. That's why they use immigration to dictate the standard of living. They don't need to change. They don't need to change inflation every 2 minutes in England, because England can get immigrants just like that. They can get people from all the colonies of Britain just overnight. They could fill up England with immigrants if they want. Everyone's dying to come here.
But
they use that people to influence the standard of living by influencing the economy. That's why they create a stable what's it called? A currency. That's why their currency is the most stable. Because they've got other key factors they use to manipulate.
You finish your point now. Make a point.
Yeah, I'm finished now. Yeah, sorry, sir. Beg your pardon.
So all I'm saying, migration is only moving people from one place to another. Yeah. So these migration patterns that keep talking about is to make people think there's certain people, too many people in a certain place, when they're just moving people around to make you feel that there's too many people in a certain place. So when England becomes a bit empty, they bring people from Ukraine, bring them here, and say, look, oh, we're getting overcrowded here. Everything is too much here, too full. But they move them from somewhere else where it's now empty. You know what I mean?
But the government of England isn't the government of everywhere else. They don't care about is there more people or less people somewhere else. They only care about
you. No, they do. It's controlling people. Your narrative.
Yeah, but you're talking about globalized institutions. I'm talking about the government of this country that's responsible for the economy that is here.
Yeah, the crashing of the economy.
But
they've done it. Did they self-destruct? It's fucking nuts.
The thing called the Commonwealth, the United Nations, all these things work in unison, can't.
It doesn't matter if they work in unison. My leg works in unison with my ear. It doesn't mean that. What are you talking about?
It couldn't work in unison. It couldn't work in unison because we were involved with the EU, and the EU were blocking us from doing trade with the Commonwealth.
But when you say unison, what does it mean?
30, 40 years, it couldn't run in unison. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have people from the Commonwealth who have a harder time. Commonwealth people having a harder time getting here than Tom, Dick and Harry from fucking Azerbaijan or whatever.
That's called the capitalist system. Yeah, but all the governments around are all working to the same goal for the same purpose.
But that doesn't mean that they don't conflict with each other.
Hi everyone.
Hey.
So you're discussing the age of consent, yeah?
Well, was originally discussing Tommy and Respect, if you want to start on that subject.
No, I've been talking about that for a couple of days. I'm bored.
Really? You lot went to town on that one, yeah.
So are you proud of your boy Tommy then, Jobs?
Are
you proud of your boy Tommy? You done you good? Then you're
proud of him. Why is he my boy?
Just asking.
Jibs, can we ask you a serious question? Why is Tommy now saying that although he's got a problem with Islam, he's not got a problem with Muslims as people, when we know that originally he had the opposite position where he actually had a problem with Muslim people and how they were living in his town? Why has he changed his position?
He hasn't changed his position.
But he was saying that Muslims are the future, or they are allies against the oppression of the state and all that moving forward. And he's like bigging up his boy Andrew Tate and all that.
That's a new thing that he's said, but he hasn't said ever before that he's against all Muslims. That's what propaganda said. That's why I've been telling people from time.
Yeah.
He's never ever said it was all Muslims. He's always said it was political Islam and extremists.
All right, but why didn't he realise that it's actually the British government that's behind political Islam, as you call it?
In what way?
Well, all these people that were being sent out by Anjem Chowdhury, like, he was just an agent, wasn't he? He was working for the British.
Don't know about that.
What do you mean? It's obvious, isn't it? It's known. It's known. It's common knowledge. It's not something to dispute.
No, I'd agree to a point. Like with even like you've got the like Muslim Council of Britain. You know, it's had the okay by the British government, hasn't it? Even though the British government know behind closed doors they're making Sharia courts and things like that, which is a parallel society. You think, like, again, mad that you've got a parallel society no longer society.
We're talking about Britain, bruv. Britain's infiltrated everyone. They've got agents working in the CIA, the FBI, IRA, YPG, PKK. Britain. They got bloody Lawrence of Arabia out in, like they've got this whole thing sewn up, bruv. They know Britain's number one. Let's not.
But that's what I've just said, Khan. That's what I've just said.
Yeah,
they've allowed these things to be.
But how come Tommy don't know this?
Bloated.
That's the mad thing about it. How comes Tommy don't know?
I think he does. Like, I don't know. I think his protests.
But wait a minute,
are sort of aimed at the government.
The mad
thing,
thing, right?
You know what I mean?
He's saying that the government closed ranks on him and they thingied him, right? They targeted him. Now, Tommy Robinson was going after, right, grooming gangs, which I don't think the government give a fuck about. He was going after some particular gang in his town. I don't think the government give a fuck about that either. So what's left? He was going after the people that were sending terrorists out to other countries.
What do you mean? What do you mean what's left? What do you mean what's
left is that organisation that were sending kids out to other countries. That's what's left, right? And he was against them as well. So obviously the government didn't want him getting involved with their little influx of people like Shumaima Begum and all these other people that went out to ISIS that suited the British government, because if they weren't British people out there fighting, right, how's Britain even got a say in what goes on in the Middle East? They've got to be invested somehow, innit? It's got to be sanctioned.
Well, we are invested, aren't we? We're invested with NATO. That's why we were brought in on the peacekeeping operations. You've got to remember how the British and the Americans went over. You had Norwegians, you had Germans, you had the French Foreign Legion. You know, it wasn't just Britain and America standing alone. You had the French Foreign Legion there. You had people from all around the world there.
As far as I remember, some of the countries were with them, and some of the countries were against them, weren't they? As far as I remember, some of the countries would say nah, and I think they managed.
But they still had an obligation, didn't they, under these mad UN, NATO?
Yeah, they managed to get one or two to sign up with them, and then they said we've got enough to go in now, with. As far as I remember, in the Iraq War, not all the countries agreed, did they? Not all, the whole of NATO didn't decide.
I'll be honest, lad, I was only a kid at the time. I'm not the best to ask.
Yeah, it weren't NATO that went in. It was, all right, some of the NATO countries that agreed with England and America. But
I know there was Swedes there was Belgians, there was
you're right. There was a couple of countries that agreed with England and America. But it wasn't NATO as an institution, I don't think, as a group.
Lad, you should never be there. Lad, you can't keep peace in war, like. The British Army found that out the fucking hard way. You can't fucking keep peace during war. Like,
yeah,
you just can't.
Or
you just get obliterated, like.
All right then. Anyway, Jupiter, you obviously don't want to talk about that. Let's talk about what you want to talk about then.
No, I don't mind talking about it, but I just don't know if what you say is true or not. I'm not that deep into it. For me, I'm somebody that cares more about the land that I live on and the people here. So I just think that our country should stay out of other countries' wars. They should stop asking us for aid. They should stop asking us to fucking assist them. And we should just stay out of it. We should have an army for our defences, and that's it.
So, wait, are you saying that you think Britain should should fall out of all the countries' affairs they're involved in right now? In the Commonwealth countries, in all the countries where they're involved heavily, you think they should pull out and just leave the people on devices then?
No, not me.
The Commonwealth's something different, because that's something that even the countries that are independent, they can remove themselves out of that if they want.
No, I'm not asking the countries removing itself. I'm asking Britain removing itself from people's problems. Like you're saying, people should stop asking England for aid, stop doing this, stop doing this. Why can't England come out of people's countries voluntarily?
Well, the thing is that a lot of these countries have all said they don't want aid from Britain because they see it as a way of patronising them, that they can't do it themselves. You know, I don't know if you remember her, Stacey Dooley. There was a big hoo-ha over Stacey Dooley going over there with Comic Relief and stuff like that. They say they don't need our charity because it gives the British people an avenue, or our establishment rather, an avenue into sort of like manipulating things. So I agree. I think we should just pull out. We shouldn't give them anything, and they should get on with doing everything themselves.
So including all the British companies, pharmaceutical companies, where you get all your food for free, all these things you just leave out and just let the people do their own thing in those countries, yeah?
I think that trade deals is something different. If you're negotiating a trade deal, that's different. I'm not saying you have to stop trading with these countries.
No, I'm not talking about trading. I'm talking about pulling out completely altogether all your companies. I think what dupes means is like, you know, like the Red Cross and things like that, Beefy. You know, like bare minimum.
Don't you remember that?
Just trade only. Do you know what I mean? Like back in the day,
before Brexit, we was all telling you that your country's depending on immigration for the economy to run, and if you lot like do this Brexit move, a country's going to be fucked up. And you lot were like, well, we don't care. We'll do the jobs ourselves, and we don't need immigrants and da 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 da. But now look, Brexit's just fucked up this country, and now you're saying the same thing. You're saying the same thing. Oh, we'll withdraw our troops from all around the world. But wait a minute, you won't be England no more. You'll be even worse off. You'll just be like fucking Ireland. You'll be nobodies.
We don't want to be
Sam. What do you mean? You won't be able to afford to live.
Right, so have you not realised that most British people really don't want to be big players? We don't care. We're not interested. We're not interested in being with the free.
But you'll be poor.
We'll be safer. We'll be safer, and money is not
necessarily be poor at all. How can you say that when we can? There's 52 countries, There's 52 countries in the EU. There's 53 in the Commonwealth alone, and then the rest of the world, which we now can trade.
Nah, it's talking, Con. Stop for a minute. Nah, it's all right to pause and let the other one talk, you know, Con. It's all right, bro.
All right, my bro. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Do you want to finish that point about the 52?
I think it's 27 countries actually in Europe, and there's 52 in the Commonwealth that we couldn't trade with before, and that's just the Commonwealth. And then you've got the rest of the world, lad. So we've cut the chains that allow us then to be able to make trade deals now with the rest of the world, which Europe is stopping. And as a Liverpudlian lad, I see that because they closed our port, because there's no need to have a port in Liverpool because we faced America, we faced the Caribbean islands, we faced that part of the world. They cut our port down and then started getting all the money down into Southampton and their docks because that was closer to Europe. Do you know what I mean? Even when you say Britain cannot trade with the Commonwealth, who is the head of the Commonwealth? The Queen. Okay.
Right now, Heathen, right now, out of all the European countries.
No, but you couldn't, Beefy. There was blockers in, lads. There was blockers.
Heathen.
No,
right
no.
Now, yeah.
Only what
the cost of living crisis that's gone up around Europe, right? England's facing it double as hard as everyone else because they've got the extra burden of Brexit. Right, all the statistics are showing right now that economically speaking, England's in a worse condition than the whole of Europe put together.
Yeah,
right, because they're all facing because
we said to Europe, you handle things, lad. We could have had a pipeline from America. America's got more natural gas than most people. We could have had a pipeline over from America by now, supplying the whole of the country.
Do you know how many?
So we're relying on Russia that are going to cut the pipeline.
Well, you're talking cloud cuckoo land. No offense. That's not the case.
So our country sits on natural gas, a hell of a lot of it. We could do fracking. A lot of people are against fracking, but we could do that. We've also got the North Sea gas that we could use. We could even rebuild nuclear plants if we really wanted to. But the fact of the matter is, it's not about being the biggest player and having the most money and flexing your muscles. It's about making people in this country safer, more secure, and having plans that we can put in place. At the moment, we can't put plans in place because of the numbers. The numbers, we don't know what the end where the end game is, if you know what I mean. There's no way to pre-plan. And secondly, I have never ever stood here and said I don't want immigrants at all. And I wish people like you would stop saying that. I don't like the illegal immigration. You did. You said, "Oh, you don't want immigrants. Immigrants have built this country." No,
I never said immigrants built this country.
no, you said that the economy.
Well, they did though.
Because
they did
though,
yeah. Well, they did though. Are we denying that immigrants built this country? Anyway,
I think immigration helped build this country alongside people that were
a lot. Yeah, a lot. It helped. No, not just a small amount, a massive amount. Massive amount. People that were more skilled than the inhabitants of the country came over and used their skills to build up the infrastructure. Let's not downplay it. This is a British trait now. You get all the darkies and the brownies over. You use them as skivvies. Yeah, you treat them like shit in the fucking streets. Yeah. Then when they get old and decrepit, you kick them back to their countries, and then we start minimizing the fucking contribution. This is what I expect from them. No gratitude, no love, no integration, no incorporation, none of that. Yeah, their grandkids are made to feel like second-class citizens. Like, truthfully, Dupes, how many more adult folk from around the country, black folk, are you going to hear say, even though I live here, I don't feel like I'm British. Even though I live here, I don't feel welcomed by the average Englishman or British man or citizen. How many times are we going to hear this and ignore it? Something's going on in England where they failed their migrants as well. They failed the people that are a result of the foreign policies that they set. They failed them. They failed to integrate them. They failed to welcome them. They failed to acknowledge their specialist needs, right? And for some reason, people just feel like they're marginalized over here, man. And I think this, like, even like the downplaying of what the migrants did is a good reason why people just don't trust it over here. It's like, we're going to go and put all this work in. Then when we say we built this country up, it's like, nah. Well, nah, he helped. But no, they did a lot. How are we underestimating what they did in terms of the transport system, in terms of the national health system? How are we
infrastructure?
Sorry?
Okay, so
infrastructure. All the building
work.
Really vital.
Okay, so you've made a lot of points there. Please
right, I did. I made loads.
Yeah, please allow me to respond. So first of all, I don't like this sweeping statement that all British people have got the same mindset, because it's clearly not true, right?
No, that's true.
Yeah, there are some people that don't feel British, that are of colour, and yeah, there must be some issues there that people need to address. But I don't think that it's all black people either. I don't think all people of colour do have the same mindset either. So you're talking about specific groups.
Yeah.
Some people have felt marginalised, and you've got to look into that and find out, is it to do with their environment? Is it due to where they are within the country? Is it to do with their housing situation or the village that they live in, or is it because they live in a denomination that is not in their favour? All those kind of things you've got to look at and find the answers. And I don't think it's going to be the same for every single group either. It's going to be different reasons. So I'm not sitting here saying there's no racism in this country towards people of colour, but I also think that there's a brewing tension where there's racism the other way. And I know we can get into arguments of whether other people agree with that or not. I know that some people believe it's power plus prejudice, and therefore people of colour.
I don't know how I feel about this. The listening to the conversation yesterday, the podcast with Tommy, I'm definitely over this power plus prejudice statement, right? As factual as it is, I think we need to find new ways to describe it, because it's definitely more, for want of a better word, nuance. There's more nuance to it than just power plus prejudice. I do believe black people can demonstrate extreme prejudice against other races based on the fact that they're just not the same race. And in some circumstances, that prejudice can affect the person that's the victim of it. It's like there's a huge reluctance to say that black people can be racist because we barely get in other people to admit they're being racist to us. But I think it's a fact that has to be conceded that there's clearly racialized and racially stereotyping and prejudiced behavior and mindsets coming from our community that we have to look at. I've witnessed it. I've heard it. I've felt it.
Yeah, I think it comes from all. You've got people like that in all communities. Yeah, and I think that that's a good starting point for people to move forward. I really do. But I think that when you say the establishment are aware of this and don't want to do nothing about it in a lot of cases, I would even agree with that. I would say that they do it on purpose to segregate and keep people apart from each other. So for me, Tommy now saying that he wants people to understand that you can stand together against the establishment when they're doing wrong. He didn't use those words. That's me sort of paraphrasing.
He said Muslims are not the worst enemy, which is like, whoa,
worst. So there's two enemies, but not the worst.
What did you think about those last finals? His closing statements. Is Tommy attempting the world's biggest, most historic U-turn?
It's a patch-up job, isn't it?
I don't think it is a U-turn. I think everybody goes on a journey. I've always said right from the beginning, I've never thought he was racist. Right? I've always said that I don't agree with 100% of what he says, and sometimes he's not the most articulate person in the world.
Right.
Nor am I. And you can, as we know from these channels, you can say something and not mean it offensively or word it poorly so that people pick it apart and take it out of context and make you look a lot worse than what you actually are.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that, but also I think that people progress as they gain more knowledge. They progress. You know.
Over
I mean,
time
for me, look at me, for example. When I first came onto these channels, I believed, because I got told by so many Muslims in the park that there was only, or the ones that I spoke to, not all of them, I'm not saying all Muslims, but the ones that I spoke to, that there was only one Islamic faith, that basically there's only one Islam, and that they all believed the same thing. It was only through these channels that actually I got to learn of the different sects, and that actually this group might believe this, but this group doesn't.
Right.
You know.
So you've learned a lot over the years.
I've learned bits and
As
pieces.
we all have.
I wouldn't say a lot, because I don't think these channels are always the best place to learn stuff, because you can learn stuff and then find out it's not true.
I learned a mad Pakistani one, Pakistani sect, which they believed that the Messiah returned in like 1800.
I know them. Yeah.
And they're hated in Pakistan, lad.
Yeah.
I do a lot of work for one of the lads, and he was literally burnt out of Pakistan. Yeah, they burnt all they burnt all the shops down and the businesses down and all that. Yeah. So they believe the Prophet come back in 1800 tubes. They believe the Prophet returned. I don't know who he is. I can't remember even what they're called.
The Al-Hamidis.
But yeah, they're hated. What are they?
Al-Hamidis, I think they're called.
Yeah, they're the spies, like. But yeah, they've all come out. A lot of them got businesses, like. They come over with money.
Yeah, a lot. They've got money.
That's what I was referring to before, with the difference between, say, the Windrush and that, and then a lot of the Middle Eastern countries that come over. Obviously, not everyone, but a lot more people come over with money from the Middle East anyway.
Yeah, so I think, so to answer the question, Jedi, I think everybody learns a little bit and then they move a little bit. And I think there are, when you have masses of people that say that you can't progress or you can't move or change your mindset, even in the slightest, they're just trying to stop progress and keep people apart from each other. Yeah. I'm not.
Yeah, people always going to be suspicious when you're very vocal and loud and staunch on a specific ideal, and then you shift the goalpost. People are going to watch that. Personally, I think the best thing to do is approach these things a lot more, for want of a better word, fluid or liquid, where it's understood that you have a rolling perspective that is open to change and whatever. But people come on and they're just like, no, this is the way it is, blah, blah, blah. I'm not hearing it. I'm shutting down any argument against it. And then 3 years later, you're kind of singing the same tune. It makes you look weird. Not saying that everyone on the panel are like that, but this is what it is, why people are a bit reluctant to hear that you've conformed, because that you've changed. Because it's like, if you were so sure 2 weeks ago, what happened? Is this a ploy? Is this a strategy? Everyone's so media savvy, we're all worried. Are you not trying to manipulate us? For Tommy, we're just like, yo, this looks like a PR campaign. You should have been doing the podcast and the black platforms from day one. If you never had a problem with blacks, you always loved blacks and you always grew up around blacks. You didn't roll out your agenda like that, though. You didn't let everyone know that. You didn't do anything to make that be known, really. And now you've gone on like 8 black shows and podcasts in a row. It looks like a bit of a campaign. It looks like a bit of a apology tour or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's been on a few. He's been on. I didn't know he's been on like 8 black channels, but I know he's been on a lot of like sort of football hooligan ones and that as well. Like,
okay, so he's doing everyone's. There's the one where you have to fight.
But it's also, like I was saying before, Jed, it's also the time of podcasts, isn't it? It's the in thing. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, but it's also fashionable as well, isn't it? At the moment.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. But he
could have done more.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're right. It is.
No, I get you, lad. Yeah, I think he could have done more if he's genuine about it. Yeah, you could make the argument.
I would say that there's many factors at play here. So the cynical people will look and say, well, he's got a book. Yeah, he has got a book out. And obviously, if you've got a book and you want people to go and get it, you've got to make that public. And the mainstream media, they've basically closed him down. This is the only way that he can really get out there. And
I've noticed that too.
Right? So there's that comes into play. I would also say that he has always said that it wasn't all Muslims. It's just that nobody ever got to hear him. It's only now that people are starting to understand, okay, let's give him an ear and then argue what he actually says, rather than second-hand or third-hand being told little snippets out of context, and this is what it means.
All right, let's put it this way. You kind of personally went off Tommy a bit.
When I went off him.
When you back?
Yeah. When I no.
No, carry on, please. I'm being. Just carry on.
Yeah. So when I went off him, and I've always said this, if he ever became an ethno-nationalist, right, an extremist, I would not stand with him. I don't consider myself a follower. I say I stand with him on certain issues, and he's got a right to speak on certain issues if he wishes to.
So am I wrong in saying that you distanced yourself from him like a year ago? You was fully distanced from him.
No, so about a year ago, I started to slowly move away because I was hearing these whispers that he was going to become ethno-nationalist, and there was a lot of ethno-nationalists that seemed to be certain that they'd heard things in the background, and that he was going to, and then he ended up having to come out and say he would never be ethno-nationalist. And then my fears were alleviated, if you know what I mean. But I've always said that if he ever stood up and said that he supports ethno-nationalists, then there's no way I would stand with him, because the only reason that I think he's got a right is because he does raise issues of grooming and paedophilia. I know people say it's more grooming, but he does talk about paedophilia in the BBC and other things that have gone on in the establishment that he doesn't like. And I think he's got a right to, if he's got a big following and he can get those things raised up every time it starts going a little bit quiet, I think, yeah, good on him. But I don't believe that he ever was a racist. I believe that the system fucked him over. And I believe that.
But by a racist, yeah, not a racist. I may concede, yeah, that he doesn't appear to be a racist towards black people. Can you say the same towards Asian, Pakistani Muslims? Can you say the same? He's definitely not got a uncontrollable bias and prejudice towards these people.
I think he's got a prejudice against the extremists, yes. And I do think that he thinks that the Islam itself is a religion that needs kind of updating, but he accepts that most Muslims would not agree with that. He sees it as outdated. He sees it, but that's his own personal view, and he's allowed to say that. Whether he's I don't think he's actually prejudiced against Muslims though as people. I don't. I've seen him when he's gone to places where the Muslim people have come up to speak to him. He's always been respectful. Yeah, if they're respectful to him. He's got a very good understanding of the Quran. He likes talking about it and the interpretations and how if someone interprets it in the wrong way, how it leads to extremism. He's very knowledgeable on all of that. But he's never...
Tommy needs to be wisened up to the fact that extremism is owned by the powers that be. Does Tommy need his eyes opening to the fact that these extremists that he reckons are getting bread and whatever in certain areas are actually being manipulated by the elites, the same elites that he reckons he's anti-establishment, same establishment that he's against are the ones that are actually funding and creating these little brainwashing camps and these little terrorist groups to go off and commit atrocities. I feel like maybe he should...
Yeah, I think they're probably a lot of us need to see all those connections if it's true. Yeah, I think
only because I've heard them talk about it. I have heard him saying it about it before. Like I can't remember where, but where he's talked about these are operatives in the CIA and MI5 and all that. I've paid for these people and that, like.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true. Do you remember Lee Rigby?
Yep.
They were two black people that actually did the killing. One of them was Nigerian. I don't know if the other one was, but one definitely was.
I thought it was just one.
There's two of them.
That man, they definitely they tried to put pressure on. They definitely did, and I can't say the person who actually told me, but there were professionals, and it wasn't from the police side of it. There were professionals involved in law enforcement, not law enforcement, like lawyers and solicitors. I knew somebody that was involved and said, look, yes. And I knew somebody also that knew somebody who knew someone. The JEDI would know what I mean, in Nigeria, that knew the family and knew full well he'd been brought up Christian. He hadn't been raised as a Muslim. He'd been brought up Christian. He changed to be a Muslim, and there was pressures put on him. And he had already gone abroad somewhere. I can't remember where it was now. And they say that they intercepted him there, and that's where the first engagement started.
Yeah. I've heard all of that.
See, this is where I could go like proper conspiratorial and say like to sort of back it up, like if you believe in like sort of some of the conspiracies sort of to do with the crown, the King of England and things like that, you know, especially in the old rhetoric, sort of the old sort of king days, they used to talk about bringing Jerusalem to these lands, and that's why you could probably say that maybe Islam, like when Tommy Robinson's saying, "Oh, you know, I see these getting escorted down the street, you know, these Muslim people," and then when it comes to us, they couldn't give two flying fucks. You know what I mean? You could argue that this is the push for the three Abrahamic faiths to be under one king, which is now what King Charles is talking about when he's saying that he's going to be defender of the faiths. Do you know what I mean? This is where you go into now the Masonic stuff of having the three faiths based in this land, so you sort of eradicate your Jerusalems. You know what I mean? That's sort of one of the old talking points of royalty, isn't it? Being able to control those three main Abrahamic faiths under your house roof, like.
Yeah, well, it's also Agenda 2030, isn't it? To put it all under one religion. It's like they want to try and guide everyone so that they can control them. And the thing is, I think more so now, from differing people, not just Tommy, even from other people, which is, by the way, is why I used to, because I'm a bit like you, Heathen. I like learning about all religions. I like learning about paganism even. I like learning about the occult and all stuff like that. I like understanding it all, not necessarily practicing it, but I like to read about it and find out about it or what people believe. And even from black panels, I've learned stuff, you know, to do with symbology and what they believe it symbolizes, as opposed to what others say it symbolizes, and then you go and make your mind up and stuff like that. And I think more than ever, people have had their eyes open from all different directions. That's what I think. Yeah. I mean, people know I have Del come on my shows, and Del talks a lot about melanin and outer space and kind of all that stuff. But he also knows a lot about the Jewish faith, the Catholic faith, you know.
Well, that's why Jerusalem was Jerusalem was held in high regard when it had the three powers, wasn't it? You know what I mean? That's when it was seen as being at its peak. You know, when all religions could be safe under one roof, and the king, because they even had a king of Jerusalem, didn't he? You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I think the question is this, though, Heathen, right? If they're trying to manipulate everyone to believe in one faith, even though you can see on paper it would be for the greater good, then does it mean that all the faiths are not true? And when are they going to ask the people themselves, rather than guiding and manipulating and lying to them? You see,
was there any true Abrahamic faith? Do you get me? You know, it was never written at the time of the man that they say it was written about. You know what I mean? The Bible was written after Jesus, which is about Jesus. You know, the Quran was written about Muhammad after Muhammad died. I'm not too sure on the Jewish one, but I'm sure the Jewish one was written after the events of Moses and all that stuff in the Old Testament. So, you know, is there a trueness to the religion itself anyway? And then people have already said, and I've seen it in evidence myself, of these stories already being told 4,000 years before the Bible, you know, before the Old Testament, you know, being spoken around the world.
No, I mean, if we're saying that history repeats itself, I mean, it seems like the West is coming to an end, in terms of, like, if you look back in history, like as in what's called the Romans, when they started having, like, I don't mean to offend anyone, but when they started having gays and stuff like that, it was like the last bit of their rule. And I feel like, I don't know, I'm just speculating here, yeah. Just feel like the West is kind of leaning towards that, and it seems like when civilization is when a certain civilization is coming to an end, the men tend to be targeted and being turned into gays or less of men, you know, if that makes sense. And then that civilization kind of ends, because they have men that will fight for them.
go on, you could literally say we're living in so if you're going by Abrahamic sort of terms, you could say we're living in the times of Sodom and Gomorrah now.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know where to see. I think, oh yeah, it was me missus then before I left ours. Then she was showing me, I think it was that Sam Smith again last night at the Grammys in a devil costume.
Awful, isn't he?
He's now got a devil costume on. Like, it's mad.
And it seems that it doesn't matter what color you are or what religion you have or what country you subscribe to. It seems that all of our children will be taught the same thing. Like they would be taught this agenda, which is none of our agendas. But we keep fighting. But the powers that be, you know what I mean, keep doing whatever they're doing.
That's what I was saying earlier on before, lad, about we cut a king's head off for doing what the Parliament are doing to us now. You know what I mean? And people could say, oh yeah, they've been doing it to us for ages, but it's mainly in the limelight because of the likes of the lockdown and things like that. You know what I mean? They're just not exercising the demands of the British people, even when it's got put down to a vote. Carl mentioned it before about Brexit, things like that. It hasn't happened, lad. It genuinely hasn't happened because they don't want it to happen because they've got all money tied up, all these toffs and that, and even the Labour people, they've got money tied up in Europe and disinvestment, and they've got to pull out and sort out all their investments before they can think of bringing us out of Brexit. Now, maybe I was a bit naive when I voted Brexit to think that wouldn't happen. You know what I mean? Looking back in hindsight, but yeah.
Yeah, like David Cameron. I remember David Cameron had money ashore, and he said it was his dad's. It wasn't his. So like, yeah, they're all doing it. They're playing the same game, and I feel like they're all friends in this world, and there's hierarchy amongst them. But at the same time, you know what I mean? They've got us all on this loop.
Yeah, you've got these politician families as well. You know what I mean? Who've been politicians or representatives, like, you know, like Boris Johnson's dad. He was and things like that. He's been like representative of the British government in Turkey or whatever. You know what I mean? These people who've just had a swan round, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like even if you look
and that's what I said. The only time we'll get, and I know people don't like to vote and that, I get it, but again, it's sort of the only sort of tool we've got, and the only way we can use it is by making sure that if you want independence and you want your views to be represented, the only way we can do it is not by voting for the colour of a party or anything like that anymore. You've got to vote independent people from your area that know from your community and from your life, and send them all down to London, which is how it was sort of designed. Because don't forget, it goes back to tribal days. You know what I mean? When you did used to send a I know it went a bit messy with like lords and things like that, but it was meant to be a representation of your community going down to speak on your behalf.
Can you guys break down the English? Because you know what I know that all countries had tribes at one point, and like they tried to make it out like it's only Africa that has tribes, but I mean all of us were tribes at one point, innit? Wales, Scottish, English, you know what I mean?
There's even more in between.
How did that disappear? Like in the English culture,
a lot of the English died, but what happened was the French came over and they killed a lot of us. At one time, do you know that we had a French-speaking royalty? They didn't even speak the same language as the commoners.
even when I was growing up, I mean, in the 90s, I remember like there was like certain Englishmen that were from the community that had a say, if that makes sense. Like people would go to that particular person, and he would go to the government. Like they actually had a link, but they don't have that anymore. They don't even have communities in London. I don't know outside London.
No, you do. You still got your MPs. Everyone's got their MPs and their councillors.
No, I mean, they actually had someone within the community that could speak to the MP, that knew the MP like personally. You know what I mean? Like they had an actual community where they knew.
You had a big voice, lad.
Yeah, they don't have that anymore.
But no, the party will move.
Like in Liverpool, we have a lot of them, and they're like spray painted on walls and like murals, you know, like in Northern Ireland, you know, like a sort of union leader of the community, and there'll be like a more mural to him because everyone went. He's sort of like the Don, you know. Everyone would go to him because he had a voice in the political sphere because he was like a trade union member or something. You know what I mean? So everyone sort of went to him, and he fought a lot of people's battles. But this is where you're now going into the schooling system, and how the schooling system divvies up the generations. So like every 15 years, you'll see they'll go from cursive writing back to this writing. You know, like my dad was taught Latin in school. No, so when I sometimes I hear like etymology of words getting brought up and saying, people say like, oh, they didn't know that. Like a lot of people did know because they got taught Latin, so they knew they knew the sort of old classical literature. Do you get me?
One of the reasons why I chose my elder children's secondary school is because they were the only school that still taught them Latin, but none of them took it up after the, like, you know, when you take it as options. They all said, no, we don't like Latin. Not one of them. But just having a little bit of a foundational knowledge in it assists you, because they used to see that as a language of the elites, didn't they, really?
Yeah. And antiquity and like classical literature, which is what a lot of like 18th century society was built off, where, you know, the statues and, you know, you had the Renaissance. When they rebuilt all the churches, what was that called? You know, and they built them in the sort of Gothic style.
Gothic revival.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can go down to churches, early churches. I think there's one down south, and all the gargoyles say on the church, they're all pagan. There's like literally, like, not to go rude, like, but there's literally like a carving of a I'll get the name of the church up. It's mad. You want to see some of the gargoyles? And there's a woman holding a fanny open, like.
I've seen shit like that.
Honestly, some of them are like, it's all fertility. It's about fertility, dupes. It's not like, you know what I mean? It's but that's it. No, that's why you see a lot of, like, I've said it before.
They have that type of stuff all around the world.
Yeah.
They have that type of stuff all around the world. Like, you can go to India, or like, I have seen other painting, and I mean other statues where, like, it's like a sexual kind of matter or vibe.
Yeah, they got them all over the place, man.
It's mad how much the church just overlaid the paganism that was here.
Well,
you know, like when you go to ancient church grounds, lads, you'll see like an 800-year-old yew tree there. It's because it was an old pagan burial site.
Yeah. Well, what they did was they got
the
away.
entrance
Do you
to the
reckon
underworld.
do you reckon the churches was built already before the Christians even came here?
Most of them are built
Potentially,
on
that's where you're going into ley lines. Sorry,
Most of them are built on powerful ley lines. The fact of the matter is that what they did is that they knew that people were knowledgeable and they wanted to take them back to ignorance. That's what it was. It's wicked, really, what happened. Because there is I can't remember where now, because it was years ago that I read it when I was looking into, you know, when they did all the witch hunts and that. And they were saying that local wise women and that, they used to actually, they did it. It wasn't just that they knew it in their head. They also had books and stuff, and they did actually believe in some kind of spirituality and in doing stuff for good. And, you know, they had all these healing properties, and all this stuff has probably been, they either stole it and then made it into some pharmaceutical, or that it's been lost because they burnt a load of the knowledge. They burnt it all.
This is
It's
something
all convenience as well,
like around the world. It's kind of swept the world in a motion, and it does periodically every now and then. And what they're doing is getting rid of all that type of knowledge, all that type of literature, all these type of pastimes. It's kind of like a reset. You could call it a reset or something like that. But what they're doing is as I said, they're getting rid of everything that's of use. And again, it targets mainly indigenous people who live outside of whatever the system is of that time, even the indigenous people in Europe, the Far East, into Africa, into the South Americas. That's what they do. They persecute indigenous people and all their knowledge, wipe it all away, have them living on reserves or whatever type of bullshit lifestyle, make everyone laugh at them, like think they're crackpot crazy, and then they move forward with their next thing.
And war is a good way of destroying evidence as well.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying. And they've been burning books, they've been burning libraries for thousands of years. Do you know what I mean? Whether it's the Romans, this lot, that lot. It's a thing, it's a process. When you realize that this is what these people do time and time again in a different life, do you know what I mean? Like, then you can see it coming when they're trying to do it again. Hint, hint.
Do you not believe there's like certain families from the beginning of time till now that are still running stuff around the world? It doesn't matter what color they are, because I feel like all these people are from different nations, but they all have a goal, like, you know what I mean?
I always say, hey, people will be shocked. The head of white supremacy is the black people.
Come on, man. Like,
I'm telling you.
Honestly, like, I don't know.
Why not?
I don't know what beef is saying still, but at the same time, truth is stranger than fiction. And like, in terms of an illustration of how backwards and remixed everything is, yeah, 100%, man.
Well, I watched a professor, I'll have to try and find it, who did the mathematics. And basically, the further back you go, the less people you are dealing with. And eventually, we all come back to the same branch anyway.
That don't make sense.
Everybody that's alive today is interconnected somewhere far back in the distant past. And the further back you go, the more likelihood that you're closely related you are. When they do the numbers, when they do the, if we're not that overlapped, then there should be a lot more ancestors in the past, if you know what I mean.
No, what I mean is there's a reason why all the royals, all the people in power, they all marry each other. They go back. If you look far enough, they all go back in families. Like, they're not just automatically rich or automatically in power. It's like, if you look in their family, Obama, this guy, that guy. Even in my own country, it's like they're all somehow related, somehow connected.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Well, lad, it's like people have laughed at me before for saying that the Queen of England's related to Muhammad, and I've seen it sort of broke down. However, I can trust it because I'm going off someone else's research.
They believe it's
but
true, Sophia.
It goes back to a king of Sardinia, not a Sardinia. Do you know, like Spain. Spain? What was Spain when it was like?
Yeah. Isn't it through the line of Sophia?
Yeah, through Sophia. Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah.
I thought it was Queen Sheba. Huh?
No, she's related to Solomon. She's related to Muhammad. She's related to a lot of people, the Queen.
Don't forget, lad, you'll see it in the coronation. The coronation song is Zadok the priest.
Mm-hmm.
So
if you listen to the words of Zadok the priest, it's fucking nuts.
Trust me.
Even, did you see the story that was released either yesterday or the day before about Prince William's wife, Kate? When she was at nursery, she recited the Quran.
No. Nah, what the fuck is this?
You've said this before. Jerusalem, listen to the song Jerusalem. It talks about bringing Jerusalem here.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
And that's been an idea of kings and bloodlines for yonks. Like, imagine the power you can if you can control.
No, it's crazy. It's crazy. And imagine the type of knowledge. Imagine the type of knowledge being in a Rothschild family or the king's family, or imagine the type of knowledge they let you know about. Like, they actually let you know about the real truth.
Lad, you could just literally kick what you call it out, couldn't you? You kick the Pope out straight away. You just overlook the Pope straight away, don't you?
No, the Pope, the Pope has
the
a lot
English
of power.
relationship with the Pope.
No, the Pope has a lot of power.
Yeah, of course he does.
You know what's interesting? Yeah, frankincense and myrrh comes from Somalia. Yeah, and there's only one man in Somalia that deals with it, and he supplies all the churches in the world. But if you tell Somalians, they will never believe you. That was crazy. That's when I realized, somehow these people in power, they're all related. Doesn't matter where they come from.
No, I hear that.
Well,
I hear that. But it's not just related. Sometimes it's putting people in place or allowing people to thrive, allowing people to be the figurehead.
So in the back,
the other thing is like breeding into families and shit like that. Do you know what I mean?
The Queen is
your family's there, set up or whatever. Maybe they're in charge of a place, and then it's like you can make sure that you've taken one of the cousins or something, and then you've got, a little sleeper cell in that section of the world.
I'm sure. But all these big families are all intermarried from a long time ago. They're all one big family, basically. And they just use a different name to say, look, we're different people, but they're all one big family. The Rothschilds, they're all married to the Goldsmiths, to this family. They've been intermarrying for centuries. You know what I mean? That's how they keep the thing going.
Who's at the top of the families, though? Who's the biggest family?
I don't think
not the biggest, but the most powerful family. Because I heard they have like a German name. It's a company as well, and it owns all TV stations, everything.
I think the name of the people who are right on top, they are known.
Murdoch.
You see what I'm saying? You see shit when I hear shit like Murdoch, that's like low wrongs, man. That's what I'm saying.
No. These are people who are put for us to see in the public eye.
Yeah.
Including
Like
the Queen.
the people what we're really talking about, it's all about that top of this thing.
Even the Queen, the Queen is head of the Crown. The Crown is its own entity.
It's a corporation, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, who's in charge of this Crown?
Well, that's the country, isn't it? That's the United Kingdom's the company, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, the crown is the crown of England, isn't it? It's not the crown of the UK.
So it just so happens to be here, and we see it as this place, this lands that we're on, but it's actually a corporation that's just run from this land.
And she's just the head of it.
Yeah,
but who's really behind
UK
it?
trading? These PLC.
Remember, but some people have the power to take away a king and put a king in power. Who are these people? No one knows them.
Well, it used to be the Pope, didn't it? It used to be the Pope. Until we got away from them, and we do it purely through the Church of England now, don't we? But there is people saying that behind the scenes you still have to ask for the Pope's blessing, but it doesn't really matter. Like, but yeah.
Yeah, no, heathen. Is it true? Yeah, that your birth certificates. It's basically signing yourself up to say that you're part of the cattle. Like as in you become an asset.
I think they do use it as statistics, lad. Yeah. So when we say, "Oh, there's so many Christians in the Western world," I don't know.
It's a contract between you and the government. That the government.
Yeah, you and the government is a contract.
You and your wife will work for the government, and the government will look after you.
And that's why they can take your kids. If your kids have a birth certificate, then that means that the kid, you sign the kid over to the government.
Yeah, the birth certificate is signing. It's giving you your child's rights to the government.
So they can't just take your children. They have to get a warrant, and there has to be a reason for it.
Yeah. They make these little hurdles to make it.
The police can't just turn up at your house and say they're removing your children.
No, I know. What I'm saying is they make these hurdles to make it seem like it's something fair, but it's already rigged. The fact that you have a birth certificate, for example, a lot of Muslim families, they get married, but in the eyes of the government, they're not married, but in the eyes of their Lord, they're married. But if you marry let's say if you marry within the state, so you sign some papers to the state to say that you're married, now you're officially married to the government. Like you two are married within the government. So if you leave that woman, she can take half of your stuff and blah blah blah. Whereas in a Muslim family, because they're not married with the government, like they don't sign no papers or anything, they sign their own papers between them. The government doesn't see them as an entity together, or you know what I'm saying? Like they wouldn't, you know what I mean? They see them as single people, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, but that's what you're doing, lad. You basically you're making you're sort of signing up to the government's rules on marriage, aren't you? And sort of the country's rules on marriage.
It's a contract. It's a contract.
Yeah,
contract you sign. And
that's basically what what's it called, like a civil partnership or whatever. That's basically the rawness of it, isn't it? The sort of get married in the church bit is for yourself. You know what I mean? If you relate to being anywhere near the church, you get married in the church, but then the government sign it off. So you're married under the church, then and then it's confirmed by the government. Yeah, so that when you split up, that you get those rights, don't you? Like, or what the woman has the right to half of it.
That's why you have to register a child. When you're married, you go to the registry office. It's all registering.
Yeah. So if you look at it, all of it is all
register still, because that is a key part of it. Because if you
all of it is a contract.
No, but Reg and Regis.
So there's no guarantee that the wife will get exactly
what that relates to in terms of definition is handing over to the crown or the king.
Okay, you guys. When the law of England was made by the kings or whatever, the kings made common law, and these guys have made statutes, right? Yeah. Like the statutes is what they use. The common law is actually the English, the basic English law: do not kill, do not steal. You know what I'm saying? And then they made statutes. It's these statutes that
and bylaws
binders, isn't it?
Yeah, bylaws, statutes, acts of parliament, and stuff like that, which keep us covered right now.
To try and go and get your rights through common law, though, you've got to really know what you're talking about, and there's only a few people that have done it. In most cases, you're better off fighting your corner under the acts and statutes and the laws that we've got here.
It's all maritime. It's all maritime law.
That's where you have now, Mike. Now you have a lot of you have a few. There's a fella that Jupes, that was his name. I spoke to him once. He was boss, and he's like an English constitutionalist.
Yeah.
So he goes back to the English Constitution, and some of the things that you learn off him that you sort of under common law and under the English Constitution, that you have the right to bear arms and things like that, which all went when we signed up to the Union. Yeah. So when we signed up to when I think it was England and Wales and then Scotland come in after it, but when we signed up to that PLC, that company, that's when you sort of give your right away as England, Scotland, and Wales.
Yeah, they con the ordinary people. Yeah.
Yeah. So the English Constitution went out the window. I don't know. I'm guessing the Scottish one out, if they had one, went out the window or whatever.
I see a guy driving, and then the police asked him, like, "Where's your driver license?" He goes, "I'm not driving." They said, "What do you mean you're not driving?" He goes, "I'm traveling. I'm not driving. I'm traveling." Yeah. And the police were so baffled. So was I. I was like, "What the fuck is the guy talking about?" The police were looking at him like, "What the fuck is the guy talking about?" But the guy actually won the case. He said, "Yeah, I was traveling. I'm not driving."
It's all wording they use. So it's all the words they give us to use and everything, which bind us in this thing.
Again,
it goes back to the Latin that he was talking about, innit?
Or something like that. It's a legal title that refers to the task in hand of driving. So when you're driving, again, under this constitution, under the acts and statutes, you're driving for commercial reasons. You're using these people's roads, their cars, and it's all signed up to that. Whereas if you're just traveling in happen to be in a car, but driving, the act of driving is a legal thing. So when you're doing that act, it's within the framework of this legal system, and then that's when you're subject to their rules.
That's why you have to understand legalese.
Even stuff like like cycling. It's the difference between cycling and riding your bike is the same thing. When you want to decide you want to mount the pavement or whatever, like these things, you are not a cyclist. You are just happen to be riding
your bike.
Yeah.
Right. So, for example, imagine you're working on a building site, right? And you're a hod carrier and you're carrying bricks, and the bricks accidentally come off your hod. Yeah, they come off and they fall down, and there's a pedestrian walking past, and you hit them on the head and you kill them, right? When you're being interviewed, you will probably get asked, who's responsible? Are you responsible for that person getting hit on the head? Now, you have to answer that the correct way, because if you say, well, yeah, but I didn't intend to, it doesn't matter. You've said yes.
Well, you said yes, innit? The yes.
Yeah, you said yes. And that will be seen as you saying that you killed that person in legalese. And that's why you have to have a solicitor. That's why it's always best to have a solicitor, because they can interject to that point.
Yeah, because it's all bureaucratical speech now, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's knowing the right way to say. You can say the same thing in about 6 different ways bureaucratically, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
But even the solicitors, they're all signed up to the bar. So the prosecutor and the defendant attorneys, they're all signed up to a thing called the bar, which has its own interest at heart. So whether they're the prosecutor or defending you, they all signed up to one thing which they must follow. So to me, it's too all controlled. You know what I mean?
No, but what she's saying is, if you are aware of these things and what you're saying yourself, because at the end of the day, your solicitor, you're meant to direct them, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
No, but I think what Beefy's saying is, when you sign up to these things like sort of birth certificates, and I don't know what, but I know there is things what like normal things that people like sort of sign, which the government send out, seen as an everyday thing. When you sign up to these things, you then
right, Heathen's getting a phone call. He's going to drop out in a minute.
If you get me.
No, I think about soliciting. One point I'm trying to point out is that these people, the solicitors, they are set up to the bar. And the bar is a government institution which controls what people can say or do in court.
True.
You know what I mean?
But as well, it's people who've been given the framework to use the legal system that we've been given as well.
Yeah.
Like on the flip side of that, beefy, it's also people who've been given that, the skills to navigate and to speak in those waters, basically. So at the same time, they are signed up to that thing. They're again, if you're not learning,
yeah, I think you get signed up to the advocacy, you get signed up to the bar, and then there's a third one. What's the third one? Can't remember now.
The third one, you can become a judge in it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys one thing. Yeah, don't you guys feel like ever since the internet obviously the internet's been around, but I would say from 2015 it's been really fast. Podcasts, more music, more artists, more opinions, more like canceling, more, I don't know, getting to see how other people live that you would never have seen before. Like do you guys feel like how people are just flying out as they will? Do you guys feel like the more that we have more technology, the more that the world is getting smaller? Like this earth that we once thought was, like, it took us maybe months to go to, I don't know, Scotland from London, or weeks even. Now it would take us, I don't know, minutes, hours.
I feel like a lot of that's
Doesn't it feel like it's getting smaller? The world's getting smaller, basically. Go ahead.
Yeah. I feel like part of it's to do with suppression, though, in terms of like ideas and technologies and stuff. Like, so that's why you're made to think the world was big and huge and totally. Nah, it's the size that it is. The fact that you can access things that are further away might have not always been the case, but it might have been the case at a point before the point that we can remember.
I think the technology is giving us more information, but giving us less experience. Back in the days, you had to go out and experience things to get information. But right now, information is top of the hand, and that's it. Let's all the less experience of the real world, but more information. I don't think it's a really good thing in my eyes.
And I think a lot of the stuff that we think that we have, we don't really have. Whether it be freedom, access to certain things, information about certain things, the ability to be in a certain place, like you kind of don't have them in many ways. As much as you're like, okay, now you can buy that ticket or you can send that email. Like, can you really enjoy a place in the form it was 50 or 100 years ago? Or experience a place in the form it was 100 years ago? That's the question. Do you know what I mean? In terms of things being ready and accessible and all here and stuff, I think sometimes it's just buzzwords, and what people actually get, what people are able to get, and what people are able to read out of a situation is less than it's ever been, in my opinion.
Yeah, I really just been waiting for like some folks to jump back on that can let people in and out, so I could run to the gym, but it's just going down and down and down. I don't know. And now Maggie's doing that Mag voice, so I don't know what's gonna happen. Might be bedtime soon. Mag. Yeah.
You might as well give it to Mag or one of them.
Where's Khan's gone. Where happened to Mark? I should give it to him, but I know Mag's like, he's very relaxed, casual guy. I don't know if he wants the responsibility.
Jeds, are you ill today, Jeds?
Nah, I'm good, man.
Yes, God.
You sound different. I thought that was someone else.
No, I'm good. I'm
can you not hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Big up, Khan. You're back.
Yeah, man. Another day of amazing streaming, man. Going from strength to strength, isn't we?
Yeah.
Jez, what do you think
only
of that
one
question?
place to be. Sure network.
Jez, what do you think of that question where the internet's made the world small? Do you feel like the world's small, like where, you know, like
the world was small anyway, but yeah, the internet's made the world smaller. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, of course it has.
like remember, you know, when you was growing up, in Peckham or whatever. Remember, like when I was growing up in West London, all I knew was West London. I didn't know any past. Now I see kids flying out to Dubai, flying out to this, flying out.
Right.
I mean,
to be honest, When I was growing up, I used to hear about people going to France. Yeah, going to France on a ferry. And yeah, let's go France on a ferry. We can go and get some gas, bring back some gas and some borers. And
they got nice ones, man.
I used to think that was like a 1,000 years ago. Oh wait, sit down. Don't be getting up, please. What's that in your hand? What is that? Put it down. It's time to eat, please. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, I used to think that was like 1,000 miles away. I didn't even know where France was. So I think my view of the world was a little bit like skewed. But I definitely knew about different ends. I definitely knew about Birmingham and blah, blah, blah. And the Johnsons and Burger Bar. And I knew about all that kind of shit for some reason. Yeah,
was it tape packs, Jeds?
Huh?
Was it from tape packs?
Tape packs. I knew about Johnny's and burgers before.
I'm taking the piss.
But
no, I'm talking about high school, yeah. High school. High school, yeah.
Go on, sir.
What, in high school?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't really have. I mean, yeah, high school. I mean, I was like halfway through year 8 when I was axed. I don't even think I was halfway through. Yeah, I took my sats. If you know when you take your mock sats.
Yeah.
I was out. I don't know. That was it. So I don't know, man. But in school, you do learn a lot, man. You learn a lot about the world from other people. Good thing about my schools, because they're so multicultural, it was always like some national something day, and you know when you go into the reception of the school and it's got welcome in 55 different languages and that. Hey.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, my school was like majority black in it, so.
Me too. So we had Rama and Gita. We had Chinese New Year. We never did nothing. I didn't even know about Ramadan. I don't know what was going on Ramadan. My whole time interacting with Muslim kids, I didn't know that they weren't eating. I don't know. I didn't see that, cuz.
No, but you know, to be fair,
at lunchtime, I didn't see you lot not eating.
It was just suffering in silence.
I'm not accusing you lot of nothing, but all I know is I don't remember the lines being any shorter. Yeah,
because he was at the front.
Yeah, Muslims in my year. So I don't know. I'm not going to accuse you lot of like not doing the Ramadan thing, but what our kids are exempt.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It depends how people are, but I know that a lot of people don't make their kids where children fast, let's say, or they have practice hours fasting where it's like you might fast some of the days and not.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's like you're just learning to, but you're not really responsible.
Now you don't have to fast till you till you've reached your period, innit? Or
shit! So I'm never gonna
or like like
puberty.
Trilluminati saying under 7 exempt. Someone saying year 4.
Over year 5.
Okay.
But now, I remember the lines were short still because my school was like 50% Muslim probably.
Muslim, so like but that's probably why, you know.
That's what I'm saying. Like
watching each other, because you know you're gonna go home.
Less.
You're gonna go home and tell everyone that Cactus didn't fast. Yeah. Oh yeah, my friend. He doesn't have to eat. He's gonna bring shame down on. You get me? Then your dad's gonna call.
Oh shit! When that?
Yeah, your dad's gonna call Uncle Raj and be like, "Yo,
Uncle Raj."
Yeah, is everything okay? Yeah, everything's okay. Why? What's up? Oh no, it's just Amino said maybe maybe Cactus wasn't well. Oh no, she's fine. Why you say that? Oh, just because because she
I did.
You know that
when I was growing up, I had a Ghanaian brethren, yeah. His family was Muslim, innit, yeah?
Yeah.
But obviously these times in high school, my man's Jamaican, innit? So when I used to try and hot him up, yeah, you know when you're young, innit, that's a beef thing.
You know one thing I learned? With us,
sometimes he was Jamaican all the way up to college. You get me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, down.
That's funny. Yeah.
You know, like when you're fasting, you ask each other, like, "Are you fasting? Are you fasting? Yeah, I'm fasting. No, I'm fasting." Yeah. You know that you're not supposed to ask women, "Are you fasting?" You're not supposed to ask them.
Because
They can't turn around and say, "No, I'm not fasting. I'm on my period."
I'm on my reds.
Like,
Yeah,
they can't
yeah.
say that. So you're not supposed to ask them.
Nah, it makes sense still. I think
And
just
that
to
makes-
asking people
that
in
makes
general,
sense.
like, why are we asking each other? Like,
To
just
not
do
like
your
to
shit.
not accidentally offer them food or whatever.
Nah, you know what? That mentality, honestly, that mentality comes from parents. Yeah, like parents do this policing thing, innit? Like obviously they want you to do well, and like they come from a different kind of background, innit, where it's kind of harsh. So they do the same shit. Like, are you fasting? Astaghfirullah, how can you not? You know, they're not meant to do that. That's not what God teaches. But they do
Yeah,
that
it's meant to be a
on
personal
they're
issue.
mixing the culture with the religion again.
Yo,
That's
big
what
up,
they do.
family.
So they're hard, and then we're harsh on each other because that's what you learn, innit? So we're all catching each other out because our mum and dad
Hey,
catching us out.
D, you know when you was fasting?
Wait. Why is Chilo trying to debunk everything you're saying, Con? Like, she's on your case.
I don't know.
Trying to correct everything
She's
you
trying
say.
to guide me, innit? She's trying to
Yeah,
help
who
me.
do you
That's
think
what
she
we
is,
do with
man?
each other, man. We love each
She's
other like
Mufti
that.
Mink or something. Tell us
I don't know.
Because I'll be so real. When I was going to school, fam, I did not know what Ramadan was about until I see one of the man them just keel over in the playground like, done. Fam, big my thing. No talk. I'm talking all of year 10, 11, fam.
That's because he
Yeah,
didn't
10,
wake up
11,
for
the
Easter.
brothers done out here, cuz.
You're
Yo,
supposed to wake up till 5 o'clock in the morning
what's good,
for Easter,
fam?
innit?
You get me? Blood sugars and these things. Like, yeah, fam.
You know what I used to love though? Do you know when our non-Muslim brethren used to fast with us? I used to love that because you know the weird thing about Ramadan, it's just solidarity. It's like we're suffering together. Do you know what I mean? It's mad.
Bro,
like
my brother
like
was
when the
doing it to lose
non-Muslims are
weight,
joining
bro.
in as well, it just makes it more like I don't know, it makes it special, man. I
Bro,
love
my
it.
brother was doing it to lose weight. Imagine that. One time he said, "Yo, I'm losing weight in it." So he was on it,
That
and
never
then
worked
after that,
with
he
me,
was on it
bro.
after.
I never lost weight during Ramadan, ever.
I think you gain weight, innit?
Yeah, you
It's a
end up
mad thing.
gaining weight.
You actually gain weight.
Yeah.
Yeah, what? When you're fasting?
Yeah, because you know what
You know
people
when
do?
you
Yeah,
come
they
to
stuff
eat, you're
themselves
eating
early in the
everything,
morning,
boy.
and then after
You're not holding
they
back.
break their fast, they stuff themselves again.
Yeah,
But
it's
what's
So it's like they're not really
but
losing it. Like
what's the point of fasting then? Is what you're doing?
Well,
it does help you. It does help you in other ways. Like you're not watching Instagram. You're not watching gal. You're not watching backers. You're not having sex. You're not like you're not smoking. You're doing there's a lot
Yeah, it's about
that you are doing
self-discipline.
though. You are
Wait,
you are doing a lot.
Can I ask you a question? So I'm married, yeah. My missus is Muslim, and then Ramadan comes.
Yeah, you can't bone her.
What for the whole of Ramadan or just
No. That's bullshit. You're her husband. Listen, you're her. Listen, you're her husband.
Don't do that.
Carry on. Slow.
Explain to me.
Yeah.
Why can I not partake in that during Ramadan? That what? It's not food.
What?
I'm not eating. I'm not ingesting. I'm paused. No one's swallowing. What's happening here?
No. What are you not allowed to get involved in as a husband?
Like, why are we not allowed to do our thing?
While she's fasting, yeah, in them hours, like I don't know what that is, 8 hours or something, yeah.
Them
hours, you can't do nothing, yeah. But after hours, you could do whatever.
Okay, I understand that. What?
You're her husband, innit?
Why can we not do that in the hours? What's the what?
Nah, because she's fasting, innit?
Okay.
She can't listen to music. She can't eat. She's basically like, let's say someone's on a diet and you're like, bruv, why can't I give them a donut though? Bruv, you can give them a donut later after hours.
Yeah, no, but all right. Remember, right now, yeah, a lot of the earnest of Ramadan has been put on abstaining from food. Now,
abstaining not only from food. Not only from food.
1 second, brother. I understand that the food aspect of Ramadan is a hadith issue. The Quran just tells you about fasting, abstinence. So maybe I believe, it's my personal belief, that when it comes to Ramadan, you could choose what you want to give up and abstain from.
That's Lent.
No. There's no. The Quran does not prohibit you from eating or drinking during Ramadan. It just speaks about fasting. abstinence, right? Now, all of a sudden, now you lot are saying that you have to abstain from sex during the hours, which would make me, it's making me think I'm right in what I was thinking.
But don't you need to eat?
A lot more like Lent. Lent, you just give something up. That's what fasting is.
1 minute. Am I the only one?
That's
But
true.
like, when you
That's
bust,
true.
don't you want to eat after?
Sorry, say again, bro.
After you bust, don't you need to eat after?
No,
that's
you feel weak.
Eat
Don't you feel like you need to replenish this?
Eat what, girl? You eating some of that round 2 cake? I don't know what's going on.
Stop it.
I don't know, cuz. Nah, I don't.
That's different cake, bro.
I like to be fed. No, do you know what?
No, I think the biggest problem will be smoking something, innit? If man busting up, you get me? Like, yeah, man might.
Yeah, it goes together, innit, mate? Or lie, like it all goes
no,
together.
not food, bro. I don't know about eating, bro. Don't.
You're yammers, yeah.
No, he's right, bro.
They go together, yeah.
We say. What translate? Is that what it is? Huh?
What's that?
Is that what it is? Food and sex, isn't it?
Boy, I don't know that, Liberty, because I'll be so real. That, yo, man, have to wash their hands and that. Like, I don't get that.
Wash your mouth, guns.
Cool.
Yeah. So Jeds, who you been speaking to? The Quranist. You know what
it is, bro. Yeah, I think slightly. I'm a secret Quranist myself. That's what it really is.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
I said that before.
I've said this before. We have these conversations, and a lot of the time, the only thing that kind of gets in my way of understanding or accepting or even it resonating is when we start going into the hadith. I don't resonate with it a lot.
Yeah.
It's like these fine little details that just turn it from one thing to a next.
Jedi, do you remember Speaker's Corner when when Larry Google, and Sarah got onto one Somali brother.
Ahmed, yeah.
Ahmed. Yeah, he became a Quranist, after that.
Yeah, no. Ahmed's cool.
But you know why though?
Why?
Because what they like what
Ahmed, what I say is Ahmed seems at peace with what he believes in now.
He is. That's why I asked you the first time you asked me, because most people say I sound like him,
You do.
So I was like, have you been on Clubhouse? Yeah, I was like, have you been on Clubhouse? Because he's on Clubhouse smashing it up differently. Because he's at peace with himself. I know what you're saying, because you see the Quran, if it was just the Quran, when I read it also, it doesn't disagree with no one. Like, it doesn't make you do things. It allows you to be you. It's the hadith that comes with all these things that we have to defend in it. And at times I read it as well, and I think, fucking hell, the Quran makes sense, which is the word of God, but these word of men, Bukhari and Ahmadi and all that, don't make sense. But in terms of I don't know, my degree of like understanding stuff, I can't debunk the hadith, so I'm forced to believe in it because I can't debunk it yet. But I'm not gonna act like I haven't felt what you felt. It's evident when you read the Quran, when you read the hadiths, without anyone trying to tell you something or whatever. You just read them for yourselves. You come to the conclusion when you're like, like that don't make sense. It's a contradiction.
You know what? The Quran's all right,
Because it doesn't disagree with nothing. Human being. That's why why Jedi. That's what I was saying to people. That's why a white guy will read the Quran and be like, I want to become Muslim, because the thing makes sense to anyone. But then it's only when he starts reading the hadith and he starts getting in the pasta with the Muslims and then he starts to understand the Shia. Remember, look at these sects, that you got Shia, Ahmadi, Muslim, Sunnis, this, that, blah, blah, blah. All of them believe in the Quran, but all of them differ in the hadiths. Like, that's what they got beef on. That's why they're Shias, that's why there's Ahmadis, because all of them don't believe in the same hadiths. but they don't get it. Like, they all believe in the Quran.
We couldn't hear you at all. I was waiting for you to speak. I couldn't hear you. Did any of you hear her speak?
No.
No.
Who?
No, I didn't hear you, Trillo.
No.
Shani, jump back on and try again, but like it's not us.
Like, to be honest, I saw you jump in, sis, but I never heard you at all.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about me, bro. I was like, right, I was talking all that time for no reason.
I know, imagine, it happens sometimes, you know.
Oh my God.
Insane.
Bro, one of my brothers did a podcast, yeah, and he goes, fam, we did a 2-hour podcast and none of it was filmed.
Yeah, I've done that before as well.
What's going on? He goes, bruv, I paid the guest and you get me, I had to rebook that.
Oh, bro, did you say that the Ahmed the Quranist is your cousin?
No, I didn't say that. No.
You know what? Don't take this the wrong way, but how comes you lot all sound the same? You got the same sort.
Yeah,
you sound the same, bro.
I feel like.
Ahmed,
You know what it is. You sound like the white guys when they say, "Oh, all you black cunts look the same," you know.
No, I can't believe I'm actually saying this.
What I'm saying when you're new to something, yeah, we sound the same, but you haven't heard the different frequencies.
No, but you sound like Ahmed, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Ahmed and Nin are cousins, but I was asking, are you
what?
Now, what I'm trying to say is your name is not used to this frequency.
Cousin.
Ahmed and Nin are cousins, yeah.
Don't lie.
Wallahi, I swear they're cousins.
Who's that? Who's Nina?
Nin Ulu.
Oh yeah, they're cousins. Yeah, they're not cousins. That's his uncle.
It's his actual uncle. Yeah,
that's his uncle. Yeah.
See, so you know
they
them,
don't get along. They don't get along though. They don't get along.
Yeah, but you can't get along with him. He's a Quranist, isn't it?
No. Ahmed's cool. Ahmed's cool. Is Ninka that's wilding. Ninka is a terrorist. He's a terrorist, fam. He's a terrorist.
Yeah, we know him very well,
Jedi, one time I remember you boyed him off. I was like, yo, Jedi knows that.
Yeah, I've been marking him off.
I buoyed him off. I was like, bro, shut up, man. You little
the
dusty
brother's
guy.
got such an ego, man.
He's from North. It's from North. Nah, he has, but it's issues that I couldn't even share. I couldn't share on here, but you just know when a man.
Terrorized in North London. He was a rapper.
Yeah.
He was a rapper. He got terrorized in North London.
All of that.
Yeah, and Northwest, should I say?
All of that.
Was bad. Was never bad.
Yeah, his cousins were bad, yeah, and he tried to come on the cousin's name, but the cousins ain't feeling, man. So they told the man, and bruv, fuck my man.
Only with Somalis, isn't it?
Yeah. because my man is actually not real though. Like he will actually snake. He just does something.
You get that with Caribbeans, fam. Don't ever get it twisted, cuz I grew up with man that claiming to be my cousin that I don't even know.
Yeah, man. Like my man. His cousins are real brothers. Like they deal with real people.
Real ones, innit?
But my man tried to use their name certain times and did some weird shit with some people, and it's just ruining their name. And it's like, what's going? Like, you know what I'm saying? Man's only allowing him because he's your cousin, and they're like, bro, he's not man's cousin no more, innit? That's how they're rolling. They're from a different kind of. They grew up in different areas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like a cousin. Yeah, you meet when you man are in your 25s. Yeah, you just meet the guy now, and then he wants to use your name because he found out you man are really on stuff. People respect you in his own ends. Like, oh, is that your cousin? Yeah, like I just met the guy, bro. I didn't even know that. You know what I'm saying? My mom told me that's your first cousin. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't know each other.
Jumping out the fucking woodworks, man.
Out the woodworks, but imagine you're a fake guy.
Then, I always say this. I wish I had more of a bigger extended family and whatever, because I really don't really have any, right? But then guess what? That allows me to just sit in peace. Family stress. I'm very family minded, very family orientated, and I realize that that's the biggest avenue for stress into my head, into my heart, is from
added pressure.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? So I reckon if I had a bag of cousins and they started acting up, that shit would stress me. Do you know what I mean? It would really get to me because I would care.
Jedi.
Then you got two aunties that are fighting and two uncles that I'm glad I don't have any of that to deal with.
Yeah, it's true.
It's like growing up, because I used to man always wanted little siblings, cuz I wanted like a little brother, little sister. No, you're going mad, fam. You're going crazy, cuz no way.
Them
Why?
stresses.
Why you one up?
Like, you know what it is? It's like pre-in it now. It's just added responsibility. If man had a little brother or a little sister, what I'm doing now, I wouldn't be able to do. I'd have to be facilitating for them. You get what I'm saying?
Lucky you never got a little sister. That'd be fucking headache.
Yeah, like that's
Yeah.
like that's headache. That's
If
headache.
she's looking for a man out of these fucking little fuckboys out here, oh my god.
And man has to accept it because she's growing into a woman, and I don't want no
you can't be doing that,
little
and you
sister
don't
or-
really like
You
your
get-
girls,
yeah, because
you don't really like your
stress.
sisters, man. I'm glad I don't have to deal with none of that shit. Even though my sister's older than
No
me,
comment, bro. This is
he was
something
a
I
big
ain't
man.
getting into.
I just rode up to the wedding, very rare, pulled him to the side and just gave him some quick little talk, half-hearted little talk. You get me? Mean face and that. Yeah, make sure you look after my sister, you know. Very rare.
Yeah, trust.
That was about it, man. But on top of that, like, yeah, big up, man. Glad you're taking her off our hands.
Jedi, you remember when you first came to the park, yeah?
Yeah.
First time you started coming around the park, and
Yeah.
I remember watching a couple of videos, and I remember the Muslims were saying, right, like, "Oh, Jedi, you're like Muslim without being Muslim." If that makes sense. You remember that, innit?
That changed.
Nah.
As soon as I asked a question or didn't agree with someone, that shit changed. He's like, oh,
No, I hear that. I hear that. No, but even okay, so
you know, I come
need-
to realize. You know what I come to realize? There's a
Right.
language that we use when we're trying to sweep people up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a language we use, isn't it? And some of it is like that. Oh, you're basically like a Muslim. Just come to the
one of
deen.
us already.
mashallah.
No
brother,
homo,
you're such
no
a
homo,
speaker,
yeah.
You're such this, you're such that. But then
Listen,
you realize it's level one, it's stage one grooming, isn't it? Let's be real. A lot of the time, there's a couple individuals that the energy that they had when they met me, they kept, and we still got that thing where the man, I got love for me, I got love for them, regardless of what goes on, regardless of who's around them. They don't care. It's like, yo, this brother, yeah, I love him. For the sake of Allah, I love him. He's my brother. Cool. Then you got next man, like, yo, I thought, man, I used to think, what's that favorite line they used to say? I used to respect you, or I lost respect for you, or I used to, you know, I used to rate you, I used to respect you.
No.
And it's like, that's the way to manipulate you into conforming to the way they want you to behave, to earn this random respect that never put a meal on your table.
Jedi. You know. If we're gonna go deep, because you like going deep, like the world, you can't blame people for being fans, because I realize people are fans, innit? And there was something serious that you spoke about. I don't even want to bring it up because only you know, innit? You said someone went to Nigeria and they died. You know what I'm saying? I was like, ooh, huh?
My mom, you mean?
Yeah. So because of that, because my parents died in the same type of way. Both of my parents, same time when I was like 5 years old. So I got where you, but you know, people like man, we think no, don't say that. Don't say that.
Nah, no, but I just got a cold. I got a cold shiver, bro.
But sometimes I want you to, because you know what it is, you look at people because of the things that you've been through, and you went jail and you read books and that's why they're telling you, yo, you're Muslim. Like, I get it because I grew up in Islam. I get what they were saying. I believed it as well. I was like, right, this guy is, what they were saying was actually true because of the without knowingly or unknowingly, you were given certain signals that equals that 2 plus. You were given 2 + 2 = 4, but you look at it in a deeper thing where you're like, yeah, we say equals 4, but does it really equal 4? That's the questions you're asking. Because in the world, the universe is so mad like that, you can't ask that question. 2 + 2 = 4, yes, in what we believe, like centimeters, but does it really equal 4 though? You know what I'm saying? You ask that extra step question, but human beings, like I think you spoke about today, because I was listening to you guys all day while I was working even, so you speaking about Raf's, what's his name again? Respect.
Yeah.
Respect needed you at a certain time. It elevated him to a certain time, even aligning with you. And you came with certain powers and you asked certain questions that sparked people like Ty. I think that's a special person I think he's from Coventry, You know, Uncle Ty.
Yeah. Uncle Ty,
Uncle
man.
Ty. You. What's his name again? Google.
Gary.
The lawyer, Gary. You know, like there's different. You guys are all different elements, but still like in the same form. So you came there, and it was that. But with the Islamic people, if you don't become that, they start to what do you call it? Fight against that, And the thing what you guys started was something that wasn't happening for black people anyway. So you started guiding a new generation, and it's like everyone's attacking it. The reason why everyone's attacking it is it hasn't been done before, you know, since Martin Luther King or whatever. But whenever black people, whenever black people come together, everyone knows, they just feel it. They know it's powerful. It is crazy powerful. You can't even explain it. Black people are always looking out for our people like, yo, tell us what it is. Da-da-da. They don't even actually know that they actually got the power. Alpha males of the earth, like, dunk on your ass. Like I don't know.
Go on, Karen. You know, every time I hear alpha male, I wanna debate against it.
I say alpha male in terms of see, black people, they don't wish to as long as they're nice and their family's nice, they don't really care for or don't wish to duppy or kill other people. Like, that's not their like, let's say all of us black people are rich, we'll be having a lit time, because that's what we do lit shit.
Answer your phone, brother. Answer your phone,
man. Sorry.
No, you're good, man. You're good. We got everyone. Slap that like button. Slap it silly. Been a good day streaming so far. Big up my brother Raja Ray in the building. Boy.
Yo, salute. Large up there.
Hey, Raja, you know what Respect tried to do?
Oh,
This brother tried to upload a verse from my song that he was on, and exposed the chorus and everything of an exclusive song people been waiting for. He tried to upload it to his Instagram. Then when I said to him, bro, like you're trying to rob man's music and that, like, you know what I mean? Like, allow it. You're mad that Young Spray bullied you on his show. You want to try and set. And my man blocked me. I don't know what he's done. I don't know if the post is still there or not. But this brother's got some fucking cheek, cuz. Why would you do that? Like, you proper, bruh.
Nah, he probably feels hurt, Jedi, man.
Listen.
He probably feels hurt, man. He wants his big brother back, man. That's what I reckon. He needs man by man's side, bro. He needs that.
Nah, he don't, man. He's got his team. He's got real ones with him. He's got a team of real ones. You cut all the snakes out. You got the real ones around you, the real G's, the real Jenners and that. Not us fake YouTube. We're just YouTube dudes. We ain't live no life. We're not in the real life. He's a parent. He works and he's a parent. We're just YouTube bums.
We just stay online.
We just stay online.
He's not even articulate though, man, Jedi, bro. Like the way you are. He's not even articulate.
I don't know, man. Like long words don't mean shit. I speak from the heart.
If you say the right thing, you please the right people.
I speak from the heart. I don't have to second guess.
Yeah,
get me. I'm not replicating sounding authentic. I'm being authentic. That means you can throw me under the bus for stealing. You can throw me under the bus for fighting. You can throw me under the bus for all these things. Yeah, because I'm real. So I'm gonna do real things, mistakes, accidents, all sorts. Things I wish I didn't do. Whereas these, man, they're never wrong. They're never wrong, cuz. Never wrong. When is he wrong, cuz? He's not wrong. He's always in the right. Everyone else is wrong. Everyone's conspiring against him. Everyone hates. We hate. We don't love the black community. Us that have been through the pain. Us that have been through the work, been through the dirt. Us whose family members have been caught up in all of this. We're not genuine. Only him. He's the only one that's genuine about being out there for the community. And you know what? I'll say, man, one good thing about Rasper, he showed me what the community was. He made me realize what it was. Before him, I actually maybe fed in a little bit to this sense of there being something out there, but I know what it is now. It's bare scared people that need a leader. He removed it. Thank you, MJ. Bare scared people looking for a leader. And they don't mind if they get rid of you today and replace you with Nay tomorrow, get rid of Nay tomorrow and replace it with Khan, get rid of Khan. They don't care. They'll run through 1,000 leaders and still not make it anywhere. Don't ever set your aspirations.
Happy to sit on the fence, bro. Man, a lot of people are happy to sit on the fence.
Yeah. Never put your neck on the line for these people out here, man. Don't do it. Don't go above and beyond what you would naturally do, right? For these people. If you do it, then do it on your own.
Boy, lessons will be learned. You know, like that. You'll realize who your community is.
You realize, man, it will hurt you. It will burn. When you're out here, when you're out here working, like even your children are missing out because you're giving to this community. And then you see listen, it's not their fault. It's not their fault, but we're all media trained now, isn't it? Like I said, we're trained to take on information from the media. So if we see it in a video, it's true, isn't it? If somebody writes it, then it's true. If you hear it from this side first, then it's true. And that's the way we are now. So, you know, I don't really blame the people out there for not really knowing what's real and what's fake. Can't really look at a screen and get the real and get the fake. You got to live it. You got to be out there. You can't really tell from the screen. Yeah, because like the truth is too readily manipulated and all that, isn't it?
Yeah, bro. Everyone's ready to show black and white because the shit is grey as fuck.
It's fucked, man. You can really get the wrong impression about things. Like even I have. So it's like, yeah. But big up everyone out there, man. It's been a good day. It's been a good stream so far, man. Trying to get some of you lot back up on here without begging you. So anyone fancy
jump on, family? You mean, bro? Fire. Listen. Just click the link, innit? Click the link and slide through to the
forward, man. Forward,
fam. Forward. Yeah, all of that.
You gotta forward up the place, mate. But
yeah, fam. Man's been seeing certain people's reactions to that youth video yesterday. So,
like, who's reacting?
What's her name? I threw a posted one video on brother. Talking about guys. If you don't know the Dean, guys, don't talk about it.
I get told that a lot.
Fucking and yeah, like, bruv, I've seen a couple other people trying to support the Tony Robinson. I think on her gram still. I think it was on her gram. But fucking yeah, man, I see your next video talking about one next podcast is trying to interview Tommy as well. And you get me, and they're kind of shedding fire on it, like, bro, why is everyone trying to give this man so much attention? What's going on? You know what I mean? So, boy, you know, people are chase clout, man. People are chase clout, and they'll do anything for it, cause you get me. So it's a mazza. It's a mazza. Like, you remember them? You know what I've realized? You see when you see the 6ix9ine situation. Yeah, I know this is off, but it's like within myself, I felt like everyone around, man. You see, if 6ix9ine was in England, yeah, I feel like he would have been bun out. But now I'm starting to realize if 6ix9ine was in England, bro, half of these podcasts would give him a platform. Like, it's mad. It's crazy.
Yeah, but like, I want to know, like, are we blaming? Are we now targeting the podcast at who they let on?
Not necessarily. It's like,
if I get
to be honest, I am.
Yeah. Well, tell me, what's your issue?
My issue is, it's like, what is the agenda? Because with that brother there, if you're just trying to give him a platform, yeah, and you don't know him, because that's dangerous, guys. You're gonna be doing the same thing that Raspek basically did for him. You feel what I'm saying?
You know what? I think Young Space thinking Tommy Robinson has got a massive
following,
big name, a big name, right? And he's going to bring some attention to the channel. We're going to have a hot, controversial conversation. He's meant to be anti-Islam, and I can deal with that. I can deal with the anti-Islam. People saying it's racist. I could deal with that. It's not like I'm getting a nonce on here to defend being a nonce. It's just a controversial figure. Me personally, I try to think there's not many people I wouldn't sit down with. I can't really think at this moment who I wouldn't sit down with and do an interview and have it filmed. I can't really think of someone where I think, well, I don't really want to give them a platform. So, like, who?
All right, Jez, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
When Kanye West said Hitler weren't like a bad guy,
we already know this. Like,
don't you think there's somewhere where you need to kind of draw a line and say,
he said Hitler was a genius, but this is a fact. Hitler was the average thinker. He was a genius. He had some genius ideas, and he had the enemy. And I feel like modern day media and should I say the curriculum has browbeaten one version of history and made it just this is what it is, and no one could question it. No one and we know from history that anything that they tell you can't question, you should probably question.
Right, that's as a principle.
I think it's worth looking into the Socialist Party. More importantly, it's worth looking into Adolf Hitler, into his views, into what he actually said, into his actual words, right? Not just what they when they're giving us the short form. Oh well, essentially he was against people. Essentially he was a racist. Hitler was a racist, they say. Yeah, they say Hitler was a racist. Hitler also said that the Africans are the true Jews. He also had black SS officers.
Yeah.
How racist are you?
My point is, Jedi, is it like if somebody's name is
so when someone like Kanye comes out and he's got an alternative, when someone like Kanye has an alternative perspective, I respect that.
Yes.
I don't have to agree with
that for his private inner circle.
Now we're saying that there's some realities, some thoughts, some feelings, some observations that you're not allowed to share, just in case people don't like it.
This is what I'm saying. I'm saying personally saying that. I'm saying sometimes you can't always go like upstream. You can't always go against the tide. Like you can't make that your default position.
But what if that's just your default position? What if the system? What if the tide was built to go against you? You can't really fight your nature. It's not like now. I'm not saying. I think Kanye West is a bad example because we don't know what we're dealing with. I'm just
saying with the Adolf Hitler situation.
Yeah.
Like, isn't there some people that you just got to draw the line that you just got to say, sorry, bro, I'm feeling you, but your name is mud in this town.
Well, to be honest, going off of what Jed said to me, I feel like we don't know, innit? So we need to question so we can get that definition for ourselves, innit?
Man.
I hear that, but that to come out in public and say it, or to have like, for example, it's that you're driving past my house and you're seeing 4 transvestites coming out my front door. How am I going to explain that to you? Or you're driving past the brothel and you're seeing me coming out the front door and you're like, yo, Khan, man, just see you on the high road coming out of the Brown Kitten Club. Like, what the fuck? How am I explaining that? Like, that might be my default, innit? Like, maybe every Friday night I'm down there. But, like, for me to tell everyone and that to be known about me, like, there's certain things I think that, you know, you can't wear it on your sleeve, I'm just saying. I don't know if...
No, but that's not true. That's not true. You can wear... Like, if you're trying to be a strategist in modern society, I understand you, bro. You have to play your game and play your cards well and know when and where. But the ultimate truth is, for me, I would say that the ultimate liberation is to be who you are everywhere, anywhere you want to be, and if you don't want to be who you are, it's out of choice, not because of the pressure or what you think someone else's power can do to you. And I think this is the issue with conforming. It's a lot to do with the fact that somebody else that has a sort of power over you. Somebody else has a way of making you not be able to say what you want to say or do what you want to do because they might not like it. And I think that's
part of life.
You're now encroaching on my human right though, to just live and be. You telling me how to be, telling me what to be and when to be, if to be.
But ain't that part of
I'll be like born for that. That goes against nature. Sorry, cuz.
That's how we all fit in with each other, isn't it? Like, I'll give you an example.
Nah.
Let's say I met a girl and I'm dating her.
No.
And
It's
she's
the other way
telling me,
around.
you can't come round for
wait,
something, you know?
Can't, it's the other way around. Rather than it's how we accept each other, not how we change ourselves to be. It's like, yo, that's Khan. He eats 50 sausages. He's a Muslim, and he likes really pale Korean chicks.
Okay. You
shouldn't have to be someone else for me to be your friend or for me to like you or be like, all right, yeah, welcome in, come. If you knock on the door and I see your stats and what you're about and I don't like it, you can keep moving. The problem is when I create a whole system that pressurizes you to conform to what I like, to control you. I'm not even allowing you to go off and just do your own thing. I'm trying to pressurize you to come over here and do my thing. I think this is what society, this is the bad part of society. All right, you don't want to be gay, cool. But then you also want to teach the kids about being gay, which is actually encouraging them to do that. So you're not letting nature run its course. You're actually doing social engineering right in front of us.
That's a bad example.
You teach the kids,
that's a bad
they
example.
pick up. How dumb are we? Anything you teach the kids, they pick up. What are we doing here? How are we pretending that we ain't teaching kids how to be gay and how to touch themselves?
But that's using your argument that gays should be able to be gay freely.
They should be.
I'm saying, nah.
I have no issue with a gay being a gay.
I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to see it.
I have no issue about a gay being a gay. I got no fucking problem with that.
What, in front of your kids?
Why does it have to be in front of my kids?
This is what I'm saying to you, but they're saying this is who we are.
But this is what I'm saying. No, wait. See, you're conflating two different things.
No.
Yeah, you are.
Go on.
Bro, when I'm laying with my missus, yeah, I like to suck on their elbow. It actually turns me on. I like to suck on their elbow. It gets me so hard. Sometimes like I can even come from just sucking on their elbow.
Okay.
You have a problem with that?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Nah, bro.
Right, but guess what now?
Well, you'd have a problem. You'd have a problem.
Hold on. What about if I'm doing it right in front of your kids?
No, if you're making it into an identity that you're then.
No, if I'm sucking elbows in front of your kid and busting nuts, is that not a problem?
Of course.
All right. So it's not about the action. It's not about the action. But why are we exposing kids to it? Like, for what reason?
But even if you was having normal sex in front of children,
exactly.
Why bring the elbows into it?
Because I'm trying to say that, it's not the fact that I might be doing something that you deem as weird or something you don't do, right? It's not the fact that you might not even agree with what I'm doing. You accept my right to do whatever I want to do in the bedroom with my woman. I'm saying where the issue becomes is when we make it something for the children to consume. When we try to teach the kids about it, talk about it, do it in front of them, show them imagery. This is what we're saying about homosexuality. If you lot want to have sex, you lot have sex. What the fuck? We've never been able to stop you anyway. You've been gay for centuries. We never stopped no one doing their thing. Don't try and teach it to the kids.
But this
what are we doing?
Here's my point, a universal point, right, which you can apply to anything. Same way you're saying the elbow thing, we could say about gays. Same way we're saying about gays, we could say about hoes. Once you make it an identity and you make it a human right, you're going to want to present it as a lifestyle choice to the children. That's the problem. Like, if your mum wants to be a hoe, I don't give a shit. But if your mum's being a hoe in front of you, and I'm the geezer that's banging her, and you're presenting this lifestyle to your child and saying, listen, you have to accept the fact that your mum sleeps with multiple men on different...
What? Cuz getting crazy.
You're not using me to corrupt your child. I've had this conversation. I'm like, listen, you're demasculating your son. I'm not involved. I don't care if there's free pussy on the table. I'm not coming. Yeah, I'm just letting you know. Yeah, your child should not be under the impression that his mum's a whole bag. You get me? She's like, but this is who I am. I'm like, all right, if you're a G, tell your dad about it, about how you fuck men of different religions and different colours. Yeah, from you can convince your dad of it, then you don't need to do it secretly, and then you don't need to be sneaking me around at 3 o'clock in the morning. Do you get me? But she's making it an identity. She's saying, this is who I am. It's my rights. This is who I am. Yeah, so my son has to grow up knowing this is what I do. And this is what gays are saying now. Gays are saying, me not being myself, me not having this identity, me not doing this in front of children, you're oppressing me. I should be able to be who I am. I'm like, but wait a minute.
Yeah, so
you
basically,
your lifestyle, you took
like,
your sex habit, you put lifestyle choice.
A lot of it came down to PDA, right? Public displays of affection. And it was like, well, all right, cool. Well, if you can go to the bus stop and see a boyfriend and girlfriend hugging and maybe kissing, yeah, and no one's got an issue with it, then why can't the gays do it? I'm just like, yo, guys.
The gays are saying they're feeling oppressed by that. They're saying it's an oppression.
They feel oppressed because they can't stand at the bus stop and kiss like Jack and Jill can. So they want, they don't just want they want equal rights. They want to be seen and treated by everyone as being an equal choice in life as picking a partner of the opposite sex. And we must all throw away our own ideas of morality and biology and adopt the mainstream view that what love is love. That's their words, isn't it? That's the thing. Love is love. And a lot of us just don't agree. We don't agree. We don't agree. And this is where the bone of contention lies.
I'm just saying, my point is this: your lifestyle choice or your sexual habits, it's not an identity that you can say, this is who I am, and I have the right to be this person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's that somebody dropping off their kids to school wearing a gimp outfit, going, yeah, I'm a gimp. I'm going to go home and lock
myself. This is what I do. Yeah, I'm just into this. Yeah, this is my thing.
Like,
so
no one gives a shit, bro. That's not identity. That's not who you are. You get me? Like, you're Fred, innit? In a suit with a snooker ball in your mouth. That's who you are.
That's a great point you're making. Great point.
Thank you.
I hear you, man. Yeah. And yeah, this whole thing about identity, I think, like, I just discovered this the other day, that there's no such thing as being gay. I just discovered it, you know? And I was doing some deep thinking. And I was like, you know what? There was only ever either you having sex, which is sex is with a woman or with a, if you're a woman with a man, there's only sex. Everything else is sodomy, masturbation,
and deviant behavior,
right?
Yeah.
They never called there was no identity as gay.
Yeah.
There was no gay.
Right?
Yeah, I
agree.
It was just either you committed this act or you didn't.
Yeah.
You eat pork. Yeah, you're a porky. No, you just ate pork. You can stop eating pork too. You don't have to eat, you know what I mean? So these men that, okay, have you had anal sex with another man? Yes, you have. Okay, you don't have to continue doing that. You can repent or you can do it there, and you don't have to use that as a whole label and a lifestyle
back to the righteousness
of who you are and what you are. So I do understand that. So someone said, I don't know where it was, I saw it, but they said, yo, all these labels that they're trying to get people to adopt are false.
Right.
There's no such thing as transgender. There's no such thing as gay. There's not even heterosexual. There's just normal, cuz. Normal, what you was built, what you was born to be.
Exactly.
That is a very strong point, I reckon.
I had the same argument with someone who said to me, Sunni Islam is the biggest sect in Islam. I said, it's not a sect. Sunni Islam is mainstream Islam. Yeah. Shias are a sect. They're a subsect. They've separated themselves off from the mainstream, right? Which is normal. They've become a deviant sect, right? But you can't call the mainstream normal people a sect. But that's what they're saying. They're saying, well, once we split it into two, and these that are over here, and they've got their own identity, we got to come up with a counter identity to identify you by. I'm like, no. It's like, let me quote Farrakhan. Prophet Muhammad didn't say, I'm a Sunni. He said, I'm a Muslim. Quoting Farrakhan. And the reason for that is there weren't no sects, there weren't no other groups. It was unifying people under one banner of being a believer. That's it.
Yo, brother Khan, don't you have a daytime job or nothing, bro?
Brother, I broke my knee, innit? I'm on the thingy now.
Why? What's the problem? Why? What's the problem?
I broke my
Nah,
kneecap,
you know
bro.
what? You know what? I ain't got a problem. Obviously, you've been here the whole day, and I've just heard you ranting the whole day.
Yeah, but like, listen, what I'm saying. I know, like, with all due respect and love, if someone's on there the whole day holding it down, I beg you don't ever come over here and make them feel away. Unless you.
No, I don't want it to feel away. I don't want it to feel away.
No. Listen,
I didn't actually get to my point.
Bro, I know you was running your joke, Cuzzy. I know you was running your joke and just saying. I'm just letting people know. Yeah. If someone's in my shop every day spending money, I beg you don't wait outside and be like, cuz, don't you have nowhere else to spend your money? Loud.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
I was just asking if he had a daytime job, only because he's been here all day, and I don't usually see you here the whole entire day like that, which is what my point was going to be. Obviously, something must have changed in your day, you know, for you to have so much energy.
Allow my channel. I beg you, allow my channel, please. Maybe I'm happy to have had a quality of Khan around for majority of the day. Like,
I hear you.
If you two
I'm
was
not
around,
disrespecting him, brother. I'm not disrespecting him.
We could have said, yeah, no, I know, but I'm just saying, like, please, for me, I enjoy Khan being around for a day. Like when you was around the other day, Shifra, no one questioned you. We enjoyed
that's
it.
true. No, that's
the
brother. Listen. I think the point I'm trying to make is I don't usually see you hear like this in this capacity. And, you know, obviously, you know, the fact that you're here in this capacity, I thought there must be something going on because you're usually not.
He
but
wants
obviously,
smoke, man. Like, don't let him dance around the bush. He's been looking for smoke with you the whole day. So fuck it.
Me?
Yeah.
How?
You want smoke with Khan, don't touch it.
How? No way.
Yes,
Nah. We're not going to do that. Look, all I was doing is identifying. All I was doing is identifying the fact that this brother's been here the whole day, you know, and, you know, he's been quite on it today as well. It's not like he's been like, you know, taking little breaks. He's been fully on it. So you must have time on your hands. That's all I was getting at.
Part, bro.
You got time on your hands. Obviously, you know, like, you know that we was having a conversation earlier between you and Tizza, whatever his name is. You lot tried to make some personal attacks. I've not as yet, I've not personally attacked you, you know. Just as long as you can bear that in mind.
You know I love you, right? But why is it that Tizza, the new guy, you're just onto him for no reason? You ain't even let man establish himself to know what he's about.
No.
Listen. So hard, bro. It's like he's taking your spot as the new guy.
Not being funny, yeah. Every single time I speak here, every single time I've spoken since this guy's been on a panel, he's got a problem with something I say, even when he's agreeing with what I say. So I would say that what you're saying is misled. And as I've done with you today, even when he's made personal attacks, I have not gone back at the brother today to just show that to just show what it looks like to take the moral high ground. Not because I think I'm better than anyone, but just to show what it looks like. And I don't need to attack Tizza or you to show that I can be a good panelist. I don't need to attack you to do that. All I have to do is make my points to be a good panelist. And I think you can do the same, and you've been doing the same today. So hats off to that, applause to that. You know, you put a lot of time and invested a lot of time and energy today. Applause to that. You know, I would just really appreciate it if when you're on the panel sharing this time with us, that you didn't have to make it personal a lot of the time. I would really be appreciated.
What's going on?
So glad you just basically told us your mindset and where you're coming from with this new Shifra. Because to be honest, I put it down to the fact that you've not been smoking and it's finally at your system and you went through hell and now you're back. And I thought, okay, this is like, do you know what I mean? I thought this is the new Shifra now. But obviously you're saying that it's a different approach that you're taking, right? Okay, you know, this is a new Shifra, bro.
I don't know what's going on, for the record. I don't know what's happening.
Have you not noticed anything different about Shifra today? He's more articulate, he's more attentive, he's listening more, he's more responsive. Like, I've noticed the difference about him today. I think today's a breakthrough day for him.
You lot are noticing bare stuff about each other today. I'm just noticing that's what I noticed.
They're noticing. A lot of noticing. I'm noticing that. I'm noticing you lot been noticing a lot, man.
Say wallahi. Say wallahi.
Oh God.
Yeah, I just set that alarm clock, innit? Let's see how long it takes before he like spazzes. I got a lot of experience.
Did you see that? You see that podcast yesterday?
I didn't, you know, but Khan, like I said, if we could just refrain from the personal stuff.
You read that one? You read that one?
I said, yo, I heard name, but can't.
Yeah, that was the step over. The step over. Like what? Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, but can't. Mad.
It's just like he pulled out on me. Just pulled out.
I fire for that, man. What are you talking about? Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, well, I didn't actually see the podcast yesterday because I've been really busy over this weekend. But you could give me a bit of a background story of what happened, if you like.
No, you already said you're not that really interested in respecting his politics and Tommy Robinson. You're not about it. You said already, which I agree.
I'm not. Like, but you see, if I'm going to get into the politics of someone, yeah, I'd probably be more interested in the politics of Shakara than Rastek and Dripping, my man there, whatever Robinson, whatever his name is, because I find what Shakara talks about to be quite interesting. I don't find it to be the norm conversation. Certain times Shakara can bring some quite diverse subjects.
Do you go to Kush TV a lot then?
Do you know what? Sometimes I like that guy that Shakara done the interview with, that Robin Walker guy. I think he brings some fantastic information as well. I don't necessarily agree with everything they say. As you know, I'm not really about this Pan-Africanist kind of ideology to the fullest, but there are parts of it that I say, yeah, it's very amazing the work these guys are doing. I have to take my hat off and say it's commendable the amount of effort that goes into the presentations these guys do at times.
Yeah, man, I respect that observation still. I can agree with that to a certain degree still.
Even over here, like, it's the same thing. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think this channel had, you know, put time and effort into making presentations.
Bro, this is the best place to be on blood clot YouTube, because you crazy. Trilluminati live, but you mad, fam. Listen, knowledge is kicked here every day, cause madness.
Even Brother Maku, certain times me and Maku don't always see eye to eye, but I do acknowledge and respect the time and efforts he puts into his presentations and finding information. And, you know, even if none of us are perfect at what we're doing, you know, just the fact that we can put that time and effort into trying to decipher some information and sharing our thought processes on it with people, you know, that's commendable in my opinion.
Still, Maku's like the Rafiki of the channel. It's like, he's got the knowledge, but don't fuck with him because he knows kung fu and he'll pull out his stick and pause and watch.
Fire! What's this, brother?
I don't know what's going on there.
Pause. I said pause.
Brother, why can't we just big people up and keep it positive? I don't understand why we have to go into some but this, but that. The brother does good presentations, isn't it? Like, you know, Brother Maku, he does good presentations. There's times where Brother Maku does the same thing, just like a Brother Shakara, and he'll pull up some information I wasn't even thinking about. I wasn't even talking about this subject, but it's very interesting that the amount of time and effort he puts into it can then open my mind and other people's minds to other aspects and other ways of looking at a particular subject.
It's good that you got your role models, you know. It's good that you got people.
I wouldn't call him a role model. I would just say, brother, I appreciate hard work. I won't call no one my role model. I don't do.
No, do you know what is though?
I'd
beg to differ. I'd definitely call Maku. I wouldn't call him a role model. I'd call him a real model. Cause you see, from man, it's like model. Man learn from man. Innit? Yeah, like I learn from my brothers around me. Cause you get me. That's why I got brothers around me. So, like even down to you, Shift. You get me? I'll class you as a role model in the sense that I can pre how you move and take what I can take from that. You get what I'm trying to say?
What about me,
like,
bro?
Man, I forgive man their props. Cause Maku's a scholar, cause that's something I've had to prove throughout the years. Maku's a fucking scholar, cause this man knows too much.
Get to me, get to me. What about me?
Obviously, large up my ottoman, brother. You don't know. Yeah, large up my ottoman. You don't know.
But don't be a hater though. At the end of the day, Kanye, do you know what? It's nothing to take away from you, bro. But you see, when we're giving praise to the brothers who are doing good things and we're praising them for what they've done, I get you want to be in the ranks, innit? But like, brother, we're not here to just do praise for the hell of it. We're praising the brother for a specific thing because I've praised other brothers for that specific thing. I've not seen you run a show and bring up a particular subject and, you know, offer us that level of perspective with it. So I can't give you that praise, innit? When you deserve
at the same
praise,
time, though. But at the same time, though, like I have to rate Khan in the sense that Khan's on the panel and he speaks his truth, fam. Like there's a lot of man that we know, cause that man has rubbed shoulders that will even jump on the panel and won't do that, bro. Like so, man have to big up Khan, cause Khan's here and Khan will speak his truth, even if he knows he's gonna get him bun out and them kind of thing. He's gonna say what he's gonna say, fam. I rate that. That's rated. Gunshot for that.
And them type of big ups there, I can't take that away from you because it was authentic. It's not contrived. It's not, oh, can't I get a big up too? It's just real. And sometimes you just gotta let it play out, and you'll get yours too. You'll get what's you know. Everyone gets what they deserve in life. If you've done the work, someone gonna recognize it.
I found only from certain people. I think the brother that just spoke is one of the genuine ones that he's fearless too. He will speak his mind too. Not everyone's like that. Sometimes people are scared to give props to certain people who are controversial. And obviously, I've made the name for myself deliberately, you know, as a controversial.
Well, you add diversity. You definitely add that. You add diversity, and you add not just diversity to the look of the panel or the demographic of the panel, but also the conversation, the diversity of the conversation, because you're not always going to agree with what everyone's got to say. And I think that's important to have panelists like that. You know, it's important. Like the rest of us, you know, some of us, you know, are more likely to agree with what people are saying, say less, and just agree when we agree and not say a lot. But you do a lot of talking, so that I can commend that you're actually contributing quite a lot.
To be honest, my argument has been, during the times of Islamophobia, a lot of Muslims abandoned ship. A lot of Muslims abandoned ship, right? I'm saying you can be an entry-level Muslim. You can be a basic Muslim. You don't need to abandon your faith just because we're under pressure and we're under fire right now. Have a bit of backbone. Yeah, like you could be a sinner. You could be like me. You could do the utmost amount of things, that's wrong. No one can tattoo you. No one can tell you to give up your faith in the Almighty. No one can tell you, Like you could be a scumbag, right? But you're still better off than a scumbag without the Lord. You get me? You gotta have God in your life, bro. And this is what I've tried to show people that, yes, I don't know certain things, most things, right? I do fucked up shit, yes, right? But I'm still here. Still standing on my square. And if I met Tommy Robinson tomorrow, I'm sure I'll be able to tear strips off him. Yeah? That's what I'm saying. That's been my point throughout this whole thing. That's it. You don't need to be a scholar. You don't need to know all the hadiths. You don't need to be going praying 5 times a day just to say you're a Muslim. No, that's not. All right, I accept that if you don't pray 5 times a day, you're in a situation of being wrong, right? That is wrong. Should not be doing that. But no one can kick you out of Islam and say you're not a Muslim. Yeah? That's been my whole point. I know guys that's changed their names, bro. The man's name was Abdul. He's changed his name to Michael or Jim. I've seen a man working in Sainsbury's with a name badge on. His name's Hikmet. I'm going to him, Hikmet, you Muslim? Yeah? He's going, nah, I'm not Muslim, bro. That's a generic name. That's the first time I heard the word generic. I'm like, huh? What's generic mean? I was with my missus at the time, my baby mother. It's like, babe, what does generic mean? She goes, oh, it means that like just because he's got a Muslim name, don't mean he's a Muslim. So I was like, okay. I was thinking, right, that's the situation we're in now. This was in Walthamstow.
But don't you find
man are under pressure. They're in fear to accept or publicly show that they believe. Like they're gonna get mocked for being believers now. That's the situation.
You know what puts me off at Islam though, Khan? Do you want me to be honest with you about what puts me off at Islam? Yeah, this is the main thing as well. The one thing that is like the camel that broke the straw's back. Pause. Yeah. You see, if Islamic people were quite happy to have Sharia law and Islamic law, yeah, then I think I'd be a lot more happy with Islam. But because it seems to me that most Islamic people don't want Sharia law, the ones I've seen anyway, the ones I know of, it's like, to me, I've never been able to take it that seriously because Christians live under Christian law. You know, I don't know. Like,
I don't know.
Muslims seem to be more happy living under Christian laws than under Muslim laws.
What's
I
the
don't get it.
Christian law again?
The laws of anywhere in Europe would be based on Christianity. The laws of certain Asian and Turkish places might be more based on Islamic law.
Yeah, I don't know how accurate you are with that statement, to be honest.
Yeah,
I'm 100% accurate.
No, that I don't think that's true still, because there's a lot of European countries that have a majority Muslim population, especially when you're going over to like Hungary's and that. You get me? Cause the Ottomans did have them when they were under pressure.
Have they got Islamic law in Hungary though?
No, but what I'm saying is like European law. You can't say European law is Christian law. You get what I'm trying to say? Because they based their law off of capitalism, democracy, all of these things that ain't technically Christianity. Do you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
By majority, I would say that. I wouldn't say it's absolute because, like you just pointed out, I don't know that in the full ins and outs of the laws and the logistics of how many Muslims or Christians are in one particular country. But I do know that the majority of Europe is Christian, and I do know that the majority of European countries adhere to what has its root in Christian laws.
See, this is a problem with Christians. I noticed this with Reggie as well. Not naming and shaming, but I'm saying they associate Christianity and white Western supremacist ideology, and they're making out like, yeah, Christians are ruling the world right now and they're dominant over Muslims, and like Muslims are our enemy. But really, what you're associating yourself with, what you're calling a Christian country or a Christian government or a Christian law, isn't really that. You're just using your ego to think that we're part of the winning team. But when you look at the winning team, they're not using Christianity as their philosophy or their theology. They're not using that. Do you get me?
Furthermore, they're not even the flipping winning team, guys. They're not the winning team.
Yeah, I disagree with that too. I never ever said they was the winning team. I don't know where that came from. But obviously, if you want to, like, Carl, this is the thing. This is the issue I have with you as well, brother. Like, not as respectfully as I can be. I would much prefer if you don't put words in my mouth. I don't know if there's any way I can say that in a disrespectful way, but I'd really appreciate if you didn't speak to me. And then, brother, listen, brother. No one interrupted you, brother.
No, let him finish. Let him finish.
Brother. No one interrupted you, and no one's been rude to you. And even my sentence now, I'm making sure it's not rude. And I don't even know why I question myself on it. The fact of the matter is, no one is speaking for you. No one's putting words in your mouth. No one's saying Khan is saying this. So I'd really appreciate if you could offer the same respect. If you can't, fair enough. I'm not telling you what to do. It's just I just appreciate if you could.
Make my point now. Maybe your ears aren't hearing what your mouth's saying, or maybe you're just not correlating what you're saying with logic. Because what I'm saying to you is logical. Listen to what you said, right? You're saying that European countries are living under a Christian system of law that Muslims would prefer to live under rather than Sharia law. I'm saying to you that European countries do not implement Christian law or are not based on Christian law. But for some reason, Christians want to believe that. Can you explain to me why?
All right, I'm going to say this to you, brother. Yeah. If you really believe I'm wrong, you're going to have to bring a much higher level of proof than just your word for it, first and foremost. Secondly, what I'd say to you is, brother, I didn't come here to debate this subject. You know what? I've said what I've said, and in my belief,
to be honest, it's a good question, though. No, sorry, Shif. I think it's a good question.
No, it is a good question.
And
it is a good
question.
But
even within your question, you only answered the first part, which was the European side, innit? What do you feel about what he said in regards to Muslims not liking Sharia law?
To be honest, Muslims have been accused of wanting Sharia law. Like when you ask a Muslim, would you want to live under Sharia law? They always answer yes. And this has been a problem for Muslims and the public perception of Muslims as if there's some sort of treacherous in-group that's trying to overthrow democracy and they want to take it to Sharia law given the first opportunity, right? The fact is, our countries, the same way how everyone else's country is now being infiltrated and running under a nationalist ideology. So if you was living at home, even in your own country, you wouldn't be living under Sharia. If you was living in Turkey or even Pakistan, which is called Islamic State of Pakistan, they don't have Sharia, right? So you moving to England and living here, it ain't no difference, because it's democracy there and it's democracy here. And they've been forced to have democracy by the World Banking institutes, and the military might of the West has influenced them into saying, yeah, we need to have democracy, right? To be accepted as a country,
1 second before you go, bro.
recognized and taken seriously, and not seen as a third world warlord, yeah, which they got rid of Saddam, they got rid of what's his name again, Muammar Gaddafi, they got rid of him as well, and like they're bringing in democracy as the standard for the people that they're prepared to deal with, right? So this is the globalization project that they're making everyone into democratic states. Even Saudi Arabia isn't a purely Sharia country, right? They got their monarchy and whatnot, right? So really, right now at the moment,
no, wait, let him land.
Their model is the West, and their model is dominant over everyone right now. So where you live at the moment ain't really a difference. So for Shifa to say Muslims are running away from Sharia, I'm not agreeing with that. Sorry.
But this is what I'm saying. But this is what the brother does all the time, Raja Ray, yeah? Like, let's not take my point out of context. I'm going to be very specific with my wording like I was in the beginning and repeat my sentence. The Muslims I know, yeah, do not seem to want anything to do with Sharia law. That doesn't mean all Muslims, you know. That doesn't even cover a percentage of Muslims in the world. It doesn't even cover no percentage, because the Muslims I know are very minimal. But if I'm talking from the perspective of the Muslims that I know, the ones that I've met in my lifetime, I don't know any Muslim in my lifetime that I know as an actual person I know that I interact with. You know, we have conversations regular, or, you know, we went to school together, or we were friends, you know, we went to each other's houses and played computer games, whatever it was. Yeah. I don't know any of them that are interested in living under Sharia law. I don't know any, but them, I'm not saying there aren't Muslims out there that want that. That doesn't mean I'm saying that, bro. So what I'd like to do, Kanye, is just to reiterate to you, my brother, like respectfully, I'm not going to speak for you. So if you want to clarify something I'm saying, it's quite easy to ask.
All right, cool. My point with Sharia thing is this, yeah. For human beings to live an elevated lifestyle, they have to be in the right environment. That environment means we're putting spiritual matters above financial and materialistic ideologies, right? Now, as we can see, when we take spiritual people and put them in a materialist environment, right, which we are living in a materialist world right now, we can see that our spiritual essence is suffering because the environment's just not right. Now, if you want to live in a spiritual, elevated, evolved society where people of higher spiritual learning are the respected ones and the ones to look up to, yeah, the environment has to provide them with some sort of stability to be able to bring that to the people en masse, where the majority of people, even if they're not spiritually uplifted, will realize that, wait a minute, we're better off being governed by spiritual people than materialist people or politicians or military people who are just warmongers, right? So that is the whole point of Sharia, is that it's supposed to create an environment where even someone like me, who's a very low-level person, will be able to live a much more blessed life. Do you know what I mean? And because that, the reason being is, that's the laws that God gave us. He's saying, listen, if you live by these laws, yeah, it's better for you. That's all it is. It's a simple thing. Sharia is like in the Western. I know you want to come in. Let me just say one thing quickly. From the Western point of view, Sharia has been demonized because it goes against capitalism, it goes against materialism, and it's been demonized as some deviant kind of lifestyle where everything's very harshly punished. Oh, if you do this, they cut the hand off. If you do that, like Sharia is depicted in the West as some punishment system.
Okay, so can I ask two questions? Is the first question I want to ask now, is there any hierarchy in the Sharia system?
What do you mean hierarchy?
Is there any hierarchy within that Sharia system?
I don't understand. What you mean hierarchy in terms of what?
I mean,
like someone above, someone that can authoritate or dictate and punish those that ain't.
All right. So under pure Sharia law, every man is sovereign. That means no one can tell you what to do, and your involvement in society is for your benefit, right? So the only things you have to do is pay your taxes and join the army, right, to defend the country. Every man has to defend the country against invaders and whatnot, right? That's your thing against. That's your payment towards the society that you're benefiting from, right? You're a part of that country, and you have to go and do your military training. And if there's a war, you have to go and fight. Yeah, as a man of a certain age, this is your duty, right? Same way as paying taxes is your duty to pay taxes. Apart from that, you're sovereign. Your children belong to you. Your land belongs to you.
So therefore, in an Islamic country, everyone should be treated equally. Then is that what you're saying?
Well, they're equal because obviously, when you go to pray, the person who's leading the prayer, who's the imam, he could be the milkman. I'm sitting behind him 4 rows back. I'm a solicitor earning 10 times as him, but in that prayer moment, he's leading the prayer. He's a milkman.
In an Islamic society, is everybody treated equally?
No.
So
everyone's treated based on who they are.
All right, so everyone's not treated equally. Okay.
No,
all right, so in an Islamic society, if I can go throughout the world and find Islamic societies, ones that aren't predominantly black then, and I find black people within them, will those black people be treated equally to the other people?
Like I told you lot before, where I come from, there was black people, and the Muslims married into them, and now there's no black people no more because they all got assimilated and married into, right? Now, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? You decide. But that's just how
I don't know if you're gonna just avoid every question asked to you, but
I'm saying to you that it was an Islamic ideology that made the people who come to that island realize that when we come to this island, there's black people and there's white people. And equally so, even though the blacks were the minority who were brought there, I think, by the Romans in whatever century, they married them. Okay. They didn't make any differentiation between them.
Can I ask Roger Ray the question?
What I'm saying to you is they didn't keep them and marginalize them and not marry them and keep them separate from everyone and say, well, you're second-class citizen, we're not going to marry you. They married them. They're married into them. So now there's no black people left on our side.
Yeah, we understand that point. So
that's Islam, isn't it? That's Islam.
Enough. You don't, brother. We understand that point. Point taken. Roger Ray, could I ask you a question? Do you think that within can you think of any Islamic society in this planet Earth, that isn't a predominantly black one, where the black Muslims are treated equally to their counterparts?
Boy, I don't know. I'm not Muslim person. Boy, it's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I can't say if there is or there isn't. I ain't got that knowledge.
Do you know why I asked the question, brother? The reason I asked the question is because I can think of, for example, I can think of the Iranians then, an Islamic society that has black people within it, but they're not treated fairly. They're not treated as equals to the other people within that society.
Yeah.
And that's just one example. I could talk about Saudi Arabia. Just the other day, they were talking about, black people within Saudi Arabia being treated unfairly, being locked up unfairly, and all sorts of things happening to them. And when we look at these societies, the opportunities being given to them are not equal to their counterparts.
1,000,000%.
So if I go through every Islamic society which isn't predominantly black, it's not an African nation then, and I find the same issue right the way through, then what is the issue there? If Islam is so perfect and Islam is going to make everyone equal, why does this exist?
You asked me if everyone's treated equal. I didn't say yes, did I? I said no. I don't know why you're trying to make out Muslims are presenting Islam to you as a way where you can live in an equal society. We're not saying that. We're saying that Islam is a blueprint for a society that you can use to implement for your own people, nation build, and have your own nation where you're at the top. That's what they're saying. Is a blueprint.
Islam seeks to separate people into groups.
1 minute, bro. It's a set of rules sent down by God. Yeah. Who's saying that if you implement these rules in this particular way, you will have a nation of people of your own.
Yeah, but you can only benefit from the people in your group then.
That we're going to replicate the perfect idyllic situation where Schiffer's enjoying at the moment in his lifetime, where he's a black man living in the Western world, and the relationship between the Western world and black people is one where there's white guilt, white people trying to make it up to you, and they're trying to keep you sweet so they can keep robbing money out of Africa, and they're throwing you little bones like Black Panther, and you're loving it, you're buying all that. You're like, yeah, my life's so great right now. Bro, no one can replicate that for you in another country.
Can I affirm something with you, please, Brother Khan? Are you saying that within Islam, if you are Islamic, then you're a Muslim, but you're only part of the group of Muslims that you come from, i.e. your ethnic group of Muslims, and you should only be able to benefit from your ethnic group of Muslims, and the rest of the Muslims will benefit from their ethnic groups of Muslims, and we're going to separate everyone into their groups like that? Is that what we're saying?
No.
Well, because that's what I took from what you were saying. So please, could you explain what you're saying? Because I don't want to put words in your mouth.
You want me to talk some more?
Well, basically, let me correct me if I'm wrong, Shif. Yeah, I feel like what Shiffer was kind of saying is like, raw. As a black man, yeah, if he was to be a Muslim, it's like there's very few places in the world that he can go as a Muslim and be respected as a Muslim when you're looking at Muslim powerhouses, Iran, Saudi Arabia's rare. So it's like, is that what you're trying to say, Shif?
What I'm trying to say is, yeah, the way I'm listening to what Khan's saying, yeah, is like this. You see me, I chose to be, as much as I'm an Israelite, yeah, I accept Christianity. I accept there's Christians, and I accept the Christian Brotherhood, because the Christian Brotherhood can allow anyone within it. Doesn't matter about your race, color, creed, anything like that. Anybody could be the Pope. Anybody could be any rank within the church. Anybody could have any job, and anybody could benefit from it. We've never had a black pope, but the ideology is that we're supposed to be able to. So even if we haven't, I'm just saying the ideology would suggest that it's a possibility. Now, what I'm saying is, to that effect, you know, it's something that it's an idea that I find more acceptable. The actions of individuals, I would definitely oppose. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Or the actions of particular groups within the group, I would definitely oppose. But the ideology, I'm not opposed to that. That anybody could be the top, anybody could get the job, anybody could be fit for purpose. Is the idea that I get from that. Now, is that
not the same in Islam, though?
In Islam, you see the issue that I have with Islam. You see the issue that I have with Islam. Yeah, is this that within Islam, you know, certain groups seem to think that they're better than others.
All right.
Oh, 1,000,000%. But
now,
you get the same thing in Christianity,
even
though.
if I was to say, yeah, watch this now. So what I was going to say, even if I can say within Christianity, I can say the same thing. Certain groups seem to think they're better than others, but they can't base it on Christianity. That's the difference with Christianity. With Islam, it seems like you can base your group being better than others on Islam and be cool, and it be cool. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? Like, we're not supposed to say nothing about it. Now, I think you see in a world where we're absolutely segregated and black people stick to their own, white people stick to their own, X, Y. I don't even see a problem with it in that world. But in a world where we hope to really integrate with each other, and we're saying, do you know what, we live in, for instance, UK then. We live in the UK. The UK has announced it itself as a multicultural society, and it's allowed its borders to be open to people that don't just look like what their kingdom was made of, yeah, or what their royal family looks like. Yeah. Now, once we can establish that and we can understand that, then there's a point to be made here in saying, as far as Christians are concerned, yeah, even if all don't agree to it, there is a general consensus that this is the way forward. This is the direction we're supposed to be heading in.
All right, Shifa, let me say something to you. In Islam, there's the saying, yeah, you've heard it so many times. There is no compulsion in religion. This means that we're not trying to evangelize to you and sell you Islam. Dawah means it's an invitation, right? Now, if you're saying no to the invitation, that's all fine, bro. If you've got reasons why you're saying Western Europe right now is the best place for me to live and bring up my children, right? You do what's good for you, bro. Yeah. But what I'm saying is your critique of Islam, in my opinion, is one from a position of not having enough information and not being as unbiased as you could be, right? Now, that is just basically how I see it. Anything else, like, is just going to be embellishing that same point that they call it gilding the lily, taking a flower and putting gold on it. It's unnecessary. The flower's already beautiful, right? So me adding to this conversation right now and talking about the problems that Shifa's got with Islam, or the problem, or the beauty and perfection in his life right now coming from the society that white people are providing him with, yeah, for me, these two arguments number one, don't add up with each other. It ain't like, oh, you're all right with Christianity, so that's going to make you pissed off with Islam, because them two things ain't opposing each other. You could be happy with both of them, right? You could be upset with both of them, or you could pick one and not pick the other one, or vice versa, right? There's no seesaw where Islam's on one side and Christianity's on the other. Yeah, you're trying to make it like that, but these two things ain't opposing, really. They're not. So if you're a capitalist, you can enjoy your life in Muslim countries. There's a lot of rich English, white Europeans out in Dubai, places like that. There's no problem, right? Islam can cater for those people, those rich millionaire playboy whites who want to drive about Lambos, whatever. They could do that in Islam. Same way how, you know, Muslims want to come and live in Christian countries. They can do that because the 10 Commandments is the same in both religions. Yeah, there's equal respect for both sides. Yeah, Christians have deliberately taken Muslim people to live amongst them. Same way how you're saying England's opened its borders to black people and rhetoric. Germany, right, after the Ottoman Empire or during the Ottoman Empire, I forget when, took millions of Turks to live in Germany. Millions of Muslims. Like Nay was saying, there's millions of Muslims in Hungary. There's millions of Muslims in communities living in the West, right? Even in up north in Bradford, we've got loads of Muslim Pakistani brothers all living in peace, making their money, bringing up their children. There's no opposition here, really. Everyone's really getting along with each other. As long as, like, people ain't going without money, you don't see people really getting upset. Obviously, not having money is going to make you upset, regardless of where you're living. So if you're
I can agree with that. I can agree with what you're saying, Khan. Still, there's a lot of similarities. There's a lot of similarities, and I dig Shifa's point of view as well. However,
he's saying he's better off here.
No, it works both ways. Like what you're trying to say, because don't get me wrong, I'm not religious. Yeah, I'm not religious. I'll stand on that point, and I know, but I've got my grievances with Christianity and Islam. But don't get me wrong, I love my brothers, and I'm never gonna try and talk down about my brothers' religions. You get me? But what I've noticed is it's like the same things. It's like, bruv, I feel like Christianity, we can see, like, I can't tie to Christianity because I can see the history in it. Like, there's no way man can try and talk about Christianity being so peaceful and nice and bringing man to the light throughout its history, because we know where it started from and we know how they've manipulated it. And it's the exact same thing with Islam. Islam's just younger. So it's like, I hear, like, obviously I hear what you said, Khan, the similarities. They're similar.
Yeah.
And anything other than that is man and man's word devised to confuse people and make man want to fight each other. That's my understanding anyway.
Okay.
But can I say one thing though, bro? Because I want to see how much you observed in comparison to me, and if I was observing wrong, please let me know I'm wrong. I was listening to Brother Khan talking, and he said, "Do you know what? The rich white man can dwell within Dubai and certain Muslim countries, and you know they're cool and they can cater for them X, Y, Z." I never heard nothing about the black.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I definitely agree with that. That's why I had to say that point, because it's like, don't ever get it wrong, fam. There are certain Christian countries you will go to with your black skin. Look at America, fam. and you are not gonna get the same blight that you think you're gonna get because you're a Christian. The religion don't mean nothing as long as you're black. And that's something Shakara will show you, bro. You can be a fucking Sikh, cuz, or whatever it is, bro. You're not gonna be received the same way. That's not your spirituality. Do you understand? And people are gonna look at you like, rah, okay, you're a newcomer. Come in, newcomer, and they're gonna treat you as a newcomer. Do you understand? Not the same level. You understand?
You know, 100%, 100%. And the reason I agree with you is because there's no point in lying here. We got to be truthful with the truth. Yeah. The white folks, I'm not saying that they're all good. The Europeans, I'm not saying that they treat black folks, you know, so great that, you know, all black folks
throughout history, sorry to cut you, bro, but throughout history, what I've seen is the white folk have treated the black folk the worst, didn't it? That's why I said it like that, car.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to.
And we can say that too, but what we have to also do is, yeah, this is one thing that I've learned in the past few years of talking on panels. You see what's the hardest thing for some people to do, but it's so easy for people like me, and I think you as well, Rajaray, just by the way you talk. I live in the now. I don't live in yesterday, I live in today. I don't live in 1985, I live in 2023. Do you know where I'm coming from? And by living in 2023, what I do, if I deal with the issues that are here, I don't use issues of the past as an excuse to continue doing something that I know is wrong, or to continue doing something that I know is bringing myself down or bringing the people around me down. I don't use anything as an excuse. It's like, for instance, I'll give you an example, Rajaray. Yeah, if you've ever been in a relationship with a girl and, do you know what, you and her got into an argument and you're saying to her, bam, do you know what, she's done something wrong in this case. Let's say she took your money and spent it without even asking you. And you're saying you can't really do that. You don't know. I'm protecting the house. I'm paying the bills. I'm doing certain things. You don't know what that money was for. You shouldn't do that. And she's saying, well, do you know what? 5 years ago, you borrowed £20 from me and didn't pay it back. Now it's like, okay, I get your point. 5 years ago, I borrowed £20 from you and didn't pay it back. But that's not now. What you're doing is you're using that as an excuse to say that your behavior now is acceptable when we clearly know it's not acceptable. And people will do these type of things. You'll hear it on panels all the time. They'll say, you did this last week, or you did this yesterday, or you said that then. And now, well, you know, because you're telling the truth now, we're just going to use that as the reason to say you're not telling the truth, or whatever the excuse people want to use. And I think that the less we make excuses and sit here and say things like, I'm not saying white people are perfect and Europeans are perfect, but what I will say is this. In today's day and age, we've come to a point where there's not many opportunities that are not open to us, yeah, within the societies that we're dwelling within in Europe. There's not many opportunities that ain't open to us. And there are opportunities that ain't open to us, and maybe opportunities ain't open to a large number of us. I'd agree with that.
Got low standards, Shifa.
Sorry, brother, please, if you could allow me to finish. I definitely agree with that. And the reason I say that is because Rajaray, as a man who's, you know, I've lived a controversial life. I've got criminal record, all sorts of things that could stop me from getting a job. But guess what? It hasn't. I'm still able to achieve. I'm still able to have things. I'm still able to get. I've never gone for a job I've not got. It's never happened to me, brother. Do you know what I'm trying to say? If I want
one thing I'll say to that, though,
it's been attainable. If I wanted to get to, you know, if I wanted to live a certain lifestyle, it's been obtainable, you know, to within reason. You know, maybe it's not been obtainable to the extent of, you know, a puff daddy, because
you know what it is. You know what it is, Shiv. You know what it is. The reason I want to cut you there is because, like, Marcus Garvey said something that resonates with me, and I'll always say, I said it on this panel like 95 times, because hold
on, little bro. Sorry, rudely interrupting, little bro, right?
Go on.
But yeah, man said, obviously I've been a criminal, got the record, and you can still make it. Cool. But you moved to Bath. Yeah. That helped you in some way make it. It's got something to do with you making it, has it not?
100. And you see when you say that,
right. And then hold on, Shiv. Not to get like, I know it's not to get personal, but on a sensitive one. Also, you had family members that passed on that could leave you a little bit of change. That meant that you could make a couple smart decisions with the change, right or wrong.
I'm gonna be honest. That part there, I disagree with because you see the thing is what made me realize and change my mentality. The money didn't mean nothing. It didn't. You see what you think it cost.
Did you have change left over though? Did you have change?
Brother, please, 1 second.
Sorry,
you see what you think it would cost to change a person's life. Like there ain't like someone leaving you an inheritance won't change your life. There's many people I know. I got a brethren. He got left way more inheritance than I did. Yeah, and he spunked it up the wall. Do you know like that?
I'll be real shit. It can help you. It was just that.
Listen, he's barely got a pot to piss in. I'm going to tell you what changed my
Yeah, but
life.
that's his fault, though, isn't it? That's his lack of knowledge.
Brother, this is what it is. It wasn't no inheritance. You see, whatever inheritance I got, I didn't even get it. I just gave it to my kids. Do you know like that? I didn't even take none of the money like that. Do you feel where I'm coming from? I didn't need
put it
to.
like this, Shift. Like, Shift, this is what I was gonna say.
You see what changed, brother? I'm gonna be honest with you. See what Jedi said, yeah? It was right. Because you see what changed my life. I'm gonna be honest with you. You see, when you lose someone that's so important to you, that's so like they're so pivotal in your life, it changes something in you. You start to realize what's missing. You start to realize all of the things that person used to do. And you might then yourself become something like what that person was to some extent. And what you're going to do is now I'm just at a stage where I push myself. I push myself so hard. Do you know what? I sat there for like, you see, the first year is always the hardest. I got myself a new job. I paid for a course to get into the job that I would do. Yeah.
So Shift. Let me say my point in it. Because like it's about the society in it. And one thing I'll say is like Marcus Garvey said, have a global mentality in it. And one thing we're doing is we're very much used to and comfortable with entrapping in this society. We don't know other societies. So you see, when you're talking what you're talking, it's only based on this society. Because there's other, bro, I'm showing you, see, with your knowledge, yeah, if you was to go to somewhere like the Gambia, a Muslim country, yeah, it's not a powerhouse, but it's a Muslim country, same way, black country, you'd be able to thrive there. If you were there for 5 years, I guarantee you. But it's not a Muslim country. It is a Muslim country, my brother. It's an Islamic state. It's not a Muslim country, bro. What do you call a Muslim country? Like, you know, a Muslim country means to have Sharia.
Muslim population.
Listen, I'm not talking about Sharia law. So this is another thing, bro. Population are majority Muslim.
He used the right terminology, bro. He used the right.
Listen. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You can't.
It is a
we can't try and claim you're only a Muslim country if you're following Sharia law, because what we've gone through is a lot of countries don't follow Sharia law to the fullest degree of Sharia law. So listen, England is not a Christian country.
Yes, it is.
It's they will tell you it's a Christian country because the majority of them are Christian. It used to be, but it's not no more. No, what they will say is in the same way these countries that you call Islamic, like Saudi Arabia is not an Islamic country, neither is Dubai. It's not an Islamic country.
Brothers, respectfully, can I interject quickly, please, brother? Because you see what it was, yeah? Jedi made a really, really good point. I think it's important. People need to hear this. Like, and I think sometimes it's good for us to be able to share our experience. And he's asked me about mine, so I'd really like to share it. Really, and I will make it as short and concise as I can. What the point I wanted to get across is this: I paid for a course and I made a career change. And in me making that career change, I wasn't the only person I knew that was making that same career change at the same time. It was what I did with it. And it was how I applied what I learned by, being in the streets with the criminals and whatever. I applied all of that methodological thinking to what I was doing. And I was able to accumulate stupid amounts of money in short periods of time.
Can I quickly ask you a question? Was this before Brexit or after Brexit?
Pause. Listen. I'm just telling you my story.
When did it happen? When? Give a bit of background.
When did this happen? All right, we're talking 2016, end of 2016 going into 17. Yeah. So what I'm going to say now, yeah, bam. You see, 2017, that year was traumatic. It was dramatic for me. Like, my whole life went down the pan. I wasn't paying my bills. I was depressed. I went through all sorts of turmoil, as Macu likes to say, the word that people like to use. Yeah, I was in turmoil. You see, after that year of turmoil, I looked around myself and I realized, like I said, the void that was left with, the person that was gone. And I said, you know what? I said to myself, you know what?
regardless of whatever my financial situation is right now. I'm a man. I went with a partner at the time. I was single. I was on my own. I didn't really have a lot of family or people around me. And do you know what? Although it hurt to not see people coming to check for me like that at such a low point in my life, it gave me the time to really look at myself and look at my surroundings and become a master of them. And you see in me making that career change and then saying, you know what, you see me, what I did was I said, I'm going to work, but I'm not going home. Listen, I worked non-stop for a whole year. You see, after that year, like I said, when I started doing crypto and started doing other things, I had so much money, I didn't know what to do with it.
Oh,
I didn't realize, you know what,
Sorry to
half
cut
of
you,
my
my brother.
life,
Sorry to
half
cut
of
Basically
my
turned
life,
into a
half
white
of
man.
my life, what I didn't realize, listen, I didn't realize that half of my life I'd wasted it because
Yeah, sorry.
I applied it to
Is
things
this like a
that
home
I
or
really
what?
wanted
What
to
is this
do.
over here?
Yeah, I don't know what's
The
going
point
on.
I'm
Because I've
saying,
lived in the area for 15 years and I've never known what this building is. And
What you
the
doing?
no, I'm
point
not
I'm making
looking.
is,
I don't care about the kegs. I've just never seen a
Can't
human
mute this guy,
to
man. It's so
ask
weird.
them what is this place? Is it a home?
yeah.
Jedi, mute
Bruv, go
yourself.
on. Pardon?
Mute
Is it office?
yourself.
Are you renting it to anybody locally? Are you looking for
Bro,
any?
you trying to run up
Who's
in
got
there?
the
What you doing? What's
keys?
Is
that
that
Who's got
spark?
the
recently?
keys?
Go on, mute,
Where,
man.
what
I don't know what's
company
going
was
on
it that
there.
you go through? Because we don't ever see any signs, and there's a lot of spaces in
I
the
try
area
to,
that
Yo,
the
I try.
Red
community just
Next
feels like
time, you
they
guys
have no
do my
Hey,
knowledge
what
of,
thing,
number
they
are
have
okay,
you?
no
bro?
access
I'm out.
to.
I'm out. I'll chat to you in a bit.
Are you linked
But
to the council?
yeah.
Who's got his
So
number,
why would
man?
you send me to the
Phone him.
council?
I'm gonna try now.
This property. Oh, you know, just this woman's just chatting shit, man. If you don't know, don't fucking say, man. Fucking annoying little bitch. I'll just bad you lot up anyway,
Sheds,
man.
what are you doing on the stream, bro?
Fucking idiots.
Chiefing up people.
The fucking cheek. I'm answering them what this building is, and it'll give me some idiot fucking response. Fucking pussy old. A fucking dickhead, cuz. Like asked to cancel. What do you mean asked to cancel? Is this a council building? No, they just all look shook like I'm gonna rob them. Fucking pussy hours. This is what I don't like. Bro, this
Where's everyone going on mute? Con, D-block.
Yeah, I thought it was just me. I thought my phone froze or something.
I don't know what's going on, man. Big up though. Anyone want to jump on? Jump on. You get me on air still.
Yeah, no, I'm just there, man. I think Jeds is dealing with something. What was Tang saying anyway, man?
Hey, you lot, jump on, man. I'm sorting something out. Jump on, people. Yo, sorry, D-block, brother. I literally, I don't even know what's going on. I've literally just come back not too long ago still, so I'm kind of lost on the convo.
No worries, G. I'm just ordering something anyway. 1 sec.
Khan, what's going on?
All good, bro. 1 sec, yeah?
Yeah. Are you born rich? Suck your girl, blood.
Let me quickly recap, yeah?
Go on.
Shifa's saying that he's happier living here than any possible Muslim country because he's basically indirectly trying to say Muslims them narrate the black man. That's basically he's saying that in other Muslim countries, that black people aren't, treated how he's expecting them to be treated. And Brother Nay saying, well, Gambia is a Muslim country.
No,
Living
but
there. You'd be
he's
doing
right.
quite well.
He's right.
Let me quickly round it off. And then D-Block is saying Gambia isn't a Muslim country because it's not a Sharia country. And I'm saying, well, a Muslim majority country is still a Muslim country. That's where we're at, basically.
No, but first of all, first things first, yeah, like it's not Muslims that treat black Muslims wrong, yeah. It's Arabs, innit? Like it's racist Arabs, innit? I don't even believe they're Muslims anyway. It's not really Muslims that treat Muslims wrong. It's Arabs, innit? If you clock it, it's really Arabs, innit?
Yeah.
Go to Arab countries. You know how they deal with black people anyway. That's just Arabs, innit? It's nothing to do with Islam. You know what I'm saying? Nothing to do with teaching. It's just Arab people. Remember, the first people that had beef with the Prophet in the first place are Arabs. Like, that were the first people that wanted to take his head off. You know what I'm saying? So it was his own people. They were burying daughters.
I hear you.
They're kind of
But this is
backwards
a
in their
common
ways
problem.
anyway.
We've seen Tommy Robinson can't differentiate between Pakistanis and Muslims in general. Even till now, he doesn't want to do that. And I've seen a lot of people that don't want to differentiate between Arabs and Muslims.
I don't think he wants to.
You're back now.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think he wants to. I think if he probably took time, he could probably differentiate. But he's not really trying to.
Yeah, like you know Tommy. Yeah, see Tommy. Yeah, in my opinion, I just see Tommy as like
a chief.
Like everyone else in it is like Tommy.
He's a big.
He's a white brother. No, he's a white brother that's just thinking about his country. Like, you know what? Yeah, like
Big Mzalini, you know. What?
There's white people that's come to my country, yeah, and when they go to the village, yeah, like some of my cousins think, what's wrong with their skin? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I think it's a natural human thing, innit? Like the whole racist thing, because my cousins will look at white people like, what the fuck happened to their skin? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's wrong with them? Are they ill? Like, they don't.
That's not racist to do that, though. That's not racist.
No, but that's what white people do to black people. They're like, they look at man's skin.
That's
like,
not racism either. That's xenophobia, maybe, but not racism.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Or prejudice. It's just not knowing, innit, and having your views. And like,
so what's racism then? Like,
when there's a power structure behind it, where like, okay, you're that, so yeah, you got a position for you which is lesser than where we're at. You get me? That's racism. That's where it becomes racist. Where it's what they call it, systematic, or what do they call it when it's in schools and that?
Systematic.
No, but I mean, if you look at history, you have to fought for this, innit? Like I feel like Henry VIII and them man fought for this thing. Like our family didn't fight for this thing.
What?
No, I mean, like to be in a certain power, to think in that way, yeah, you have to be on top, and to be on top, you have to win all the fights. Maybe it's a psychological thing, maybe it's a color thing, like whatever it is. I feel like them man are on top because they won all the beefs or whatever. It might be an intellectual thing. Like, see, now we can do it now. Like, you could do it with your sons now. You get what I'm saying?
No, I would say there's a variety. I would say, brother, there's a variety of reasons, but some people, they're not. It's more of a bloodline thing, isn't it? No, regardless of what they do in their life or their children's children do,
I agree. No, you're right. I agree.
Because what's been done previous, but I get what you're trying to say.
But I mean, someone know what I mean is, see, even in that bloodline, bro, yeah, there had to be someone in their family that had to set pace. You know, like at the beginning of beginnings, someone has to set pace, and then from there, everyone in your family has to hold it up blood-wise. You know what I'm saying? Marrying the same family, keep the same rules. This the rules. Don't tell no one. You know, like an ingredient for your mom's, for your grandma's, something. You know what I'm saying? Like tradition of your family. Like you got. Don't tell no one what the ingredients is, but it tastes banging, and they can't work it out. Is that type of thing? Like they just pass it on generation. But at the beginning, someone had to set pace. Someone had to be like, but fuck this, but boom, boom, boom. We're the kings, cool. Now, anyone that's born on my bloodline is, you know what I'm saying? Forward.
One thing I'll say to you, brother, is everything's written in it, and everything, like Mzalini said, there's many different reasons for why things have happened throughout history. But the reason racism's running and why people are on top isn't one brother that set pace. It's because man set pace to conniving things and set up monopolies and rules, and like when you're looking at the transatlantic slave trade and
but bro, in life, we call it conniving. Remember that, but I believe it's a tactic. It's a certain, like even on road, certain man.
It's a tactic.
You know how bad I've seen. You know how bad I've seen human beings. I've seen human beings call police. Like, let's say we're both road, I will call police on you. I've seen that foul shit. Like, you're so good at what you do. I'm hating so much, We're on the same level. But you're tipping over where you got charisma.
Man will detain you.
I'll call Jake on you from the phone.
Man will detain you. Man will top you.
That happens on the roads, and I realize, the whole world do the same shit that we do on the roads, yeah, business wise.
Now my thing
but
is,
it's just
now
on
my thing
different
is
levels.
this to you, bro. Yeah. Now, bro, I'll say this to you, yes. If we're going off of the road analogy, yeah, say like we're doing the road thing and that happened, yeah, but me and you were doing the same thing. You're doing the damn thing, and I'm vexed, and I'm starting to snitch on you. I snitch on you, you get bagged. I take over your phone. I put my YG on your phone, and it's just running, thumping. They get me 5 years later. You come out of jail. I'm still thumping that phone back. Yeah, is that fair, bro?
No, it's not fair, but I can't tell you nothing. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So
like
you've got
people under you. Everyone believes you're the guy. All the girls, everything. Do you know what I'm saying? If I say a word, everyone's gonna tell you, and then that's it. If I might be the realest guy, but this is what happens. I've seen it on road. Like if the guy comes out of jail and he starts speaking, yeah, everyone's so gassed on what you're doing, and you fed them so much that they're so loyal to you. They don't know nothing else now. They only know you. They don't care about the real story.
Exactly, and this is the problem. It's like, man, man are so quick to follow foolishness, innit? There's no parameters that are being set, and the guys that are setting, like you see in this Western world, yeah, what you will realize, I don't know if you've been Africa or anywhere else, because I've only been to Africa. That's what I see.
I've been Africa, but
you will know this principle, yeah. You see back over there, yeah, it's like your word is your balls, innit? You see, man, them say it here on road, like my road man say it. That's the only real people you hear say them kind of thing. Yeah, my word is my bond, and man stick to that shit. At home,
you know why? Do you know why? Do you know why?
No. Let me finish my point. Let me land. You see, this society, yeah, we're living in a society where it's acceptable, like it is socially acceptable. Even you just said it, where your bedroom can snitch on you, and then 5 years down the line, you'll sit there and say, you know what? He did a cold move, you know. He made a strategic move there. Still, that was cold, bro. That is not cold. That is the death, bro. Fam, if we were in the village, you'd be strung up, bro. That don't happen around here, cuz. You're not gonna sign up to something, snake it to win. In this society, that's what the youths are doing. That's what we're taught to do. That's a problem.
No, bro. You're right, but this is what I'm trying to say to you. In a different society, yeah, that doesn't run in it. I get what you're saying, but you're in a society now, and all of a sudden you're playing by the rules, and this guy's not, and this guy gets to win, and he's championed and written in history that he was the and you're looking at life like, what is going on, God? I did everything right. I'm righteous. Like, what is this?
Yeah,
you get what I'm
saying? See, this is the thing, yeah. Like sometimes in life, bro, you get me. The game you play, bro. You just have to take the ending that you get me that you're given, bro. You get me? Like if you play the game by the rules, bro, you don't cheat, you don't do no fuckery maneuvers, bro. Like you can live with a clean heart in it. There's people that are winning in the game, bro, that can't sleep at night, bro. Can't look themselves in the mirror.
I agree. That one's worse. That one is definitely worse. That one where you've got everything, but you're
on the outside, it looks great. You got the car, whatever.
Yeah, but inside
you get what I'm trying to say, bro. So
I hear that one.
Like even going back to that same analogy, bro. If me and you were really homies and we're broskies and and I took your line all 5 years later, because I'm gonna be feeling bad. I can't see you. You're on road now. Like you're living your life. You're clean hearted. You ain't even doing food. I've been doing food for how many years? I can't change my life. I can't look at you in your face because like there's bare burdens within that. You get me? But this is what is becoming like the norm or the to do. It's not a taboo no more. You get me? Yeah, man. Snake the man. Then what do you mean? Like yeah, cause it's normal, fam. Like nah, bro. Like. And we got to remember, this culture that we're living wasn't invented by us, bro. Like, it weren't invented by us, because there's a lot of things that are going on that was just forced on, man. Yeah, you're looking at a bag of youths wearing tight jeans, because I remember when that phase happened and you got the majority of the real man, them like, fuck that, what's this? Give it a year later, everyone's stepping out in their tight jeans and their Clarks. I can't safe, man.
No, even the fucking bowcat thing, like, man was called a bowcat. Now it's like, yo, you don't suck that. Nah, yo.
Now you got man them eating ass. You get me? Man eating ass openly.
And man's looking at you like you're weird. Like you're not doing that. You're crazy.
No, my point is, yeah, when we're looking at racism, yeah, and how racism was started, yeah. These are the things that started racism. These are the things. This is why white people are guilty, or certain people are guilty. They don't know how to look at man. Yeah, they're rich and they have to stay in their own environment because they're shook. They don't want to walk through certain places and rare because there's a sense of guilt. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. There must be.
Man. That's probably it is, because that's what you see, bro. You see it.
Must be.
Do you know? Yeah, do you know what? Like, I would say for some of them, but for some of them, they just don't want to walk through certain places because they don't feel like they're equipped to walk through certain places, bro. Simply
Of course.
They run into trouble, they can't deal with it. They don't give a fuck about what's happened to certain people. Yeah, you get me? They just know if they take this left and take that right, bro, they might end up in a problem. So
exactly that.
Sorry,
you guys,
with that guilt thing, yeah.
I wanted to ask
with
a
that,
serious
with,
question, yeah.
let me just say though, yeah. Yo, can you hear me? Anyone?
Yeah,
I know
can
my
hear you,
reception
bro.
ain't the best, yeah. Right, yeah. I say with that guilt thing, I think a lot of people discovered that there's a section of society that may have a little guilt or may feel a little responsibility. So what they did is they started jumping on the trains and telling them that they got a hostel that they need to fucking pay for. Yeah, I can spare some pussycat change. And all them guilty people put their hand in their pocket every time I'm on the train. They put their hand in their pocket and they give them the money. That's what they do. They find ways to throw their money, things to throw their money at to make them feel better. Is the point I'm trying to make.
I always wondered though, you guys, a serious question, yeah. I always wondered, like, why is it here, like, black people, yeah, in general, yeah, we invent stuff, yeah, like we create stuff, we make things cool, from our pole to whoever, yeah, in history, yeah, like we make things cool.
Our pole,
but no, like I was just thinking of that coat that he was wearing, you know, like everyone wears Louis and Gucci and all that.
Dan, the guy you're looking for is Dapper Dan, basically. He's the one that
even Dapper Dan, yeah, even better. Dapper Dan, even better. But what I'm trying to say is, in general, like black people make things cool, yeah, and like even music or whatever. But like I don't want to say them people's name, yeah, but Kanye brought them up in it. So you know what people I'm talking about. Like, how come other people have the let's say platforms, whether it's a platform or it's you know what I'm saying, and then
they own it, like, bro. One thing I'll say is, yeah, black people have been creators for years, and I know you know this. And
yeah, like that's a fact.
Yeah, we've been creating for years, and we still are creating for years.
They make it cool.
There's a lot of what I'm saying is there's a whole, like, when you're looking at the industries now, yeah, what you're seeing is just Western industry. When you're looking at the hip hop, the raps, the rare, bro, you've got a whole dancehall, you've got a whole amapiano, you've got a whole Afrobeat section that these men ain't entertaining, but you can see what we're doing. And what they do is they don't entertain us, they don't facilitate us, yeah, and then they build their own tokens. Yeah, you can look at Central C. Youths have been doing drill music for years. They cancelled drill music, and then they brought out Central C's. Do you understand? Like, you can blatant, if you're real and you're pre and Wagwan, you can blatantly see how they're doing this.
The man is eating off Central C's though. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm from West, innit? So they're like the man that he come through proper channels.
And don't talk about Central C, right? He's from West Coast. Watch your mouth.
It's from West. Nah, real man are really eating. Like,
no, but listen to what I said. I don't know this, and I even join that and pass it. I'm saying to you, yeah, drill music. There's like the man have been doing drill. Yeah, there's been violence in drill music. They've cancelled the whole thing. Blanket. Yeah, there's youths out here. There's a local youth called Reeps. He plays a fucking ukulele, and does drill music on ukulele, talking his life. You understand? This shit. There's no market for that, bro. They've cancelled it, but they've reopened it in their own way. Now you've got certain youths jumping on old school grind mixes and because this drill music is banging, bro. Do you get what I'm saying? Look at fucking.
What I'm saying is, how come we don't own the platform? Because
they don't allow us to. This is what I'm trying to show you, bro. They don't allow us to. See, when man create their own industries, they crush it down. Look at Skepta. Look at Boy Better Know. Look at all the movements that we've seen in our lifetime. Man are creating their own lanes, their own industries. It hits a wall. Once it hits the wall, it's a case of either fuck with us or you ain't going nowhere else, bro.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Yeah. And that's what you have to deal with, bro. Like, in the UK, in the Western world, with this market, and then once you hit that level, they can start dictating to you what music you have to make. Do you get what I'm saying?
No.
So that's the music industry, bro.
No, I believe it. Yeah, I believe it to a certain extent. Yeah, but the point that I don't believe is making our own platforms. I believe that yeah, we're good at creating stuff and all of that. Yeah, when it comes to technical being what do you call it? I don't know. Because
business savvy,
what,
technical savvy.
yeah, when I work with white people, yeah, when I study white people and that, yeah, they're not good at creating stuff and all that, yeah, but they're really good at like just paperwork and yeah, my man signed that. Like they're just good at that. They're not good at anything else.
To be honest, I beg to differ. I beg to differ because like
us, when it comes to paperwork, we're like, oh, what do you mean you didn't trademark your thing? How do you know about trademark though, fam?
That's just due to a level of information, and again, that can tie down to racism. Because when we're looking at a lot of our people get sent to public school straight off, no question about it. You come to the country, public school, you're getting free education. That's cool. When we're looking at them, they know, bro, like public schooling ain't gonna really do you nothing except teach them to be a worker in the society. If you want them to be educated, you send them to private school. So there's a whole miseducation. So when it even comes down to business and rare, and even industry, and we're looking at industry in the UK. A lot of people that are running these same said industries that we're talking about that are fucking us up are same said black people. It's black fucking producers, black engineers, it's black managers, black fucking artist managers that you're seeing for these labels.
Yeah, like that are working against, man. But all of that says to me creatives that none of them say.
No, that's business, bro. That's business, bro. Like this is what I'm trying to show you. Like we are very much capable. We've been capable, and like how we're living in this country, bro. We've been here for generations now. My people, do you understand? And other people are coming here. So when it comes to the Caribbeans, bro, we've been here for generations. When we came here, we were the ones owning the cash and carries. We were the ones owning the corner shops, my brother. Now, hear what I'm saying to you. Let me finish. Let me land. You got to remember, bro, like they've cut shit. So when the Caribbeans came here, yeah, doors were open, cool. Then they cut shit. There's no funding. There's no grants. There's no nothing. So man, come here and you have to fend for yourself. Any other race, when they open borders, bro, you can come here, you can get a grant to live, you can get business loan, all of these things to start up. Look at the Turks. Look at everyone, fam. Do you understand? Man come here with no knowledge, but they're able to make things happen.
English. They come here, they can't even speak English.
That's not
so the
true.
difference, what I'm trying to show you is, bro, yeah, you see when you're looking at black people in the UK, black people in the UK are targeted for that reason. You can't grow. The Somalians come over here, bro. When Somalians came here, they were able to operate. Shops were open. Fucking community centers, sports clubs. All of these things were open when the man them first came. After a generation or two, where can you
take it?
Gone. I mean, Caribbeans were not interested in none of that. They were more.
No, so that's bro. That's very disrespectful, fam. I must stop you there because
I don't mean it in a disrespectful.
Let me. This is why I said. This is why I started off showing.
No, some of us listen. Some of us think this way. That doesn't mean it's true. And I never want to be disrespectful to my black brothers. All we're doing is educating each other. I might be ignorant. You can say, yo.
Yeah. No, Overstar. I know you're not. I'm not taking it personally. I'm not taking it personally. Don't worry. But I'm just saying again.
But I get what you're saying. Sometimes, someone can say something, yeah, and it hurts me as well. Like when certain people say something about my people, I feel like, oh, but then I have to look at it like, is it that though? You know what I'm saying?
It is though. A lot of
right though. The way you say things.
No, but you see my thing. You see my thing. I look at road, innit? Man, come from road, innit? And road is something I know the history of road because it was my dad and his dad when they come here. They were the road. They initiated road. When they came here, they were the ones that said, "Fuck!" They started punching up, man. Like that's what I grew up with. So man, know gangsterism from the 60s. You get me? When fam, it was nothing for the trap was a trap was the chill. Jake's are gonna come to the chill. There's videos of the trap in the 60s, guys. And man are beating up feds outside the trap. Like, what you doing there, cuz? Move. You get what I'm saying? Like, so when we're looking at our people, fam, when we came here, we were very much business. Like that's fam, we came from good people, good stock. We didn't come from gangsterism.
But I agree.
So when we came here, we organized and we centralized.
Come on, guys, all those shops for 50 years, fam. 55 years.
You know what? When I did my research, it wasn't the first wave of Jamaicans, because the first wave of Jamaicans, or Caribbeans in general, was the most educated one.
We're talking about third generation when you're talking about yardies, cuz. When you're talking about yardies and them things there, you're talking about second and third generation, bro. Because what I'm trying to show you is,
when you're using the word yardie, I mean, they went to America first, New York, but I'm saying the educated...
No. Listen. Jamaicans left the island and they went wherever they could go. You understand? And England was open from early. Jamaicans were here from early, before they started to travel to America and them things there. Now,
No,
what I'm trying to say,
what I mean is,
what I'm showing, no, listen,
there was,
let me like, what I'm showing you is, you see yardies, the whole idea of yardies coming, the whole idea of yardie was a gang, was gang mentality. Yeah. Was man saying, bro, we're sticking together, we're sticking together. Listen, bro, we're sticking together. When anyone, the feds, anyone that is blatantly oppressing us wants to step forward, we are here. We are the yardies. We'll chop man up. We'll bruck man up. We don't care if you're black, if you're white, if you're rare. We don't care. Yeah, we're defending our shit. That's why yardies became something. Because when you're looking at the gangs of London in the 70s, yardies, triads, like mob, like what a mob level. This ain't no childish shit. Do you understand? Man are owning businesses, business level. It's mob shit. So this whole idea of yardiism, being on road, bunning weed, drinking liquor, rare. This is an image that has been sold to us through bashment and reggae music. Do you understand?
That's true.
When we're looking at black people, Caribbean people, and rare, they're very much business minded. Fam, how do you think Jamaica and certain countries are run? Like, it's business how these men work. But when we're looking at the society in which we live, they are blatantly fucking man over to the point where it's the norm, to the point where our mentality is now warped to this, like, raw, fuck working with black people, because I'm not saying you think like this, bro, but this is how they're teaching our youth, like, fuck working with black people, man, you ain't gonna get nothing done. It's better for me to work with a white youth. And then we're questioning why is it that the Jews always got our music, or XYZ's always got our music? Do you know what I'm saying?
It's pretty self-explanatory.
I think one of the bad traits that in general that black people we've got is we kind of compete instead of like sharing information. So like, let's say, for example, someone gives me a deal because I don't want to show you maybe I got booped or not. Like, I'll hold it down, you know what I'm saying? And that's, I think the Jewish boy is about easy, like, sorry to say Jewish, but I'm just saying white boys, yeah, like, are able to take advantage of that little aspect where, you know, the little pride thing where you want to let a man know, but you don't want to let a man know because you don't want them to, you know what I'm saying? Like, we've got that.
Of course, it's pride, man. Pride and ego. Pride and ego are two things that we are taught to build on, innit? And that's the problem with black people. Like, we're very much spiritual, proud, very rare. So if we are taught to...
What do you guys think? My man gave me a 10-bag deal and you guys say, yo, that's kind of fucked up, but fuck that. Take 30 in it. You know what I'm saying? Instead of doing that, we do the, I got hooked up still. Like, I don't want to say anything. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's your own pride, bro. I don't know. Like, that's a weak pride.
No, I feel like because most people that I talk to in the industry, they're like, the industry small. Everyone looks at each other. They're all
you're looking at a bag of people with ego and pride, fam.
Yeah, they're doing all of that. Like, and I'm like, right, if you share information, it's quicker, you know.
To be honest, as a non-black person, how I deal with black people specifically, is very much on an individual basis, and I'm like that with people anyway, right? I want to look in your eye. I want to see your truth. We're gonna eat together, talk together, whatever. I want to know who you are. I do anything.
But that's how most people.
And with a black person, they will show you. They're confident enough to be straight up with you. So you ain't got no problem dealing with black people on a one-to-one level. Yeah, you could differentiate between the guys who you want to introduce them to your family and have them like your family, and the guys who you're thinking.
Yeah, but bruv, to be quite honest,
you get me,
that's like bruv, that's how humans beings should move. Period, bruv.
Right.
I don't like Tizza said earlier, bruv. Just because you share the same skin color as me, don't mean you're my fucking side, bruv.
Right, because you need to recognize,
and just because you may be a Caucasian or Asian, don't mean you're against me either, bruv. Yeah. Like,
right, that's it.
I've got friends from other races, bruv, yeah, that have done more for me than people have my fucking done for. Yeah.
Tell them.
Exactly. So again, like I said, it's the individual basis, bro. Every white person is not fucking racist, bro.
But here's the thing, though, Zilini,
people think
with black people,
and that's vice versa as well.
There's too much, like, not too much, but with black people, there's a mad amount of diversity inbred in them. You can't deal with two black men the same way, bro.
No, but can't. Do you know why though?
The diversity.
No, can't. Do you know why though?
Know a man if you don't know the man.
No, bro, listen. But I'll explain to you right now why. Do you want to know why, bro? Because whenever people love to talk about black folk, they talk about them as if they're fucking one, bro. Yeah. Yeah, but they would
that's
never
where
ever
they're
talk.
coming from.
Hold on,
100%. That's why. That's
wait.
their
When they
reality.
wait, man, fuck's sake, bro. When they're referring to white folks or whatever, they'll be like, yeah, Eastern European, fucking Southern, this Southern Europe. Do you know what I'm trying to say, bro? Like, don't get twisted. Don't get twisted. There is times when people do generalize whites. Oh, you're white, and fuck whatever part of Europe you come from. But for the most part, bro, you will even hear them differentiate themselves, bro. You get me a lot of the time. Oh, fucking Eastern European.
I'm Polish. I'm not English.
Irish,
That's
fucking,
my
bro, they even hate fucking Scottish and English and Welsh and
Wales and all that. Yeah.
And these are people that are basically their own fucking people. Cause so again, like
Alex
I said,
Ferguson would have worked for England. Facts.
yeah, man, you're gonna get that, bro. You get me? Like that's just how people are. But again, like I said, people need to stop looking at them as if they're all one, bro. Yeah, you got black people from fucking all parts of the fucking world that have all different mentalities, have been raised different, eat different, think different.
100.
So for
100.
people now to see 10 of them in one place and think that they're all gonna be near enough the same, cause it's kind of stupid.
Yeah,
it's not stupid, Zilini. Shall I tell you why? Let me tell you why, though. That's because that's the truth that they're coming from. With the world that they come from before they even met black people, that's how they deal with each other.
Turk, where are you from? Where are you from, Turk?
What?
Me?
Yeah, Turk, where are you from?
Turkish, bro. North London.
If he's from Turkey, obviously.
You're from Turkey. You know there's Kurdish Turks.
Yeah, of course. I got them in my family still.
Are they also Turks? Because they don't see themselves as Turks.
There's a difference between Turkish, the country, and Turkic, the race of people.
Okay, Turkic. Right? Are they Turkic? Because they don't see themselves as Turkic.
No, they're not. They're not.
They're Kurd. They class themselves as Kurdish.
Anatolian. They're more Anatolian.
But there's no place in the world called Kurdish, though.
Yeah, there is.
It's a tribe, bro.
Even in the Ottoman era, they used to have a region.
I hear all of that. It's like Somaliland. Cool.
It's a region. It's not really a country.
There's no place in the world. Like Kurds have told me, Nick. Some Kurds, they're like, yeah, we're Turkish Kurds. Some Kurds are like, we're Iranian Kurds. Some Kurds are like, yeah, we're Syrian Kurds.
Syrian
Kurds. Some Kurds, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, in the same way, like black people, there's Caribbean, there's African American, there's Australian, there's West, North, South, Central, Northern, you know what I'm saying? There's so many different type of black people, short, strong, skinny, tall, like,
what's
you know what I'm saying?
Bro? Get to the point.
I know,
the point is that my point is this, every other culture, like let's say Asian, there's Chinese, there's like we can look at you guys and say, yeah, my man's Turkish.
There's a variety. That's basically
but when you look at black people, you just see black people. That's it.
No, that's bullshit.
No, it's not. Wait. One second. Khan, how can you say that's bullshit when 2 seconds ago you literally just said, well, I can't say that they're wrong because that's their belief. So people do believe that.
Let me just say something, right? I don't just say things without explaining it, Zilini. You know me, right? When we're talking about black people, right? How many different countries or how many different types of black people is there? You can't say a Nigerian and an Ethiopian is the same people. Same way.
No, it's not. That's the point we're trying to make.
This is the point.
I think everyone's getting confused there, bruv.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to clear up.
Yeah, that's the point I was making to begin with, bruv. And you kind of said something the opposite, bruv. Hence why we got this conversation.
Yeah, it did kind of.
Yeah, Turk. What you just said, that's the point we're trying to make. That's the point we're trying to make. Well, the point that you just made is the point we're trying to make. You just said a Nigerian is not the same as an Ethiopian. Yeah, that's the point we're trying to make. There's
basically going back to
racism.
Listen, going back to racism and what that stands for, it's like what we can see that has been done is that because this label of black was created at the same time racism was created. This is the word. And now this is the word people are identifying themselves under. So the powers that be have created this word and have created this narrative, that we are still putting ourselves under. So when you've got white people all over the world that ain't around black people, this is what they're looking at.
So when they do a comment on the black person,
one second, my brother. When you go to that, I'll let him finish. I was gonna say 1 second, yeah, just one thing, yeah. When you go to the Arab world, they're gonna call you an aswad. Guess what that means? I'm trying to show you these white people, yeah. They've got a word for all of it. Like when you go to Arabs, and all Arabs listening understand what I'm saying, aswad means a black man, you know what I'm saying? A black person, a nigger, or what, like whatever. But usually, because there's no Caribbeans, and there's no other black people, there's usually East African blacks, yeah. They call us aswad. So now we're the, you know what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter.
Anyway, Nay was saying something.
D-Block, let me just say something quickly, Zellini. The irony is,
bruv. Nay was
1 minute, man, Zellini. I'm gonna drop a bar.
Let them breathe, MC. Let them breathe.
I hate when man does that.
Yeah. I just got one line to drop, yeah. Listen to this bar now. The irony is, the irony is on these racist Arabs, yeah. In my country, you know what the word is for black man? Arab. They call them Arab, bro. It don't matter.
I get you.
Arabs. You're Jamaican, Nigerian, Ethiopian, Somalian. To us, you're Arab. So them, Arabs, yeah, they need to realize that.
But you know what? In Somalia, we have a saying, yeah. Arabs are youths. Like they literally are mixing.
Means our youths.
Yeah, we see Arabs as our youths, like they're
It's true though. You're the daddy Arabs, innit? And they're the ushaks. They're your youths still.
They are youths. For real.
That's what we call them. To us, the real Arabs are the thingies, innit? The Somalis in them. They're the real Arabs. We call them Arab. It means black, innit? Like, well, don't mean black as in the color black, but it means like from that area.
I mean, Arabia originally was black.
Yeah. But Arabia was half of Arabia went into like Yemen, crossed over into Africa, Ethiopia. All them sides was all Arab lands, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's why Moses and Abraham could go in there and they see their own kind. Like this is what I'm trying to say. Like that's why the history don't make sense, because even Arabia. Before
it does make sense. It does make sense when you realize that
they were black people, and
but when you realize the Arabs of today, what we're calling them Arab, are white people that moved down into Africa, all the way down. They're white people. They're Turks and Kurds originally, but now they're Arabs because they moved in and mixed in with those people. That's all it is, bro. That's all it is.
100.
Like they're profiling that they're the real original Arabs, but they're not really.
No, I'm glad you said Arab meant black, because that makes sense now.
But in my country, someone calls you Arab, they say it like this: look, Arab. It means you're black, innit?
Most people don't know the difference between Saudi Arabia. They don't understand whether Arabia was the land, yeah. Saudi is the family, so it's called Saudi Arabia. Now the Saudi family are related to the English queen. They are actually Jewish, and they're actually white guys. They are actually white guys that took over that place when they took down the Turks, which were the original Muslims. They took down the Turks with the English in World War II or something, World War I or II, I forgot. But anyway, the Turks were running Islam, whatever. The Saudis
they were the caliphs. They were
linked up with England. Yeah, with Prince Arabia. I think some of you guys
Lawrence of Arabia.
Lawrence of Arabia. I think some of you guys have seen that story, but it's a true story, yeah. And
this was the Masons again. It's the Masons. It's the Illuminati, these type of organization that approached the Ottoman Empire. They said to them, let us buy this land off you called Israel. And the Ottomans were like, no, we want that. We can't give away Palestinian land. It's not ours to give you. We're the caliphs, we're the leaders, we're the rulers, but it's the people's land. We can't give their land away. So what these lot done, they fucked up the whole Ottoman Empire by basically taking Saudi Arabia away from Turkey. That led to the fall of the Ottoman Empire. So then they could get their hands on Israel. Basically, that's what they wanted the whole time, was Israel.
And guess what? Saudi Arabia.
يا عرب I'm هنا يا عرب.
Sorry,
يا عرب.
Big up yourself. Big up yourself.
Big up, big up, big up.
Come on, sis. Come on, sis. What?
I'm
Mary Jenny,
hearing
what?
the most.
Big
I'm
up,
hearing
Mary.
the most.
Big up
Mary.
Yeah, man.
Pick up, sis.
All right, let the sister speak. Go, sorry, sis. Go educate us.
Now it's funny to listen to you though, D Block, because you're telling a lot of truth. Yeah, how the Arabs sees the Africans, especially East Africans, and how they're treating us in Arab countries. We know this, yeah. And Khan, say that again. You say Arabs mean
Arab.
us, yeah?
Yeah, Arab, innit? That's who you are. To me, you're Arab.
But we're not Arab.
You're the original Arab.
Don't Arab mean mixed though? Or
Yeah,
something like
exactly. Exactly.
No,
yeah.
Arab means mix or something.
Arab is a mixture. We're not
It
Arab.
is now. Now it is.
I'm trying to call you the original mix.
Wait, I thought didn't Kale say Arab just means somebody that speaks Arabic?
Don't you not remember Messo's presentation?
That means that everybody in Africa are Arabs. That's mad. Like, nah, come on now.
You got to remember, these lot weren't aware of the whole entirety of Africa. They just knew the part that was on their border that they could see. They didn't know the whole of
Who
Africa.
you're talking about? Who you're talking about, Khan?
Well, it depends on what time you're talking about, innit?
You just said that. What do you mean? Like, from where and where?
From our side. So the Ottomans, they didn't know about the whole of Africa.
Well, you were, no, that's true. You just were like in the eastern part in Africa.
Right. And in the Roman times, they just knew about the Berbers and the North Africa. They didn't know about the entirety of Africa. I don't think, apart from the British getting there, no one knew how big, no one even charted the whole of Africa outside of Africa.
Don't know about that, to be honest.
But you got to think about how big Africa is, like how.
I know, but I know the Romans are our side too. Yeah.
But they didn't go further down into Nubia because of what Queen Amarina's. I remember that much. That's what left what's his name, man? What his name? Is Alexander, one of them man that ran into Egypt. Why he didn't go further down?
Ptolemy.
Done. Yeah, no, it's documented. That's the only time the Roman legion tooled up, went out to war, and returned back without doing nothing. The only documented time in history. Like, research it. Queen Amarina's, I think it's Alexander and them lot went down into Nubia, see their army and said safe. And it's documented. She sent him with the envoy a golden bow and a golden arrow. And said, "Rah, this is a present. But if you want to go to war, you may need to use it," basically. And yeah. They didn't go to war. The Romans didn't go into Africa. Yeah. Well, obviously, they don't like talking about that.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. History is a beautiful thing, man.
100%.
Depending on who's telling it,
I listen, Turk. You know what the...
That's true, Mzalini. That's actually true.
Yeah, then why words there, fam? You mad?
I Turk. You know what the king of Saudi Arabia said, didn't it? Mohammed bin Salman, the young brother. You know what he said? Yeah.
What MBS you talking about?
Yeah, they call him MBS, yeah, but it means Mohammed bin
son of Salman.
Yeah,
his dad, Big Salman's still around, isn't it?
MBS makes it sound like a rapper or something, man.
I know. I was gonna say it sound like NBA. Yeah, it sound like NBA.
His name is Mohammed.
Bro, if he's writing scripture, or writing something, he's writing bars, fam.
Anyway, this guy said he wants to compete with Dubai, innit? So he's kind of pissed at his cousins. His cousins are outdoing him, innit? That's his cousins, but they're outdoing him, innit? So he said, "Yo, fuck this, yeah. What we're gonna do is we're gonna build a new city, yeah, outside Mecca, innit? Gonna make clubs for them kuffar. You know what I mean? Kuffar meaning believers."
Sorry,
yeah?
who's the one that owns Newcastle?
Who owns Newcastle? I don't know.
God, that's the rich ones, fam. They're the rich, like they're the daddy fucking.
Is that Qatar? And that the Qataris?
Nah.
So I swear, who owns Man City? I thought it was the Man City.
No. But one of them owns Man City and one of them owns Newcastle. But the one that owns Newcastle is the one that has the real money, fam. I can't remember the name in it. You get me?
I have to have a quick Google. Ain't Mary there? Mary, run the thing.
Ban Saudi Arabia, anyways. Yeah.
Were you asking me for Con?
Who's the owner of the Newcastle FC club?
PIF.
Yeah, that's just the investment fund.
The public face of PIF has been Yasser Al Rumayyan.
Is he Saudi?
Find out the family. Which Saudi? Hold on, yeah. Boom. Yeah, boom. Yeah, it is MBS that owns Newcastle, man. Yeah, Mohammed bin Salman. Or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people ain't happy with this guy, man. This young son of Salman. He's bringing out too many changes, modernizing things and that.
Oh,
yo, big up, Maxim. Big up.
Wait, Beefy-han. Big up. Let's do this, Beefy. Let's do this.
So my Arab friends, my Arab. Hey, MJ, can you share my screen, please?
I need my laptop now.
Where's D-Block gone?
But we don't have any Arabs here, yeah, right now. We need some Arabs on.
Message in the chat.
Message on, man. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared.
What you got for us, Beefy?
Okay, see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. The word Arabia or Arab, where does it come from? Well, the man says, we speak Arabic. Like, fair enough. But where does the word Arabia come from? Is it an Arabic word or is it a word from a different place? It's not on my screen.
Nah, people in the feelings, man. Stop it, guys.
So
facts over feelings.
Let me just say big up to all my Arabs, man. We love you, but allow the racism, man. Allow it.
So
you should not talk, Khan.
I'm not racist.
Nah, I mean Turks.
Come on, please.
I can't represent the entirety of the Turks.
So the word Arab, Arabia, is actually a Greek word, big up Kemo, which is pronounced Arabia. It's Arabia. So the Arabic.
Arabia.
You know the language. It's your language, Greek. You can tell us in it. It's your language. What is it? The Greek for Arab? Arabia, you said. Khan.
Yeah, we say the P, innit? We say Arab with a P.
So there's a person from Arabia is a peninsula between the Red Sea and Persian Gulf, which includes Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and United Arab Emirates. The only thing about this, though, this is a region which was taken over by the Greeks after the fall of Alexandria.
Right.
So the term come with the Greeks, and are the people who are living there actually Greeks and not Arab?
Is that your question?
Mm.
I don't think so, Beefy. I don't think so.
Why?
Because the Greeks went there and their intellectuals charted the land and drew graphs and maps and was describing the people and their culture, their language, whatever, doesn't mean that there was an exodus of Greeks from Europe into the Arabian Peninsula to the extent where it affect their genealogy.
They did.
I don't think there was that much. There's never been that many Greeks in the first place.
They were Greek.
Well, to be honest, I'd beg to differ, yeah, because you see, when you look at like the Roman legion, because you got to remember in history, yeah, that's like the first time they had like a standing army was ever created, and the numbers they had. Remember, one legion is about 10,000 men. So when they're saying like one legion, or they're sending 5 legions to that's 50,000 man fighting man they're sending somewhere.
Big wars, lad. Yeah.
So yeah, just bear that in mind.
Yeah, and actually after Alexandria,
Nate, I don't know if
one
that's the
second.
first time there's ever been a standing army. I can't really agree to that.
No, documented. Like when you're looking at Rome, that's why Rome was the rise of Rome, the city state, because they were the first one to create a standing army, and then they grew it and grew it. So as opposed to having
that was an enlisted army, wasn't it? It's the first enlisted army.
Like instead of having farmers and ruling upon them, you're a soldier. Yeah, you're a paid soldier for 20 years. You understand? And when you finish, then you might get something, but for the 20 years, you're doing 20 years of service, cause you understand?
Even they say Alexander the Greek, but he was actually from Macedonia. You know the Greek, he was Macedonian.
He was Macedonian.
So most of these people, actually, after the fall of Alexander died, there were actually a lot of Greek colonies set up. But remember, they divided into three. They divided into like Rome, Greece, then you had Africa, and you had the Middle East. They divided into three. And then the Seleucid, he invited colonies of Greeks to come and settle in Arabia, modern day Arabia today.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And they've been there ever since. Where have they gone? They're still there. They kept pale-skinned Arabs. Where are they today?
The pale-skinned Arabs are not of Greek origin. They're much older than the Greeks even.
Is it? Where's the proof?
Yeah. The pale-skinned Arabs are Persians that moved into, they call them South Persians, but they're the white people that moved into Arabia.
When did they move to Arabia?
South Persia.
As far as I know,
like
let me.
Africans. Okay.
Yeah, Persians were very much dark skinned though. I don't know.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the genealogy of the Greeks and the Persians, there was major differences. They were not looking at them like, you're white skinned like me, you know.
Remember in that movie 300, they showed Xerxes as a black man, Persian.
I feel like you know when you look at most of these civilizations.
Sorry, my bro. But Darius, Xerxes' dad was definitely a black man. So that brother may have had some mix, but Darius was a black man still.
No, but guys, even if you look at the Islamic Empire, even if you look at the Islamic empires, most of the guys that took over Spain and that were black, like the Moors and all that. Like, bro, most of the people that were doing, like, I don't understand.
The Saracens and that.
Sometimes I think to myself, how can you have Mike Tyson? How can you have fucking LeBron James and all these athletes and all these artists and all these, but what is it? What is, like, I wanna establish what is it once and for all before we die? What is it? Is it the organization? Because it's not the strength of black people. Because I feel like that comes naturally. Like, what is it about black people that makes them produce stuff but never get the benefits of it? Does that make sense?
To be honest, it's the society, bro. It's the society, because if you were
you're
gonna let me finish. Let me land, bro. Let me land. If you leave this society, you're gonna see many black people, very prosperous. You understand? You go to Africa, the richest people in Africa are black people. Yeah.
Bro, where do you come from? You come from the Caribbean, right?
I'm Caribbean, bro.
Yeah, okay. So do you come from Jamaica or not?
Yeah, bro. And that is the West.
All right.
Don't ever get it twisted.
In Jamaica.
Jamaica is the West.
No,
bro,
wait, listen.
Jamaica is the West.
I don't see it as
America.
the West, though.
No, that you don't see it as the West, but I'm telling you, Jamaica is the Caribbean. Just under America, across the sea is England and Europe, because that is the West of the world. Hence why Haiti.
But Nigeria is closer to
Haiti is like the most deprived country in the Western Hemisphere, because you had a fucking black revolution. How many decades ago, my brother? How many hundreds of years ago? And they still ain't trying to bust it. And they're in the West.
No, but what is it? What do they do? Now we need to be educated. Like, what do they do? Like, because I want to know. Okay, cool.
Economics, bro. It's called economics. It's called, you got America. You call it like what, the biggest bully boy of the world, bro. When you're looking at different countries being given independence, or being given independence with a big debt, the debt that you and your kids will never be able to pay off to a certain country. Are you crazy?
No, but I mean, in Jamaicans in general, depending, no matter where they are in the world, they got a big influence. Why is that influence not harbored and controlled? You know what I'm saying? Like, used, because Jamaicans are not that much in the world, but the influence that they have is like
greater than big countries. Like, yeah.
Very
So
powerful. And
in the
Jamaica's a
same
good
way,
example to
I don't understand why that doesn't correlate to
because
world
listen,
power.
let me say this, bro.
It just,
Let me ask you
know,
this, yeah. You see if you have the vision, what do you see the island of Jamaica to look like in your head?
not what Jamaicans look like, but I know Jamaicans.
No, I'm saying like you see the society in Jamaica, because you're saying Jamaicans and yeah, we're very powerful people. But you see the powerful people you're seeing from Jamaica. Listen,
when I think of Jamaica, I think of
that you're seeing from Jamaica that are giving all this inspiration and inspiring people.
Yeah.
All of these people that are inspiring people from Jamaica, yeah, they're of a certain sect. A lot of them are Rasta, yeah, and the Rasta movement in Jamaica is the minority. A lot of people don't know this. You go to Jamaica, it's a Christian.
Right.
You go there in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, or the 90s, and you're talking about, yeah, I'm Rasta, bro. The feds are gonna grab you, bro. Rasta was big. A lot of man had to run into the hills to hide. You understand? With their
I was going to say, I'll be on the hills. Yeah.
So what we're talking about right now is the rebellious side of the
why
island.
is that information never related? Like what?
It is.
Like,
if you listen to the music, bro. If you listen to reggae music, Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, Tenor Saw, fucking even down to the youngsters. Like you listen to what they're saying, you hear the message.
It's like have you listened to do you know the revolutionary Nigerian artists? Do you know the revolutionary Somali artists? Do you know the revolutionary South African? Like
to a certain degree, yes.
For you to explain. Like
but this is the thing, though.
But we definitely listen to Jamaican more than any of these African artists. Real nigga shit. But I've never
you know why it's
heard
important.
the
So
history.
let me give you the historical context.
All I heard was Vibes Cartel.
It goes back
so let
to
me
a
give you the
cricket match,
historical
bro.
context,
A very
bro. Let me
important
give you the
cricket
historical context, yeah? You got to remember, Jamaica is an island of slaves, yeah? You have the Maroons, you have very much rebellious slaves on that island, yeah? Mixture of different cultures, different tribes that assimilated. Man ran out. No one can't bang against them once they hit the hills. So Jamaica's got a rebellious energy. Very much rebellious. All throughout the fucking transatlantic slave trade.
We know that and we felt that. Like, I know how strong it is. But what I'm trying to say is how strong it is, never it correlated in a respectfully, yeah, in a violent, like, as in I knew not to fuck with them. Like, they gave me that message. You know, as human beings, we can give each other messages. So as Jamaicans, you give the rest of the world, yeah, we got vibes, yeah, we got vibes, yeah, we got dances, yeah, we got this, you know what I'm saying? Like, wonderful. But we also got don't fuck with man. But we never got the other. Yeah, we
What's the
create,
other?
like, you
What's
can
the
create.
other? What's the other?
Huh? The other is the beauty, that where like the roots. The roots is like, man, don't want to share that. Like, I don't want you guys to understand. We just want you to, like, the way, the impression I've been given. And I'm just outside that. I might be wrong, but I'm saying is I've always they're so eager to tell me about their badness, but they never tell me about
No,
their
but bro, listen.
So, like I said to you,
One sec, bro. First and foremost, yeah, the ability to transmit messages has not been we have not been in charge of
the luxury,
the transmission of messages. Yeah,
big up, MA, big up.
It's big yourself up. We not been in charge of the technology to transmit messages. Yeah, wait. In the earlier times, the transmission method was by foot. You have to go to the place and tell the people them the message, innit? Right?
No, that's for you.
No, bro, listen. I'm telling you, innit? Yeah. So that's one thing. Yeah. Still, we're not in charge of the transmission of messages. The messages that you receive, yeah, are filtered down by organizations that have agendas, right? So the way I grew up with all of the beautiful messages coming from Lovers Rock and that. Yeah, you didn't because you're not of the people,
yesterday,
right? So what you're receiving, I don't even maybe 80% of the music that you hear coming from the island, I don't even know them tunes.
All right, let me tell you one. Let me tell you one song. Let me tell you one song.
The main thing, just to add to that point there.
Let me tell you one bar. Tell me if you recognize it.
Hold on. I just want to add this, yeah. The majority of the music that we're hearing now, yeah, that comes from Jamaica, Vibes Cartel, Skilly Bang, all of them names. Yeah. Jamaicans don't listen to that, bro. Jamaicans on the island don't listen to that. It's us in the West that pump that music. You understand? These
Okay,
youths,
but in the West, okay, cool. In the West, you've got Caribbean kids, like if I can call them that, where they were born in England, but their
Yeah, but
parents
what
are Caribbean,
generation? What
and they
generation?
also and they also the way vibes and that run it in England. They are the four. It's not African kids, bro. Like we're second in command, yeah. But
yeah,
Caribbean kids are first in command. Like, yo,
yes,
you know what I'm
yes.
saying though? Gigs,
Do you know
like
why, bro?
all these guys are, and what they talking, and then when you ask them who's your inspiration, why do you talk? They're like Bounty Killer. You know what I'm saying though? So there is a sort of we can't blame
Have
everything
you
on.
have
Go
you
ahead.
listened to Bounty Killer?
I have and I haven't because
Bro,
of
you
what I
need to
can
listen
and can't understand.
all
No.
right.
I'm being
So
honest. I'm being honest,
when it
bro.
comes to the
I can't
generation,
understand it like you can. So I'm not gonna act like, yo, yeah, I've listened. I can't say to you, I've listened to Bounty Killer, but I might say I listened to him, but you might tell me something, and it's like, yo, you haven't really listened to him, have you? Because you
like
actually know the
what I was trying to say
background,
to you,
why he's
I'm teaching
chatting
you,
like that. I don't know all of that. All I know is the words that he's saying, and I take that for gospel.
You
That's all
know
I know.
what? Yeah, part of the reason that, and I've said this before, innit, about us first, second, or third generation British Jamaicans, or whatever the term you want to use, or whatever, and that we have a bad habit of drawing from the lesser parts of the well, innit, and promoting
Exactly,
that.
and that's
Oh,
all
wait
we
one
get
sec.
though.
Hold
We
on.
get
Let
entertained by
me
you.
let me say
No,
what I'm
you're
saying.
right.
Then,
You're
if
right.
you
Go ahead,
agree,
bro.
okay. If you agree, let me say what I'm saying. Yeah, we have a tendency to do that. Yeah, collectively. Yeah, and I've seen it, and I've criticized members of my own family for doing it. Right. At the same time, I think that when we did arrive here, and especially when some of the Yardie man did arrive here, and they arrived in the midst of people were getting mashed up. Like our people were getting mashed up. If we're honest, especially in West London, he's getting mashed up. And it's only when a Jamaican man come and step on
and
the scene
yardified,
that
like yardified. Yeah,
that the whole energy changed, right?
yeah.
And obviously you're in the midst of a conflict. Also, you're in the midst of a physical conflict and an economic conflict, yeah. And so the need to be aggressive, yeah, against the enemy, and also be aggressive in a way to survive economically, meant that
Yeah, but
those elements,
Africans
hold on,
were
those
not there
elements
though.
of those elements of the survival culture that was already in the people on the island to even get themselves free in the first place became even more pronounced in this city, yeah, and in this country. And so
100.
when you see that, if you ask any of the Trinis and any of the St. Lucians and Dominicans, whatever, in this area, my area, they will tell you that they all took after the Jamaicans. They were following them. And I think and from there you see
Bro,
that
everyone was Jamaican. Everyone was Jamaican.
those attitudes and characteristics become weapons of war. You understand?
So when we're looking at road culture today, family, yeah, you got to remember, road culture came from Caribbean culture, yeah, because we were the first ones to have
100%.
to be at the floor, and it weren't by
100%.
choice. Now, let me finish, bro. It weren't by choice. Do you understand? It was by force. Man had companies, man had businesses, and the man had man walking into man shop, calling man nigger, slapping shit on the floor. You fight man, tutus, you're getting arrested, and they're taking your shop from you. This is the powers this is the shit that was happening. So when we're looking at us being economically,
This is the question I got for that. Okay, cool. Wallahi, yeah, I agree with you. Caribbeans, especially Jamaicans, yeah, because to me, like I said, my Ghanaian brethren was Jamaican back in the day, but now it's African now. Yeah, cool. But also, I would also go as far to say that even other Caribbean countries, like, wouldn't say they're that. They would all say they're Jamaican. So I feel sorry for Jamaica because it gets
No,
a
no,
lot
no,
of
no.
flack
That
that it
doesn't
shouldn't.
happen. No, 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 no,
No,
no, no,
I
no.
mean,
That
back
doesn't
in the
happen.
day. No, I'm saying my own experience. But anyway, yeah. This is the point I'm trying to make. So Jamaicans, Caribbeans went through all of that, yeah, with the white man, boom, boom, boom. You fight the. So when the Africans and Somalians and East Africans came over now, instead of employing them and for us to be your workers now, you set pays, you got shops now. we can work in them shops for you. You know what I'm saying? To further. No, I'm saying
Yeah, he's moving a different
you looked
way.
at us like
He didn't have no blasted shops, bro. He
No,
didn't
I'm
have
saying,
no
I'm saying,
shops.
no, I'm
What
saying,
do
I'm
you
saying,
mean?
I'm saying,
What
a
shops
lot
you
of
talking about?
Jamaicans look at West Africans and Somalians like, right, we started our own business and we're about business, innit? We don't really
Yeah.
think the way you think, innit? We really got bad boys like that, yeah. Like, you know, Al Shabaab and Boko Haram is on a different level where niggas are blowing them, saying their own body up. You're not on that. So if we're talking about badness, we do a different kind of badness. But the only mistake that you guys made was not, instead of employing us, you looked at us like we was your enemy. I didn't get that.
Bro, like
Yeah, there's an element. There's an element of that. There's an element of that. There's also an element, like I said, we came into a war zone, innit? So
yeah, sorry, now you
we were
sorry,
undereducated.
because
Yeah, go on,
it's
bro.
like saying it like that is saying like, because remember a lot of the Malis came here in the 90s, yeah, 90s even down to date. So from the 90s to date, bro, we never had no opportunities to be offering no one no jobs, bro. We were done out here. This is second, third generation now, bro. Like this is the history that man's trying to show you, fam. Like the resources were blatantly stripped from man for decades. You understand? The whole gang mentality, road mentality was created by Caribbean people in order to.
The point I'm trying to make is when I asked my mom, like, how was like Caribbeans, that she was like, yo, I love white people. I used to hate black people. I said, why? She goes, I hate Jamaicans. I hate Caribbeans. Even West Africans, she had brethren with, they call them Jamos, yeah, Jamaican Jamos, yeah. Because we felt like as Africans, Caribbeans treated us much worse. Like I remember Caribbeans to my mom when I was like 5 years old, telling her, "Go back to your country." Like, go back.
You would have heard that. You would have heard
And I'm
that.
like, yeah. Now we've grown up. I'm like, yo, why was that? Like, why? I'm not saying employ us or whatever, but it should have been like you know, like you guys were here early. So, like, you know, like the Indians, yeah, Indians set pace. They bring their Pakistanis through, and they're like, yeah.
No, they didn't. No.
This guy.
What are you talking about, bro?
MA.
What are you talking about? Whoa. You're saying Indians brought through Pakistanis? Are you crazy?
Yeah, 100.
Do you know what their relationship is?
100%. Listen. 100%. An Indian will employ a Pakistani before he employs a black guy.
Bro, are you feeling it? Bro, I'm not even saying nothing.
But you live in Birmingham or something. You might live in Birmingham, but in London, it's different.
Cutting out, G. You're cutting out, man.
What I want to say,
you're cutting out, fam. You're gonna have to repeat that.
He's not cutting out.
Yeah, he's not cutting out. You're cutting out.
What I wanted to say quickly, what happened? What happened in the UK between the Africans and the Jamaicans is what's happening right today in America within the blacks and the African Americans. It's called divide and conquer. What happened when the Africans came here? When the Africans came here, the Caribbeans were being demonized by the system. They were the criminals. They're this. So when you come to a new country, they don't hang out with the criminals, and the criminals so happen to be black. See what I mean?
Yeah, 100. My mom was like, don't hang around with criminals. Then what the criminals? You get me?
Yeah, so it was just divide and conquer tactics. What we use. So they don't want us to come here and get together. So they'll divide us and make sure that we don't get along. So
yeah, and in the consciousness of the Caribbeans, the Africans were demonized, yeah, and vice versa. Yeah. So the curriculum has been like effective and efficient in ensuring that it remains that way, and it got worse. It's got better in recent times, but yeah, man, it was bad.
Where it got worse, you get me? Man, we're doing African versus Caribbean, yo, your yard stinks, all of that stuff. You get what I'm trying to say? To the point where man had to embrace a man's culture. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Whole comedy show, brother, about African versus Caribbean.
Yo,
like, yeah,
there's no such thing.
One, two.
Yeah, we hear you, bro. We hear you.
Yeah,
man.
You hear me?
Yeah,
man.
All right, yeah. Just a quick question, yeah. Do you genuinely? I'm gonna go back to YouTube to listen. I'll be back in the yard in like 10-15 minutes. Do you genuinely think that Indians would rather employ a black man before a Pakistani? I just want to know that. Do you actually believe that?
No,
I'm gonna go back and listen.
No way.
No, I said no.
Like, to be honest, I believe
I don't blame them. I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
Now, look,
I don't blame
I'll
them.
tell you. Look, as an Indian, let me tell you who I'd rather employ. I'm an Indian. I will tell you who would I rather employ, a black man or a Pakistani. I'd rather employ a Pakistani. Let me tell you why. Yeah. Before you start tripping, innit? Let me tell you why.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I would rather employ a Pakistani than a black person because, yeah, like, firstly, it's like this, isn't it? Yeah, like if you're gonna get in a relationship with someone, a partnership with someone, yeah, you want a partnership with someone who speaks the same language as you, who has the same beliefs as you, who eats what you eat, likes what you like. You know what I'm saying? Like, otherwise, how are you gonna have a partnership with someone who doesn't like what you like, or look like you, or speak like you, or talk like you? You know what I'm saying? So, like me, like as a Sikh, like I'm a Muslim, innit? You get me, fam? I'm a la ilaha, la
As a Sikh,
ilaha
I'm a Muslim, did
illallah.
he say?
Yeah,
Because
I'm a
someone clicked that. I
Muslim.
beg you, click that.
I'm a Muslim, innit?
I beg you,
La
click that.
Nah,
ilaha,
he said enough now.
la
He said enough.
la
Anyway,
ilaha,
I would
la
say, to answer that
ilaha.
question,
Okay,
La
to answer that question, I would say that
Go on, then, mate.
Man,
well,
let him
first and
finish,
foremost, the point was that, all right, shush, man. The point someone made, or the question someone posed, or whatever, was that the Indians were just out there helping Pakistanis willy nilly, and I don't believe that that's the case, right? In isolated, in pockets. One sec, you can rebuttal after, innit? In pockets, yeah, and obviously if you see the way that places like Leicester and Southall and that built up, there's some collaboration is quite clear, right? But to answer the question of do I think an Indian would rather employ, I think it depends on the job. I think if it's a menial task and it's degrading, then I think there's times where they might go for a black person over a Pakistani or even their own
No,
people. So it just depends, innit?
yeah, brother, you're right, brother.
One second, D-block, I mean, I'll let you come to D-block, then
I disagree. I've worked with Pakistani brothers, even though I'm a Somali and they're not Muslim. Yeah, it's like black people in general get treated a certain way. I wouldn't even say it's a disrespect thing. I think it's more of Pakistanis and Asians and white people know their place, whereas in black people we're always in competition. Like even just in Somalia, like I just see it. We're just like black people. Yeah, we have this problem where we have this. I don't even know what to call it. Is it alpha male? There's something about us where we and I get it as well. Like even if it comes to fighting, like the strongest guy is probably black. You know, like I'm not saying on racist thing. I'm just saying how science works. Yeah, black men in general are blessed with muscles, like just not muscles.
Bro, what are you saying? Because you started off saying one thing.
I'm trying to make a point. Like our psyche, the way we're able to, the way you guys are able to fall into place where you guys help each other is coming from. If we look at a psyche of a human being, it's coming from a. Don't take it wrong. It comes from a scared place. All white people, Asians,
brother,
all of them have it.
I've got to cut you. I've got to cut you. Man's got to cut you. Man's got to cut you.
D-block, please, I beg. Make a point quickly, because I want to speak.
So I'm saying one of the reasons why I believe personally, it's not scientific fact. This is a personal, just me by myself, mental man. Yeah, by myself, yeah, believes, yeah, black people, it's harder for them to come along because all of them are somewhat of alpha male when it comes to other races. Yeah, they're able to beat them in running. In the things where listen. If there was
let me drop something on you, G. Let me drop something on you.
if there was no technology, and we went back to like real human thing, yeah, where you catch it. You can't run away from black guy. If he wants to eat you,
Yeah, D-Block. Yeah, D-Block. No. Listen, everyone, listen, fam, yeah? Short and concise, bro. A minute to two, bro, at the max. See this whole going on, just rambling, saying stuff. We're not doing that.
Now look, we heard the point. We got the point.
Let's acknowledge what Mzilini is saying, please. If you don't know what you want to say,
shut up,
take
H,
the
bro,
mic.
because you're the fucking worst, H. Shut up, bro. Yeah, everyone just tried to be precise, bro. Say your point and then pass on the mic to someone else.
Yeah, no thinking on your feet, bro. No thinking on your feet. That's long.
8 hours next, you spoke.
Yeah, so like I was saying, I'm just saying, if we went to an animal stage, yeah.
What's your point, man?
So,
what's your point?
Land it, bro.
My point is,
Can I just say two words?
Point is this: listen, when you get married,
2 words, I beg.
No, you know what, bro?
Land
Listen.
point, man.
If man them can't respect, the fucking platform, cause you get me, man will just start muting, man, and just put him man in the back, fam.
No, you might need to.
D-Block, hurry up, cause you got like 20 seconds. Beefy's next, and then we take.
You're cutting out, man.
All right, cool. So, can you guys hear me? Yeah.
Fuck's sakes, man.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool. So, like I was saying, yeah, if we went back to animal stages, yeah, where there's no technology, no nothing, I'm not being rude. Wallah, I'm not. Yeah, you can't run away from a black guy because he catch you. Yeah, in all the sports, heavyweight, whether is a black man, isn't it? It's just the way God made it. Like, you know what I'm saying? The sun, just everything.
All right, cool. Say no, we get. All right, cool.
Yeah, we get the point, bro.
Go on.
For me, I think Indian man would rather employ a Pakistani man over a black man because there is no difference between India and Pakistan. This difference they have now is more than difference. They're the same people. It has been divided by religion. That's all. So I think they would rather employ the person, someone who's like them, over a black person, didn't they? And we see that in the shops. You walk around the shops, you don't see many black people walk around working in whether it be Pakistani or Indian shops, but they do. We employ each other. Crossways.
Okay, I agree with Beefy, but anyway, next point.
What I would say, just my personal stance, and this is just one aspect. Even something as simple as hair products, yeah, we know that the Asian community has a lock on the, should I say, the black hair shops. You get me?
The retail market.
Yeah, retail, whatever you want to call it. How much of them employ black people?
0.
There you go. Now, if I was to open a shop, yeah, this is just a hypothetical. If I was to open a shop dealing with, I don't know, Asian products or whatever, bruv, yeah, I'm probably gonna want to employ a couple of Asian people. Just that's just me, innit? Yeah, simply because they're gonna be able to help me and tell me a couple of things that I probably ain't gonna know myself. You get me? And it's gonna better my business. But yeah, obviously, innit? Everyone's different, bro.
See, a lot of these Turkish shops, Zilini, like Turkish Food Center, Yashar Halim, and all these big supermarkets, majority of their customers now, they're all Eastern Europeans, So when you go check out, guess what? Whose girls are sitting on the checkout tills? All their girls, isn't it? Eastern European girls are on the checkout tills because they could chat their lingo. Majority of the customers now are Albanians and all the Eastern European lot. So they just hire them girls there to work there. It's common sense, isn't it?
And bro, that makes perfect sense. That makes fucking perfect sense. Perfect sense.
That's what I said, fam. That's what I said.
Why does it make perfect sense, Gone?
What do you mean? Because the guy that's coming there to spend his money, right? He's not feeling like he's being robbed and money's coming out of his community. He knows the money's going
why
to
why is it perfect sense
that,
you know, Albanian?
They got their little, they got their little lifestyle going on, and like, you know, they're working in a Turkish shop where, you know, they're not being disrespected, they're not being abused, they're there under our our control, but they're like treated with respect. You know, they're treated like they're paid money, like, you know, like it's just like us as foreigners living in England, right? English people showing our home countries respect by treating us well.
It's logical, isn't it? Like all people that are
people
running
like
a
dealing
shop
with their
or
own people.
establishment or whatever.
Come on, man.
Like they're gonna look. How many Caribbean takeaways do you know that is owned by non-black people, but they put black people at the front? It happens, isn't it?
About one or two.
All of them, bro. All of them, Emmy.
No. There's more than that. You just don't know.
One or two.
All of them, bro. All of them that are not run by black people, bro, have black people at the forefront of their business. That's what I'm saying. Tell me what.
Yeah, of course. Not Teddy is different though.
So wait, you man. Is that a good or a bad thing? Because when I went Canada, there was white people that owned Caribbean shops, and they were full of black people. They were full of white people. Like, and it was in Central. It's called downtown. Downtown is there, Central, isn't it? So imagine Central London with Caribbean shops, like I'm talking about restaurants. Like, I feel like sometimes we need to invite people in because we need people to spend money with us. You know what I'm saying? Let them spend that money.
Yeah, but if you're making money out of someone's culture, the least you could do is hire a few girls from their
I'm saying let the culture make money. I'm saying invite other people. Invite people. Like, let's say it's a Jamaican family running a Jamaican shop. Invite other people. Like, let them spend their money. Let the white people, let everyone come in. Like, spend your money, bro.
Yeah, obviously, there's nothing wrong with that. But in order to do that, and again, this is kind of what we were talking about a little while ago. If I'm opening a Caribbean restaurant in somewhere like Central London, I feel like I'm gonna have to hire a couple people from different walks of life, simply because I'm going to get different walks of life coming in there. And to be quite honest, wait, my bruv, stop cutting people off, D Block, man.
My bad.
So yeah, and walking into an establishment, you may feel a bit at ease if you see somebody that resembles you. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, everybody's not going to look like that works there, but yeah, there's going to be a couple people from different walks of life, so there's going to be someone that resembles everyone. You get what I'm trying to say? Especially in a location like Central London, which is going to get influx of people from all over the world and all walks of life. That will just make a bit of business sense to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Go on.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, go on.
Would you hire a Chinese woman that can't speak English?
Why?
To do what? For what job?
Chinese shop. Maybe.
That's what I'm saying. Innit? So why is a freshie? Why is a freshie fresh off the boat?
Usually by the hour.
Why is he gonna employ a black? Why is an Indian guy who can barely speak English? Why is he gonna hire a black man instead of a Pakistani?
But it's like,
you get me? The man can barely.
Hold on, let him finish. I can't let him finish. Let him finish. Go on.
Yeah. The man can barely speak English. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, fam? Yeah. My man's gonna employ a Pakistani. He's not gonna employ a black man. You get me? Or a Chinese man who can't speak English as well.
Wait. Sorry, for what task though? Because I said this already, yeah, and I don't think you clocked it. So I can tell you 3 different restaurants right now that are owned by Indians and Malaysians, and everybody in there is black. They're not important.
Is that Bossman? Bossman?
Yeah, Bossman don't care. I want to sell patty.
My local Chinese.
That's the thing. Money, innit? It's money. It's a money thing. It's business.
Come on, man. Everyone knows I'm the Asian realist.
My local Chinese shop doesn't employ black people, yeah, but it's black people that are delivery drivers still. They don't actually do anything else other than deliver the shit. So I don't know if people.
It's a money thing, innit? Money.
Yeah,
business.
It's smart moves, innit? They employ who's gonna make them the most money.
Exactly.
Yeah? And if it's not that, then it's a racial thing, and they stick with their own. You know what I mean?
No, it's not. No. You know what I realized about Caribbeans as well. Yeah, they say black thing when it benefits them. They don't really say black thing when it.
What is it with this guy?
No, they don't though. No, I'll be real with everyone though.
Now I gotta address this.
Sorry. Case in point, D-Block.
Yeah. Like fucking. Can I say back in the day? Can I use back in the day? Is that valid? Can I use back in there or not?
Go on, you use whatever example you want. I'm just
All right, say none. So back in the day, yeah, fucking man was called. Anyway, you know what man was called? I ain't gonna repeat that, but West Africans were called. I ain't even gonna repeat that either, but they were called something. And now they're like they're cool now, innit? I'm like, what made them cool?
No. Listen, Muslims did that. Muslims say a lot of shit. Muslims are racist, innit? Pakistanis, Afghanis, Muslims are racist, but Indians are not. Indians were punching the white man up. Indians were punching the white man up for the Africans.
Be racist? They're at the bottom of the pile. Who are you going to be racist
Listen. Fam, have you seen the crown on my head, fam? Have you seen the crown on my head, fam? Have you seen the crown on my head, fam?
So everyone, let's be honest. So everyone was racist.
Yeah,
Everyone was
the Indians and the West Africans were punching white man up, fam. The Indians and the West Africans were punching white man up.
This guy's on drugs.
Cool.
Legal drugs.
Where was that? Where was that? I don't recall anything like that. I'll be honest with you.
That was trust me, where I'm from, innit? Where I'm from, fam. North London, innit? North London, fam.
North London.
We were punching white man up, fam. Yeah, my uncles were punching white man up with the West Africans, fam. Trust.
When?
He's lying, man. He ain't from
This was like 30 years ago, fam. They were punching man 20 years ago. 20 years ago, they were punching man up, fam. Trust.
992.
2002, big up yourself. So you know.
992.
And you and D Block, you're talking about black man are like alpha, and you know people are scared of black man. Let me tell you one thing, my guy. Let me tell you one thing. Listen carefully, G. You like a normal man, yeah. It's about 100 kilo. 100 kilo, yeah. Check it. This is deep shit. This is deep. Listen, a man is 100 kilos, yeah. You're probably about 50, innit? When you're wet. When you're wet and wearing boots. When you're wet and wearing boots, yeah. You're probably.
No, I'm 8. I'm about 98.
No, hey, listen, forgive me, G, but listen, yeah, 100 kilo, yeah. Now imagine chain mail, armament thing, yeah. That's an extra 30 kilo, fam. With all that weaponry and that, that's 130 kilo, yeah. You're telling me that running is gonna help you? Oh my God. Yeah. You're telling me. Now listen, fam. Listen. Now on the level, you're telling me, yeah, that running is gonna help you. Running ain't gonna do shit for you. Wait, hold tight. You're talking about muscle.
Tell me when the Asians have finished chatting brief.
Hold on. Oh, but H.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point that you're trying to make, bro?
my point is that muscle don't mean shit in a fight, fam. Muscle don't mean shit. When you 30 kilos of fucking chainmail and weapons and swords and shit, yeah, and armor, and you weigh 100 kilo, you use muscle, fam, and you're gonna have your cartilage is gonna snap, fam. Your cartilage in your knee, your cartilage in your knee is gonna snap when you take.
Whatsoever, man.
When you take a step, yeah, you're fucking gonna fuck up your ligament. Your ligament's gonna fuck up, fam. In a step, your ligament's gonna fuck up. So muscle don't mean shit. Muscle don't mean shit, fam.
All right, but we heard
you. Yeah. Please chill out.
Right, this is the real.
Because listen, my guy, we fight with chainmail. We fight with chainmail.
I know. I'm sorry. Sorry, well,
mad.
Anyway, moving on.
Allow me.
So what's this Asian
I don't know
going on today, man?
I'm not sure why there's a denial about this factor that the black man has, which causes some kind of intimidation or jealousy or envy.
Nah. That's the point. That's the point, fam.
I don't know. Hold on, man. Or it might just be instinctual, but it definitely exists. And I'd like to see whether the non-black brothers are honest enough to acknowledge it and say, yeah, well, I know it exists. Even you can say that you're not scared or you don't feel no way, but you've seen it from your peers or you've seen it. Come on, man, be honest.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely seen it. I definitely see it.
Why do you make him sound like he's chatting shit then?
No, but no, I'm saying because it doesn't apply to Indians. It don't apply to Indians. Yeah, it
He's
don't,
good.
fam.
This kid's
All
good,
right,
you know.
so
Wait.
hold on a minute. So hey, so there's no negrophobia in India. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, not in the North Indians, fam. Not North Indians, no.
So now you're splitting it to the north now. So it's not all
Not
just
even
the north.
no, because India's a big place, isn't it? I ain't even been fucking south. I ain't
Yeah,
even
but
been.
so I'm not sure what you're saying, because if we start looking into history and we start looking into articles, I'm sure we're gonna find examples of negrophobia. Yeah.
No. Let me tell you why.
Yeah.
Let me respond, G. Let me respond. So, Muslims, yeah, ruled the land for 1,000 years, and Muslims ruled the land for 1,000 years. And during that time, there was bare racism during that time. But when the Sikhs ruled, yeah, when the Hindus ruled, yeah, there was no racism. Was what is it, forbidden? Yeah, for 5,000 years, fam. For 5,000 years, there was no racism. But when the Muslims came from and the Turks came, then there was a lot of slavery and discrimination and caste system and blah blah blah.
Black people.
Rubbish,
Black
man.
people.
No,
How old is the caste system?
Sorry, H. You've definitely been around in the last couple of weeks when we've discussed these things, pulled videos on the Sikh, the rising of the Sikh empire, and also when it disappeared into thin air. And you lot just
because we're still we're still here. We're still here, fam.
Hold on. Yes, of course. And you got spread into all the other societies in India. Yeah, your empire days was very short. Yeah, it was very short, and it got taken by the Moguls. And
no, we're still here.
Right?
We're still here, fam. Our flag.
Even when the British. Sorry, it's not even that. When the British came. Sorry, when the British came.
I thought you were going to speak on negrophobia in India. Slaps.
Yeah, in it, bun the Sikh thing.
I'm trying to get the point. Yeah, I was just interjecting where I thought, I could.
Yeah, stop firing shots, man. Stop firing shots.
Yeah, but I'm saying
No,
the
but I
brother's
know what
saying.
Yeah.
You hear what the brother's saying. What's your opinion on what he's saying, though?
Negrophobia with caste system. He needs to fall back, man. Sure, man. It's nonsense, man. The whole point of the caste system is it's the original form of racism.
No, caste system. No. Let me tell you what happened. So the caste system, yeah. When the British came, the Muslims helped the British. The Muslims helped the British to colonize India. The Muslims. Your brothers. Listen, your brothers in faith, yeah. They helped the British to fuck up India, to colonize India, to steal.
Bro, you're skirting around the issue. The caste system is way older than the British Empire.
Yeah.
No. This was they implemented this. These were under their laws. This was their government. We were ruled by them, and this was their rule.
Yeah,
this was
cool.
under their rule. Hold tight. I gotta go. Hold tight.
This guy's a character. Anyway, back to Jed's point about the physicality of black people. What was you saying about it, Jez, bro?
No, I mean, it was D-Block that was making a point.
Oh.
That he feels like there may be some form of insecurity that leads to racism. That is at the crux of racism is a fear. I think psychologically that's a sound theory, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but it's like when he was saying that, H came on to say, no, blood, well, you think that we're scared? And I'm like, I know maybe you individually, H, you're not scared. And maybe there's loads of other individuals that's not scared, but as a collective, I think that the black man is looked at for whatever reason as some form of source of insecurity.
Listen,
and that insecurity manifests
the boogeyman
in all different types of ways.
Okay, let me ask you a deep question then. Let me ask you a very deep question. Why are black people so nice to white people, but they're so rude to us?
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, it's a lie, man.
Yeah, another thing I say is inherently we recognize the caste system of white supremacy, and we recognize that there'll be more penalties for offending or crossing paths with a white person than an Asian.
Facts.
But the Asians will probably think the same thing. The only thing is, there's the fear of violence, which may make Asians more likely to try it on a white person because of their fear of violence. But when it comes to treatment, in the society, the black people are at the bottom, and we try to physically force our way to get that respect whenever possible. And I suppose that's the factor about us, because we want to beat you up if you want to treat us less than human. We want to try and beat you up, but if we can't because there's cameras or there's police or you are the police, then we just have to take the L. But otherwise, you don't try any shit, stand in front of us, push us out the way, disrespect us, look at us in any way, say anything. We're gassed. We gassed. You've given us a knockout someone free card, and I think I don't know, that must be kind of annoying.
Nah, you know what it is, fam. Like I said before, if you own a shop, you're not gonna hire a Chinese man who can't speak English, she can't speak Nubian, she can't speak nothing, she can only speak Mandarin. You ain't gonna hire that person, cuz. You know what I'm saying? If you get in a relationship with a girl, yeah, you ain't gonna marry her if she don't look like you, if she don't speak like you, if she don't speak your language, if she don't like what you like, if she don't dress like you, if she don't eat the food you eat, you're not gonna hire her. So why am I gonna hire a black person who don't speak Punjabi, he don't speak Hindi?
Yeah, but we're not in. Hold on 1 second. But we're not in Punjabi land, cuz. Yeah, we're in Old Kent Road, cuz. Yeah, we're in Enfield. And that ain't an excuse because we all speak in English out here. So you're not gonna run that by. Maybe in Punjabi land, it makes sense. Yeah. But in Wood Green,
but the corner shop down the road, the corner shop down the road, the corner shop, is only making enough to feed their family. They ain't got in. It's a family
I understand
business.
that. I understand some of these corner shops are not making as much as you want, but guess what? Every little helps, man. And the fact is, they're not even considering. They wouldn't even. The majority of them not even considering hiring us. The only time they hire like people like my Uncle George and people like that in the shop is because you know them man are just living, breathing security. People come and rate your shop because George is sitting down there just chilling. You get me? Probably selling weed. Now I think about it. I didn't realize it then. You know what I mean? And it's cool. My man going in your shop and you're good. We're not picking up boxes and boxes of stuff and emptying your shop like
walking out. Yeah.
No, I don't see it like
that's the only time you try to put the man them in there.
I don't see it like that. Personally, I don't see that.
Man's gonna violate you, or there's too many nitties, and you need someone. That's when you all of a sudden there's an uncle in.
Face comes in, yeah.
Now, in my experience, I haven't experienced that. I'll be honest with you, I haven't experienced that. My cousin, like for example, you want to go to the Sikh temple, yeah, it don't matter if you're Christian, it don't matter if you're Muslim. I can't go into Mecca. Why? They say, oh, you're not Muslim, you don't look like us, you're not allowed here. I'm not allowed in Makuzen's in Mecca. I'm not allowed there, but you're allowed to the Sikh temple. You're allowed to the Sikh temple, fam. Yeah, it don't matter if you're Jew, a Christian, a Buddha, a Muslim, an African spiritualist, an atheist. You can come to our temple and break bread with us. And you're not.
It's Maku's ends.
All right, let me ask you a question.
No, I don't know why he's getting mentioned.
Can I go to your temple wearing nothing but my boxer shorts?
Yes, we'll give you clothes, fam. We'll give you clothes.
No, I don't want clothes. I want to go how I am.
How you are?
Yeah, I want to go the way I am. I want to go in my boxer shorts and my flip flops. Be honest. It's not hard to say the word. It's a 2-letter word, bro.
Yeah, you can. I swear, I swear on my life.
Why are you lying, bro?
Because what man wear nappy.
Don't lie, bro. Listen.
Listen, fam. Listen. In India, fam.
Your local temple in your ends. You're saying I can go and attend it just in my boxes?
Just in your boxes? Why wear boxes? Take your boxes off. Take your boxes off.
The meds.
Listen, fam. Listen.
Hey, whoa.
In India, the Saudis, in India, the people with the dreadlocks in India, you haven't seen them. They're naked, fam. In India, you haven't seen them naked people that have ashes all over their bodies, smear ashes on their body. They come to our temples. They come to our temples. They come to our temples and we feed them.
You're not in the temple, you're lying.
You're not in the
No, because remember,
you're
fam.
Lying.
See, you know I'm telling you. You know I'm telling you. I caught you out. I caught you.
Those men are not in the temple. Stop lying,
I got you, Ted. I got you now. I got you. Yeah, they come to our temples.
It's not well, you know.
Yeah, they do. Everyone comes to our temples. Our gurus.
Them men are not in the temple, cuz.
In the temple, yes, they're in it. No.
On the roads, remember, in the mountains, they're not in the temple, cuz.
Listen, fam. Every single temple. Yeah.
If I go to India, I can do that. If I go to your local temple, your what do you call it, Gurdwara, in your ends, the one up the road from you. If I go to that one in my boxer shorts, is it going to be calm, cuz?
Let me tell you what's gonna happen. You're gonna open the door, yeah? You're gonna see the temple from a mile away because there's a flag. There's gonna be two massive flags. I'm telling you.
I beg you, come back, man. These lot was bare. Why was you so impatient with D-Block? He's a new guy on the thing. He's got a lot to share. He brings conversation.
I wanted to chat to him. I'm coming in for him, man.
Remember the true patience, man. You gotta take your time. Like you gotta be impatient with these man that you've known for years. But them man there, give him a blind, man. Cause he was saying good stuff, man.
I'm not impatient with him.
I wanted to ask him
a couple times to say it, but the reception weren't having it. You lot was moving it. Beefy was moving hella impatient, and yeah, you was, man, and Khan was as well.
No, we were. Yeah, I was impatient, man. I just didn't understand my argument, man.
You were moving impatient, man.
Nah. Yeah, I was impatient, man. But I didn't understand what man was saying.
Yeah, D-Block, come back, man. We appreciate you. Come back, D-Block, man. Yeah, so Jeds, this is what's gonna happen. From a mile away, you're gonna see two flags.
Mzalini was impatient with H. I was loving that. Shut up, man. It's mad outside.
This is what people don't like.
I hate. So I roll up to the Gurdwara. I'm in my Marks and Spencer's box.
You open the door. You open the door. Yeah, and this is what's gonna happen. A militant's gonna come up to you. Yeah, and he's gonna say, Before you go anywhere, fam, before you do anything, come eat food with us. You have to eat food with us. That's the first thing he's gonna say to you. Before you do anything, you come break.
You know what? Yeah, you know the wickedest thing. This is something I can experiment and do. You know,
I swear on my life.
I could pull up outside of a temple in a car, get changed.
2 a.m. 2 a.m.
Yeah,
2 a.m.
and whop in and film it, cuz.
Yeah, 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Yeah, 3 a.m. 4 a.m.
3 a.m. Why am I going there?
Why?
Because 24/7 the temple has to be open. 24/7.
I'm getting peak time. And when do all the women go?
No, they're strapped as well. Fam.
What happened to women go?
I'm not looking to harm no one, you know.
I know, but I'm just saying.
They'll let me in my boxes.
Yeah, trust me, fam. Trust me, because in India they're naked as well. So basically, they have a loincloth, and that's it. And they go to a temple with them.
And that's in India. But like, honestly, can I do that here? I need to hear from some other Sikhs.
No, I promise.
To be honest, I'm not gonna lie.
You know what I reckon? Yeah,
no.
I reckon a naked Indian guy can do that, but if a black man tried to do that,
but a black guy,
they would subvert their whole fucking ethos.
You're right. Wait. What's the man them actually saying? Are the man them saying like, raw, like, because he said the loincloth thing. If man was saying, raw, they went in there with the loincloth, are we talking straight, start naked?
I'm getting to a point. I'm getting to a point.
Nitty-gritty.
But like, obviously, he's trying to lie, innit? I believe my suspicion is that the correct answer should be no.
No, it's not though. It's not.
And then I hop out the whip, like I'm like, yo, Nay, drop me up here. You pull up outside, and I go in the back of your van, and then just start fucking taking off my trousers and getting into my flip flops, and I'll just bop in.
Fuck it. Try it out. Just try it out and record it
right?
and show us.
I'm saying they're gonna say, "Yo, brother,
don't
you
do
do it
that.
like, brother,
Don't
you
do that.
okay?"
That's where like Sikhs legally got their shanks on them because you're gonna get wetted up by
yeah, but they're
women.
not gonna
Women will
shoot
wet
you.
you
No,
up.
we're not gonna shank no one up, fam. We're not gonna
I don't
shank
look
no
that
one.
bad in boxing.
Why are you
bro. They're not
lying?
just gonna shank me, like,
Let me tell you. Let me
Why you
Why
lying?
are you lying,
Bro,
bro?
so
Bro, you're
disgusting.
telling
They're
me you
just
jump
shank
out. No, hear what you just said to me, bro. Yeah,
Yeah.
you jump out the back of a van,
Yeah.
stark naked, cuz, yeah.
No, I never
And
said that, cuz.
No, we're boxers, innit? We're boxers, fam. We're boxers.
okay,
Fucking hell.
okay. But even that, boy.
You're not gonna walk anywhere naked, cuz. I'm being real, bro. I'm being like truthful. Bro.
No,
I'm
fuck it.
saying,
Nah, Jedi,
walk
listen. Jedi, try it.
like
Please,
I'm at the
try it
swimming
out.
pool,
Just
cuz,
try it
with
out,
my
man.
flip flops on
Get
and
me,
shorts
try it.
like boxers on and roll in. He reckons they're gonna say, "Yeah, come eat with us."
Yeah, before you do any, I promise you, I swear
I
on my
reckon
life,
they're
I
gonna be like,
swear
"Are
on
you
my life.
okay?
You're
What's
gonna have the
happening?
best food in the whole
Brother,
world.
do you
fam.
have
They're
any
not gonna
clothes?
listen.
Have any
They're not
clothes?"
gonna
I say,
ask
"Yeah,
you.
this is how
They're not.
shush, brother, do you have any clothes?" I'll be like, "Yo, this is how I'm dressed." Like, you know what, bro? Can you put like we got some robes? If you want to put some robes on, you're more than welcome. Like,
Yeah, I'm
cool.
good.
Then they're gonna
Thank you,
be
but
like,
no thank you.
then
Thank
they're
you,
gonna
but
be
no
like,
thank you.
brother, you know, we got kids and women here. Like, you're not really dressed
No,
like
it don't
appropriately.
work like that. It don't work
Alright,
like that.
cool. Cool.
Yeah,
We'll
it don't
see.
work. We even our kids are militant, fam. Let me tell you what one
I can do this. It's gonna look mad. It's gonna be crazy, but I'm gonna do it.
Dude, you have to do it. You have to. You have
When I
to.
upload the video, my whole body's gonna be blurred out, but you're gonna be able to see that this
And
person's only
Jedi,
wearing boxers.
we're gonna put £100 bet on
Hey,
it.
You better find out that I don't wear brown boxers, flesh coloured
£100
boxers.
bet, fam.
1 minute.
You know
For it
that
to be a
optical
real
illusion from
scientific
far
study,
and
we have to put it to the test properly.
No,
So
but we're putting a
you're
bet
gonna
on it
go
as
there
well.
in the
We have to
boxer
put a
shorts,
bet. You have to
and
put money where your mouth is,
we're
innit?
gonna take note of the reaction, but then we got to send in bad marsh as well.
No, do you know what you have to do? You're gonna have to
send
do
in
cold
bad marsh
verdict.
with these
You
boxer
got
shorts
to
as
put
well.
money where your
So
mouth
we'll
is,
know the
fam. I'm
difference.
putting £100
No,
on the
sorry, there's
table.
only gonna be one guy in boxers in this whole
People will do that just to
documentary.
prove a
I'm
point.
on the website right now. He's lying,
Listen,
man.
I'm
on the
putting
website.
£100 on the
He's
table.
lying,
What are you
man.
putting? What are you putting? I'm putting £100 on the table.
I bet you're lying. £100. What are you talking about?
I'm putting £100 on the table. Put your money where your mouth is.
Share my screen, please, someone.
Yeah,
money in the
where your
PayPal.
mouth
All I'm
is.
saying is, bro, if you're gonna do that experiment, man, you're gonna need someone else to film, cuz, because I can just imagine, yo, like, you get me, chairs will be flying at you, cuz the camera in your hand, like, yo, you're gonna
You got
need.
it twisted. You
Share
got
my
it
screen,
twisted.
please.
Look, listen, fam, listen. No one's gonna ask you. No one's gonna ask you what's your religion. No one's gonna ask you what's your religion. No one's gonna ask you anything like that. No one's gonna ask you.
So no one's gonna ask you where your clothes.
They're gonna ask me where my clothes is at. Are you okay, bro?
Wait, are you listening to me?
Look. Hold on, Kate. Yeah. Let me just honestly. This is a guesswork. This is what I expect. Brother, are you okay? Yeah.
No,
I'm
but
alright,
you haven't
man.
let me finish,
Shut
fam.
up, man.
You cut me off.
Bro, you talk too much. That's why. Brother, are you okay? Yeah. I'm all right, man. Brother, what? Where's your clothes, brother? Are you not cold?
No. That comes after. That comes after.
Bro, let me talk. You act like you can edit what I'm saying. It's weird, bro. Like, I'm giving my opinion, and it's based on nothing.
Carpeted floor.
And I'm saying that before
floor.
I say it, I'm saying this opinion is based on nothing. So
What, and is the kitchen does the
finish
kitchen
giving
have
my
carpet?
opinion, bro?
Does
You're
the
annoying me
kitchen
now.
have
You're starting to
carpet?
annoy me, bro. Because it's like you're refusing to
Get
have
him.
self-control.
He's not well.
No patience.
It's like,
Yeah, do the Empellini.
it's like you're trying to like not take responsibility for yourself by interrupting me and just making outbursts when I'm asking you to stop. And so you're making me accountable for another grown man, and that's weird. Like, you take care of yourself, I take care of me. Let me make my statements, cuz. Yeah, you make yours. Come on, man, please. Anyway,
but let me finish what I'm
I think they're gonna ask me if I'm all right. They're gonna say, "Are you okay? Are you not cold?" Blah blah blah. Brother, do you want to put something on? I'm gonna say, no. I just want to sit down in the temple. Is that cool? They're gonna say, yeah, that's fine, but let's put something around you because there may be some women, and you know. And then I'm gonna say, nah, I'm fine. Then I feel that it's gonna turn into a problem.
Okay, now let me tell you my version of events. Let me tell you what's gonna happen. Yeah.
Don't tell me about praying and eating and bollocks, bruv.
So there's two buildings in the temple. In the temple, there's two buildings. There's a place where you eat, and there's a place where you pray. Yeah, where you meet the book. The
bro, you're just chatting shit. I just looked up on the screen. Man, you trying to chat in books, man.
So I'm saying all the time.
This is your Gurdwara. Shut up, man. Look, man. Look. It is recommended that all visitors to the Gurdwara wear loose-fitting clothes, which covers most of your legs. Low-hanging or tight-fitting pants, trousers may not be suitable. And I'm gonna go in boxers, and you're saying, yeah, they're gonna say, well, come and eat with us, dickhead.
But there's also other things you have to wear.
Nah, you're getting it twisted.
Hey, what you lying for? Hey, why are you lying? I'm gonna find you.
Yeah, man, H, man. You're gonna make man get chefed up outside the Gurdwara.
Yeah. Now listen. You don't know about the
Your
Sanyasis.
local Gurdwara, you know.
What do you know about Sanyasis? What do you know about the Sanyasis? The
Yeah, but
Sanyasis.
why are you lying?
Can you let another Sikh talk?
Yeah.
Can you let another Sikh talk? Thank you.
Come on, brother. Yeah, man.
Well, if you're Sikh, bro. If you're Sikh, where's the strap from?
Of course, bro. I stop that. Don't disrespect the sister, man. Come on, man.
Go on, Sneaks.
Yeah. Send that 100 as well.
Yeah, you done know.
Pay your debts, man. Pay your debts.
Yeah, man's moving like a Lannister. You gotta pay your debt, bro. You got no honor.
Sneaks, tell him, Sneaks.
You shut your fucking dirty mouth, you.
Oh,
like, tell him.
Yeah.
He's like, tell him what? You're just telling him all the things that swim around in your own little. You literally live in your own little world, innit? Like, you know full well that if Jed's turned to Gurdwara in his boxer shorts, yeah, people are gonna inquire. They're not gonna be like, oh yes, yeah, just have some clothes and come and eat with us. They're gonna be like, what is going on here? And yeah,
What about the
is right
sadhus?
that
The
if he
sadhus?
declined getting clothes, don't make me shout. If he declined getting clothes, it would then probably start to be a problem.
What about sadhus?
What has sadhus got to do with this?
What if a sadhu came to the temple and said, I'm hungry?
Yeah, he's probably gonna. Then he's gonna get fed.
Right, then why is Jedi not gonna get fed?
Who's saying that he's not gonna
Is it
get
because he's
fed?
black?
Who's saying that he's not gonna get fed?
Is it because he's black? Is it because he's black?
Oh,
Listen.
Sneaks, don't have it.
Sneaks,
He's trying to join you somewhere else.
Listen.
You're gonna
The
get
issue
caught
at
out.
hand
You're
is,
getting caught
listen
out,
to me.
Sneaks.
Listen, you fucking crackhead. Yeah.
Yeah.
The issue at hand is that he's turned up to the Gurdwara in his boxer shorts, right, and some flip flops. Yeah. The first thing they're gonna do is ask him, because they know full well that he is not a sadhu. Yeah, they're gonna be like, "What's going on? Are you okay? Is everything all right?"
They don't know that. We don't judge people. Sikhs don't judge people.
Are you
Militants
stupid?
don't-
Are you
militants
stupid?
don't judge people. Militants
Are you
don't
telling
judge
me if a
people.
sadhu walked up to you, you're gonna know that they're a fucking sadhu?
No,
You
we don't.
know
No,
a sadhu's
listen,
look is
regardless,
very
anyone
distinct.
can come to
What
a
does a
temple.
sadhu
Don't matter
look
your
like?
religion. Maybe
What
he's
does a
got a new
sadhu look
religion.
like?
Maybe he's got a new religion.
What does a sadhu look like?
A sadhu, they wear loincloth and they have ashes all over their body. They have dreadlocks.
I know in school it must have been sick to be with you. Like, oh, let's pretend this, let's pretend that. Yeah. You could have done bare adventures with H. Like, yeah, let's pretend we're doing this. Because your imagination's sick, cuz.
Man.
Like, trust me.
This is a snippet from his fucking comic book.
I would read any book that you write, because I reckon your art and all of that must be sick. But cuz, let's keep it real. If Jed's rolls up, they're not gonna be thinking, oh, this guy might be a sadhu. Yeah, so just keep it real, man. They're gonna think, who's this brother? Is he okay?
£100 on it, man. I'm putting £100 on it.
The website is telling man that don't wear baggy trousers, don't wear low hanging trousers.
No, but that's not in the kitchen. That's not in the langar hall. That's in the prayer hall, not in the langar hall. Yeah.
No, listen. All visitors to the Gurdwara. Listen to the Gurdwara.
Yes, the Gurdwara. There's a langar hall where you eat. Yeah, where a king will eat next to a peasant. Yeah, a billionaire will eat a shot on the floor.
Yeah, look, it says it here.
A king, listen. A king will eat on the floor. Yeah, the same food as a peasant next to him. Yeah, and then after that, then you go to the prayer hall, the carpeted floor. Then you go to the prayer hall after that. And to be able to go to that carpeted prayer hall, you have to be strapped, fam. So if you're not strapped, no one's allowed in there. No one's allowed in there if you're not strapped.
Another lie. This is another lie.
No, because we have a tradition. We used to have a tradition during Guru Gobind Singh Ji's time.
This is straight from Haiti's world.
Guru Gobind Singh Ji used to say,
That's
if
a
you're
lie.
if you're not strapped, yeah,
That's
not
a
one,
lie.
not with
That's
one,
a
not
lie.
with two,
Lies.
not with three, but at
Lies.
least five
Lies.
straps. Guru
Lies.
Gobind Singh Ji, we used to, please look, let me finish, yeah. In my
Lies.
opinion, your opinion, my
Lies.
opinion, yeah.
Lies.
Let's not stop
Please show
people
us
from
some.
talking.
Listen.
This
Listen
is my
to me.
truth. It's my
Show
truth.
us.
It's my truth.
Listen.
It's my
Excuse me.
truth.
This is a show, yeah, and it has
Tell
been
him, Jedi.
established on here that if you're going to make claims, you need to show proof to back it
Yeah.
up.
So anyway,
show us
listen.
this snippet. Show
Listen.
us this snippet where Guru Gobind Singh Ji said that. Show
Yeah,
us.
is it Austin Nahangs in India? Austin Nahangs in India. So anyway,
No, I'm asking you. Show us.
Yeah, are you gonna send that to India? Like, brother, no, don't do that.
Hurry up, man.
we used to be. They used to be.
Black folks stay over the Asian and Asian people.
We used to have a tradition. The Guru Gobind Singh Ji used to say. The Guru used to say that if you're not strapped with at least 5 straps, yeah, you're not allowed in the carpeted prayer hall. If you're not strapped with at least 5 straps. So yes, you're allowed in the langar hall, but no one's allowed in the prayer hall if you're not strapped, fam.
When you say straps, please, because I'm from road. Like, what you talking about?
When I say straps, I'm talking swords, I'm talking katars, I'm talking punch daggers, I'm talking
This is a lie.
I'm talking shotties, I'm talking
No, you don't walk
snipers,
into
I'm
no.
talking. I'm talking shotguns.
One more snipe, I'm gonna take.
I'm talking shotguns and AK-47s and I'm talking.
So hey, Jabe. So what you're saying to the man them is like, if man was to go to the Gurdwara, yeah, that's the belly for the arms. Like, man can go there and just wrap up a whole armory, yeah.
The place
You're not allowed in there. You're not allowed in there in the prayer hall unless you're strapped, fam. Unless you're strapped, you're not allowed in there.
Sorry, I zoned out for a minute.
Jedediah.
Yeah,
please.
Talking on my throat is really hurting.
Let's pay a bad man on the panel, man. Chat to that. Like, come on, you lot, man.
Yeah, they don't listen to me.
No, we listen to you, Sneeze. Don't say that big there, but we listen to you still.
Yeah, you know what?
The place he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm kind of having a bit too much fun listening to it. I ain't gonna lie.
The prayer room. The prayer room is called a Darbar Sahib, and you definitely cannot walk in there with a fucking shotty.
No, you're not allowed in there without a shotty, fam. You're not allowed in there without a shotty.
Wow.
I walked into my
Wow.
Send the one over, man. Let's stop your nonsense,
my
bro.
local
What is he doing?
Gurdwara. Listen, if I walked into my local Gurdwara, into the Darbar Sahib,
because I don't know, bro.
I would get battered.
I don't know.
I would get battered within an inch of my life, probably.
No, listen, you've never seen a shotty. How are you gonna tell us that this?
I hate.
Yeah, of course I have.
Yo. Cool. This is just turning. It's our fault.
It's so dumb. Yeah, it is. Are you well done?
Lenga.
What the hell up? What the hell is she talking about? Yeah, man. You lot. I just feel like the point I was trying to make with this "can I go in there?" I was hoping that he'd say what Sneaks is saying, which is no, which means that there's a dress code, there's regulations. So don't be surprised if you can't just roll up to Mecca because you're not fitting the regulations. You can't get into fucking Witherspoons if you're not fitting their regulations.
Criteria. Yeah, real shit.
Right? That was the whole point I was trying to fucking make. It just took like literally.
Well, the point is this, Jeddah. The point is this. Why is it, that we're cool with everyone, but and that why is it that Senegalese people, they love us, fam. The Senegalese, they love us. The black people in the Senegalese islands, they love us, fam.
How can they love you if they don't interact with anyone, bro?
No, because that's a recent thing. That's a recent rule, innit? But there's bare videos of Indians and them hugging and shit. They love us, fam. Why do they not love IC1 and that? They love us though, because we get along with everyone, fam. You can't tell us about racism this and racism that.
Cool, man. I hear you, bro. I hear you.
I'm gonna take you to Senegalese one day. Don't watch that, man. I'm with you, innit? I'm with you, fam. If I'm with you, they're cool with you. If I'm with you, they're cool with you.
Isn't it the other way around, fam?
No. If fam don't go alone, they're gonna shoot you, fam. If you go,
I look like them. You know.
Yeah, but they're gonna shoot you, fam. Don't go on at once. Go with me.
You will get shot first.
No, if you go with me, they'll be like, oh,
you go dressed with your Sikh turban and your straps and your straps there, and I go in my boxers and my flip flops, and we see who gets murked.
Now, fam, the Sri Lankans are Senegalese. The Sri Lankan people are Senegalese, but just with suits and ties. That's the only thing. I swear, ask Maku, innit? Maku, tell Jeds, innit, that the Sri Lankan man, yeah, are just Senegalese people with suits and ties.
No.
Hey, what you been on today, fam? Fuck you.
Why you always lying?
The Sri Lankan man are Senegalese people just with suits and ties.
How you using my name, man?
What are you talking about, bro? Stop, man.
No, we don't have racism, fam. Muslims do, man. Muslims.
God, shut
But it's ironic. It's ironic, fam. I was chatting to a Muslim, innit? I was chatting to a Muslim man, a dawah man, innit? Like Hashim, man. I was chatting to Hashim, innit? And I was chatting to him. Who's the other guy?
Yeah, really.
I forgot who else. I was chatting to Hashim. I murked them, fam. This was like 2 days ago. This was like 2 days ago. Let me tell you what happened.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Let me tell you, fam. I went up there, innit? I went on the panel, innit?
Oh my
God, I was like,
did you jump onto the panel or did you burst onto the panel?
No. So I jumped on the panel, innit? And I said namaste, innit? I said namaste to them. Anyway, look.
Yeah.
Look, are you gonna?
No, I'm listening, man. I'm so excited.
No, but let me tell you, like, Jets, this is for you as well, innit? Yeah.
Yeah.
When a Muslim tries coming up to you and saying, "Oh, you know what? Yeah, come to. I invite you to Islam." You know what you tell them, fam? Yeah. You say, brother, I'm already a Muslim. I'm already one of you.
Yeah.
La ilaha illallah.
What is it?
Muhammadan Rasulullah.
Yeah.
And he was like, bro, he was like, you follow Islam, you're a Muslim. I was like, yeah, G, I live in submission, innit? I live in submission, cuz. And then he was like, and then Hashim was like, but you know, you just said La ilaha illallah Muhammadan Rasulullah. You just said that Muhammad's the last prophet. I said, yeah. I said, yeah, he is the last prophet. I said, we don't have messengers. I said, we don't have messengers or prophets. We have.
Hashim's hilarious.
Is this Sneaks? Is this what Sneaks? Is this what you're taught? Is this what you're taught, Sneaks? To interrupt people on that. Is this what your religion teaches you?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go on mute and I'm gonna go and consult my guru. All right.
Like, is this what your religion teaches you, man?
Yeah, you're so right.
Yeah.
You're so right. I have disgraced myself.
No, it's all good, man. We're reminding each other. We're helping each other.
Hey, you're so gracious. I just want to thank you. You single-handedly, you've changed my life. You know that, yeah.
No, I love you too. Honestly,
man.
But anyway, what I'm saying is this, innit? Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Then Hashim was like, Hashim was like, but you just said Muhammad's the last prophet and messenger. I was like, because Sikhi, we don't have messengers or prophets. We only have a guru. And then he's like, then he said, then he was like, but you just said that there's no Allah's the greatest.
Bro, you just said this. Why are you saying it again?
And I said to him that, I said that the guru says, Allah. That's
what you wanted to say.
Allah.
Man just wanted to sing. That's all he wanted to do was sing his song.
You need to do a duet with Eunice. These soft dulcet.
Hey, take that shit to be for you, man. I don't want to hear that.
That's like Jude.
You know the channel was like that shit, man. Take it over them.
I told him that the guru says that
this is a pop idol and that. You're not one of them pop idol contestants that won't stop singing, man.
The guru says that Allah is The Guru says, the Guru says that Allah is the purest of the pure.
Hey, did he spoken word, H?
Guru said I would doubt it. Guru said I would doubt it. Guru said I would doubt it if there were two gods, but there isn't. There's only one in it. So he's like, yeah. And then he said, and then Hashim said to me, yeah, but what is it? Do you pray? I said I pray, but the 5 prayers are my deeds. So living honestly, singing the praises of Allah, that's my daily prayers. Living in humility, giving charity, these are my daily prayers. I said to him,
what about the dick pics? Is the dick pics is number 6, yeah?
I said, having faith in God.
What you said to him? What did you say to her? What do you say to her?
I said, living in modesty. That's my circumcision. Living in modesty is my circumcision. Having good conduct is my fast. Having good conduct is my fast. Is my fast, yes. So I told him all these things, and he was like,
"This really happened? Did this guy and speak to Hashim?"
That guy was gonna
swear down, fam. I swear down, innit? Like a few days ago, innit? Yeah. And then he was like to me, that's so, we love hearing that, man. He's like, we love hearing that, man. And he's like, yeah, we love
hearing. Was this really happening, or did you actually project?
Hey, are you still sending indecent images? Are you still sending indecent images?
But yeah, fam, that's what it is, man. And no, man, listen, man, I've come a long way in it since fucking 5 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like, we change. And listen, I ain't gonna apologize. Man's like, listen, fam. Man was a teenager. You know what I'm saying? 19 or blah blah blah. Man was 18, 19. Man's in my teens, fam. Man's not in my teens anymore. You feel me? You probably got like 2 kids and that, and you're fucking on here, yeah, chatting shit to a younger fam. Like, come on, man, get your life together. Where's the girl, man?
I'm not chatting shit, fam. This is pearls of wisdom.
Like, where's the girl, fam? Like, where's the girl, fam?
So you're still
sending man's got girl lined up for me, fam.
So
but
you're
man
still sending indecent images to fucking women. Is that what you're still doing?
No, I just go through that, fam.
Yeah, but you chat shit, bro. So man can't really take what you say as gospel. It's a pinch of salt.
No, but I told you, fam, it's all good, man. You know what I'm saying? Say so. Man's always strapped out here, fam. You know what I'm saying?
Alright, cool. Yeah. You've apologized and said sorry. Have you apologized to the girl and her brother?
Yeah, of course. No, I never fucking. When he said my sister, listen. He said sister in humanity and sister in faith, right? So that was that Sierra girl. She was like 30 at the time. Man, I was in my teens, and man's not in my teens anymore. And I apologized, yeah. And fucking, you know what I'm saying? We live and we learn. You know what I'm saying? Shit happens. You know what I'm saying? But man's not. Yeah, but
you did not apologize. Don't lie, man. You didn't apologize at all.
Yeah. But fucking. Now let's talk about what goes in your mind. You know, the filth in your mind. Let's talk about that.
No one here. No. Listen. No one here has been accused of sending indecent images to anyone, bro. Not that I know of, anyway, bro. Yeah. Other than you. Yeah. So we're gonna talk about you, bro. See, you want to brag and make it a whole conversation about you and X, Y, and Z. Let's talk about you.
It's not accused, Zeleny.
Yeah, it's
found guilty of. Found guilty.
We heard the brother.
Listen, we all make mistakes. You know what I'm saying? When you're fucking in the teens, yeah, how many childish things do you do?
You're a serial flasher.
How many childish? Listen, when you're in the teens, fam. When you're in the child,
put your number away.
We all do childish shit. You know what I'm saying? In the teens.
Why are you sounding so tricky?
He wasn't a teenager.
You just hyped up to tell us, give us the educate us. Why
man was 18, 19. You know what I'm saying? Like, man was in my teens, fam. We live and we learn.
Hold on. All right. You were 18, 19, bro. All right, sorry. If I was to ask people in the panel what you were doing at 18, 19, I doubt anyone's gonna say any weird shit like that, bro. At 18, 19, bro, you are fucking adult, bro. Yeah. You may be a young adult, but you're a fucking adult, bro. You know right from wrong. You know what you should and what you shouldn't be doing, bro. And sending a fucking picture of your private parts to a female unsolicited, bro. You know you should be doing that shit.
It wasn't even unsolicited. Like, we've been through this already, innit? Like she kind of led me. She kind of led me on, innit? But I mean, it's all good. But fam, it's all good. But fam, it's all good, man. I ain't here to make no one look bad, or I ain't here to try to defend myself or none of that. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
You can't defend yourself, bro.
You live when you learn. you learn, man. You live and you learn. You know what I'm saying? You live and you learn, man.
Are you alright, bro? Are you okay, bro?
No, you live and you learn, man. You know what I'm saying? Listen,
Why are you victim blaming?
She kind of led me on. She kind of led me on. Yeah.
How did she
You're
lead you,
victim
brother?
blaming now.
How did she lead you, brother? Go ahead, break it down.
No.
Fuck's sake.
But fam, I didn't even want to get onto that. Let's change.
How did she lead you on it? Born asked you a question. How did she lead you on?
No, I don't want to discuss. I don't want to happen which discussed a long time ago. I don't want to discuss something which happened a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be real with you. And I'm gonna be real with you, fam. I wasn't even. Listen. Man was fucking like man only just started growing my hair and fucking tying a turban, and you know what I'm saying? Like recently, like probably a year into that, what happened.
So is that why you're so gassed about all these straps?
You said you weren't a Sikh,
like
but
that?
you was.
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Yeah,
innit?
maybe it is. Maybe
yeah,
yeah. Do you think you should like calm down and take it easy a little bit? Do you think
No,
maybe
thank
that
you.
could be?
I'm gonna reflect on that. I'm gonna reflect on that.
He was wearing a turban and a dick pic, so I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, but fucking, you know what I'm saying, man. You live on, yeah, but like I said, but I didn't. No, but listen.
What?
Come on, man. You know where I am in it. You know where I am in it. It's all good, man. Yeah, listen. When you come check me, bring a shotty, fam. Nothing less, fam. Yeah, don't bring nothing less than a shotty, fam.
When you
at the wrong time. At the wrong time.
Or has he looked at him more than once?
Nah, because man's got snipers here. Man's got snipers here, fam. Man's got snipers in it. So when you come here, don't come nothing less than a shotty, fam.
For fuck's sake, man.
Yeah, bring it.
You still didn't get back to how she led you to send her a dick pic, though.
Yeah, many girls, you know.
Proper got a weapon obsession, man. I'm getting.
So good, man. You know where I'll be, man. You know where I'll be, innit? Come check me, man.
Yeah, man. Love it, bro.
Yeah, stay strong.
Don't be stop at H, man. These brothers will smack the shit out of you, H. You won't think nothing about it.
No, fam, because we only fight with chainmail and that, innit?
Yo, salute, Born Rich. Not my judge.
I'll turn an Asian into chainmail. Is he alright?
Yeah, man's got 30 kilo of fucking armor and
turn him into a human pretzel.
Man's got 30 kilos. Man, listen, fam. Man's got 30 kilos of armor and weaponry. Yeah, man's got 30 kilos of fucking armor and chainmail and fucking weaponry on me, fam. Man's got 30 kilos. Yeah,
Akira, is that your picture on the thing on the screen?
Yeah, that's me, G.
If you're chatting about chainmail, your wrist is thinner than your nose.
Yeah.
Mad.
Your wrist is thinner than how you.
Man, he's got males in a chain.
Are they your shoulders, fam? Are they your lack of shoulders?
Nah, fam, we don't. Muscle don't mean shit.
What are you carrying?
Muscle don't mean shit.
I couldn't carry my shopping, fam.
Man said you look double jointed. Nah, they taking the piss.
Like an Asian wizard. What the fuck?
You're looking like Fagin from Oliver. That's how thin you are.
Got shoulder pads. He's got shoulder pads,
Looking
man.
like his name's Merlin Singh.
Gandalf, yeah, it is Gandalf Singh. What the fuck?
I'm reviewing.
No, because Sanatan Shastra Vidya, that's like that's the mother of all martial arts, isn't it? The mother of all martial arts. And so when a man weighs like 100 kilo plus chainmail and that extra 30 kilo with all the weapons and shit, yeah. If you use your muscles, fam, yeah, you'll tear your ligament, innit? You'll tear your fucking. So you can't fight using muscles, fam. You have to. It's about spilling your energy. You know what I'm saying? So it's not. It's about. It's not about muscle, fam. It's not about muscle when it's 1-to-1 or 1-to-many or battle formation. Battle formation. It's not about muscle.
Pause.
Fam. Yeah, it's about.
Have a breather for a second.
Did you say butt formation?
Have a rest. Have a rest.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, you know what I mean. Obviously, you got to yourself. Yeah.
We know.
For a minute, man. Yo, all right, let's watch this video, H. I got a video for you, man. Tell me what you think. Yeah.
Come on, let's go. I love movies. I love movies.
Why did
you got to listen in straight away, yeah? Listen.
Okay, y'all. My name is Love. My given name. I am the biological daughter of Aliyah Houghton and Robert Kelly, R. Kelly, and I just want to tell my truth and also tell my mother's truth, because I feel like it's time and it's needed. I feel that I went through so many things as far as keeping this identity and then living with different family members that was there to, the industry, you guys know how it can get. And I just want the world to know that the best part of me, and I am also an extension of my mother, Aliyah Houghton. I been shipped around or constantly as far as when I was younger, because of who my father was and what he did to her, and also many other little girls around the world, but other little girls. And I was aware of both of them at one point in my life. As far as my dad, I don't want to call him a dad. When his trial happened, he abandoned me with somebody else to take care of me, and especially after my mom died. I'll go into further details. I just want the world to know that she is my mother, and I don't really want people to know he's my dad, but unfortunately, he's a part of my half of me being here, but I just want the world to know. I feel like people need to understand how much she endured as a woman and how much she went through and carrying a whole child here and have to not be a part of her child's life because of some people she knew that was grimy or slimes, essentially. And I want to show you guys.
Yeah, follow the guru.
Thank you, that is all.
I just want to say,
crazy.
If at first you don't succeed,
try again.
I've got two things.
Try again, my lad.
I've got two things to say. Yeah.
What in the Juria?
Maybe R. Kelly is the wrong dad. Maybe it could be Jay-Z.
I know, because Jay-Z.
What in the Tyrone Bigham's lip twin is going on here? Yeah, what the fuck is this?
I'm thinking about Jay-Z.
Listen. One thing. Let's get this straight. Nothing about her says R. Kelly, and nothing about her says Aaliyah. So
that don't matter though. What's that mean? That don't mean nothing.
I'm just saying on reflection. Yeah, it's not enough. Where did the darkness come from? Darkness, everybody.
R. Kelly.
Aaliyah wasn't light skin, you know. Aaliyah was a mixed race, you know.
Jeds, I fully understand what you got to do right now and the role you're playing, brother. But no,
I ain't playing no role. No.
This is no, man. This is no.
I ain't playing no role. Look your shit, Salini. Trial, bro. This is bigger than Nino, the defense that says, what would you be? I don't even know. Whatever. You're saying it's not. So talk to me. Why not?
Would the real parents please stand up?
Who's doing the secret? Bro. Who's zooming in on the portrait that's on the fridge? I am the secret. Zoom in on that portrait of Aaliyah on the fridge. That is
mad.
That is
No, not even the one. Look at the one next to her head. Look at the one next to her left eye or right eye or whatever.
Amy Winehouse.
Nah. Listen, without like,
what's wrong with this though?
Without DNA,
what's wrong with it though? What's wrong with it though?
DNA, bro. Yeah, obviously, we can't 100%.
I want photo. You. I want a photo with you in Aaliyah's arms. Sorry,
man. I'm saying, bro,
in the hospital.
I've got eyes, bro. I know sometimes not everyone looks like their parents. I get that, because you get me. Bro. Sometimes you have a feature, bro, of even one, even if it's minuscule. He still has.
No, but why is man laughing? Though? I don't get it. Why do we laugh? Why are we laughing at?
D-Block, talk to them. Talk to them.
No, what? No, you know why? You know why we laugh?
D-Block, your mic sounds a bit muffled, you know. Let me tell you from now, because maybe you can change something so you sound better.
One second. Is it better now?
That's better.
Maybe, but yeah, carry on anyway.
I mean, now my mic is kind of fucked. It's gonna be fucked for a bit because I work in construction, so my phone's been falling off a couple heights.
Go on.
Anyway, now my point is this, yeah. Like sometimes we forget that we always throw away, we throw these words like programmed and stuff like that, and then I used to wonder, yeah, like. Naturally, I find what looks like me beautiful in it when I'm a youth in it, and I mean we get programmed to think a certain way, so we're like,
bro. Do you think this chick is the secret daughter of Aaliyah and R. Kelly?
Yes.
Tell me why.
Because she no. You asked me, could she be? Or do I know she is? No, I don't know she is, but I believe she could be. Yes, she could be. Why not?
Right, and people laughing because they don't think that there's any resemblance, and they just look.
I know, but sometimes you get kids that are so light skinned, and then you get kids that are dark skinned, and then you know what I'm saying? No, sometimes you get that. It's like when the DNA comes back, what are you gonna say? Oh. I get where they're coming from though. It's
not even about complexion, man.
No, it's not about complexion. I'm not talking about complexion. I'm talking about even eyebrows. The way she looks up, like it looks kind of like Aaliyah. Like
I saw this post.
He's right though. He's right.
I saw it and I went past it.
You look at eyes, just her eyes.
I didn't go off the but I didn't go off the skin
past
complexions though, because Jeds is right in that sense. Like, you know, it is a possibility. I tried to look at each other's pictures and match up facial features, and to me they didn't match up. But again, like in another argument, like I've got a sister, she doesn't look like either mom or dad, she looks like my auntie.
Exactly.
So it is possible that you can look like another person in your family.
Wait. Let me give you another example. Let me give you another example. I've seen a man. Yeah, his brother doesn't have a beard, but his mom's granddad has a beard, and he has a full beard. Though. He has a full beard, a bushy eyebrows. But his brother doesn't.
He's got black mum, and he looks like Borat.
I know, Snipes.
Yeah, but his brother doesn't have the bushy eyebrows and the big beard. But he's got a bold.
When did you hear Aaliyah had a child? Did she have children? I'm not sure.
I never heard anything. I'm not gonna act like I never.
So
heard anything. I was expecting you guys.
R. Kelly has definitely got children, grown sons and all of this type of stuff and whatever. He's got kids, right? So I don't know what's going on. She wasn't in the remake.
Yeah, but R. Kelly's not the only guy though. Like Jay-Z and Beyonce was in the was going to the rank. Like they were going there. They were going to the spot.
Hold on. We're not even doing that. We're just trying to establish. Hold on. It could be. Yeah, but I'm saying, is that Aaliyah's mom? Is that Aaliyah's child though?
But could be Jay-Z the dad? So
can we
look at Aaliyah's eyes? What are we doing?
I'm saying I don't know.
Nah, you lot are mocking
I'm saying I don't know.
Be real, man.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying.
And Aaliyah have a child together.
We need more.
Did they have a love child together? I don't know. Is there a rumor of that even?
There was a rumor.
I don't think so. Love child. No, she was the love child. Get it? Listen,
you man. Let me ask you about let me ask you about a bigger question. Yeah, you not think Jay-Z?
Pause.
Go on.
Oh shit!
At age 15,
Yeah.
Aaliyah was pregnant with R. Kelly's baby last year. R.
So
Kelly's
what? So what? What's wrong with that?
Hold on,
What's wrong with
let him
that then?
carry on.
Finish,
Hold on,
man.
hold on, let him finish.
Yeah, you gotta please be patient. I've urged everyone to be patient with you. I don't know what you just done to your mic.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Your mic was blessed before. I don't know what you've just done. Your mic was blessed even earlier. Now it's sounding like blah, 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 that you're eating the mic. What are you doing different, bro?
Let me go in and out.
Pause.
Pause.
Yeah, pause. Come on, man.
Big pause.
Last year, R. Kelly's former tour manager, Demetrius Smith, was ordered to take the stand to discuss Aaliyah's pregnancy. Per Insider, Smith explained that Kelly's relationship with Aaliyah started out as a mentorship but grew sexual. Kelly, of course, tried to cover it up as it's illegal for an adult to have sex with a 15-year-old in Michigan, where Aaliyah grew up. When the rapper told Smith that he had gotten Aaliyah pregnant in 1994, he paid a welfare office employee for a fake ID that bumped Aaliyah's age up to 18. Then Kelly and Aaliyah illegally got married in order to avoid prosecution over their underage relationship. Aaliyah got an abortion and never had the baby. Her parents annulled the marriage in 1995 until her death in 2001. Aaliyah distanced herself from Kelly. But you know, that's a story, right?
Was there a period where she went quiet in her?
Now, I wasn't a celebrity watcher them days, so I don't really know. But maybe some of the older brothers could say, do you think there was a time where Aaliyah just kind of went missing? Or like kind of,
yeah, that's
we
what
even
I was
know
trying
of
to get
Aaliyah
at.
by this time? Was this before we knew about her or after that?
Well, remember,
Only takes 9 months, cuz. Only 9 months of not knowing where you
Yeah,
are.
now you man, one at a time though. One at a time. Like who's going
Not
first?
even 9 months. Not
No,
even
this
9
one,
months.
this one,
Not even 9 months. 6 months. Because she's wearing baggy clothes and shit, yeah? She can get away with being like 3-4 months pregnant before she has to kick out.
Yeah, that's true.
But how old is this one then? How old is this one say she is?
What do you mean? Oh,
How old is
the
this girl?
girl?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, if
No,
it was
no,
in
but
the year, what,
Numbers gotta
1995,
match
was
up,
it?
lad.
Wait, Jez, do you know the beef between Aaliyah and Jay-Z and Damon Dash? Do you know that beef?
Not really.
What year was it
Do you
Aaliyah
know?
got pregnant, Jedi? 95?
No.
94.
Wait, pregnant by who?
R. Kelly.
Yeah, I could imagine that. But I'm saying after R. Kelly, do you remember the beef between Jay-Z and
Yeah, but
and,
she was with other men, so like, you know what I mean?
Shouldn't this girl be 28 years old now? Or is
But
my math
listen, you man, if you look at that time, yeah, like let's be honest, yeah, older man was going with younger gal though.
I'm just saying.
But bro,
when this girl's real parents turn up, yeah, don't be surprised. That's all I'm saying.
No, I get, but you know, no, but have you guys realized? Yeah, I'm not.
But look at the pictures. She's got like 5 pictures of Aaliyah on the wall.
Yeah, man.
I beg you zoom in. I beg you zoom into the picture.
Spiritual mum. It turned to spiritual mum.
See, and this is and for me, this is the thing that don't add up. Yeah, like R. Kelly's gonna pay for the abortion or go through all that to get the abortion, and then he's gonna let you have a baby.
Exactly.
See,
so what? Do you not think R. Kelly was the only madman doing the mad thing?
No. Think about it. And if you're annulling the marriage and there's a baby involved, it's not gonna be like.
I'm not gonna hurt myself. I already told you already. I'm not gonna hurt myself because I'm not related to y'all, and y'all know I'm not related to y'all.
Huh?
America always sound
My
mad.
name is
You
Love.
know that? Americans
And go
always
get
sound mad.
my name is Love, and go get
Yeah,
your real
you
sister.
sound mad. You sound stupid.
No, because bye, Quita. Bye. Go help another child molester in the family. Go rape motherfucking kids, because that's what y'all do. Y'all sex trafficking, fraud ass. Bye. Oh, you do. Now you running off now. Now you running off now. Come on. Oh, but you're not saying no, though. You're not saying no, though. Oh, you're not saying no, though. And that's even fucking worse. Come on, man. Bye. They gonna call the fucking cops and try to. Well, y'all got shit fucked up. Y'all got shit fucked. I'm not.
Who called the cops on her? What is this, man?
I don't know. You know what? Sometimes you, man, here. You know what I think? I don't know a white person's life. I don't know why. I don't know a white person's life that we can like just examine like that, like it's a fucking joke. And she just died in a car crash.
She tapped.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Come on.
No, I just don't understand the way we, like the way, even if she is tapped, I don't know white girls that's tapped that we can.
Yeah,
No, bro, what are you talking about, bro?
They're tapped in it.
Bro, there's a bag of people.
You know why I say that? You know why I say that? You know why I say that? Let me explain myself. There's no island, yeah. Black man can have an island, yeah, and have youths, yeah, and have queens like Elizabeth's son come over there and do madness, and you're obliged.
Hey, bro.
White people
What
can do
the
that.
hell is this guy talking about, man?
I don't know, but I think he might be related to Yunus.
To come back, and then they did this, and then as you can see, I'm talking. So think of me as a mummy at this time. Think of me rapping, and I'm just.
Now she's tapped, man. Super tapped.
Yeah, like what the fuck does that mean, bro?
Could have mattered, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know about
And they're telling me I'm tapped. I'm looking at a lady like she's tapped, bro. Like, what the fuck's going on here?
Yeah, but you said she looked like. Anyway, let me leave it.
What do I say? Nah, correct me though.
Prefer she don't succeed.
Make us some lies and try again. Some lies and try again. Try again.
What is that? How's a baby?
Listen, you man. Aliyah, how old was Aliyah? How old was Aliyah? Aliyah was like 15 with my man, innit? You know, if she was 1 year older, if she was 1 year older, you wouldn't talk about my man. That's crazy, innit?
She's crazy, man.
Is that not crazy though? I don't get like what is right, what's wrong. Like I don't even I don't understand how a 1 year you can go to jail for, but another year, to me, 16 is disgusting. Do you know what I'm saying? To me, personally. But it's like 15 you can go jail for, like R. Kelly, but then 16 is alright though. How the fuck?
16 is all right. Well,
In England, if I fuck a 16-year-old right now, it's legal, isn't it? In Germany, 14 is legal.
Fam, it's not, innit? If you're over 21, then it's
different,
not.
man.
Yeah, but Henry the 8th.
Don't be fucking those 16-year-olds. You're gonna get in trouble, G.
Yeah, but listen, Henry the 8th was fucking 13-year-olds, but you learn about him in English and you never say nothing. No, but listen, Henry the 8th was worse than R. Kelly. Do you know that? But you learn about him in history and you never say nothing. Your mom never says nothing. You understand? Like, people are controlled. Like, they're told who to hate, who not to hate. One man, R. Kelly, fucked a 15-year-old. Well, guess what? You learn about English. You learn about sex. You fuck 13-year-olds.
All right, we gotta go there. So
you have to respect it. You can't say nothing about it.
So do you look down on Henry the 8th?
No, listen, Jedi, you know how to question me. You know how to question me. You know how to question me.
Bro, please, man. Just please. Just answer the question, man.
Go on. What?
How do you feel about Henry the 8th?
The same way I feel about all man, that I'm gonna feel that way. Like Jed, this is my thing, yeah. My thing is
answer the question.
Honestly, this is my answer. This is my answer, bro. I never made. Okay. My answer is this. The same way, it doesn't matter if you're Henry the 8th, a black guy, a blue guy, orange guy. If my moral is this, I don't like kids because I've been a kid.
and I've been a kid from young, never had no parents, so I understand really, like, not on a joking thing we spoke about earlier. I understand what it is. So all kids, I understand, no matter what they're black or blue or green or whatever, I understand there's another level of it. I don't want you to fuck with them, innit? I don't want you to fuck with them to the point until they're able to understand who they are. No, I'm just saying, that's the honest truth. He said, yo, what's your
next point now? Yeah. So obviously you're a Muslim. So how do you feel about?
I'm not Muslim though. I'm not Muslim though. No, I never said that.
You did.
I never. No, I never.
You said.
No, wallahi, never.
Bro, I heard you.
Wallahi, I never said.
You're too much. You're too much.
All right, cool. Maybe I got my wife.
Nah, you must have got it wrong, Jed. Wallahi, you're not Muslim, bro.
Wallahi, you got it wrong.
Wallahi, bro.
Wallahi, you got it wrong, bro.
No, wallahi, you got it wrong, Jed.
All right, say that, Amma. Say that.
Yeah. No, so what you saying, Jed? No, what you saying, bro?
No, it don't matter then. It don't matter.
No. Finish it, please. Finish it up, please.
No,
please.
It doesn't matter, bro. Like,
no, it does. Maybe I have an answer for that. Maybe.
I thought you was Muslim, bro.
No, I'm Muslim, but not Muslim in the way you understand Muslim to be.
No.
Why are you guys laughing?
Let's break that down, brother. Yeah, let's try to break that down. Slow it down.
Why are you man laughing?
Explain that, brother. Explain that, please. Explain that.
No, I'm Muslim in terms of, like, I believe in the Quran. I believe in God. I believe that God understands the language of good and bad. He doesn't there's no such thing as, yo, there's this religion, there's that there's God, and there ain't God in it. I don't believe, yo, you worship God in this way, you turn this way, you say some special words, or you're chosen in this. Like, all of that is part of the confusion. But I feel like in terms of what we're meant to do, I feel like all of us know we're meant to do something. You know what I'm saying? I feel like most of us know what's right and what's wrong. Like, sometimes you do things that's wrong. So, some man need to go a bit further than others. You know what I'm saying? Some man are better than others. That I see it. I call it bad. Like, all these words, we give it colors, words, all of that, we give it, yeah. But feelings and all that matters in it. If I punch you in your face, you want to punch me in my face. I understand it. If you punch me in my face, I understand. Don't disrespect you again, because you might punch. Your punch was harder than mine. I understand that with no language. I don't care if you speak Arabic, if you speak, if I punch your face, if my punch is harder than your punch, you understand to respect me. Like, it doesn't. You don't need no language for that shit. Does that make sense? Like,
D-Block, let me ask you a question quickly.
Go ahead, bro.
What's worse, yeah? Mixing hummus with barbecue sauce or drinking alcohol? Which one's worse?
I don't know. It depends on the person's body, innit? Some people are allergic to hummus. Some people are allergic to hummus, so liquor might be good. No, wallahi, I know you're laughing at me because I'm being a sorcerer, but I know life don't go as, oh, what do you prefer? Do you prefer black, or do you prefer white, or do you prefer, like, it's like such a spastic way to look at it. I feel like some people, the people that think like that, we control. I feel like, I think above that, I think what is good for us. I see color.
All right. Can drinking alcohol ever be good for us? Ever? It's yes or no question, fam?
No, wait. If you're asking me long term, I think alcohol is not good for you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, in general, alcohol is not good for you. But there is instances, and I can't measure that because I'm not even good at that. I'm not a scientist on it, but I know from experience where I've been under the influence and it saved me. You know what I'm saying? It saved me in certain things, or it's speeded up my heart where it's needed to be speeded up. Does that make sense?
Let me ask you. What is it that you were drinking at the time? Was it beer or spirits, or what was it? Cider? What was your drink of choice?
It was more time spirits. It was more time spirits.
But what have you been drinking today, though? Today, like, what's been your drink
today? Today we was on a Caribbean cruise, and we was on Magnums.
What's Magnum? Cider?
I don't know. Also Jamaicans, isn't it?
I swear Magnum is cider, isn't it?
No, that.
Yeah, but now my brother.
Oh, the thingy Magnum. Oh, yeah, I know the one you mean.
Brother D-Block, if you imagine God was gonna see you tomorrow, imagine God was gonna come to your home.
I feel like God. If there is a God, He sees me. No, wait, listen. You know, you guys, you try to put a plan for God. Yeah, I feel like if there is a God, yeah, He sees me every day, every second.
No,
I'm here. I've got brethren that got stabbed in the heart once.
I said,
and I've got brethren that got stabbed twice.
I said,
or four, and they're still here.
Brother, I said, imagine you're gonna see God. Imagine you're gonna see God. Imagine you're gonna feel God. Imagine you're gonna see God. Imagine,
bro, that can't happen. Shut up.
What does that look like?
D-Block, it can happen. D-Block is not shirk. It's not shirk. It's true. Islam is true.
It is, no, that is shirk. What if I see God? But God is everything, though.
You can't see God.
God is me and everything within it. Like, there is no separation.
You won't be able to take it, bruv. You can't see God. You disintegrate.
Yeah, I can't see. Exactly. I'm saying He made everything
so in its entirety. You can't see God.
It's so hard. It's so hard to see something that you came out of.
Right. Now imagine
like
seeing
you're a part of.
Yeah, I know. Imagine seeing imagine DMT was released in your brain, innit? Like naturally, not the external drug that's the chemical modified human man-made modified shit. I'm talking the real DMT inside of you, and you saw God. You saw the primal vibration, the resonance. You felt that bliss that Muhammad felt. You felt the bliss.
What is the bliss that Muhammad felt? What did Muhammad feel?
He felt he was on DMT, fam.
How do you know? Was you with my man?
No, I'm saying all saints, all the holy people.
I'm asking. Do you know Muhammad? Do you know him?
No, but I'm saying I felt it, innit?
No, but you're explaining a man that you've never met. It's like, Jedi. Jedi is with me on the stream. Listen, Jedi is with me on the stream. I've never met the brother. I cannot talk about Jedi. Muhammad is not even on no stream with him. At least I'm on the same stream as Jedi, but you've never met Muhammad, but you're going to talk for him.
My point is this, my brother, my elder, this is my point. Imagine you were going to see God, yeah? Would you want to be in a sober state, or would you want to be in a intoxicated state?
The only thing I imagine is having a lot of women as wives. I imagine being a millionaire. Anyone around me is a millionaire. They live a bliss life. We don't get her. This the kind of things as a human being what I desire and I imagine. I can't imagine Allah. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. But I can imagine fucking bad gal. Making bare haram. I can imagine all that, but I can't imagine God. I can't. I don't know how he looks. I can never imagine him.
My beloved brother, let me say one thing to you, cousin. I've been a Sikh, following Sikh, for about 3 years, yeah. And I didn't have a turban, I didn't have a beard, I was clean shaven, I was a confused kid. But anyway, Mark, the happiness of having what you're saying women, fucking bare women, houses, cars, and mansions. I have the happiness of having.
No, I'm saying as a human being, as a human being, all my desires come true when I try to imagine. But me imagining Allah or God or whatever the person that made the universe, yeah, I can't fathom it.
No, I'm not
He
saying.
made me.
I'm not saying.
How can I
Fathom it.
imagine something that made me? How can I imagine?
I'm not. No, that's not the question, G. I'm not saying how you're gonna feel when you see God. I'm saying. Imagine God. If you knew that God was coming to visit you, you were gonna see God. Yeah. Would you rather be in a sober state, or would you rather be in an intoxicated state when you see God? Sober state, in it. You would rather be sober, in it. You won't
No.
want.
If I'm meeting the God of the world, then of course I would. Of course, I would want to be in a sober state. That's
Beloved brother,
like
let me
it's
say, yeah.
disrespectful to be waved, right? It's very disrespectful. I
Exactly.
mean, it would be disrespectful for any of us to meet our maker waved.
Now that's my point. That's my point. Now, when people say I drink alcohol or I smoke weed or I smoke tobacco or whatever, the question I have
It's not their business. It's not their business.
No, I know it's not, but as a brother, like obviously we're trying. This is a safe and supportive space. No one's gonna judge you. No one's judging you because.
Sorry. I'll go ahead. In that case, brother, go ahead.
No worries, because I see you as if you say I'm a Muslim, I'm a Quranist, I follow the Quran, I have a spiritual teacher, and I'm on a spiritual path, I'm on a spiritual journey. As far as I'm concerned, you're my brother in faith. You're not my brother in just humanity, but you're my brother in faith as far as we're concerned. Yeah, our Sikh temples are, have 4 entrances. Anyone's allowed in from north, east, south, west. It don't matter your religion, your color, your spiritual tradition. Everyone's allowed in. And so we all sit down on the floor and eat together. The king of India came to see the Guru. The Guru said, before you see me, before you're allowed in my darbar, you have to sit on the floor and eat with the peasants. So the billionaire, the king of India, had to sit and eat food with the peasent. So it don't matter.
Okay, let me teach you some history.
When you say that, I'm a Quranist, I'm a Quranist, I'm a Muslim, I'm on a spiritual path.
I never say I'm Quranist.
Then I'm gonna as a brother, I'm gonna share little that I've learned with you, but
I never said I'm a Quranist.
I may be too intrusive, and please stop me and say, look, I'm not interested, and I'll stop.
Man, I'm
interested. Go ahead, brother. I'm interested, brother. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, please don't put labels on me. I never said I'm a Quranist. Yeah, but please educate me, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that was just I just wanted you to reflect on that. That like, if you were gonna see God tomorrow, then would you rather be in a sober state or intoxicated state? And for me, like, I'll be honest with you, like, I've had a spiritual experience before, and what is it? And it was, and literally, like, I stopped smoking weed, I stopped doing drugs, I stopped everything, and in an instant, I've been smoking since I was 12, innit? Every single day. Man's been smoking that since I was 12 years old. From when I had that, and then I went on the spiritual path, and then I meditated for like 3 months straight, innit? Because I learned fucking. I learned some shit in it. I followed the Guru. I learned it. I accepted it. I implemented it. And for 3 months straight, I did what the Guru told me to do. Even in my sleep, fam, I was fucking meditating in my sleep. Wow. Even when I swear down, even when I was brushing my teeth, I was meditating. When I was driving my car, I was meditating. When I was speaking to my colleagues, having a conversation, I was meditating. When I was chatting to clients and customers, and fucking one day, I woke up, I got out of bed, I opened the door, I went down the stairs, I opened the door, back garden, and I saw God, fam. I saw God. And now let me tell you something, G, yeah? My life's fulfilled. My life's fulfilled now. And if I die right now, my life's filled. Obviously, I'm here. I wanna experience. If I can feel a glimpse of that moment again, then that's all I'm here living for, and that's my only. That's the only thing I care about now. How do I reach that again? But I'm gonna tell you the truth. Like, I don't even want it now. I wanna curl up like a baby. You know, when a baby just curls up because he's got everything. His mum's there. That's all I wanna do. on the streets, not even inside the temple, not even inside, but outside of the temple, outside the temple, on
this shit. This is fucking
on the outside of the temple, on like the dirty, cold streets, the cold streets. I just wanna
enough now, H. Enough now.
Okay, hey, wrap it up, please.
Yeah, salute.
Wrap it up, please.
Wrapping it up. My point is follow the guru, man. That's my point. Follow the guru.
Yo, Mzilini, you there?
Yeah, cuz what's going on, man?
What's inside these Magnum things, bruv? Like, what percentage alcohol is it?
they're like 16. No, wait, why do you ask me, bro?
Small little bottles, I lie.
No, they're crazy. I had about 4 of them. Yeah. They're like 16.5%. Crazy.
Hold on. D, you're saying why don't you ask me? But when he asked you, you said ask Jamaicans.
Yeah. Actually, that did happen.
Who me? What did I say, bro? I might have been
Jamaican.
No, I might be.
We're learning about each other.
No, I might be waving. I might be. My bad. I apologize. You know, I apologize. You know me. Yeah. You know what's good about us, yeah.
Hold on.
I don't pull. Go.
You get wavy a lot.
Say again.
You like to get wavy a lot.
No. Who's that again? Is that? Why does thingy sound different though?
I get wavy off DMT, man. That's high class.
No. What's his name?
On all that low class.
Jedi. Is that you, Jedi?
That's me. Jedi.
Go on, bro.
Yeah, that's
so how much Magnum did you have?
Yeah. Listen, man, that DMT shit. Do that.
Sounds like he's had a Magnum.
Bro, how much fucking how much did you have?
You know what happened? You know what happened? I'll tell you guys, yeah.
You know what happened? It's a strange story.
I have a shop, yeah. I have a shop next to my house, yeah. Listen, I have a shop next to my house, yeah. So we got
the story sounds familiar. Who else used to say it's the story just like that? Bro,
no, I'm not even lying. I'll take you there. I'm not even lying. Well, I'm not. Look, I got a shop next to my house, yeah. They got, you know, the old school Jamaican Magnums. Yeah, where you got the woman and the man, yeah. So they got that one, expensive, yeah. It's not expensive, but it's like £5, so you can say that's expensive, yeah. And then they got the normal Magnum thing now. That's like £2 sign. See what I'm saying? So you guys could only imagine what I grab in it.
Yo, Zellini, is this true? Is there 2 different Magnums? Because I've heard this as well.
Yeah.
What's the difference? Is like one made in Jamaica, one's made in England or something?
Yeah, that's what they say, bro. But I don't know, bro.
That's what they say, and it's more expensive. It's more expensive as well.
It's the same drink.
What? No, they're not.
No, when I taste the drink, I don't taste no difference. Bro.
Yeah,
I don't see no difference, but
I've shot D block. Yo, chill for a second. Yo, D block, chill for a second.
I've done the tastings.
Yeah, you said it last time. You said last time.
Definitely. Like one, the one with the woman and the man on the original thing. Yeah, that tastes like raw shit. Oh yeah, this is what Magnum tastes like. The other Magnum is that where I don't really like Magnum no more. When you're drinking it, you're like, nah, I just not feeling it. It's that other Magnum. It's different. They taste different. Like proper taste. I'm like, raw.
Yeah, man's got the second one right now. Still, I ain't gonna lie, cause
no, but so you man, imagine me lightweight. Imagine me not used to it. Think what I'm saying? The lightweight thing is madness for me.
Yeah, but that depends on how much you have.
I know what you're talking about. But you like to get wavy a lot.
Yeah, like how you still establish how much Magnums you've had, brother. Like how much?
No, wait. No. You might are saying 2 different things.
Did you drink yesterday?
No.
What about the day before?
No.
Saturday.
Are you making up today?
Saturday. Yeah.
And then Friday, obviously, you drank on Friday.
Friday's
Juma, innit?
But that don't mean no. But you no Thursday. No.
Hold on. And Thursday is the new Friday, so I know you had a
I wasn't. No, I wasn't drinking on a Friday. No, I didn't drink on a Friday.
Lunch break.
No, I
lunch
don't.
break.
I don't.
Let me lunch
No,
break.
I don't. But I ain't gonna. Yeah, you're right. On the Friday one, the Saturday one, I was gonna. Yeah, and today and that. But I don't normally know.
And definitely Wednesday. And Wednesday you gotta get drunk.
Of course you don't.
Yeah, but
1 minute, bro. What percentage of alcohol is in this Magnum drink?
16.5.
16.5, like 16.5.
Nah.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like 4 of them, you know. To me, 4 you're
per
gone.
little small bottle, bruv. Yeah. So imagine if man's
For
drinking
me.
like you're going to be fried.
That's lethal. What is it? So it's like Buckfast, yeah? The fortified wine or whatever. Is it like that?
No, they got Wagwan and they got some other things. I tasted them, yeah. But I was like, fucking hell, so much sugar. You know the Wagwan, the Wagwan. I don't know if you guys tasted that,
It's
yeah.
called
But
fortified wine, isn't it?
or red top.
Flavor.
Wow, the sugar is like, what is going on? Like you can taste sugar. And like Magnums, don't know whether got it right. I used to hate Magnums, you know. I used to like Cherry B's.
All them drinks. Magnums.
Do you remember the Cherry B's?
I don't know nothing about none of this shit.
Who?
Yeah, Cherry B's, isn't it?
Cherry B, yeah, trash.
Yeah, no, it's trash. Yeah, before it started with the long cap thing.
Trash, bro. It's all trash.
Why would you drink that stuff?
Yeah.
What's wrong with
I'll tell you why I started drinking it. Yeah, I started drinking Cherry B's because I didn't want to drink liquor because I was dealing with food or whatever. Yeah, so I was dealing with big bits. Yeah, so I don't want to be weird. I wanted to know.
Saying he was on hard food, you say, Jeds?
Yeah. So I wanted to know the calculations.
Yeah, go on. He's gonna say something. Go on. What did you say?
Red Label.
Yeah, no, that's disgusting. That's
Red Label. That's another one. And then and Stones as well. I still like a little bit of Stones. Stones.
I've heard of Stones. Yeah.
Stones ginger wine. That's
That's
another
it.
one. All them drinks in that caliber, man. They're all trash, man. We just drink them. Yeah. The drinks I refuse to drink anymore is Guinness. I'm out. I'm out of Guinness gang. I'm just out, man. It's not for me no more. And Dragon Stout. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, I had a hot little Dragon Stout phase still. I can't lie, bro.
I won't even open that.
A hot little phase, but then that just died, fam. That shit died.
It does die. I don't know what that is in that bottle now. I don't know what that is. But I can't drink that shit. I don't know what's in that fucking bottle. Dragon Stout is awful.
Have you heard of Ambrosia?
Who?
Ambrosia.
Ambrosia.
Yeah, Ambrosia. That's the one.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
No, I thought you were talking about the custard, but I said no.
That drink, innit? That's nice. It's like a sweet. It tastes like sweet juice, innit? The Greek gods used to drink it. And they used to become
Greek gods just
come on, man.
Yeah, what we do?
We call it.
What's the last time going on here? I don't know.
Amrit Pivo Sadakir Jivo. Amrit Pivo Sadakir Amrit, we call it Amrit.
Sweet juice.
What, you drink it as well? Yeah? No.
DMT, innit? It's called DMT, fam.
Yeah.
Oh, brother, you back on this again, man? Enough's enough, bro. Man's talking about alcohol. You want to bring it back to DMT? No. Chill out.
I felt
Is he saying they give out alcohol in the thing, in the Gurdwara? Is that what you're saying?
Nah.
No one said that, but alright, cool.
I swear he was saying that's what we used to drink. I thought he meant at the Gurdwara.
Pivo Paul Khande Dar Hove Janam Sohela. Drink that. They're gonna that's a broad-headed.
I can't lie, you just got judged, son. I don't know what you're gonna do about it.
I don't even know.
In your face.
Go on, second broken foot. We have a second broken foot, bro.
That's in a quick smell, you know. I listen.
When you go to the temple, yeah, they'll get broad-headed, double-edged sword.
We can't believe what you say about the temple because you said I can go there in my boxer shorts, and you lied.
No, I didn't lie. There's £100 on the table, fam.
Bro, we just looked at the website.
£100 on the table.
Forget that.
Loose clothing and that. Don't wear nothing. No loose. What's it? They say low crotch or low cut.
What it said was it said it's recommended. No. It said it's recommended. It said it's recommended for you, so you don't catch a cold. So you don't catch a cold, man.
Are you lost? I'm like,
get out, bastard! Get out!
I'm trying to chill. I can't chill. Hate said it's blessed. Man like hate said it's blessed. It's all right. You get me? Because I could be a sudu. Sadu. I could be a sadu. So just fall back. They're like, oh, sir, okay, you please take this gown. I said, no, I'm good. I'm trying to breathe. No, but we have women and children. It's not good.
Just go down and try. Just go down and try.
Yeah, watch, man.
My £100 is.
Yeah, they'll be like feds. You know how feds roll up with their hand on the fucking on their taser and that.
No.
Hand on it, like
hand on
the button off it. Yeah, they got their hand on the kill pan. Like, yo,
no one's gonna ask you your religion, your nothing.
You're gonna try and mass kill us and
ask you, are you atheist? You believe in God? No one's gonna ask you.
You think you're gonna try to beat us all to death with your?
No one's gonna try to convert you. No one's gonna try to convert you. Nothing.
Nah, I know, but they're definitely gonna try to put
untouchable going on here. What the untouchable going on here?
Yeah, you just go there 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Whenever.
I'm not going there at that time.
Give me some food. They're gonna fucking pull out their broad-headed.
I'm going there when the gallem are there, man. What are you talking about? How am I gonna go to?
That's fine, fam. They're gonna pull out their broad-headed.
They're gonna say to me, "Excuse me, sir, you need to wear something."
They're not gonna say nothing. They're not gonna say nothing, fam.
Watch this social experiment. Watch.
Trust me. Try it. They're gonna pull out their broad-headed double-edged sword. They're gonna pull out their broad-headed double-edged sword.
I was trying to chill.
They're gonna mix